rains here in this band too. So this first band is going to be pretty nasty, and then of course the inner one too, unless this does the eye wall replacement cycle. Through at the moment, and up along the Treasure Coast from time to time, things really starting to move through too. And here's Viper again, a little bit of a lightning and shear markers that pop up, an indication that this thing could be strengthening a little bit there too, for sure. Let's go down to well, that should say Delray Beach. This is looking Delray Beach down the lifeguard stand there, looking straight at the municipal beach there, right at Atlantic Avenue, or maybe just south of Atlantic Avenue. You see all the water there. We're kind of at a lower tide right now. High tide is around 1 o'clock. We'll get another high tide later, and this will push all the way up, most likely to the dune line, and we'll have more of this coming up. Let's toss it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Michael Williams and Kelly Dunn joining you now as we bring you continuing coverage of Hurricane Matthew.
That's right. We are awaiting. Are starting to deteriorate. Also, we want to let you know that from this point on in our coverage, we will be taking no commercial breaks. We are going to be on with you through the duration of the storm, and we are now simulcasting on all of our radio partners, which are iHeart radio stations. You see them listed right there. Also, we are simulcasting on WFLX 29.
WPTV.com. And we've got you covered on air online with our radio partners. So we're with you throughout all of this, multiple ways for you to be part of the coverage and for us to listen to you, Kelly and I last night and today, taking your questions on Facebook. As long as you have that available to you, we'll get them to our weather team as we help one another and our community from the Palm Beaches all the way through the Treasure Coast, all of us as one getting through this together tonight. We have crews, of course, across our region and beyond this evening monitoring the situation.
Right, conditions are starting to change in St. Lucie County, even some dealing with some localized flooding. Our Megan McRoberts is in St. Lucie County.
Now, well, the conditions here in St. Lucie County are quickly worsening. We feel the winds picking up, and you can see that the level of the water here is rising. We're just north of downtown in Fort Pierce, just north of the city marina, and you see this dock here is almost completely submerged, and this water level is really rising quickly. This is really why to leave now. Barriers have been placed at the end of the bridges, limiting people allowed on the island, only 2 residents planning to stay there. The exit lane still wide open. You can still leave right now. Fire rescue is still on the island right now too. They're waiting for wind speeds to hit about 40 miles per hour to evacuate. Fortunately, the sheriff, Ken Mascara, tells me many people have already evacuated, but he is still concerned about residents who live in the Nettles Island neighborhood. That's a neighborhood on the southern end of the island, mainly made up of mobile homes. I can tell you that I have been there plenty of times in the past for other stories. Just when even there's just a regular summer thunderstorm, that neighborhood is so prone to flooding. So of course, county officials are really worried about what a storm of this magnitude could do to that neighborhood. They're expecting devastating effects. So really an urgent message to people that are considering staying there to think twice about that. Rescue crews will not be able to help them if the conditions become just far too dangerous. We have seen some of the shelters around have plenty of room still. We actually went by Treasure Coast High School not long ago. That's one of the county shelters. Plenty of room still there, and I'm being told all of the county shelters do still have room for everybody. There's still plenty of time for you to get there and get to a safe place. That's the latest here in St. Lucie County. I'm Megan McRoberts, WPTV News Channel 5.
We thank Megan, our photographers, all our crews who will also be sheltering in place as the worst of the storm comes our way, however close it comes to us. And of course, we are preparing for everything. We want to peek in now at the St. Lucie County EOC, where they are getting under.
They're just about to start. Let's listen in.
County Emergency Operations Center. My name is Howard Tipton. I'm the county administrator. We want to just touch on a few things in terms of the evacuations that we've seen. It's important. We're still looking at a Category 4 storm, 140 mile an hour just off of our coast, and it's important that everybody in low-lying areas and on the barrier islands gets off. And so we're pleased that so many have taken advantage of that. Our shelters, we now have 6 operating shelters. We have 1,035 people currently in those shelters. That number is growing, and if you are hearing my voice and you are thinking about getting out from where you are, we will not be turning anybody away. So I encourage you to, if you're thinking about it, we've got room at the shelters, but you're going to be running out of time because we're going to get into some tropical force winds here shortly, and so you've got about an hour or so before you can, it's not going to be safe to be on the road, so we encourage you to do that. Again, we're dealing with a serious storm. We are highly concerned about the storm surge. We are highly concerned about debris damage. We are highly concerned about storm surge and the water impacts. In driving around this afternoon, I was pleased to see that in cooperation with our water control districts, the canals are down. So we've got storage capacity from north to south, and that was exciting to see. The rain event, we're talking about up to 12 inches. That's a lot of water. But right now, the good news is we've got a little bit of capacity to deal with that, and so that part's good. I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Mascara, and then let anybody else who would like to share a few words do that. There also has been a bit of a weather update, and we'll share that with you too just now.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Howard. Like Howard, I also left the 2 o'clock briefing and went out in the community. I targeted South Hutchinson Island. I was very encouraged to see how many people did heed our recommendations to evacuate. I would estimate 95% of South Hutchinson Island is evacuated, which is a pretty good number. We do have deputies stationed on South Hutchinson Island. I know the bridge right now is closed. There's a Fort Pierce police officer there with barricades preventing people from going over the bridge. As we progress through this event, let me just say, people are going to be very anxious as soon as they can to leave their homes, get in their cars, and travel out in the community. Please stay put until we can make your travel safe. The last thing we want to have happen is you survive this storm with little or no damage, no injuries. You get in your car and go out and run over a live power line. So just stay in your homes.
You've been listening to Sheriff Ken Mascara and St. Lucie Emergency Ops officials. They are heartened by the fact that they say the majority of people in South Hutchinson Island on their side of the county line have evacuated. That's the good news. Bringing up a very important point about when this storm eventually passes, and we're a long way from that, but they brought up a very important point there, Kelly.
That people aren't, they're going to want to get in their car and get back and obviously and see what's happened to their home.
Get
and
around the community.
Exactly, look around, see how much damage it caused, that sort of thing. And he really urged everybody to please stay put until they get that all clear.
Yeah.
And that's for a number of reasons. Obviously, power lines, I think, being probably the number one.
Power lines, you want emergency crews to be able to get out in terms of power restoration, community patrol, hazards you can't see if they're flooded roads, and emergency crews can do that work much more quickly if all of us are staying off the road. So often, most, if not all, I shouldn't say all, but a great many of the injuries that happen in a storm don't happen in it, they happen after it. So please pay attention to what Sheriff Mascara and his colleagues are saying. They have 6 shelters open in St. Lucie County, more than 1,000 people, not turning them away. They also emphasize, though, really the window, if it's not shut, it's pretty darn near.
It's about an hour, he said. If you need to go to a shelter, do so in about an hour. It's going to get too rough after that and unsafe to be out on the road. All right, a little bit earlier today, we saw Governor Rick Scott. He was at the Martin County Emergency Operations Center and talking about people not taking the evacuation seriously.
If you're going to get fuel, take what you need. Don't fill up if you don't need to. Just take what you need to leave some for the next person, just to make sure everybody has the fuel they need. Our hospitals along the East Coast are evacuating. To date, we've not reported any issues with those, but we're evacuating hospitals. You can text FL Prepares, one word, FL Prepares, to 888-777 for updates from the State Emergency Response Team. FL Prepares at 888-777. This will send you life-saving information. If you know somebody's making a bad decision, call them. Don't let somebody pester them. Do everything you can. Be a pain in the rear. If you know anybody that's making a bad decision, if you have a family member, if you have a friend, pester them to get out and evacuate. Remember, saving every life in this state is our #1 priority.
Looking at some of the traffic here as we've seen presented, let's get a precise location if we can from our producers, what traffic we're looking at and where. But this is the Tampa area. We'll try and get the precise roadway. I don't know if I'm looking at I-75 or a portion of it. We'll clarify. It looks like it may be, but that's not a confirmation.
But you can see right there on the right hand of your screen, definitely the National Guard troops already deployed, 3,500 across the state. We heard from the governor when he was at that briefing this morning in Martin County that an additional 1,000 National Guard members have been deployed, so that total brought it up to 3,500, and this was over half of the available troops are now going to be activated to help during and after the storm.
And seldom have I heard the governor so sober and blunt about public safety as he is now, saying people are making life choices and could lose their lives if they remain on barrier islands that are hit with the full impact of Hurricane Matthew. It is a message that's been repeated again and again and again. Emergency responders will not be there to help. And so really, as we said, the window's just about shut. We hope for your sake that you are in safe shelter, away from the islands, away from low-lying areas, riding this out.
And it doesn't take the full brunt of the storm to start experiencing some of the problems like down power lines. Already, there have been some reported in West Palm Beach, 45th and Broadway. We have John Genovese, who is out on the scene with the very latest on that. John.
Yeah, well, an update since we last spoke. This intersection is now reopened around 15 minutes to actually take off. But if you look behind me, this Florida Power truck just pulled up here maybe 45 minutes ago. The worker inside, he was able to de-energize the line, kind of off Broadway where it was stranded across, and believe me, smoking and kind of flaming up in the grass. He then left and presumably went somewhere else and has now come back to start repair work again on this line that had created a little bit of a traffic mess. But overall, from witnesses talking to get everyone a fair distance away, and now again this worker is in the process of repairing this line, and again presumably many others throughout the night. But for now, reporting live.
FPL says as long as winds are below 35 miles per hour, they've got crews fanned out across our entire state and are ready to move in with power restoration. They feel that they have a much better handle in terms of their systems, the smart grid, technology that instantly tells them where power lines are down. Nonetheless, we are looking at a significant power outage event, and we are all going to have to be patient about restoration after. I think they've made quantum leaps.
Improvements have been made.
Yep.
Drivers have been making some last-minute runs to gas stations, at least ones that are still open, before really the first huge bans of Hurricane Matthew. Most gas stations have been out of fuel. If you come across them, you'll see a bag kind of, over the nozzle indicating no fuel at this pump or at this entire gas station. The Chevron off Southern Boulevard near 441 in suburban West Palm, they're wrapping up and securing their pumps, as you can see in this video. For those of you who would not be able to see it, we'll start being more descriptive throughout the night because we'll be aware that we're simulcasting. But many stations running out of fuel, they're not going to be able to get a delivery until after the storm.
Well, we already ran out of gas 3 times, but we keep ordering it. We got a good company. They keep coming back and ordering us. But after, I think today when we run out, that's going to be it.
And I figured, you know what, I'm going to take a drive by. My office is right down the street, and I said, let's go and see what we can do. And,
You made it just in time because they said they're about to run out of fuel.
They're running out of fuel and closing it up, wrapping it up. So.
If you haven't already filled your vehicle's tank, they say it may just be safer at this point. Just wait till after the storm passes.
And Governor Scott made it clear there's fuel in the state. It's just the distribution right now, so we all just have to be patient about that.
Hurricane Matthew already impacting many in South Florida, and our Ashley Hinson's in the newsroom now with the latest on some flooding issues. Ashley.
Yeah, Kelly, I want to show you these pictures just coming. Anna's boat, it's the parking lot here. Look at all that flooding. It's a restaurant and just really completely underwater. I want to take you to this video now. This is from our own Chris Stewart. He is up in Vero Beach And take a look at that. You can see the storm clouds, the waves rolling in, all of that wind just whipping around those trees. And then I want to show you this picture. We were talking about this earlier, but if you remember in the press conference with Martin County Sheriff William Snyder, he mentioned that the first thing he did this morning was get up and pray for the community, pray for the people already hit by this hurricane. Picture that moment that he was talking about with his police officers this morning. So some really powerful pictures that we're getting in video. We'll continue to watch that, and as we get them in, we'll pass them along to you guys.
God's storm, and he and his people have done all they can, as have all first responders. As always, heroic work across our entire community, but they too, like us, now wait.
President Obama has signed an emergency declaration and did so today, offering federal aid to emergency response efforts. This authorizes Homeland Security and FEMA to go ahead and coordinate disaster relief efforts. FEMA specifically will mobilize at its discretion to help those areas that are severely impacted by Matthew.
And by the way, we just got a note in from our producers that we want to put out on some shelters and some changes. You have one of them,
A
Kelly.
couple in Palm Beach County, a couple shelters in Palm Beach County that are currently not open, and they include Westgate Elementary School in West Palm Beach and Boca Raton High School, of course, in Boca.
And in Indian River County, they are telling us that the pet-friendly shelter at Liberty Magnet School in Indian River County is now closed and not accepting anyone else. Anyone still wishing to shelter pets in Indian River County asked to call the Emergency Ops Hotline in Indian River County. The number, and we'll get this online as well, 772-226-4000 if you still need to shelter a pet. But again, we're certainly hoping that the overwhelming majority of you are now sheltered in place and have taken care of all your needs. And like all of us, we'll patiently and as calmly as we all can ride out Matthew.
Martin County officials have disconnected water services to all of Hutchinson Island. The water was shut off. That will prevent a water main break. Water services, though, will be restored as soon as the hurricane passes. There will be a boil water notice at that time that will last for 2 days when the service is turned back on.
Of course, shelters and the volunteers at those shelters doing wonderful work for so many in our community who have made the smart choice, said, I'm going to go to the shelter as asked. And Darcy Jackson, part of our Scripps team that is really allowing us to cover every part of this story, is at one of those shelters in Vero.
From what we've seen here at Vero Beach, it's a ghost town. All the roads are empty, businesses have closed, and that includes grocery stores and gas stations. We're here at the Freshman Learning Center where folks are hunkering down. The Red Cross tells us folks are in good spirits for now here. They've got about 300 inside already, and there's at least 4 other shelters throughout the county. Now there is going to be a police presence here, and there will be for the rest of the night. The school board is also working to provide food for everyone through the cafeteria, and they say that they will continue to accept folks throughout the night here until they get the call from emergency management saying that travel is too dangerous in town, and that's when they'll shut the doors. And they WPTV News Channel 5.
Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel here through the duration of the storm. He will not be sleeping tonight. He'll be keeping you informed. The latest track at 5. Was that good for us?
Yeah, a little bit more encouraging. I mean, we're not obviously not in the all clear, but it's a little farther off the coast of Palm Beach County, and it will take every mile we can get as far as this storm's concerned. So here's a breakdown of the storm right now. Look at all the lightning near the center and to the northern edge of the eye wall. This is really, really impressive stuff, and maybe an indication that this is going to continue to strengthen. Just hundreds of lightning strikes in the last few minutes. And of course, we have a storm that is about 20 to 30 miles. Well, that's a distance of those very strong core winds. And this is where we're seeing the 130, 140 mile an hour winds in that very small area. We also have cloud tops that are 40, 50, 60,000 feet up into the sky. So this is a big, big storm, and it is potentially going through what we call an eye wall replacement, where we have a new eye wall forming and the old one just kind of dissipates or falls off. And that sometimes that's an indication of a little bit of weakening. But either way, we're looking at a Category 4 hurricane about to make landfall, actually, around Freeport in Grand Bahama, which is roughly 80 miles off South Florida, off West Palm and Jupiter Inlet. Here's the forecast track with the tropical storm force winds already being reported up and down our coastline. We've had reports in Lake Worth, up around the Treasure Coast, around the power plant along Hutchison Island, and also reports around Grand Bahama of 40 and 50-mile-an-hour winds. Those winds continue to increase through the evening. You'll notice a couple of changes here. The hurricane force wind field, which is showing up in red, just kind of brushes along northern Palm Beach around to Jupiter and then works its way into Stewart and Fort Pierce. And the reason for that adjustment is that our storm itself in the last few hours appears to be moving more north than northwest. But the Hurricane Center feels that is a short-term track rather than long-term. And some of the computer models actually have that north turn and then bring it back toward the west in along the coastline of the Treasure Coast. So Palm Beach County may miss, well, we've always felt they'll miss the worst of the winds, but some of those very strong damaging winds coming in across the Treasure Coast after midnight through the early morning hours. Even 58 to 74-mile-an-hour winds will cause power outages, trees down, and of course some issues as far as what we're dealing with damage-wise to structural damage to roofs too. And as far as our power outage map, there's a forecast for Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, northern Palm Beach County, looking at a high to very high chance of power outages. Actually, most of coastal Palm Beach County under that criteria. And for the Treasure Coast, little pockets around Vero Beach and Winter Beach and Sebastian, Port St. Lucie and the Rio area, Jensen Beach, and a little farther north up into Brevard County. That's where we have very high chances of seeing power outages. And of course, our storm surge, a big issue. That's when that wall of water comes in along the coastline, and of course the water level rises. Now we have a high tide coming up after midnight almost everywhere on our coastline, and we also have this storm surge. This is the wall of water that builds ahead of a hurricane, with the winds blowing up against the beaches, and that water has nowhere to go. So upwards of 5 to 7 feet around Jupiter and Jupiter Island, and even down around Juno Beach, where we've had some evacuations take place. 6 to 8 feet around Stewart to Port St. Lucie, up along Hutchison Island, and then climbs past that 10, maybe 11 feet around the northern Treasure Coast, where the eye will be closer and will have a little bit more of a fetch, meaning that the winds, tropical storm force winds, have more of a chance to push more water up against the beaches and create a situation where we have very, very high surf, big waves, extra high tide coming up tonight and overnight. And there's another look at it. Here's our winds coming in, just blowing up against the beaches, and that just creates a situation where we get this pretty significant storm surge. Right now our winds, these are sustained winds, anywhere from about 20 to 30, almost 40 miles an hour, depending on where you live. And we are looking at, again, through the early evening, about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And then as we get into the late evening and overnight, those winds continue to climb in a big, big way. We're talking about, on the Treasure Coast anyway, well into hurricane force along the coastline, potentially Category 2, at least wind gusts possible. And depending on the track, if it gets a little bit closer around Vero and Fort Pierce, could be even stronger than that. So we have a storm that in the short term has made this track more toward the Grand Bahama. But in the long term, it looks like we're looking at a track that is going to shift back toward the northwest. That's a general track at this point. That's what the Hurricane Center is going with for the overnight hours and early tomorrow morning. But the computer models they're not all, still not in all agreement, even though this storm is less than 200 miles away. There's still some spread there, and there's still a threat of hurricane landfall, more so on the Treasure Coast and up around the Cape than Palm Beach County.
And Steve, you bring up the excellent point. We're also hyper-focused on any wobble, using layman's terms, but we have to plan, and it may sound like a cliche, but plan for the worst along our entire viewing area and let it play out. And you've emphasized that point again and again and again.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to watch this storm. We look for long-term trends rather than a little jog to the left or the right in the eye of the hurricane. And this afternoon, there was a little jog toward the north. But again, the Hurricane Center feels that this is a short-term track and that will still bend. And the GFS model and actually some of our other models do bring it back toward the Treasure Coast and closer to the coastline late overnight. Here's the actually the 5 p.m. track. I showed this a little while ago. Category 4 coming in, but a little farther off the coast, kind of around West End, whereas earlier today and yesterday it was, this is 65 miles here, tip of Grand Bahama. Now, earlier today we had a track more in here around between about 50 miles, and now it's a little farther off the coast. But because of the angle, it comes into the Treasure Coast still close. we're still off like 30, 40 miles as a Category 4 hurricane. We've always said from the very beginning, the strongest winds, the greatest threat for any kind of damage and destruction will be on the Treasure Coast, northern Treasure Coast, compared to Palm Beach County, just because of the angle that this hurricane is coming in along the coast of Florida. And then this one for a while. It keeps it as a tropical storm, bringing it back into the Bahamas the middle of next week, which is very bizarre. We'll see if that verifies. But
all right, Steve, thanks so much. Let's go back to Ashley Hinson now in the newsroom with more on power lines. Ashley.
Yeah, guys, we're here in the newsroom constantly watching social media, keeping you guys up to date as much as we can on what's happening in and around the community. This one just coming in from Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. They're telling us power lines down in Jupiter Farms. Palm Beach County Fire Rescue on the scene right now. It's actually looks like a neighborhood area here. If we go to the Google Maps, 159th Court North and 111th Terrace North. But as the night continues, as the evening progresses, we are expecting more of these to occur. We're going to stay on top of that and bring you those as we get them. Also coming up, we're going to break down even more the Florida Power and Light, the outages happening in and around different communities. We have the breakdown in a map. I'm going to show you where they're occurring, how many are in each county, and already there are thousands, guys.
That's right. That's what we're talking about next, actually, that there are a few thousand people or customers already in our area without power. Small amount compared to the number of expected outages to come. We have Adam Weiner, who's at the headquarters of FP&L, and we'll take a quick look at what they're doing to keep your lights on through the storm.
This is the command center for Florida Power and Light. This is where they monitor the millions of customers they have across the entire state. One of the things they're watching closely, of course, is the path of this storm. You can see the big board that they have up here. Not just the weather that's happening now, not just the outages that they've already restored, but they also have a team of meteorologists here as well. Close attention.
Be limited in their ability to operate their bucket trucks. Anything in excess of the buckets, as we call it. But where we can restore power in between the bands, we will be out there.
After the storm passes, an estimated 2.5 million customers expected to be without power. They are watching those numbers closely. When the outages come tomorrow, upwards of 12,000 field crew members will be out there trying to get you power. They are watching it closely, but if you want to report it, fpl.com/outages is the website to go to. At FPL, I'm Adam Weiner for WPTV News Channel 5.
It will be a huge test of decade-long infrastructure improvements by FPL. We'll keep close monitoring on the power outages and restoration.
Again, we are simulcasting on all iHeart radio stations right now. You see a list of them on your screen, although we'll read them for those who have already lost power. Cool 105.5, Oldies 103.7, Wave 92.7, WJNO, News Talk Radio, that's 1290, and Mia 92.1, Wild 95.5, and 1230 WBZT, the talk station. Those are the iHeart radio stations that will be simulcasting everything that we do here at News Channel 5 throughout the duration of the storm. Also, Facebook, Twitter, we have a free WPTV app, and we're streaming our coverage. There's a great way for people or your relatives around the country to kind of keep tabs on what's happening locally, even if you can't speak to them.
I've had a
but
few
they can
doing
dip
that.
in. Same here. I know.
And
Right.
and Fox, of course, our great
Right.
partner station, we're there as well. So we've got you covered in every way, shape, and form, and we'll be with you throughout. And it offers us a great opportunity now with today's technology, social media that really was in its infancy back in the day of Francis and Jean and Wilma, now for that two-way conversation. And we'll be putting your questions to our weather team. By the way, before we go to our next report, Governor Scott expected to talk again at 7 o'clock, and of course we'll go to that when it happens.
Let's go to one of our reporters out there in the field right now. Our Michelle Casada is on Juno Beach. Michelle.
Kelly, well, we're just north of Juno Beach Pier. You can actually see the pier behind me and see just how rough the surf is right now. The wind gusts here are definitely starting to pick up. We were on air maybe just about an hour ago, and it definitely feels like the wind is getting much stronger. There are some people walking out here on the beach, and they've kind of been taking pictures. They say they're curious, and they just want to see what Matthew's conditions look like on the beach out here. But it's definitely dangerous to be out here. Sometimes hard to even stand. You kind of lose your footing a little bit when you get those strong wind gusts brushing in. If you take a look over here, I want to pan my photographer over here to this side. Take a look at the bystanders out here out on the stairs, just kind of watching and taking video. And if you see those palm trees, you can just see how strong the wind is, the direction that they're blowing in. The traffic light behind the palm trees is swinging back and forth. That's how strong the winds are out here, and definitely on the beach it feels much stronger. There are several people. We just kind of swing around this way. We want to show you much of the beach. There's some people down here who even brought their dog out, and they're just kind of seeing what it looks like out on the beach. I guess they think it's safe for now, but definitely not safe to be out here. Definitely not safe to be in the water. We have seen a couple people that have gone into the water and they feel a little bit too confident to be out here right now. Just to kind of tell you what it feels like when you have that rain, wind, and sand mixture just hitting your face, it kind of feels like you're being stung with needles. That's how bad it feels out here when those wind gusts really brush in. We did have some showers come through here earlier. Right now it's pretty dry, but we know those conditions are going to worsen. I did talk to a couple who lives nearby, and they said they just wanted to come out here and check it out and see what it looked like.
As far as the gusts go, they can pick up to the point where it feels like the rain or BB's hitting against, and then it will lay off a little bit. But it's getting to the point where we're about ready to get back to the house and lock it down. Yeah.
And they did leave shortly after that interview. Now, one thing to notice is that we haven't really been through a hurricane since 2005. I know the last one I went through was Wilma, and since then technology has advanced so much. So we've seen so many people out here who are doing like Facebook Live videos. They're taking videos on Snapchat and posting it to their Snapchat. Some are just tourists who really have never been through a hurricane and just want to take pictures and show what the ocean looks like. But definitely not a good time to be out. We already know the conditions are getting much worse, so it's not safe to be driving around to try to be curious right now. It's important to just kind of go home and hunker down. I know we'll be leaving shortly. Once those winds start picking up, we'll be heading to a shelter nearby. Kelly.
Any sense in your part of the world, Michelle, along that strip, how many people seem to have heeded the evac order? I mean, they're right exactly in the kind of spot where they say get out. And any sense of the beach patrol or police presence that you're seeing, or perhaps not seeing, in terms of trying to shoo people out at this last moment?
Michael, what I have seen, a lot of people just parked up along US 1, just kind of trying to get a peek of what's going on. As far as the condos around here, they do kind of feel a little bit like a ghost town. I have seen some cars in the parking lot, so I think there are definitely some people who chose to stay and wait it out, or maybe they just left their cars here, but we have seen a little bit of traffic up and down this area.
Yep, and it's very tempting to want to get out because it's a beautiful sight to look at the ocean and to get out and see what it's really like when a hurricane is offshore. But you're right, Michelle, it's going to get to a point shortly where it's going to be a little too dangerous. So thanks very much for your reporting. We'll check back in with you when you get to that shelter.
Local leaders are at the emergency operations centers across our 5 counties, the Palm Beach County EOC, all the way up to the Treasure Coast.
Our Jeff Russack is at the Palm Beach County EOC.
As conditions worsen outside from Hurricane Matthew, people with the Palm Beach County Emergency Operations Center are busy inside working to take phone calls from anyone who has a question.
About 15 Palm Beach County workers have been manning the phone since Tuesday at the Emergency Information Center, answering any questions about Hurricane Matthew. Questions range from where's the closest shelter to what will happen to local wildlife. And it's not just people in the line of the storm calling the center.
So people from out of the area are calling into the phone number to find out if their friend or relative is in an evacuation zone or a flood zone, and so we're able to provide that information.
The call center has already taken over 3,000 phone calls. They say they'll be open well past the storm. Jeff Russack, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Meanwhile, the Palm Beach Zoo, a representative telling us all the animals are in secure locations. The zoo has a team ready at their animal care complex in case any of the more than 500 animals there need help. That is quite the task when a storm like this approaching, all the work that goes into securing the animals at a zoo of that size.
Yeah, you think about all the sanctuaries, all the zoos, all the shelters for animals, and all that they have to do to prepare the animals for this event.
A lot of heroic work being done that goes unsung throughout the community as people in their jobs and in volunteer spirit and neighborhoods coming together to help one another, whether it's taking care of animals, taking care of the elderly and infirm, it really is a community that bonding nonetheless.
Yeah, we've seen it happen time after time. Words of advice tonight from the St. Lucie County Sheriff Ken Mascara says, stay in your home.
Let me just say, people are going to be very anxious as soon as they can to leave their homes, get in their cars, and travel out in the community. Please stay put until we can make your travel safe. The last thing we want to have happen is you survive this storm with little or no damage, no injuries. You get in your car and go out and run over a live power line. So just stay in your homes until we give the okay. And once we give the okay, it will be safe for everyone to exit their homes and go sightseeing and see what damage has occurred.
Definitely have to wait until you get that all clear, just to make sure.
You know, and you know Sheriff Mascara well, and when officials like this, they're not saying it just to say it. They say, listen, we've been here, we're veterans, we know and love and live in these communities, and when we're telling you it really helps, please pay attention. They could not mean it in a more profound way, and it's going to help restore our community much more quickly. It's going to help protect lives as this storm approaches. All of us owe them a debt and need to pay attention.
Ashley Henson's in the newsroom now with more on some power outages. Ashley?
Yeah, guys, so this is the map, fplmaps.com, all of Florida. The red here represents the different counties. So we have Okeechobee County, we have different counties there. I want to show you over here, Anthony, if we can take it to this one, because if I click on each county, this is my iPad here, it'll bring up how many outages there are. So in Palm Beach County already there are 3,190 outages. I'm going to exit out of that one here if I can. Let's go up a little bit north here. Indian River County, so far they only have 260, so you can see the comparison, but I'm sure as time goes on, that will increase as well. We also have St. Lucie County at 330. So again, thousands of people are without power right now. We'll continue to monitor this. If you do want to see this map for yourself, again, that's fplmaps.com. Kelly, Michael.
All right, Ashley, thank you. And again, just want to remind everyone, we're simulcasting right now, and we will be through the TV app, which is free, and on these iHeart radio stations, WBZT, Cool 105.5, Wild 95.5, Oldies 103.7, 1290 WJNO, and Wave 92.7.
And now for a bit more on the weather, we are joined by Steve Villanueva, a new addition to our team, and thank you for coming aboard at a tough time, but we appreciate having you here.
Oh, well, thank you for having me. And we just want to update our Spanish-speaking viewers because we do have those and they want to keep abreast of the situation. So, esto es lo más último en la tormenta, en el huracán Matthew. Ahora se está llegando a la Gran Bahamas. Ahí está, lo pueden ver que ahora está a 140 kilómetros de West Palm Beach, se está moviendo al noroeste a como 15 millas por hora y durante la noche se va a poner más cerca para la ciudad de Stuart, Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, Sebastián. En esa zona, ahí vamos a ver los vientos más poderosos esta noche, vientos de 100 millas por hora o más, dependiendo a dónde está el centro del huracán. Pero ahora, este es un huracán muy poderoso, tiene vientos de 140 millas por hora, un categoría 4, uno de los más fuertes que puede haber. Y después, esta noche, como a la medianoche, va de vuelta, va a ir a las ciudades de Stuart hasta Vero Beach y ahí vamos a ver los vientos más poderosos de vientos de 100 o 120 millas por hora. Por ahora estamos viendo los vientos de 30 a casi 40 millas por hora y durante la noche se van a poner más y más fuertes. Para más pueden ir a WPTV Latino y pueden encontrar más información ahí. So with that said, let's toss it back to the news desk.
Steve, thank
Hopefully
you very
that helps our Spanish-speaking viewers.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
does.
Glad you're bilingual, and we do have someone on staff who can give all of that very needed information. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it, Steve.
That's right. The recovery effort is underway, as you know, in Haiti. Complete destruction is how some people are describing it.
Video I think we have in off our satellites, and you look at some of this footage across the island, an island that, as we've said repeatedly, and as many of you know, is already the most impoverished island in the Western Hemisphere, and piling misery on top of misery. You see the damage for yourself, more than a dozen deaths, I believe, and those were early reports. Heartbreaking pictures of people where the average salary is less than, in some cases, not even $10 a year U.S. It's one of the most heartbreaking places you can be. and now this. International aid groups marshaling resources, and we'll keep you apprised of how you can help in the coming days and weeks.
Yeah, it really never recovered from the earthquake.
2010,
yeah,
exactly.
in 2010. So this, yeah, definitely a major destruction for the island of Haiti.
They had the incredible destruction during Hurricane Jeanne, too. A lot of people forget that Jeanne, before it hit Florida, moved through Haiti. I believe several thousand people died from that hurricane and landslides, and the fact that there's very few trees, all clear-cut across the entire island.
You're talking about hurricanes from the past, which allows us a moment to talk about the history that you and Kelly lived directly, along with so many of you at home here, about the path and the nature of storms past. Past, not necessarily prologue, but for those of you who've been in and those of you who have not, it's interesting to contrast the past storms with what we're dealing with now.
It was really kind of the loss of innocence, I think Francis was, even for a lifelong Floridian who never really experienced a hurricane. There was Andrew, of course, but that was Miami and south. And then, of course, Francis was the big event.
Yes.
And it really woke everybody up, even long-timers like me who had lived in Florida their whole life.
Yeah, and there was storm surge with Francis. Treasure Coast, about 6 to 8 feet in spots. In the Indian River. Winds were a big issue. When you mention Hurricane Francis, the one thing that comes to everyone's mind is it went so slow.
Power can't see that, but Steve, you've talked so consistently about the storm surge, and you saw it. For those of you who still have TV and can watch some of the storm surge we dealt with then, and it's a reminder again today.
Yes, and to add to that tonight, because our high tide time comes up after midnight almost everywhere along the coast, we're dealing with not only the storm surge in this hurricane, but also coinciding with the high tide time, which will make it extra high up and down the coastline everywhere, in fact. So highest storm surge appears still to be around Vero and Fort Pierce, and a little bit less down around Boca and Del Rey.
And of course, now we're talking Matthew that could do a double back, but then effectively you had Bam Bam, Francis,
Exactly.
Ivan, then Jeanne.
Don't you remember just distinctly, like, what? How can this be? 3 weeks to the hour.
I remember
to the hour of Francis. 2.5
weeks after Francis, I walked out into the newsroom and I said that this storm, Jeanne, that we had been watching, it was headed off into the North Atlantic. And the computer model started to come in and it was doing this big turn, and I walked out and I said, this is our lead story tonight because it's going to come back and impact us. And no one believed, they thought I was joking at first. And sure enough, 3 weeks later to the hour, it made landfall in the same spot, South Hutchinson Island. Both hurricanes. So a 1-2 punch there. And the strongest winds and the most damage from Francis and Jeanne were on the Treasure Coast because they were on what we call the right side of the track, which is if you draw a line in the direction that the hurricane's going, and if you go to the right of that, the right side of that, that is the track of both of those hurricanes. And then with Wilma, because it came from the west coast in Fort Myers, the right side of the track was Lauderdale and Boca and even West Palm, because the eye went right over Jupiter.
I know certainly that with those storms, one of the lessons learned, the utilities realized they had to do a lot more work. The main utility in our part of the state, Florida Power and Lights, invested a lot of money in infrastructure that needed a lot of restoration. They've done that now. We wanted to look at Andrew, too, 1992. This was South Dade, the Homestead area. I'll never forget. And we may have a map of this, as you looked at the utter devastation. We had a Vietnam-era combat pilot who, when we'd get in the air, said, Michael, I'm a little turned around because there's no landmarks left. The devastation there was beyond imagining, with this Cat 4 really right on the border of Cat 5. And I think we also have a map, Steve, that speaks to why we cannot second guess what a storm will do. I vividly remember calling my wife with my then baby daughter. The thought was that Andrew would come in right at the county line. You see Miami line and come to Kendall. Residents in the northeast part of that county were relatively okay. Kendall, as you saw, devastated. And I think that's a crucial kind of lesson about where these storms go in the last hours before they hit.
Yes, well, like this one right now, which is going to make a landfall in Grand Bahama rather than stay over the Gulf Stream, which it looked like it would probably do even 6 hours ago. So they're dealing with the landfall now, and it is going to be devastating, unfortunately, for around the Freeport area. Category 4 hurricane making landfall. And you mentioned Andrew. Andrew is only one of 3 Category 5 hurricanes ever to make landfall in the U.S. And for a long, long time, for like a decade, it was believed to be a Category 4 because all the wind instruments down in so there was no record of just how strong the wind 160 to 170.
With Andrew, didn't it spawn a lot of tornadoes?
Well, actually, tornadic type damage, but there were these inner core micro vortices, very strange, because it was so intense, that formed on the north side of the eye wall that did a lot of the damage. I talked to Bob Sheets a lot about it, and Bob Sheets told me that really there were very few tornadoes, but tornado-like damage caused by a larger circulation in the bigger storm itself. Really, Andrew is an amazing hurricane, because not only do you have the big spin over hundreds of miles, you have these little spins that are about 10 to 20 miles wide, doing a lot of the swaths of damage. Country Walk and Orangea Lakes and those areas.
Steve, best lessons we learned about the need for much better building codes. That was criminal, literally, what had happened there. From your perspective as a weather scientist and from the forensic point of view, and for newcomers and old timers alike, what are the best lessons you think came out of this that make us perhaps, we hope, better able to deal with all of this now?
Well, our building codes are completely different now, and we're much safer, much better off. Our homes are rated more for 120 to 130 mile an hour winds rather than some of these in Andrew, which would have a tough time withstanding a strong tropical storm. And we have the hurricane shutters, garage doors. One of the big lessons learned in Andrew was that garage doors just completely collapsed with the strong winds, and that lifted up the roofs of a lot of these homes. Hurricane strength garage door, you either so that won't happen again for any kind of new construction. And of course the impact windows, which some people are buying. And in Francis and Jean, one of the big lessons from insurance companies was the fact that screen enclosures have a very difficult time. And now I think almost every insurance company it won't be an automatic add-on for a screen enclosure.
It's not, right?
You pay extra for that, because that's one of the first things. In fact, I'm thinking, as I was leaving my place this week, I thought this may be the last time I see my screen enclosure, because they just can't withstand hurricane force winds very well.
No, go ahead, please.
Oh, I just wanted to say, because they were just telling us, we have some new video coming in from Nassau that when Matthew hit, Charlie Keegan had been sending this into us.
Wow.
So at this point in Nassau, the winds were about what, Steve?
Well, they're on the right side of the track, in the eye wall, about 140 miles an hour. I saw some of this live as Charlie was broadcasting earlier today. I believe that's Atlantis and Paradise Island there.
Nearby, it is.
Yeah, and so they're on there.
You see
flashes,
sparking.
That was a big thing in Francis and Jean. A lot of people didn't know if it was lightning flashes or the transformers blowing. And a lot of green flashes in Francis and Jean, and it turned out that most of that was from transformers. Usually there's not a lot of lightning in a hurricane, although this one here, Matthew's proving me. I'll show you that in a second. It's on the radar. But this storm, they were on the right side of the track, the eye wall, and they're looking at potentially 120 to 140 mile an hour winds. We're getting other reports coming in tonight.
Look at the surf.
And
this is a reminder, Steve, that for those of you who perhaps are out of power, we hope it's not. For our audience still with television, boats rocking. Some of those are going to come loose from their mooring.
You see, it's a dangerous sit there, and it's a south side of New Providence surge, or did earlier. I haven't heard damage reports from in the video.
And that's a good point. We'll continue on our satellites and with our team just now.
Sharing your
expertise.
What we've learned about all the ones that we've already been through, and what we're going to learn from this one, I'm sure. So now our Jason Hemming down at the Boynton Inlet.
We're out here by the Boynton Inlet, where the wind and rain has definitely picked up over the last few minutes. And take a look out there. You see the huge waveful sight, and one that's bringing out a lot of spectators. We were driving down this road just a few minutes ago, and there were people getting out of their cars, taking pictures, taking selfies, and actually stopping the flow of traffic. That's something you definitely don't want to do. Police are trying to clear people out of the roads, because you never know. Some of these people may be heading to shelters, trying to head to a safer place, and you're blocking their way of travel. So stay in one of these areas.
Yeah, kite surfer. And it's also candidly, that I've had emergency ops officials call and say, this is not the message that they want to get out. But inevitably, you have people who want to go out into the surf. And yet, the overarching message is that...
experienced kite surfer, that's for sure. I've in downtown Fort Pierce along the water. Megan?
Yeah, we just wanted to cut in really quick, just give you guys a live look at the conditions here. The story here is really just the wind. It is getting so windy hour by hour. And we just wanted to show you what a good shot of this, just how the waves are just crashing up. Can really see, I can lean way out here in the field to measure the wind speed, but I know it has definitely been picking up quite a bit, at least from what we can tell in the last hour. Beautiful to see. That's kind of a green looking water with the contrast of those gray skies. We don't have a complete cloud cover. We have a little bit of break in the sky in some places. So fortunately, we are still dodging a bit of the people taking pictures here along this pier in Fort Pierce, just because this is such a good view here in the downtown area of what the conditions are like. A lot of people just coming while they still can, while it's still not too dangerous to be out here to get their pictures. We know that the city put these out here within the last few years or so, and they've spent millions and millions of dollars making sure this downtown Fort Pierce coastline is protected. And these barrier islands, we've talked about this. This will be an interesting test to see how these islands stand up to the storm, and also the seawall that we have shown you has been reinforced. So hopefully these efforts will prove necessary. Hopefully this will help the conditions for people here in Fort Pierce picking up. But I imagine pretty soon here, for our own safety, we'll be heading to our place of shelter. I'm Megan McRoberts, live in Fort Pierce. Back to you.
That windy, and it's what, 5?
That's hurricane force winds, and from the center it's about 150 miles. So that's what she's experiencing, almost 150 miles away from the center of this storm. We want to point out something a little bit, do the opposite, more west than north. So we'll see that right now, direct impacts right into through. Intense, basically the eye wall that moved on through there.
Like how intense? Like what would that be?
40-mile-per-hour winds coming in right off the ocean right there. And storm surge, that's when the storm surge would be pushing up, like right now.
We say this, we know it's a lot of patience, a lot of nerves on edge, but we are, as Kelly said, many hours away from this, and we've got a powerful, powerful storm coming. This will lull you into a sense of complacency that, you know, it's rough, but we've got a long, long night ahead, and for all of our safety, have to be very keenly aware of that. And that's the point you all have really tried to drive home, and those images are telling us just that.
And just because maybe we get a little break, like right now, if you look at the radar, there's a big break right in here. There's maybe a couple little storms heading on in, but we've had that one band that just came on through. That was pretty intense, and that was nothing compared to when this band comes on through, and that's still going to be a few hours away, so we still have a little while to go before that comes in. Since this is going to be kind of just raking the coast like this, it's going to stick around for a little bit longer than if it would just go kind of straight through.
All right, James, thank you very much for keeping us all mindful, a sober assessment of what's ahead. And
big thing too, just stay indoors. You know, there's a lot of people going out sightseeing now, but the sun is setting and it's time to go in.
Absolutely.
While you have electricity, use it
well,
inside.
Well said, James. Well said.
Ashley Hinson's back in the newsroom now with some new pictures of some damage that we would like to share with you. Ashley?
Yeah, we have a lot of viewers sending us in their pictures that they're hopefully taking safely. I want to show you this one first. This is in Bay Winds. You go to this one here. This is from Meg Martin. She actually posted this on Steve Weagle's Facebook page. And look at that, completely just split in half. This was taken in a yacht. That massive tree just completely uprooted. This was in Boca Raton. This is from Wayne. He said that it might not be from the winds, that the significant rain that went under it actually definitely, guys.
Ashley, thank you very much. This is the kind of thing we're going to see, and it's a reminder right now, again, as power lines inevitably in spots will go down, stay away, always assume a down.
County, the sheriff is saying as soon as the storm passes, barricades will start going up, and that will then prevent people from getting on the barrier islands. Sheriff Ken Mascara also said that there are still many people living on the islands who absolutely refuse to evacuate.
Well, thank you. And I can't overemphasize or underscore how deadly this storm can be. This group, many of us have dealt with storms in the past. We've dealt with Charlie, Francis, Jean.
And indeed across the width and breadth of Florida and the Caribbean. But again, talking about the fact, and blunt, Ken Mascara said it, Martin County Sheriff William Snyder said, he said people are taking their lives in their hands if they absolutely do not listen to the plea. He at one point said, I'm begging people, he said, about their concern about safety.
Right. And they did, what did they say, 95%?
Nonetheless, they're worried they've still got some there, but we're going to find out.
Right. Well, our team coverage of Hurricane Matthew continues.
A strong Category 4 hurricane approaching our coastline.
Now on our screen, we will continue to broadcast on these stations throughout this evening as the storm approaches and passes. We also will provide commercials.
Up soon enough, but right, Steve Weigel, the approach of Hurricane Matthew. Steve.
I think James is going to step in first.
Well, I tell you, you can't have
Steve's
a better.
giving updates.
You cannot have a better tag team than our entire
Well,
meteorologist.
Steve to get the final word, so he's running in there. So, James, give us the update at right now at the top of the hour for folks who are just tuning in.
Yeah, so we're still watching this thing get a little bit closer here, and you can see it on radar as we go through time, and it's just now, the very latest is moving into Freeport and Grand Bahama there. They saw the worst of it maybe just a few minutes ago. A big band moved on through, and yeah, that is just a very, very nasty part of the storm that right into the eye wall really that they were. And you see this kind of wrapping around too. The Hurricane Center thinks that maybe this is becoming a new eye and it will start to contract a little bit, but we'll have to see how this goes. And you see a lot of lightning. Normally we don't see a lot of lightning in hurricanes, but this one right here, right in the center, right along that eye wall there, a lot of lightning too. And for us, we're seeing these feeder bands start to move through from time to time. We just had the one, and right now we're kind of on the verge of one more just starting to reach the Palm Beach County coastline. More too along Treasure Coast, except this will pivot this way, probably straight into the Jupiter area here. Jupiter, maybe Hobe Sound, maybe up to Stewart too. This will come in this direction here. So this will be a pretty bad one too. You'll probably see wind gusts 55, 65 plus miles per hour. That could down more trees also as it moves on through, and could also cause more damage. Some trees down and other things too you could see starting to move through. And then this is kind of the edge of the hurricane force winds right here, and we'll see that come a little bit later. We're still a couple of hours away from seeing that, so we'll have to see a little bit later how that goes. So let's zoom in, take a closer look, and kind of ride around here what's going on. Here's the very latest as of 6 o'clock now. We're going to be getting hourly updates for pinpointing where the eye is. 140 mile per hour winds, northwest at 14. As we go through time here, here's its closest approach, getting real close here, going through time, and that's 2 o'clock in the morning. Like we've been saying, this thing is kind of an overnight storm. It's going to start to progressively get worse from here on out. It'll peak in the overnight hours, the Treasure Coast possibly early morning hours, before finally improving as it moves up towards the Cape. Now, farther up to the north, if you have any family and friends on the Space Coast, their worst time will be a little bit later, say Friday mid-morning into the afternoon, and up towards Daytona, New Smyrna, and in the Jacksonville, St. Augustine area, more like Friday afternoon, evening, and night. Then it moves up towards Charleston, but a glancing blow for them hooks right back around and ends up exactly just about where it started. However, not going to be an enormous Category 4 storm. It's just going to be, if you can read it, it's a really small 45 mile per hour tropical storm that could come back around and hit us again, but not as a big hurricane. So the wind field there moving on in, stronger winds by 8 o'clock or so. That's only a couple hours away. And then we see the really strong winds come in. These are hurricane force winds right here in this circle of red, starting to graze the Treasure Coast right there from Stewart to Fort Pierce. Almost into Vero. Vero, you're a little bit later, but getting into the overnight hours, then you're in the thick of things here with the 1 o'clock hour there, looking pretty rough from Sebastian to Vero, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, Stewart. Then farther south, down into the Palm Beaches, as we get late night, it should start to ease up a little bit. And then by daybreak, you'll notice it'll definitely ease up a lot more for the Palm Beaches. By daybreak for Vero, not so much. You're still in 74 plus mile per hour winds, and then it will ease up by Friday night. It will slowly start to get better during the day on Friday for the Treasure Coast. Power outages, we're expecting them. I'm already getting a lot of messages saying, hey, power's flickering, and we've had some power outages unconfirmed at Delray Beach. This index will go up. 4. That's the highest on the list there, so we do expect a lot of power outages across the area going into the later part of tonight and into tomorrow too, and we see that even higher up in the Indian River County, which we think will be the heaviest impacted county in our area. Not to exclude Okeechobee either, is definitely around the lake. You're going to get that strong north and northwest wind. That's going to push in even in some storm surge there along the eastern rim of the lake. Say from Belle Glade, South Bay, Pahokee, Canal Point. Those areas will see a rise in water from the lake. We're going to go over to Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. He's going to give us a little rundown on the radar.
Yeah, I just want to take a look at Live by 5 Max. It's our best tool for tracking the hurricane, and quite a track this afternoon and early evening, moving northwest and then jog toward the north, and thought there might be a landfall around Grand Bahama, but take a look at the radar loop in the last few minutes. Really amazing here. There's another little dog. Let me zoom in and show you what's been going on the last few minutes. There's the eye right there. It's actually started to turn back toward the west again. So it looks like Freeport is in the northern side of the eye wall, yet the eye itself is just off the coast. And if you notice it actually in the last, look at how it's tracking here. It actually went north and now it's starting to move northwest, and then if it keeps on this track, it may not technically make a landfall. Landfall is a time when the center of the eye crosses land. So that is when, let me get it cleared out here. This is when the center right here makes landfall, and judging from the loop in the last 20 to 30 minutes, that may never happen for Grand Bahama. Also want to show you one more thing. Some absolutely fantastic features with Live Viper 5 Max. We can also determine what the winds are. Now, these are winds aloft in the storm, 100-mile-an-hour winds. So the radar goes up, and because it's Doppler radar, it can pick winds going up at us and away from us, 70, 80, 100-mile-an-hour winds. These are winds aloft, but some of these winds can make it very close to the surface, large hail. That's probably unlikely since it's such a warm core storm. Hail's not typically something we see in a big hurricane like this, but certainly some very strong damaging winds aloft, and some of those winds make it to the surface, and they're the wind gusts that really cut into this storm. Just one of the fantastic features that we have at our disposal, so we can watch each one of these feeder bands come in along our coastline, and we can tell exactly how strong the winds are, potentially if it will do any damage, or if there's heavy rainfall in a spot too. So this is a tool that we'll be using pretty much from this point forward through tomorrow morning.
Your overall thesis, really, Treasure Coast, in terms of the primary bulk of this. Certainly Palm Beach County is getting zapped.
Yes.
Right now, what you've been saying, you're still saying.
Yeah, although there was in the latest advisory earlier, it was pretty much from West Palm and Lake Worth all the way up the coastline now. So Palm Beach County may be more in a situation with strong tropical storm force winds, maybe the occasional gust to hurricane strength. Storm surge is still a big issue, and if you listen to all the emergency managers and the Weather Service and the Hurricane Center, they're all talking about the storm surge with this.
It's a succinct analysis a few minutes ago. Stay home. Be in a safe shelter.
Definitely.
Well, we're going to head up to Jupiter, or near the Juneau Pier, actually, with conditions there. That's where our Michelle Casada is. Michelle?
Kelly, well, conditions are getting worse and worse here by the minute. I think wind gusts last we checked were reaching like 30 miles per hour out here on the shore. You can just see how rough the water is right now. The surf is getting much higher for sure. And there still are people coming out here. Look, they're more prepared than I am. They've got goggles and everything because the sand is really flying hard on people's faces here. It's hitting hard with the strong wind and just the rain mixture. We just had a shower come through here. Now, one of the things that really stuck out to me that James Whelan just said a little while ago, the sun is starting to go down. You definitely should not be out here right now. I know a lot of people are curious. They want to come out, they want to go ahead and take pictures, they want to do videos online, but definitely it's not safe to be out here. We have seen the wind just get so much stronger. We've seen the traffic signals out here on US 1, they're just kind of waving back and forth, and you see the palm trees there, how strong the wind is. Like we earlier, out here, but we did talk to someone earlier who said that they just made all their preparations and they had to come out here and just take a look at what it looked like.
We're boarded up, got everything anchored down, boats, cars, all the plants outside, animals.
Do you feel kind of nervous being out here right now?
Not right now. I think we're good. We're just enjoying the weather and got my dad out here from Kentucky.
I will tell you that it definitely cleared out as soon as the rain started hitting. It definitely cleared out. Only a couple people left on the beach right now. There were several people out here standing on the steps just kind of looking out into the ocean and taking pictures. But I have seen Jupiter police drive around. I'm sure that emergency vehicles and emergency personnel are starting to hunker down themselves. So make sure you take that warning. Our meteorologists, they have been keeping you updated. Stay home. Do not come out here. We're getting ready to head out here soon and go to shelters. So make sure that you do the same. For now, we are live out here in Jupiter. Michelle Casada, back to you.
Michelle, thank you very much.
Alyssa Hyman now live in Indian River County with more on conditions there at this moment. Alyssa?
Kelly, well, the winds really have started picking up here in Vero Beach, and I want you to take a look at the water over here. Look at how it's crashing up over here. This is basically near the seawall, and look how it's crashing up. Really, winds are picking up, but we did take a drive over the bridge, over to the ocean to give you one last look at the beach before the bridge is closed. I want you to take a look at some of the fresh video we just got. The winds are very strong over there, and while most everyone seems to have left, we also saw some pretty rough surf over there. I do want to mention that. While most everyone seems to have left the island and evacuated, we did find just a very few number of people, a few people who were out there taking one last look over there at the waves.
It's pretty bad, actually. I mean, I've never seen Florida waves look like that before in my life, and I've lived here for 7 years, so yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, if you like surfing, it's not even good for surfing right now.
All right, I'm back out here live. You're looking at the water over here. We are in Vero Beach again. The winds are picking up. We're feeling a little bit of raindrops over here. The bridges seem to be open. I am going to make a call to see if and when they are closing. Remember, again, when the winds pick up to a certain point, they will close the beaches. That's why those evacuation orders for the Barrier Island are so crucial for people to follow. Here on this side, we have seen plenty of people evacuating. Most things are boarded up and empty, which is good. You are supposed to be gone if you live in a mandatory evacuation zone. We're going to keep you updated here. Reporting live in Vero. Alyssa Hyman, back to you.
Still,
All right, we have
still calm there,
relatively
still
speaking.
many hours away from what they may ultimately be getting.
Webcams are such a great resource during
look at
something
this.
like this.
Wow.
And here's one, even though you get a little bit of the water on the lens and that sort of thing, but this is the webcam in St. Lucie County, and that is at the jetty, and at least 2 brave souls out there at this point.
Well, and this puts you to mind as you look at these pictures, the concern about storm surge. We've been talking with Steve about 3 to 6 feet. We're going to be at a high tide cycle. All the work, of course, it's a constant battle to replenish the sand along our beaches. Much of Palm Beach County coastline, just as an example, has long been considered critically eroded. And so that constant battle, and tonight we may be on the losing end of that battle yet again for some time, Steve.
It's going to be a tough night. I think that's one of our biggest threats the next 24 hours will be the beach erosion, the storm surge, and just the high surf. And because of the storm track through the weekend and back into the Bahamas, it's not going to settle down very much. It's going to be around for probably 4, 5, 6 days.
And that's huge impact on infrastructure, the beaches themselves, and that's an effect, as you have said from the outset, we're going to have to watch very, very closely in the next.
We're expecting Governor Rick Scott to give us another update on Hurricane Matthew from the State Emergency Operations Center, Tallahassee. The governor's been all over the state, now back in Tallahassee. We're going to bring you that update live in our next hour of coverage with Jay Cashmere and Shannon Cake.
And power outages, FPL. We have some numbers here. FPL said as of 5 p.m., more than 3,500 customers in Palm Beach County out of power.
Indian River County, 260 customers reporting no power at this point, 470 in Martin County.
Okeechobee County, 90, St. Lucie, 450. Now these, if you happen to be the one without power listening to us on radio, it's a big frustration. In the whole scheme of things thus far, not widespread yet, but they're certainly expecting. There was some estimate, worst case estimate along the entire FPL service area up and down the Florida coastline, could look at more than 2 million customers who could lose power at some point.
Florida Power and Light is ready, they say, to respond once again when it's safe. FPL expecting as many, as Michael said, 2.5 million that could be without power this storm, during this storm at some point. And Florida Power and Light has a workforce of 15,000, they say, ready to get out there and start restoring power as quickly as possible. Once the winds do die down, and that's always critical for their safety, of course, the winds have to be down to 35 miles per hour before those workers will get out and start fixing the poles and the lines. We have a map now that'll show where Florida Power and Light is expecting some of those power outages. Much of our state actually is in that map and where they are expecting a lot of outages. Storm Team 5 is here to show us when the outages may happen, of course, at the most intense times of the storm.
Steve, you have that on that map that they're talking about that you
yeah.
can call up for us?
Yes, it's up, and this as we go through the evening and overnight hours, of course, the threat for extensive power outages increases because a storm comes closer to us. But here's kind of a breakdown at this point. Through the next 3 to 4 hours, not too bad, but look at how it climbs as we get into 11:30 at night, northern Palm Beach County, up to high and very high for the power outage risk or probability, and into the overnight, and there's 5, 6 in the morning on Friday, pretty much up and down the coastline. Now, there are pockets where it's a little higher. In Palm Beach County, obviously, it's around northern Palm Beach County down into West Palm because the storm is closer, and this is the area that could see some of the strongest winds in Palm Beach County, hurricane force winds. Elsewhere, we're still looking at power outages. In the orange area, this is medium to high, and then it tapers off back into western Palm Beach County and around the lake, where there obviously will still be some outages, just not the extensive widespread outages that we expect along the coastline and the areas that pick up the stronger winds. On the Treasure Coast, it would be around Vero, Winter Beach, and Sebastian, up into Brevard County, through Fort Pierce, not too bad, Port St. Lucie and Jensen Beach, and around Stewart. And the inlet, we are looking at high to very high probability of seeing some outages, and also around Hobe Sound. And as you head back toward the lake, it does improve a little bit, but it's not zero. The probability of seeing some outages is still very high. There's a look at the storm. It's still, well, it's done an amazing track the last few hours. It made a little jog toward the north, and now in the last few frames, the last, I would say, half hour, it's starting to turn back toward the west. Let me bring up, I have another frame here, kind of a closer look. So right now Freeport is in the northern edge of the eye wall, and some of our winds are very, very impressive. These are winds aloft, but some of these could be reaching the surface 90 and 100 miles an hour. And you may think, well, they missed a close call here. They just brushed with some of the strongest winds. No, they're in actually a worse situation here if this does just track along the coast, because they'll be in the northern side of the eye wall for a couple of hours before it works off West End and Grand Bahama. So it would be actually better for them if the storm crossed the island and made a landfall rather than a turn, which it appears to be making back toward the west. We're going to watch this closely and see that trend, if it's short term or, again, if it's something that'll last through the evening. So the power outage situation looking like it'll be significant along the coastline on the Treasure Coast, anyone east to 95 in the Turnpike, and in Palm Beach County, northern Palm Beach County seems to be high to very high for power outages. Everything's starting around, a big issue starting around midnight through the early morning hours. And this is why we tell people, get your batteries, get your backup sources for power, for your obviously generators, but also the cell phones, those little USB chargers, those little gadgets that help you get through the storm. Obviously the iPhones and the Androids, they don't last very long, and it's a vital source for information for people. So it's always good to have those backup sources in the middle of the night. In 2004 and 2005, it was those little battery-operated TVs. Now we've gone on to cell phones and iPhones to get our information and even watch live streaming video like we're doing right now, and Facebook Live too, which of course we're doing.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I just want to show we have one of those bands moving on through right now. So let's look at that on Max 1, and I'll show you. It's moving through central and northern Palm Beach County right now. And look at that. You see this moving on through. We have this one little band right here. Another one started to move on through all these feeder bands. And then this is that main one we were telling you about, that this one most likely has the hurricane force wind gusts out there. And let me just grab the clicker right here, and I'll show you. The wind gusts that we have right now with this look like this. Well, let's zoom in and take a closer look first and see. And you zoom in, it goes right through West Palm Beach, now kind of clipping down into the western part of our area, Breakers West area, and farther out and into Wellington here. And I've put on the map here some of the velocities. So these are the wind speeds, and you see with some gusts up to 40 miles per hour just with this line moving on through. The next one will be a little bit stronger. Of course, 40-mile-per-hour winds, we get those in the summertime too, but it does cause some damage out there too. We're going to see this start to pick up in intensity, and we're going to see them pick up in duration here. They'll start coming in a little bit quicker, a little bit more, and you'll have less break time in between. Michael?
James, thank you very much. Remember, when the power is off, and already we know for some that is happening, we will still be on the air. Facebook, Twitter, our free WPTV app. We're on our partner station, Fox 29. But of course, if power's out, you're going to have to rely on our great radio partners, and we hope you will. 1230 WBZT, Wild 95.5, 1290 WJNO, Cool 105.5, Oldies 103.7 and Wave 92.7. We are already simulcasting with our great radio, so we can be with you in a variety of ways, from Facebook to Twitter to our app, online, and our partners, and we'll keep reminding you of that so that we're with you all the way through.
Absolutely. On air, online, it's essential these days, and we also are certainly there for you on Facebook as well. Our News Channel 5 reporters are doing a great job of keeping you updated on Facebook. They're doing some live reports, as well as our Storm Team 5 meteorologists are doing a lot of Facebook Live as well, which is a great way for you to interact and to get some questions answered directly from the meteorologist. Michael and I will also take them on our Facebook pages, and we'll pass them along when we're given the opportunity to ask the guys kind of the power questions of the hour.
And last night, quite a few of you put questions to us, and we were able to get them through. So I do encourage you, go to our Facebook pages or send them to our station Facebook page. And we did get to quite a few of them, and we certainly want to do that for you. We enjoy and think it's important, as we know you do, to have that two-way conversation. That has changed, and it's valuable for all sides.
Right now, a curfew. A curfew is in effect in Delray Beach. It went into effect at 6 o'clock 21 minutes ago and will be lifted at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Delray Beach police are asking everyone to please stay safe and stay at home during Hurricane Matthew.
As Hurricane Matthew batters the Bahamas right now, its feeder bands are already causing some early damage in our area. Jason Hackett with more from Delray Beach.
Massive. This tree is once standing, I'm told, for a few decades, now on its side, an absolute mess in this backyard. We're here with the homeowner now. His name is Jeff. Jeff, talk to me about what happened out here.
Well, I just heard a little bit in the bedroom. It wasn't that loud. And this tree is about 50 years old. I would say 120 feet tall and 300 feet wide. The neighbors heard it louder than I did. Coming out of the house, I couldn't come out the back, I couldn't come out the side. I had to go in the backyard and jump over the fence. But it's covered all the way to the house and partly on the house. And also, it's taken out big trees, huge trees and mango trees. It took everything in its way. But nobody got hurt, and it didn't fall on the house behind me, so I consider myself lucky on this point.
How surprised were you when you walked out here and saw this mess?
The massiveness was what really shocked me. This tree was so huge, and I thought maybe some of it would break and come down, but not the whole root ball.
I know we were talking earlier. How in the world do you get this out of here?
No idea at this point. I own Artistic Landscape Company. We have put up with this before, but never this massive. It'll be a project, I'll say that. And there's a nursery somewhere below this, which I don't even know if it exists anymore. But it's going to take money and time to really clear this out.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. As you see, Hurricane Matthew making its way closer and closer to Florida, not even here yet and already causing this level of damage. Just another sign to people, another warning to people that they should definitely take this storm seriously. In Delray Beach, Jason Hackett, WPTV News Channel 5.
It's a reminder of the heartaches, big and small, that people deal with, and the patience all of us are going to have as a community. First, to be safe, to clear that out, and then to clean up the mess, because your heart goes out to everybody, whatever degree of headache, small or big, they're having or will have.
We have some pretty incredible video coming now. A Fort Pierce woman sent this video to us. It was taken by her relative who lives on the island, starting with the roof, tearing it off piece by piece in the middle of Matthew. Storm destroyed that house.
For those of you without power, describing that, it was like peeling back an onion, the roof just flying off in these powerful winds. It's a reminder of the potential for it, and so consistently saying, please, 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 get inland, get to a safe structure. That says a lot, that roof coming right off. The Coast Guard crew, or a Coast Guard crew, wrapping up its first post-storm damage assessment in Haiti, releasing a video taken from their aircraft in a flyover. There are scarcely words for the devastation. The death toll in Haiti, well over 100 victims tonight. This on the Isle de la Tortue, Haiti. The Coast Guard early damage assessment. What had been feared is becoming a reality there. The rickety infrastructure that exists there being torn apart by Matthew's winds and storm surge and rain. This is once again hoping to get to Haiti. Now we'll have to remarshal those efforts. I know many of you will want to give of your hearts, and we will certainly in the days to come let you know how to do that, as they are yet again faced with another devastating scene.
President Obama signed an emergency declaration today that offered federal aid to emergency response efforts. It'll authorize Homeland Security and FEMA to coordinate disaster relief efforts. FEMA specifically will mobilize at its discretion and help those areas that are severely impacted by the hurricane.
An additional 1,000 National Guard members activated to assist in the wake of Hurricane Matthew. That's a total of 3,500 Guard members, more than half available in our state, the governor says, ready to lend aid to the hardest hit areas. The National Guard helping with evacuations, getting ready as well for search and rescue.
Type into the message line FL Prepare, some text message from the state emergency response team. Also, the volunteer FLA Twitter account says that it is registering volunteers to serve in many of the areas that will be impacted once the hurricane passes.
The most stunning view of the enormity of Mother Nature's storm that is being thrown at us comes from the International Space Station, and Ashley Hinson joins us with that. Ashley.
Yeah, guys, astronaut Mark Kelly, he tweeted this video out a little while ago. Want to show, really get to see very much, like you said, from the International Space Station, and you can just see Hurricane Matthew. The size of it, the enormity. Look at this picture, too. Steve and I were talking yesterday kind of about the size of this thing and comparing it to the state of Arizona. So it kind of puts into perspective this hurricane is. We just thought it was a really cool video we wanted to show you. If you're a viewer out there, we are looking for some pictures, some videos, maybe some damage that you've seen. We saw some of those trees uprooted a second ago, or maybe some pretty crazy wind, rain, but only if you can take them in a safe place. We'd love to see them. You can post them to our Facebook page, and hopefully we'll get them up on this screen and show them all to you guys as well.
Think how far technology's come. I remember at sea and some buoy warning, satellites were the advent of satellites. I mean, you had Sputnik in '57, and now where technology's come, giving you at least tools to do a job that could not have been imagined 50 years ago.
Absolutely.
When I started with the Weather Service, we used to draw all our pressure maps with pencil and mark in all the weather stations.
Wow.
we would
And now look
no
what
one
you
would ever
have
do that
behind
now.
you. These graphics, we're talking about storm surge, and this is such a great explanation and kind of depiction of where it's going to be the worst.
Yeah, one of the best explanations I received about storm surge was actually from Bob Sheets. The Hurricane Center had dinner with him at a hurricane conference a few years ago, and he said he just held up, we were having dinner, he held up his cup of water and you blow across the edge of it, the water piles up on the other side. You're making a mini storm surge when you do that. And that's what happens along the ocean here. Our winds, the hurricane winds, blow hour after hour, and they push all that water up against the beaches, and it can't go anywhere, so it gets higher and higher and higher. It's not like a tsunami where it's this big wall of water that comes in. This is gradual over hours. And in this case, not only do we have the storm surge threat at the same time, so we have kind of a 1-2 punch for extra high tide levels here in South Florida. I want to show you the map showing what exactly we're looking at. Actually, if we can go to Max 2, I have another explainer. There's our storm, and you can see that the winds spin counterclockwise through a hurricane. So this is spinning all. And here's the graphical description of storm surge. So you have your beach here, you have the ocean here, you have the wind blowing in this direction, the wind persistent. In this case, it's blowing from the east toward the west, and it's piling that water up against the beaches, and eventually it gets above the dunes and into some homes if it is strong enough. Surge will be anywhere where we see the winds over hours, just persistent from an east to west direction, which is going to be the case more so on the Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County, but we still have the threat everywhere. So about 2 to 3 feet down around Boca and Delray and Highland Beach, 3 to 5 up around West Palm and Lake Worth and Manalapan. 5 to 7 as we get into northern Palm Beach County. This is one of the areas of South Florida that is not a real high elevation. And we also have the Loxahatchee River, which allows a lot of that saltwater intrusion, that storm surge, to make it pretty far inland. Actually, because the Loxahatchee goes under 95 in the turnpike, we also have that threat of it actually making it to those interstates at the same time. So about 5 to 7 in this area, and not only along the beaches. Storm surge happens in the intracoastal all the way up through the Indian River. We get high storm surge there, and of course the St. Lucie Inlet all the way up into the upper reaches of the St. Lucie. If you go out by the NOAA and the Hurricane Center, and you can go into fine detail to see your neighborhood and if you are under any kind of threat for storm surge. But everyone is at least looking at a couple feet of storm surge in this case, and in some spots it is significant. Northern Treasure Coast, Vero and Fort Pearson, even down around Port St. Lucie and Jensen Beach. More of the areas along the coastline. Well, Port St. Lucie, I was going to say no, but actually because the St. Lucie River comes up through Port St. Lucie, that is an area that is going to see a big issue. And not only along the beaches, but these rivers, because they eventually narrow and that water has, that rushing water in has nowhere to go, it goes up. And so you get some of your highest storm surge values at the headwaters of these rivers, like around Jonathan Dickinson and around the far inland from Port St. Lucie and the St. Lucie Inlet. So this is a big concern, and watching the coverage and the interviews from emergency management the last couple of days, you can tell they're very concerned, and this is one of the biggest threats for fatalities in a hurricane, storm surge. It is actually the greatest threat for loss of life in a hurricane is still storm surge. And even with lots of education, we tell people get a run from water, hide from wind. So if you live near the coastline, get inland, and that helps you avoid the storm surge threat in a hurricane. So something to watch the next 24 hours, and I think it'll peak overnight and early tomorrow with the highest storm surge, as I said, around the northern Treasure Coast. And with that big spinning hurricane out there, and the hurricane force winds at about 60 miles, and the tropical storm force winds, they stretch out about 175 miles. So if you take a look at that, I can actually put the ruler on this and show you that. Let me stop the loop here too to give you an idea of just how far this is. It is very, very far from the center of the map. So there's 100 miles there. So all of this water is just, the wind is pushing that water up against the coastline and creating the storm surge. You know, we haven't had any reports yet of storm surge in Grand Bahama, but I suspect on the southern side of Grand Bahama, and let me just get our little tool right here. So in this area, the southern side of Grand Bahama, we are looking at a pretty significant storm surge. I'd say well over 10 feet, perhaps even climbing to 15 feet, because not only is it very strong winds, but we also have very shallow water there too.
Exactly the kind of scenario you're worried about. A different reason, obviously, the mainland here, but again, storm surge, storm surge. You talk really as much about that as you do the wind.
Absolutely. Well, it is still the greatest storm surge in the past. We had the 1928 hurricane that came through, and it was storm surge around Lake Okeechobee that broke the levee on the southern side of the lake and killed 3,000 people. Or the great Galveston hurricane in 1900, it was storm surge that killed about 5,000 to 6,000 people.
Steve, deep into the night, people are going to be saying, they're going to be looking to you, frankly, for some calm. I had a lady write, and her statement kind of speaks to some things you can address as a concern. Carol from Indian River County said, you know, I'm going to be up all night. I'm going to hunker down in the bathroom with the 2 cats. Thanks to PTV for such non-frightening but honest reporting. And Steve, that's largely the science and the calm you heard. But tonight, people do need to have that spot picked out in their homes to be on the safe side. You want to have that area in the home that you've picked out just to be safe. Talk a little bit about
home or in your apartment or your condo, a place that is extra secure, and hopefully you don't have to use it. But if the winds get so strong, and we'll let you know, we're watching all these bands come in, and when we see damaging winds and when we see tornado warnings pop up, we know the areas that these winds are coming to. These are situations where your home is compromised or potentially compromised, and a spot you can go in that you can ride out that part of the storm. Now, normally it might be a half an hour or an hour, but it could extend for several hours depending on how the storm. There are many stories after Hurricane Andrew of people in closets and in laundry rooms and in bathrooms where they spent hours and hours and hours because that was the most secure part of their home. Their roof came came off. The walls were starting to collapse, but they were in that safe part of the home and they were able to ride out the storm. Uncomfortable, scary, dangerous, but they made it through because they were in the of your 3-story house and a spot that you can spend an extended period of time. And in the past, when we prepared people for safe rooms, we also tell them to bring blankets and get stuff in there already now, blankets and pillows. And it is a moment's notice that you have to go in that safe room. You got to do it soon, so you don't have that opportunity to collect supplies around your house. It's urgent.
Yeah, Jupiter Lighthouse, as you can see, Steve.
Yes.
Some rain rolling in now.
There is a massive feeder band coming in across northern Palm Beach County and working its way down along the coast tonight. So Jupiter getting that. It's actually all the way up there in Hobe Sound. I'm going to bring in, we actually have a more high-resolution radar image that I should be able to bring up to kind of give you an idea of some of the stronger bands that are working into northern Palm Beach County. Gardens, the first, obviously, with this storm shows that the center of it has wind. The storm has not stalled out, but certainly slowed down off Grand Bahama and is just swinging one of these feeder bands after another over our area. So hopefully this is a short-term trend and we get this thing moving to the north. I was going to say the normal track's supposed to be northwest. That's the official track, but it would be very nice if it moved north because it would stay farther off the coastline.
Yeah. Steve, we'll have more questions coming in. We'll get to them later. We'll pile some up and then kind of hit you rapid fire. But we want to go to Lantana Beach right now, I believe. Believe it or not, people are still outside wanting to kind of look around and feel what it's like to be out as a hurricane approaches. Our John Genovese in Lantana Beach.
Well, here at Lantana Beach, the wind is picking up, but the waves are what's really showing off the power of this storm. You can see them coming towards the beach with a lot of momentum before crashing down. It's also what's drawing a few dozen rule breakers out here taking photos. Again, this beach now closed off tonight. Officials say you shouldn't be anywhere near the water at this point. We asked some of these folks why it was worth taking the risk.
Oh, just to have the kids see the waves. They haven't seen it in their life yet, so we just figured we'd come out here and check it out.
They're extremely high today. They're doing a great job, and you can tell he's really coming really strong.
Now, at this point, officials say you should be hunkering down, staying indoors at your home or a nearby shelter. They say it is not safe at this point to be anywhere near. This is Genovese, WPTV, News Channel 5.
And now for a look at the conditions. Actually, he is in Vero Beach, Chris.
Now we're driving through Vero Beach right now, Kelly, in our storm coverage vehicle on 60 East. We're headed towards the beach right now. Let's take a look outside so you can see what we're seeing. And obviously you look at those clouds up in the air and that tells you the story of what people are seeing. And another part of it, as you drive, you see no one out on the roads. Do see a couple headlights off in the distance, but for the most part, as we pass a couple shopping plazas here right by the Indian River Mall, a lot of people hunkering down for this storm. It is really a ghost town here right now. The wind has definitely picked up. Obviously, the closer you get to the beach, really whipping there, that's for sure. But right now, driving through, very quiet here in Vero Beach. The rain not falling too bad at this point. Obviously, the road's a little bit wet right now, but we are headed east, heading towards the beach right now, as the wind was really whipping there when we were there just a short time earlier. But we will keep you posted. We're in this storm coverage vehicle that is equipped to cover this storm, to show you the camera, the view that we are seeing here on the ground, and we'll keep you posted as the conditions continue on into tonight.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. Be safe out there on the roads. Glad to see very few people out there along with him. That's a good thing.
Good to see that,
Right.
you know, we show images of some or not, but we know a great many of you took prudent, calm precautions and are safely sheltered. And so we're thankful to see that. Our Charlie Keegan been in the Bahamas for us doing yeoman work, and a short while ago sent us some of the video of what it was like when Matthew was hitting the island. Steve had joined us with this. This is what we were expecting around Paradise Island and Nassau, and we saw boats, the north side of the island, being tossed about. Early damage assessments. We have no real sense of this yet. For those of you who can see us on TV, you see in the distance the flashes. That's probably power arcing and going out across parts of the island. But this is a reminder of the kind of night our area, at least huge chunks of it, may well be in for, and it is a sobering sight.
Without a doubt. And Charlie there, you know, from the Paradise Island, and did say that they did shelter in the ballrooms and conference rooms, exactly. But earlier in one of his live reports earlier today said a piece of balcony railing They heard a loud boom, and it was actually part of a railing from one of the balconies. So you're absolutely right. Until everything is passed and it's safe to get out and get some aerial shots and some up-close video of what the island has gone through, it doesn't give you a good idea of exactly what Nassau suffered. But you do see, you know, just how strong and brutal the wind and rain can be.
And those waves pounding in and all of the things Steve and James and our entire weather team have talked about that we have to get ready to brace for here.
We've gotten some other video in a kite surfer, clearly someone who is quite experienced in doing this, and this would be the day to do it if it wasn't a hurricane out there, and it's really not safe to be at the beach at this time, but this was earlier in the afternoon. This was Juno Beach, and as we said, authorities certainly advising people not to take any risks with the water. This person knows what he's doing, but I doubt is still out there at this point.
The obligatory storm kite surfer picture. At the Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, NASA and SpaceX, the private space concern, taking big precautions to protect their capsules and rockets from Hurricane Matthew. The Space Center is, of course, closed today and Friday with a 116-person ride-out crew on duty to keep things safe.
We have our Todd Walker, who is out and about. Many of you watch the Now South Florida are familiar with Todd. He's one of our correspondents who's joining us from some of our Scripps companies around the country, and we're very happy to have him in reporting now from Indian River Mall in Vero Beach, which no doubt is closed at this point. Todd.
Yeah, Kelly, Michael, it is a ghost town out here, not only in the mall parking lot, but Vero Beach in general. When we drove in a few hours ago, we only saw people at the one open gas station fueling up, getting ready to hunker down or get out of town for this storm. Here in Vero Beach, I can show you the palm trees that are up above the a while now, but things starting to pick up again as we start to head into the evening hours, starting to get a little darker too. So people definitely hunkering down here. We haven't seen folks in quite a while.
You haven't, Todd, excuse me, we're going to Steve in just a couple seconds. So only seeing that one gas station that was open, was that the first one you saw really on your whole trek up to Indian River County?
I saw a Flying J rest stop, the truck stop there along the way. I think it was mile marker 131. That was hours ago. That was still open, but the gas station that we saw was the first one that we saw, the only one that we saw that was open after we got off the interstate to come into Vero Beach. So there was just the one. The rest of them were taped up, wrapped up, whatever, obviously closed, but that one was staying open. And there were, I'd say, probably 10 or so cars waiting in line to try and get gas. It wasn't clear whether they were getting out or whether they were just fueling up to be ready after they've hunkered down after the storm has left.
Todd, any early sense of the first responder presence pre-positioning there or patrols to make sure things stay as quiet as they seem at your location at least?
We have seen a couple, what I think is just mall security come through, and then I saw a sheriff car drive through a few hours ago. But it's pretty quiet here because I think, I mean, if they know that there's a news crew here, they don't seem to mind. Otherwise, they may not even know that we're here right now. We're kind of in an alcove. It's the satellite truck is sheltered in a loading dock, so we're out of the way. Hopefully, we can stay here for quite a while. But yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of people.
All right, Todd, we know you crisscrossed the country for us. We appreciate you being here, and it's mindful. Todd is a wonderful example of how our entire Scripps company coming together, reporters, producers, managers pouring in from around the country as part of our commitment to buttress our local reporting staff to cover this storm as thoroughly as possible, and we thank all of you for it.
Certainly need everybody. It takes a village to cover something like this in such a wide viewing area, 5 counties that we're covering. We want to make sure everybody has all of the information they need. We want to turn to the man with always the best information for us and the person that gets you through the storm in addition to his team. But Steve Weigel is the man of the hour and will be for the next 24 or so.
It's going to be a long night, yes. We are looking, we just had a wind report in almost 50 miles an hour along Hutchinson Island. So this is a band, feeder band that's coming in that has 40, 50. Some of these feeder bands are actually working down from the north in the Treasure Coast to the south at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So they're all swinging around this hurricane and then coming down the coast. And this one here lines up all the way from Port St. Lucie now, Hutchison Island, down across Jupiter, and look at how quickly it's moved into Boynton Beach. A lot of scribbles there, I'll clear that off, but just a big, big band of heavy rain and strong gusty winds, because as we get up to 50 and 55 miles an hour, those are the types of winds we look for power outages. Not widespread, obviously, but and small tree branches down. As we get into 60 and 70 miles an hour, that's strong tropical storm force, and that's a more significant weather situation for us. But we are definitely keeping an eye on that first feeder band, and there are several more that'll work in through the evening. In behind that, you can see that map, and there it is right there. So there's the eye, just brushing the southern side of Grand Bahama, and it came right up to the island, and it looks like it stalled for a little while, and now it's starting to lift more toward the northwest. So we expect that northwest track to continue to come up. But look at all these big, big, heavy rain feeder bands, heavy rain bands. There's one here. This is actually 30 miles off our coast. I've been watching this one all day long. This has very strong winds with it, damaging winds. And there's this one here that is, it came off the coast, Port St. Lucie and Fort Pierce in the last half. As it spins around, these bands start on the Treasure Coast and they line up along 95 and the Turnpike, and they just come straight down to the south across the state. And each one of these little cells is moving about 50 miles an hour. So they have a punch to them with winds and rain. So don't be surprised if you get into a power outage situation, even before the storm is way, way offshore, even before we start to see the main effects of the storm. Here's another look at some of the wind speeds. Now, these are the sustained winds. The wind gusts are really what usually do the damage in the storm, and also we're watching the storm surge, which in South County shouldn't be too bad, but as we get up into Jupiter, 5 to 7 feet, 6 to 8 around the St. Lucie Inlet, a little farther north, 7 to 11 around Vero, Sebastian, 6 to 11 down around the Fort Pierce Inlet and Jensen Beach and around the Indian River in that area. So a big, big storm. And the track, now this came out at 5 o'clock. We get an update, well, we're almost 8 o'clock now, so we will get an intermediate advisory coming up in the next 10 minutes that will give us new information on the strength and the direction of this storm. Right now, a Category 4, and the track into the, I would say around midnight, will be lined up just east of Jupiter. And because of the angle of this and that northwest motion, it comes very close to Vero and Fort Pierce late overnight. There's 2 a.m. And then eventually a landfall possible as we get up around the Cape. That is tomorrow morning. It's now moving away, and we're starting to see our weather slowly improve. And then after that, it is just the most bizarre track as it does a 360 back down in toward the Bahamas on the middle of next week, so Wednesday and Thursday of next week. We are looking at those strong winds. Now, as far as power outages, these numbers continue to change as we start to get reports in from power outages that are currently out there, and we start to adjust the wind speeds in certain areas. But we have high to very high chances of seeing power outages and probabilities of seeing power outages from West Palm through the Gardens, Jupiter and Juno Beach, North Palm Beach, and back around Jupiter Farms. And on the Treasure Coast, little pockets that have a very, very high chance of seeing outages for an extended period. Vero up through Sebastian, Port St. Lucie, Jensen Beach, and toward the coastline, and also Hobe Sound included in that too. A very busy night out there for South Florida, and the strongest winds and the heaviest rain yet to arrive. That starts late evening and through the overnight, depending on where you live. And we're here all night, James Wieland and Steve Villanueva, and I'm going to throw it over to James because he's going to talk more about what we can see locally the next 24.
Yeah, we'll go to Max 1 here. I'll let you know what's going on because we do have that of it right at the moment, and we're going to see where it's going too. Still, again, the bulk of it, the heaviest rain offshore, but we are getting this one band moving through right now. And look at just torrential rain now moving into Jupiter, Hobe Sound, even up to Stewart too. South County, you're getting in on the action too. This long band here from Boynton, Delray, Highland Beach, and down in the Boca just starting to push on in. 30, 35, 45 mile per hour winds with this. Some isolated gusts could get up to 55 miles per hour. Central Palm Beach County, I see it just kind of breeze through downtown, but now it's in the western communities of Royal Palm, Wellington, Loxahatchee. Going to see this really barrel on through very, very quickly, right through Lion Country Safari there too, and also up into Jupiter. You're seeing that strong band move through, and we go farther up north into Vero Beach. You just saw one little squall move through down to Fort Pierce and even farther south, looking at a few out there too. Now, the main area, or here, the main area of hurricane force winds estimated about right here with this larger band going around the hurricane, that's only 30 miles away. A few hours still till it gets towards the coastline, but notice it's getting closer and closer and closer. This loop is about an hour long. So it was right here in an hour, and now it's here. So we got 2 or 3 hours before this band gets a little bit closer. It is moving diagonally, though, so maybe a little bit more time there. And you see as we zoom into West Palm, that one just quick, look at how fast it's moving right now over Breakers West and the fairgrounds. These are wind speeds that Doppler radar estimates. And you're looking at 34 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts as they move on through, as each of these bands move through. Now, these numbers will get higher and higher as we get more squalls that move on through.
James and
thank
Steve.
you.
That's right. Thanks so much. We want to go now. Team Fava, who's going to give us some weather in Spanish to help with some of our Spanish-speaking viewers out there tonight.
Yes, we do have some Latin viewers across the area, and they need some information as well.
Sure.
So I'll do my best.
Good to have you aboard.
Thank you so much, Michael. So I'll do my best to communicate what's happening to them. So let's go to. Can we take live Viper so we can show them the radar? And there it is right there. We can take it full. So you can see, esto es lo que está pasando ahora. El centro del huracán está al lado de la isla de las Gran Bahamas. Entonces está como a 80 millas de Boca Ratón, de Boynton, y la tormenta se va a mover al noroeste. Entonces se va a ir para el Treasure Coast, al lado de Stuart, Port St. Lucie, Vero Beach, Sebastian. So, si viven en esa zona, al norte de Palm Beach, vamos a ver los vientos de 100 millas hasta 120. Tormenta muy, muy fea, muy fuerte, pero para la mañana ya se va a ir para el noroeste del estado. Entonces, solamente para esta noche. Pero esta noche vamos a ver lluvia, pero espantoso la lluvia. Va a caer muy fuerte. Podemos terminar con 4 a por lo menos 8 pulgadas. Entonces, eso es algo que tenemos que mirar. Y además los vientos muy... Pero si están al norte, ahí es donde podemos ver los vientos más fuertes, de 100 millas hasta 120 millas. Entonces, si están en la casa esta noche, quédense, no salgan afuera porque vamos a tener mucho peligro afuera esta noche. Bueno, pero para mañana a la tarde ya se va la tormenta y todo el tiempo se va a poner más despejado y mejor. Bueno, por ahora, eso es todo. Y si quieren más información, por favor, vayan a WPTV Latino.
Steve, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Residents have been asked to leave the Barrier Islands, of course, in St. Lucie County, and police are preventing anyone from getting onto those Barrier Islands. Our John Shainman with more now from St. Lucie County.
We're outside the Emergency Operations Center west of Fort Pierce. If you look overhead, you can see the clouds moving very quickly out here. We're about 12 to 15 miles west of the water. So the concern out here, not so much perhaps for tidal flooding. However, we just had a press briefing from county officials and County Administrator Howard Tipton telling us he was pleased that when it comes to evacuations on the Barrier Island, more than 90% of the people asked to get off the island have done so.
It's important that everybody in low-lying areas and on the Barrier Islands gets off, and so we're pleased that so many have taken advantage of that.
Earlier tonight, we also looked at a couple of shelters throughout St. Lucie County, and I spoke with one woman who showed me video that her relative, who's an officer on Bimini, took. The video shows a home being destroyed on Nassau, so it gives you an idea of how powerful Hurricane Matthew is and that we cannot take this storm lightly. In St. Lucie County, John Shainman, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Also, as we look at the shelter situation, so
Right.
many across our community opening up, providing such a valuable service. Darcy Jackson in Indian River County with a look at the shelter situation there.
Vero Beach is a ghost town. Many people have already evacuated, but for the ones that didn't, they're here at several shelters put on by the Red Cross in Indian Rivers County. This one is at Oslo Middle School. They've got about 200 people so far. The Freshman Learning Academy across town has about 300. And then we just got word earlier that a pet-friendly shelter at Liberty Magnet is now no longer accepting pets, but they are accepting people. Now, the Red Cross tells us folks inside they're in pretty good spirits. They're all curious about the storm, what it's going to do to the area. But the folks we talked to say they didn't evacuate because they had nowhere to go.
I don't have any family out of town. I just have my husband, my dad, and kids here, so I'd rather stay here.
Now, the command center for these Red Cross shelters tells us that most of these will close by 8 p.m. So and they will keep those doors closed until Matthew has passed. In Vero Beach, Darcy Jackson, WPTV News Channel 5.
We'll move down the Treasure Coast now from Indian River County into the Fort Pierce area.
Absolutely. We want to go live to some breaking weather news, we understand, Megan.
Yes, I just got off the phone with a spokeswoman for the St. Lucie County Fire District. We've been talking all day about when our fire crew is going to leave the barrier island for good. I've just been told about 15 minutes ago the final fire rescue crews, the final firefighters left the island. So what does this mean? If you are still on the barrier island, actually, if you take a look out there, you can hardly see it. It's very gray in the distance. The storm is much heavier. The rain really falling hard on the island right now. But if you are still there, rescue crews are only going to come get you now in dire emergencies. And even in that case, there is going to be a delayed response. If you haven't left the island now, gosh, if you can, you want to now. Otherwise, you really are there to stay, and rescue crews at this point are really not going to be able to get there to help you. I talked about this yesterday, but perfect time to talk about this again. If you do call 911 and you're in these mandatory evacuation zones, at this point, you call 911, your call will go onto a hold card, and more unless, again, like a dire circumstance, a dire emergency, but that your call is going to be put on that card, and it's not going to be addressed until the weather conditions improve. Let's go ahead and give you another look. I know John Shaman gave you a look in St. Lucie County not long ago, but here's a look in Fort Pierce along the coast. We're just north of there, who was loosening the lines. He was checking on all the boats that are still there for a final time. He knows within the last hour or so, this was really going to be his last chance to come do so before he takes cover. Again, the conditions here just rapidly deteriorating. We've been dealing with wind for several hours, but now, as you can see, rain is becoming an issue. Certainly a bigger issue, as we can see in the distance on the island, and the rain is definitely picking up here on the coast. That's the latest here in Fort Pierce. I'm Megan McRoberts, WPTV News Channel 5.
Good evening, everyone. As we await the arrival of Hurricane Matthew, I'm Jay Cashmere alongside my colleague Shannon Kay, taking you for the next 3 hours of coverage as we work seamlessly wall to wall now to give you the most up-to-date information on the storm.
Right now, Governor Rick Scott getting ready to hold a press conference on Hurricane Matthew. He's in Tallahassee at the moment.
We are awaiting the governor's arrival to the podium there. The governor's been bouncing around the state all day long, covering from the EOC in Martin County. He went up to St. John's, and now he'll be positioning himself up in Tallahassee, where he'll give a debriefing here, the latest updates that he has that's coming in from the state. I know he elaborated earlier just on a multitude of resources that we have available as we await the path of this storm, as it's so close to us.
It's been quite impressive how many EOCs he's visited and how many places and pockets and towns he crammed in before making his way back here to Tallahassee. But you can see they are assembled there at the podium. We're going to bring you up to speed on the storm's path and the track and what's happening right now. But as soon as the governor hits that podium, as Jay mentioned, we're going to go right to him.
Well, for the very latest on the storm, where it is right now, where it's headed, and what we can expect, let's turn it over to Steve Weigel. Steve.
The last 30 seconds, just got a new report out of Grand Bahama of a 98-mile-an-hour wind. Wow. Yeah, right near the center of this storm, near Freeport. And the track tonight is moving across the Gulf Stream in towards South Florida. So watching this one and tracking it every mile of the way through the overnight. Now, a 7 p.m. advisory just came out. Now, as it's closer to our area, we're going to get at least updates every hour at the top of the hour, giving us the latest wind speed, the pressure, and where it's headed. So northwest at 13. Takes it late evening across just east of the Jupiter area. And because of the angle and because it's coming in across South Florida and Central Florida the next 24 hours, it's a little bit closer off the Treasure Coast, especially Vero. There's Friday at 2 a.m. So 2 in the morning, he makes a close approach to Vero and Fort Pierce. It's a little farther offshore than we had last night, but it's still a Category 4 hurricane with very strong winds. And then up the coastline and parallel up the beaches of North Florida in toward Charleston, and then a big loop back down into the Bahamas. Yes, this is a real forecast track, and we are looking at a storm track moving into the Bahamas. Pretty much this is Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. There's a look at the eye right now, just moving very close to Grand Bahama, and very strong winds, almost 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported in the last few minutes on the northern side of that eye wall, northwest, and that's brought it right up to very near West End. And watching the last few frames, and this is a great thing about Live Viper 5 Max. Well, there are many great things, but this is one of them. We can track this the whole way for as long as it's on the radar for the next day or two. And the eye is just to the south of the island itself, but also more important to us are these feeder bands that are working down the coastline now and reporting 45 and 50 mile an hour winds as they come in from the Treasure Coast and then work down into Palm Beach County. A couple of things are going on here. So they come off the ocean and the Gulf Stream, and they actually intensify a little as they wrap down through the Treasure Coast and work down south through Boca and then eventually Lauderdale. Here are the current wind gusts. You can see anywhere from about 25 up around Jupiter and Martin County off our coastline. There's a close look at Palm Beach County. And the winds at this point are northeast and almost due north as you head toward the lake in Palm Beach County, and more northeast coming in through Martin and St. Lucie County. You can see the streamlines there working in, so northeast all the way up through Vero Beach. So what can we expect? Well, tonight in Palm Beach County, strong tropical storm force winds, gusts to 90, so that's a hurricane force wind gust as move in a big way during the day. For Martin and St. Lucie counties, gusts to 110 through tonight and about 3 in the morning. Early tomorrow morning, we're down to about 30 to 35, and then in the afternoon, starting to improve with maybe even some sunshine late in the day. And here's a look at Indian River County, where we'll see some of our strongest winds with improving weather, getting into 60 mile an hour wind gusts for tomorrow morning, and then by the afternoon, still tropical storm force winds are possible, but beginning to improve. Listen, if power goes out, we're already getting reports of some power outages. You can always listen to us on radio. Our radio partners, iHeartRadio, and they will be simulcasting our signal, and we'll talk you through the hurricane, through the overnight, and into Friday morning. Right through the storm, we are here for you 24/7 to let you know exactly what is going on. Jay and Shannon.
Before and heading straight down the eye
Well,
there,
yeah.
what kind of damage do you get with 45 mile per hour
You'll
winds?
get sporadic power outages. You'll get tree branches down. Those winds are the type of winds that we'll see in strong thunderstorms in the afternoon here in the summer. So they're not going to do any kind of structural damage to homes. They might take weak fences down and structures like that, but they're certainly not going to do any kind of significant damage. It's when we start to get up 60 miles an hour stronger that we start to see structural damage and larger branches and some of the smaller trees come down. We're not at that point yet, but with the next bands coming in the next couple of hours, we will see winds that strong.
Steve, you had mentioned you're getting hourly updates here, and as Viper 5 updates you guys, y'all have the most up-to-date information. A few minutes ago, you all were talking about a shift to the west. Maybe this was like 30 minutes ago.
The eye of the hurricane, and I have it on the radar here, was the general trend is northwest for this hurricane, and it started to turn a little bit more north. So we're watching that. It looks like it's kind of jogged back to the west a little bit, but only in the last 30 minutes.
All right.
The governor, I believe.
That's right. We're getting word the governor is speaking right now. Let's listen.
State Emergency Management Team, Highway Safety, the National Guard. We've got General Turner, who is responsible for 5 states for the Army Corps of Engineers. We've got law enforcement. We've got Rick Swearingen, and of course we've got National Guard. And we have Jim Boxell, who's making sure that we continue to have our evacuation routes open and moving. Some of them are not moving as fast as some of the others, but they're all moving. I've spoken to all 67 counties as part of our 515 call. The state, along with all the Florida counties, are focused solely on life safety. We want everybody to survive. Counties that aren't in the storm's path are standing ready to help those impacted. I've talked to sheriffs. I've told sheriffs, utility companies, and county emergency management officials to call me if they need anything. I've given them my cell phone. I've said to solve any problem as quickly as we can solve it. We're focused on protecting life, and the state stands ready to help any community that needs help. I spent the past 4 days traveling Florida's East Coast, urging people to prepare and get ready for Hurricane Matthew. It's here. It's absolutely here. It's not very far off the coast of Palm Beach. We're already starting to see the impacts, and it's a monster. Again, our number one priority is protecting every life in this state. I think about my grandchildren, my daughters, my son-in-law, my wife. I want everybody to survive this. We can rebuild homes, we can rebuild businesses. I just think of my own family. We can't rebuild a life. If you're in South and Central Florida, the storm is making its way in tonight. Please stay safe. Keep listening for alerts. There may be tornadoes that come in, and your radio or cell phone will give you important messages. If you're in Brevard County or north of Brevard County and in an evacuation zone, you still have time to leave. Get out. There's no reason to take a chance. It just doesn't make any sense. At 5 p.m., Hurricane Matthew was located 100 miles east-southeast of West Palm Beach, with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles an hour. Just stop and think about that. 140 miles an hour. It remains a Cat 4. Some slight fluctuations in intensity are likely while the hurricane moves towards the coast of Florida. But Matthew is likely to produce devastating impacts from storm surge, extreme winds, and heavy rains along portions of the East Coast tonight. This storm's a monster. Again, protecting life is our #1 priority. Impacts of Hurricane Matthew are as follows. Heavy rain up to 12 inches along the East Coast. And just remember, in storms like this, you'll get a band and get more. And when you get those bands, you get immediate flooding. Strong rip currents, beach erosion, the risk of tornadoes, hurricane force winds, Just remember that, hurricane force winds. Storm surge, think about this, 11 feet possible of storm surge. You're standing on the ground, 11 feet. Stop and think about that, 11 feet of storm surge. And on top of that, waves. So in your house, if you're close, you could have the storm surge and waves over your roof. Storm surge will also go along the St. Johns and St. Mary's River. If you live along these rivers, please listen for evacuation orders. Do not surf, do not be on the beach. Nobody should be on a Florida beach on the East Coast tonight. Nobody should be on the beach. Nobody should be surfing. People who are still on the beach tonight in Jacksonville, get off the beach. Indian River County all the way to the Florida-Georgia line will have winds exceeding 100 miles per hour. As of now, Volusia and Brevard will have the highest wind strengths. That's a projection. Inland counties like Seminole and Orange will also have hurricane force winds. Inland will have hurricane force winds. Remember, these are projections and it can get worse. I just spoke with Joan Turner from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I will be requesting the following from FEMA, and they'll work with the Army Corps of Engineers. Temporary power, temporary roofing, debris removal crews, and structural assessment crews. This afternoon, I also asked the President for additional generators and pumps to help with power outages and flooding once the storm hits. We're going to have power outages. We're going to have a lot of power outages. We can expect to see lots of flooding, especially in Northeast Florida, and we will need additional pumping equipment from the federal government. Based on the continued strong track to Florida, I've activated 3,500 National Guards members. This is the most I've ever had to activate. Protecting lives remains our #1 priority. That is, I've continued to activate more troops for life-saving missions. They're pre-positioned all across the state. Many are helping people evacuate right now for safety. We also have many at our shelters. In the immediate aftermath of the storm, they will be deployed to perform search and rescue operations along with Fish and Wildlife. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission also has the state has food and water pre-positioned all across the state. Once the storm passes an area, we will bring it in. Each county has a designated plan on how to distribute these resources. Around 1.5 million are under evacuation orders. More areas were mandated this afternoon. Roads are still open for evacuation. I know hotels in the state are filling up. You can visit Expedia.com/Florida. This is a special page they've developed so you can find an open hotel during the storm. As you drive, Department of Transportation has informational signs that denote when hotels are filled at exits. So if you see a sign that says it's filled, don't stop. There's no hotels open. You're going to have to go to the next exit. You'll find a sign. We're getting signs up where the shelters that are open are. So if you can't get to a hotel, go to a shelter. We've got shelters open across the state. It might not be the nicest accommodation, but it probably is a much safer accommodation than your house or your apartment. We currently have 130 shelters open across the state. More and more people are going to them tonight. We do not have any capacity issues at our shelters. We had over 3,000 people in our shelters last night, and we'll get an updated number at midnight tonight. We do an update every night. If you're in North Florida, If you're in Brevard going north, you still have time to evacuate. You don't have a lot of time, but you have time to evacuate. Again, you might not want to sit in a shelter, but it might be the difference between life and death. Curfews. They're in place for portions of Orange, Duval, St. Johns, and Seminole counties. They're in place to protect you and to keep communities safe. Listen to the curfews. They're there for your safety. Follow. Stay focused on life-saving operations. If you have questions on curfews, please call your sheriff's office. Traffic. I-10 westbound out of Jacksonville has experienced congestion, but continues to move. The State Department of Transportation has been following all the evacuation routes all day long, and they're doing everything they can to speed them up and to make sure they're continuing to move. Department of Transportation and Highway Safety are working together to make sure all of our evacuation routes are moving. And they're also showing alternate routes. I-4 westbound between Orlando and Tampa has congestion, but continues to move. Traffic on 528 is moving quickly now between Brevard and Orlando. If you are concerned about safe routes, visit fl511.com. You can see traffic patterns and accidents. Anything is on there to pick a safe route, the best route. Orlando and Fort Lauderdale. There are no power outages at this time. There's a few, 6,800 people without power, which is only about 1%. Brevard County, 2,200 people without power. This is about 1%. I'll go through these, but let me tell you, you're going to lose power. We're going to lose power. Broward County, 5,600 people are without power. This is only 1%. Palm Beach County, about 4,800 people are without power. It's only about 1%. We are going to lose power, and we're not going to lose power for a short period of time. Fuel. There are no reported fuel issues on our interstates or on the turnpike. Earlier today, I directed Department of Transportation to send fuel resources to gas stations on Alligator Alley. There were reported issues there, and DOT has already solved them. Individual gas stations are seeing fuel shortages, but they're temporary. They're being quickly refueled, and fuel is ready available around the state. The current fuel supply in the state, even if all ports are closed, is nearly 6 days. Take the fuel you need, nothing more than the fuel for the next person. So everybody has the opportunity to have the fuel that they need. Hospitals. Hospitals along the East Coast have been evacuated for the past 2 days. Luckily, we have not had any issues. We're also still seeing evacuations that are in nursing homes. Help each other. You can go to Text FL Prepares. Excuse me. Text FL Prepares, one word, to 888-777, and you'll get updates from the State Emergency Response Team. FL Prepares, one word, at 888-777, and you'll get updates. It can save your life. If you got a smartphone, enable it in your settings to receive emergency messages. The National Hurricane Center will be pushing life-saving messages out during the storm. You will hear a loud noise when they come through, and it's loud. Do not ignore them. They could save your life. Don't turn them off. As much as they might bother you, they could be life-saving. Everybody needs to remember these things. First off, we've asked people for days now to be prepared. But now this is going to hit, and let's think about what we're going to do afterwards. We're going to have down power lines. Don't come close. Watch your kids. Let them know. Don't touch a power line. They could be live. Stay away from them. Don't drive or walk into standing water. Either one. Don't go into standing water. Don't go outside during the storm. Think about it. We're going to have hurricane force winds. Think about the debris that's going to be flying around the state. We've all watched it on the Weather Channel, the debris around hurricanes and around tropical storms. There's going to be debris flying. Don't go outside during the storm. Don't take a chance. Don't go outside to see what it's like. If you see a tornado, if you hear of a tornado approaching, go into an interior room and hunker down. I grew up in the Midwest. We had tornadoes all the time. That's what we always had to do. Do not operate a generator in your house. Do not operate a generator in your house. The generators all have to stay outside. If you've evacuated, only return when you've been told you can return. Don't try to return before that. Local officials will let you know when it's okay. Look, everybody's going to do their part to keep you healthy, keep you safe, keep you alive. That's our number one priority. But you got to call your local sheriff. They're there to take care of you. They are staffed and they can help you. I'm going to be here at the State Emergency Operations Center tonight, and we'll continue to get briefed by the state meteorologist. And I'm going to pray for everybody's safety. I know I've been traveling the state for the last 4 days. I've been working even before that to start talking about getting prepared. We have a great team here. We've got a great team locally. People have really done their job. I hope everybody's taken precautions. I hope everybody, if you're still thinking about evacuating and you're in an evacuation zone, you're Barrier Island, you're a place where you know it's subject to flooding, get out. Don't take a chance. But I can tell you this, the county and the state are working hard. And after this hits, they're going to work very hard to restore this state, get everybody their power back, and get everybody back to a normal life. I'll be glad to answer any questions anybody has.
Governor, after what could be a $50 billion storm, potentially even more than that, how prepared is the Florida Cat Fund to deal with the destruction that might be left behind?
Let's think about it. We made a lot of progress. I mean, first off, you look at citizens. We've downsized the risk on citizens quite a bit. On the CAT fund, if you think about what's happened over the last 6 years, it's dramatically increased as far as both the amount of cash we have, and then we did some borrowing ahead of time to make sure we were ready. So we've done all those things. I'd like the state not to have any risk. That would be utopia. But we have some risk, but I think we're prepared for it. I think we're in a much better position than we've been in years. So, but we don't know the amount of damage we're going to have. Look, you still have to assume this thing's going to hit shore. And if you look at it, if it hit shore and came straight across, it's just devastating. The dollars are going to be staggering. So. Anybody else?
You talked to President Thrasher earlier today about the FSU Miami, and given everything that is going on, and given the fact that UF decided to postpone its game, should they just go ahead and either postpone it or move it or something like that, and stop sort of the guessing game in terms of what's going to happen?
Well, when I talked to President Thrasher, he's talking to he was about to talk to the University of Miami, and they're going to make a decision. They'll make a good decision. Mike, the things I worry about with anything is we've got to make sure our number one priority is take care of everybody's public safety, and then on top of that, we're going to work really hard to restore everybody to a normal life. This is going to start with getting people back in their homes, getting people their power back. Those are going to be the most important things. We're going to have to assess the damage. We'll work with FEMA. They've been here since last Thursday. So as you know, I've got additional requests in. Our request with FEMA for water, food, and tarps has been approved, but we have more requests. We're going to need.
The Clinton campaign has asked about extending the deadline for voter registration. It is next Tuesday. Since you've declared an emergency, it is within your power to do that. Governor Bush made some changes to election situation in 2004 after the hurricanes hit then. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the idea of extending the voter registration deadline.
I'm not going to extend it. If you whether it's the registration date, everybody has had a lot of time to register. So on top of that, we've got lots of opportunities to vote, early voting, absentee voting, and election day. So I don't intend to make any changes.
What advice would you give to people who are not in the path of the storm that want to help the people that are on?
To look at where we can use more help in our shelters. If you have any friends from Palm Beach going north that might need a place to stay, even if they can't come tonight, they might need they might need it tomorrow. So ask them, reach out to them, see if you can do it. We are going to the Salvation Army and Red Cross. They're going to be providing a lot of services. They would love your contribution because they're going to provide a lot of volunteer efforts, and they're going to spend a lot of money. Partially staffing shelters, partially preparing food, things like that. I've had calls with both the Red Cross and Salvation Army, and I've seen them for the last 6 years, the things that they've been doing, in things much more minor than this, and so they could use your financial support.
Florida Governor Rick Scott at a press briefing in Tallahassee right now, stating the obvious in that ominous tone that he's had for the past 4 days. It's here. It's in statistics here. 130 shelters opened across the state right now. We currently have 13 in Palm Beach County, 67 people in that. But he said they need to be manned. They need some help there. So that is a bit of an indication. If you want to help and reach out, obviously when it's safe after the storm, redcross.org, that's the way we can help as well. 3,500 National Guard troops mobilized, the most he's mobilized in his tenure as governor. So, these statistics give you the really an image of what we're about to deal with here.
Right, and we just got a bulletin that moved across, according to the BBC. The BBC is now reporting government reports out of Haiti. The death toll now stands at 264 in Haiti due to Hurricane Matthew. So you hear in the tone of the governor, after seeing reports like that come out, he's staring down this storm. But I was struck during the briefing, and of course you all heard it with me. He spent a good bit of his time, Steve Weigel, as we bring you in here, talking about the northern portion of the state and getting people out and that kind of thing. Is his focus kind of shifting off southern Florida, and why would that be?
Right, I think they feel like they've done everything they can do for South Florida as far as getting people prepared and getting them ready. And the storm is still projected around Cape Canaveral and then paralleling the coast all the way up toward Jacksonville and into Georgia and the Carolinas. So that's their concern. And he's right, the strongest winds will be north of our viewing area. We're just concerned that some of those strong winds will cause damage here too. We're looking at some of the latest computer models, and they're still forecasting hurricane force winds for the Treasure Coast and parts of Palm Beach County.
Right.
As you study this storm now, because you guys have this up to the minute data, are you noticing any changes over the past hour of the storm? Any certain areas that?
Yeah, we're getting reports of stronger winds for sure. And people at home are probably noticing that some of these bands that are coming in now are much stronger than the ones that were around earlier tonight. Wind reports of 50 and 55 miles an hour. My concern, I'm going to watch this very closely, is this band right here, because a couple of the computer models are picking up on this later tonight around midnight through about 2 a.m., getting close enough to our coast and lining up and bringing us strong winds, hurricane force winds potentially right around this the line right here. So this is on the outer edges of the hurricane force winds, but the GFS model, I would just taking a close look at it around midnight through about 2 a.m. The storm track, it's around West End now, ends up just off Jupiter around 11 p.m. and midnight, and so that brings this entire storm close enough that this band here will be right down 95 in the Turnpike. Now, we already have some strong wind. You know, if you're sitting in North County and around West Palm and the Gardens, and even up around Port St. Lucie, it's really, really blowing out there because of these outer feeder bands. But the closer you get into the core of this area here, the stronger the winds will be. And these are moving about 50 miles an hour as they come in off the coastline. Current wind speeds, here's a breakdown. For the most part, 30 to 40. You'll notice West Palm is a 45 mile an hour wind gust now. It tapers off quickly around the lake, 21 in Okeechobee, and about 25 to 30 in Belglade. Here is the forecast. Here's the forecast I was talking about. Now, this is a GFS model bringing some strong winds in from Grand Bahama. Now there's midnight, and you can see a large swath. These are wind gusts, but a large swath of 80 to 85 mile an hour winds along coastal Palm Beach County, and a little bit less on the Treasure Coast in the short term. As we get into 2:30 in the morning, we're approaching 100 mile an hour wind gusts around Vero, and it begins to let up a little bit in Palm Beach County, and then improving in a big way as we get toward dawn and shortly after as the storm begins to pull away. This is just one forecast model. This is not the official forecast. In fact, the official forecast has the hurricane force winds just brushing Jupiter and Martin County, but then really coming in across the Treasure Coast and then up to the north after that. So that's the GFS model, and we'll watch for that around midnight to 2 a.m. to see if it gets close enough that inner band makes it to the coast, and really, you start talking 75 and 80 mile an hour wind gusts, you're talking significant power outages and significant damage to trees and to structures. Those are winds that can do some serious damage, and the gusts even higher. All right, so a breakdown at this point is generally our winds late tonight 55 to 75, so just in that strong tropical storm force, and then improving as we go through tomorrow. And most of those winds will be in northern Palm Beach County, from West Palm north into Jupiter. Martin St. Lucie County is looking at potentially some stronger winds, although as the storm stays over West End, it looks like it may stay a little farther off the coast, and hopefully we'll be on the low end of these numbers. I think we will, but in Indian River County, we're still looking at such a close call for the center of the hurricane that we're still not guaranteed, but we still have a very high chance of getting some very strong winds. Looking at tropical storm force winds overnight and tapering off pretty quickly tomorrow and tomorrow evening too. Let's take a look at this power outage graphic, which we've been showing, and it updates every few minutes. Looking at significant power outages forecast for northern Palm Beach County down through West Palm, and then on the Treasure Coast, pockets around Fierro and Port St. Lucie and Jensen Beach, and also up into Brevard County too. And power outages back around the lake, just not as significant or as widespread around the lake than they are projected along the coastline. So we're watching things for you. We're watching these feeder bands on the radar, because that's where our big weather is. And the strongest feeder bands are still offshore, and on the current track, some of that will make it into our viewing area around midnight through the early morning hours. So that's the big threat at this point. And in some of those feeder bands, if the conditions are right, we could see a tornado or two develop too.
That's when you come in, sir, because
Yes.
we hear your voice. If you're without power at home and you hear Steve's voice, he can pinpoint exactly, by street, as he mentioned earlier, where that threat is at that very moment.
And to back up what Steve just said, those power outages, that band coming friends in Jupiter Farms and in around Jupiter, lights are flickering and some have lost electricity already. There's the Jupiter Lighthouse right here. The cameras are swaying up there. Steve, showing that band that was coming through right now. It's really massive up there, and it is gusty winds. Steve, 30 to the wind field here on this band.
Well, in this feeder band, 45 to 50 mile an hour winds easily. We've had some wind reports like that. The whole cell, the whole feeder band's moving about 50 miles an hour very quickly. In fact, if we can take the radar full screen, Live Viper 5 Max, you can see very quickly coming in off Jupiter, and a lot of this is actually right over West Palm now. Really, really strong. Let me get the little marker here, and I'll show you what's happening right there. Very strong part of this feeder band. Also another one that's about to move in around Jensen Beach, right there. Actually, I'll do better than this. Let me take a look, since we're doing this real time, take a look and show you some of the timeline as far as areas impacted from these strong cells. So you have one that's just off Port St. Lucie and Stewart. So we're looking at times of arrival in the next few minutes. What are we, 5 to 10 minutes, Port St. Lucie and Stewart. And then there's a second one that's coming in. Well, pretty much West Palm is the core of this, and working quickly down the coast through Boynton Beach in the next just 10 or 15 minutes, because they're moving so quick from the south, or from the north toward the south. So big winds and big rain, and a lot of these feeder bands will dump a quick 1 to 3 inches of rain and move off very quickly. But it is this line that is off the coast, and it's about 20 to 30 miles off the coast that I'm most concerned about, because I think some of this will make it in along our beaches and around 95 and A1A around midnight or shortly after.
All right, well, we will be watching, and I know you will be very well. We'll talk to you in just a few minutes, Steve.
As a result of those feeder bands, Steve's talking about the wind, the surf, the rain really picking up in Jupiter right now. Our Michelle Casada is in that area monitoring conditions for us.
We are definitely feeling strong winds out here north of the Juno Beach Pier. It's kind of even hard to see at times when you get that sharp rain hitting you in the face, and the wind gusts over 30 miles per hour now, we believe. And you also have the sand factor coming in as well, hitting you, physically hurting when it hits your body. Now, we've seen that the surf is definitely getting much rougher out here. Luckily, we haven't seen any people trying to get into the water in the last hour or so, but earlier today there were some people who felt too confident and were trying to get in. We've seen a lone come out here. It's getting pretty dangerous. Came in a while actually, and they wanted to come out and check it out for themselves.
though, like all human beings, you're a bit curious, right? You have to scratch that itch, so to speak. So you want to come up and you want to see the high surf and see the wind and what all the animals are doing and how different they're acting, things of that nature. So I think we filled that. We checked that box.
But not for too long, right?
No. We're about at it. We're done.
So as conditions worsen, we're going to be seeking shelter and leaving the beach. Reporting in Jupiter, Michelle Casada, WPTV News Channel 5.
We shared that with you because we wanted to give you some perspective. We've been following Michelle Casada's reporting throughout the day. She's been pretty much staked out right there in Jupiter for us. And when we went to her earlier, you saw, the wind was picking up and the surf was starting to kick up. And then she shot that, of course, during daylight hours just before nightfall. And so those were the conditions before nightfall. And now Steve is saying that these feeder bands really starting to work in that area. So she's positioned herself in a safer place now off of the beach, and we'll be touching base with her in a live report shortly, too.
Those feeder bands that Steve mentioned, packing winds upwards of 45 miles an hour, are working their way down through Palm Beach County, right overhead here in West Palm Beach. We have a big cell over us right now where our studios are. PBIA just picking up a wind gust of 45 miles an hour. That coming in from Steve just a few minutes ago. We're going to head further south to Delray Beach right now, where Jason Hackett is monitoring conditions right now in that city right now. Jason, what are you seeing down there?
Well, right now it's relatively calm compared to about an hour earlier. We had a big squall move through here, a lot of rain, a lot of wind. We were inside of our truck and it was rocking back and forth, but right now we're right here next to East Atlantic Avenue, usually a place that's really happening, but right now, not a person on the street. It's kind of an eerie feeling. It's very dark, not many cars coming down. This wind out here picking up that water and splashing it up, causing those white caps. Everybody gathering out here to take pictures. Curfew. They knew the curfew was set to be imposed. Here's what they had to say about the conditions out here earlier.
Go inside and, keep shelter, try to stay safe.
I've never seen anything before. Like, this is my first time seeing waves like this. So I just think nature is just so beautiful.
Very beautiful, but very dangerous. We just left a house in Delray Beach. A 50-year-old ficus tree landed in this man's backyard, narrowly missing a house. A very scary situation for that homeowner there. So it's just a reminder of how beautiful and how dangerous Mother Nature can be at the same time. Again, here in Delray Beach, 6 p.m. curfew. Nobody on the streets right now. Police are coming up and down, making sure that nobody is outdoors right now. And right now, it seems as if people are heeding that warning. Back to you guys.
All right, Jason Hackett standing by in Delray Beach, one of the many communities we're fanned out in, where our crews are monitoring progress in the situation as it stands right now. You have some new information. I know, Shannon, you just got in, right?
Right. Well, it's just coming into our newsroom a couple of moments ago. Martin County reporting, and this is coming from the Martin County Sheriff, that there are reports that transformers are beginning to blow on Hutchinson Island. So residents in that area may start Steve's been telling me if you did the same. We put the battery powered flashlights in a particular spot. So right when we walked in, we knew where they were. So get prepared. This is when you start getting all these things in the right spot. You don't want to be scrambling through the dark looking for your batteries and your flashlights. Get them ready, know where they are, because you could start to experience power outages. As Martin County, at least on Hutchinson Island, we're getting reports that is occurring right now. And because that's happening, we do want to remind you that we are simulcasting on all iHeart radio stations. You can see a list of them right here on your screen. We've been telling you throughout the day today, go ahead and jot them down, maybe program them into your battery powered radio so that when you do lose power, you can go right to it. You don't have to scramble for them. So now might be your last window as we start to experience some power outages here to go ahead and get your radio, your battery powered radios programmed to these radio stations. We will be simulcasting all night long on iHeartRadio.
We talked about this, and we have talked about it over the past 24 hours, the fact that we have mobile phones, Facebook, and the internet will start happening now that we're in the duration of the storm. We're getting a lot of images from people. Despite the fact that nightfall is falling all over South Florida, we're still getting a lot of images in. So we wanted to go to Ashley Hinson. She's in the newsroom right now with some of those that have come in already and some new information. Ashley.
Yeah, we have those pictures into us right now. I know we just saw Michelle Casada in Jupiter. This is also from Jupiter. She gave us a pretty amazing picture with that wind speed, but we still want to show you this picture of the trees kind of whipping around in that area. You can see them just really getting hit there by the wind speeds. And then this one from Martha Venn. She sent this to us on Facebook. Her patio just lifted up in Canna Lakes community. That's in Green Acres. And then I want to show you this picture as well. This one from Cindy Shearer. Her power lines arcing across the road. That's when, you know, the branches get in the way of those power lines and they spark like this. Also want to show you this tree, another pretty big tree down. This was in West Palm. The wind gusts just already taking a toll there. The trees down east of the Norton Museum. That one sent to us by Matt Nelson. So like you said, Jay, we are getting these pictures in, and it seems every 20 minutes or so, they seem to be even more damage in the pictures that we're seeing. So again, if you can take a picture safely, send it to us on Facebook.
All right, Ashley Hinson, live for us in the news, said we're going to expect to see power outages, not just tree branches down, but trees coming down, as we're seeing right now, and it's only going to get worse, but with some structural damage coming through the area.
So as we begin to ride this out with you throughout this evening, as we mentioned, we do have crews safely placed throughout our viewing areas, and Alyssa Hyman is in Indian River County. She has more on what's happening there tonight.
Well, the winds here in Vero Beach are really starting to pick up as we move into those evening hours, but this is nothing compared to what it's like over by the beach. We went over to the boardwalk near JC Park in Vero Beach. That's an area that has already seen bad erosion from a previous tropical system. The city spent about $500,000 to re-nourish just that section of the beach. And after Matthew takes its toll, Vero Beach Mayor Jay Kramer says it's likely they're going to have to do another re-nourishment.
It looks like we're going to have to do it again after this storm. It's starting to erode and it's starting to cut in under different sections here.
And we actually just happened to run into the mayor over there on the beach side. He says he is planning on getting off the island very shortly, but he says he was just making a few last rounds to try and convince anyone left to evacuate. Reporting in Vero, Alyssa Hyman, WPTV News Channel 5.
Alyssa, thanks.
Yeah, listen, we're filing all these reports right now. Our crews are mobilizing to get to a safe spot. So what they've done is they've filed all these reports. They've sent them to us. So we're trying to air as much as we can, realizing the fact that nightfall has fallen across South Florida. They were trying to get in some perhaps some last minute live shots before they had to go and seek cover, because our news director just came out and said it's getting extremely, conditions are deteriorating rapidly outside. So, we're monitoring our crews out there to make sure they're safe, and we're trying to get as much information to you from them in as safe a manner as possible.
And we're trying to find those like Jason Hackett, who might experience a lull, and he can step out from his safety zone when it's safe for him. We've done this for years. I remember back during Francis and Jean, I was stationed at Lawnwood Regional Medical Center, and at the time we camped. Those things can be, wind tunnels, and so not the safest place, but that's where we were. That was our place that we parked our truck, and I remember poking my head out around a wall just for a second, just to see the winds coming in off the water there. And a big sheet of metal just went flying by. I mean, 2 seconds later. So this is the reason why people ask you to stay at home. This is the reason why we tuck our crews in when things start heating up like they do. So we bring you these reports as they're prepping just to tuck in for a couple hours here. And we'd like to share with you what's happening right up until the time they have to do that.
And speaking of our crews out there, we have a number of crews that came in from other Scripps properties, some other Scripps companies across the country. One of them, John Genovese, he is in Lantana Beach right now. He filed this report earlier.
Well, here at Lantana Beach, the wind is picking up, but the waves are what's really showing off the power of this storm. You can see him coming towards the beach with a lot of momentum. Again, this beach now closed off tonight. Officials say you shouldn't be anywhere near the water at this point. We asked some of these folks why it was worth taking the risk.
Oh, just to have the kids see the waves. They haven't seen it in their life yet, so we just figured we'd come out here and check it out.
They're extremely high today. They're doing a great job, and you can tell he's really coming really strong.
Now at this point, officials say you should be hunkering down, staying indoors at your home or a nearby shelter. They say it is not safe at this point. For now, at Lantana Beach, John Genovese, WPTV News Channel 5.
Final reports, some live shots coming in, live reports from the field during the daylight hours. Now we'll start seeing more when it's safe, more reports on darkness. It's tough in these conditions right now because you're really trying to tap dance around getting a report out and staying safe. And as these conditions deteriorate, we just want to make sure when we do these reports that they're safe. But we also want to make sure that our listeners and our viewers understand where the bulk of activity is, what people are experiencing, and when they will experience it, because it's ever changing, it's evolving, and that's why Steve has Viper 5. It's great because minute by minute, hour by hour, they can track to know when and where the high winds will occur, when and where certain cities are getting inundated with water and inundated with storm surge.
And with those high winds often come the power outages, as we've just been reporting. We've been getting a few reports of them trickling in. On the phone right now, we have Peter Robbins from FPL. Peter, nope, okay, we were attempting to connect with him, and we're trying to get him on the phone here in just a couple of minutes, but go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to what, we're talking and staying on the subject of FPL. They have a new system in place right now, some new technology where they're going to be able to not only pinpoint exactly where the power outages are, but identify them quicker and restore it quicker. And Peter said earlier on the phone, and we're going to find out as soon as we establish a connection with him, that once the storm is passed, they'll get to about 35-mile-an-hour winds when their crews are safe. They will mobilize and start going out. They have 15,000 workers, both internally and externally, from Texas to Massachusetts, ready on standby, ready to go out into the communities to restore power to all areas. It sounds like, from what Peter said, and I don't want to insinuate this, but I think it's going to be a much better and more rapid response than what we saw 11 years ago, just clearly from the technology that they have on hand as we go into this situation.
And so those power outages, we just mentioned Hutchinson Island experienced a few, or could be experiencing a couple of power outages any moment now. But right now, we want to get you to Michelle Casada. She followed this report a short time ago out of Jupiter.
Well, we're here just north of the Juno Beach Pier, and winds are definitely starting to pick up here. The wind gusts are getting much stronger. The last time we checked, winds here were about 30 miles per hour, and you can see that the surf is definitely rough out here too. We're getting high waves out here, and people are actually coming out to the beach because they're curious and they want to see this, but the sun is going to start setting soon, and we're telling people not to come out here.
It's not raining too bad at the house right now, and we wanted to see the waves. They're huge, and just it's like we haven't had a hurricane in 10 years or so it's exciting. I was little the last time it happened, so.
There are a lot of people that have been up and down here on the beach, but as soon as those strong showers started coming through, I guess it thinned out a little bit on the beach, and hopefully they won't be coming out here because once the sun sets, it's going to be extremely dark and hard to see what's going on. But we'll keep you posted. For now, we're reporting from Jupiter. Michelle Casada, WPTV News Channel 5.
Michelle, thanks so much. Again, we're getting in a couple of these reports that they filed just before the sun set across Florida.
That's
Jay,
right.
Something?
We have some updated information coming in regarding closures. Right now, theme parks in Central Florida are closed and won't be open until this weekend. This includes Walt Disney World and Universal Studios. This is just the fourth time Disney World is closed since it opened in 1971. The other times were for Hurricanes Floyd in 1999 and, of course, Francis and Jean in 2004. Just gives you an impact of how big and the wide range of this storm. Steve mentioned all the way up the counties to our north, outside of our viewing area, are going to experience rough weather. And this is an indication, obviously, when Disney decides to pull the plug on operations.
Matthew's shutting down Disney. I mean, it's serious.
Central Florida is impacting how severe it's going to be not only for us, but all the counties along the coastline.
Absolutely. Our Megan McRoberts is in Fort Pierce. She's been staked out there throughout the afternoon. She filed this report a short time ago. Oh, she's live. Fantastic. Megan, how are you doing out there?
Anna? Shannon, we're hanging in here. Thank you very much. I just want to bring you guys a quick update. We are in Fort Pierce, and I know I told you about a half an hour ago or so. That was when the final firefighters, the final fire rescue crews on Hutchinson Island in St. Lucie County, that's when they bailed. So right now, residents on Hutchinson Island in St. Lucie County who decided to stay are without that fire rescue emergency help. We did just learn, though, from St. Lucie County law enforcement, the sheriff's office, that there are still deputies on the island. They're going to be kind of your last resort for help if you do have an emergency. Of course, they are limited in what they can help residents with, depending on the type of emergency that they're dealing with. But there is still some help there for people that decided to ride out the storm on the island. But deputies will be leaving eventually once the conditions just become too, but it will not be there forever. And again, firefighters have already left. You see, here's several police officers with Fort Pierce who are still guarding the bridge from Hutchinson Island, northern Hutchinson Island, into the mainland here. They are not allowing residents even to go back on the island. No one is going on the island at this point. People are only allowed to leave the island. The exit lane is still open. You can see here the rain and the wind are just really picking up right now, actually, just very quickly deteriorating. About an hour ago, I spoke to the marina, which is just south of us here. They have a lot of pressure right now, maintaining a lot of boats. A lot of people left their boats here at the marina. They did not take them inland. Listen to what he said just moments ago as he was trying to secure those boats for a final time.
Retying my lines so when the current rises, our boats actually don't, sail away from us or end up on shore. Making sure all are out of state.
So this has got to be really hard to do because you don't know exactly your lines,
Exactly.
do you?
No, we do not. But
The wind is really picking up. I imagine you're not going to be able to have many more opportunities to check on your boat from here.
This is it. This is the last time. That's why we're trying to make the best of it.
So back out here live again, no one going on the island, people only allowed to leave at this point, and your lifeline, those firefighters are no longer there to help you. This likely our last live shot. So you can see the conditions are getting much worse. We're going to send it back to you in the studio. Wow.
Robert, stay safe out there.
During the term of her live shot, from the time we went to her, I mean, those conditions, Steve Weagle, goodness.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's getting worse out there. And in fact, down to our south, Steve, you're mentioning in Lantana, we have some rough weather, possible rotation.
Yeah, well, we talked about this earlier, how these the feeder bands would fire out very strong winds. We now have a thunderstorm that is moving very quickly from Boynton Beach into Delray, and this one is rotating. So there is a threat for funnel clouds or potentially a tornado to touch down. It is moving 50 miles an hour. Yeah, you heard me right, 50 miles an hour from Boynton Beach and Delray in toward Boca. And I'm going to give you the times of arrival with this cell. And our storm is way, way off the coast, but we're now starting to get into some of the, not the inner core of this hurricane, but some strong feeder bands. And this one right here between the Turnpike and 95. Look, I've been talking 2 minutes and it's already from now from Boynton Beach down into Delray. It's this one right here. This fired up 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the airport in the last 10 minutes. So Oriole, Franwood Pines, we have Kingswood, Valencia Falls, Atlantic Avenue, more so along the Turnpike and between the Turnpike and 95, Sherwood Park, Country Club Acres. These are all areas in the next 5 to 10 minutes that could feel the impacts of this thunderstorm cell that has some rotation with it aloft. Doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground, doesn't mean that we're seeing damage, but it does mean that you should take precautions, and if you encounter any kind of structural damage to where you are, get in your safe room and stay there until the storm passes. We also have, along the Treasure Coast, another band coming in, and there's another strong cell that's coming in across Stewart now. It's working in off the coastline, so from Stewart and Sewell's Point, you're going through some real rough weather here, 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds and torrential downpours. Lost Lake, you're next along the Florida Club, back along 76, Canner Highway to the west, and also even through Jupiter Island and Hobe Sound. They would just get clipped by the eastern edge of this, but the core of it is now, it's almost over Lost Lake, so we're looking at a cell that's through Lost Lake. Heritage Ridge is another area that will be affected by this, and then Jonathan Dickinson State Park. This is why we will be from this point forward through the overnight and tomorrow morning. Live Viper 5 Max not only shows you where it's raining, but it also shows you the threat for severe weather, and if we do have severe weather on the ground, we can track it mile by mile. And this is one cell right here. And of course, that second one that is coming from Boynton Beach into Delray. All of these are moving about 50 miles an hour. 55. We talked the last few days about how these feeder bands, as they interact with the coastline, create the threat for tornadoes. You have upward motion because you have thunderstorms, but you also have wind shear. And as these winds come in along the coastline, you start to get winds coming in at different. Tornadoes are very different from what we would see even with a cold front or something that pops up in a thunderstorm in the afternoon. If a tornado touches down, it is going about 40 to 50 miles an hour. It is not meandering. It is not a weak tornado. These types of systems do a lot of damage. So no reports of tornadoes, but we do have rotating storm cells now, and we're likely going to see more right here. And I'll get back to the radar. It's our own tool. I'm pretty much staring at the...
There we go.
Right.
Because it's been fascinating, Steve, as you've been watching it over the last hour. Literally every, maybe even 30 seconds to a minute, there's a jog or a shift or something interesting news happening with this storm.
You mean the actual eye of the hurricane?
Yeah,
James can reboot it there and bring us back to the start of that, and it shows a wider view of the storm, which is about 75 miles off our coastline. They had some big winds, a 98, crazy, it just came right up to Grand Bahama. And in the last little while, it seems to be moving a little bit north again, which is nice to see. Say a little for this. We're between us and Grand Bahama, so this adds a big buffer zone for Palm. everything that's going on here. And there is a line of storms. There's a feeder band right here that I'm keeping a close eye on. This west, some of this works in along the coastline around midnight to 2 a.m. And if that happens, we're going to be dealing with some damaging winds. Hopefully, we see a more northern track and this stays just offshore. But I've been watching this. James putting the timeline, the distance line. So we're about 37 miles off the coastline. The storm center itself is about 70, James? Is that right to the center?
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah.
So it's this one right here, which is only 30 to 40 miles off the coast. But the storm is not moving due west. It's moving at an angle, so it's not going to take an hour or two. If this makes it here, it'll be a few hours. We're at 8 o'clock now, and the models have some of this working in around midnight to 2 a.m. So it's a few hours away. So I've been watching this all day. This has been here all day long since about noon, and it is a very strong band that could make it to the coast. And if it does, we will see. We'll see power outages. We'll see very significant winds firing up from this too. James, do you have anything to add? I know you're watching the radar there.
Yeah, look at Steve. It's kind of making a north, maybe even northeast jog there. The last few frames kind of go in this direction, but that's what these things do. They're gonna kind of zigzag around here. That's why the Hurricane Center doesn't really have the short-term trend. They take a point here, and then 6 hours later they take a point here, and then that's how they come up with the direction of what's going on. We're going to put up looking at Max 1 here. This is that cell that was moving through Boynton Beach. Track these on, and we're looking here. Look at this, 50-mile-per-hour winds with that one really fast-moving cell out there. Let's go to Viper real quick, and you'll be able to see it. In fact, it's already past Boynton right now. It's moving so quickly. Down to the south, it's starting to push into West Delray, and we're looking at western Boca Raton too, probably seeing some pretty gusty winds as the squall moves through, and torrential rain down like cats and dogs, wind blowing it sideways, and then it lets up a little bit. Look at the Boca Airport there, 37-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported there, and I think in the 50s at PBIA as this same little piece of feeder band moves on through now into South County at the moment. Boca West, Glades Road and the Turnpike, back to Glades and 441, and further up to the north, Atlantic Avenue and 441. You just had the brunt of it. Now it should be letting up for you guys. Down to the south, Palmetto Park Road, 18th Street, and then flipping over into Deerfield Beach into the Broward. You're getting it next. This is going to really pick up very, very quickly. Sideways rain blowing very, very fast. And even let's go back to Wellington, looking at your rain starting to taper off there. And some little bit more going into the acreage right now. You see how it's rotating in there. Look at Hope Sound. More coming in there just to the west. This cell is, I think, what we saw, well, maybe close to it. We saw 46-mile-per-hour wind gusts, too, as this moved on shore at over Sailfish Point, downtown Stewart, Sewell's Point, too. Saw real head to the northeast, and you see Fort Pierce there, 32 miles. It's starting to turn more north and northwest, and in fact, in Pompano right now, the wind is northwest, so that's an indication the storm has lifted north of Pompano's latitude, and not quite in West Palm. Well, yeah, it is starting to curve a little bit to the west there. They're looking at the radar going back over to the west end there. And now Freeport getting more of a due south wind too.
I want to jump in here because we have county. This is a little while ago, more than half an hour ago. Juno Beach, 67-mile-an-hour wind. Yeah, that was from one of the bands that came through. Hope Sound, 41 miles an hour. And if we can go to Max 2, Dave, our weather producer extraordinaire, has popped up the wind speeds as far as the other weather computer. The wind speeds so far, the maximum wind speeds across South Florida that we've recorded. We had 49 miles an hour at the airport just a few minutes ago. There it is. And 37 in Jupiter. And of course, that's 67. I do know there are a couple of weather sensors in Juneau that are at the top of some of the condo buildings and they're right along the ocean, so they could get a little higher winds, up 5 and 10 stories. And on the Treasure Coast, 41 in Vero, 31 in Port St. Lucie. And this is just going to get a little stronger. We already have reports of some transformers blowing out, right, Shannon and Jay? And we also have reports of some power outages, and the light's been flickering here at the station too. So this is early on in the game. The storm's not even really near us at this point. We're already dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts, and in some cases well above that. 67 miles an hour in Juno Beach. That's a big wind coming in off the ocean.
And I'm just checking Lake Worth Pier here, just scanning through 51 knot wind gusts, so that's about 58 or so miles per
Roughly,
hour ish.
almost 60.
So yeah, almost 60 there at the Lake Worth Pier, and that was 6:30, so a half an hour ago.
And those are winds that can do some damage. They'll take out the power to houses, of course, and do a little, small trees and tree branches. They're not going to bring down big trees, but they're kind of the forerunner of some of the stronger winds that'll come in later tonight. Still watching that band that's about 30 miles off the coastline that should work in later this evening. Live Viper 5 Max, and that one, if it does make it here, will have a big punch. I suspect strong tropical storm force winds at least, and the models bring it in around midnight. But we had that rotating cell that everything's moving about 50 miles an hour, so it's in West Palm, and then 10 minutes later it's in Lake Worth, and so they're moving so quickly. So that's why it's important to keep it here and let us keep you up to date, because as soon as we spot them, we'll let you know, because it's a matter of minutes from a warning to where you might be dealing with this, even if you're 15 or 20 miles away. It doesn't take long.
This, as we were talking about earlier, is so critical with this technology that you have at your fingertips now, alerting people right away to know when, where, and what to expect.
There's a whole different ball game. This is where we can really, I don't want to say do a better job, but be very, very hyper-local. Precise. And show you weather conditions that are going on that the Weather Service and the Hurricane Center cannot do. This is our time to warn you, because the Hurricane Center is not doing this stuff, what we're doing here right now. They're watching the bigger picture. We're watching these small little thunderstorms and feeder bands come in along the coastline. We're tracking them and watching for any kind of rotation, and we're watching the winds, 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds, and reporting those. Certainly, they're more involved with the bigger picture.
They're not dissecting it and taking it down to the street and saying, this is what you can expect in 2 minutes.
Exactly.
And they haven't taken their jacket off either. We know Steve's
That's right.
working
Steve
hard.
takes off the jacket.
It's starting
to get serious.
That's
It'll
right.
go back on.
Pay attention.
Wait till the sleeves get rolled
Pay
up.
attention to the chief then. All right, Steve, James, thank you very much.
So
guys.
the incredible video has been coming into our newsroom all night long. So we have a lot of it to get to.
Steve was saying, they're worried about this band coming in at midnight with damaging winds. Well, we've already got damage showing up right now. I want to head to Ashley Hinson in the newsroom with more on, I believe, flooding, damage flooding. Ashley?
Yeah, I want to take you up to Indian River County right now, where, like you said, massive flooding going on there. This is the Riverside Cafe. If you're familiar with that, I want to take you in here. This is actually the dock behind Riverside Cafe. Kind of hard to see. I wonder if we can take this full screen, if we can have video of it here, guys. Can we take that? Okay, so this is actually the Riverside Cafe. This is actually a daytime shot of it. You can see that boardwalk almost completely underwater. So deputies are out in this area surveying the damage right now, just asking everyone to be safe, alert of this flooding that's going on right there. We'll continue to monitor the feeds and everything coming into us from social media, and we'll bring more to you guys as they come in.
All right, Ashley, thanks. We're just producers feeding us a little information from the control room. Apparently, there is a meeting about to get underway at the Emergency Operations Center in Indian River County. So speaking of Ashley's report here, we should get an update on any flooding conditions, and certainly any of these feeder bands, any power outages that may have occurred in that area. As soon as that update begins there in Indian River County, we're going to take it live for you.
And want to talk to you about our shelters that have opened up across the area in Indian River County. The shelters are now closed. Volunteers will no longer accept people looking for a place to stay. This includes the pet shelter, and we'll update you on if that decision changes in some sort of fashion. And we have some updated information from Tanya Rogers. She's manning the post at the EOC in Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County opened up 13 shelters right now. 6,915 people are currently residing in them. The pet shelter has reached capacity. They're now moving pets to an adjacent building. She also mentioned 49 National Guard troops are awaiting Tallahassee's decision to deploy at any moment's notice. It's the most in his tenure. The reinforcements are in place, ready to go, should they be needed.
And I think we're doing power outages because we're starting, reports of power outages are beginning to trickle in. We got one report from a weather watcher and
Jog in Okeechobee.
That's right.
Jerry Scott.
Yep.
He talked to us earlier. He sent us a tweet earlier. He's been following us on Twitter. And if you have information, you have our Twitter handles at Jay Cashmere. Your Twitter handle is at Shannon Cake. So be mindful of this. This is, you can be the best form of information that we have. Right now, we want to take a look at some of the updated power outages right now.
And are we going back to that screen or no? I believe we need to go right to weather.
We have the new APM intermediate advisory in from the Hurricane Center. So the winds have dropped a little bit to 130 miles an hour, and the storm is just moving over West End and Grand Bahamas. On the radar, it looks like a landfall. I was looking at the latest bulletins. I don't see, normally they'll announce a landfall location, but it is very, very close. They're putting it 15 miles to the west-northwest of Freeport, and it is 130 miles an hour, and it's moving northwest at warning to a tropical storm warning south of Boca and north of Golden Beach. So we're starting to see a few northwest at 13, and the latest track bringing it very, very close still on that northwest track into the close to the Treasure Coast, just off the coastline. Of course, it's still in the air cone here, but for Palm Beach County, it's nice to see it a little farther off the coastline on the northwest track because it's coming in at an angle. It'll get very close to the Treasure Coast as a Category 4 hurricane, and then move up and parallel the coast and potentially a landfall around the wraparound effect where it eventually ends up back into the Bahamas as a tropical storm the middle of next week, almost in the same location it is now, with winds at about 45 miles an hour. But in the near term, we're watching this massive storm in West End right there, and there's the eye right there. Still lots of shear markers popping up on the northern side of this, so there's a lot of wind shear and the threat for strong winds. Normally, when we start to see our shear markers in some of the feeder bands on the outside, that's a tornado threat. But when it's in the inner core, the winds are so strong here that it fires up these shear markers, and it's just an indicator that there are strong damaging winds right near the core of the hurricane. But these bands, as they come in along the coastline, are bringing in some very strong winds. So we just had a report of a 67-mile-an-hour wind in Juno Beach because of the storm in the last hour, and also some winds popping up in South County. That storm cell that had the radar here is now, well, a couple of minutes ago it was near Boca. Now it's in Pompano. So this was the one 10 minutes ago we were talking about moving through Boynton Beach. Everything is moving at about 50 miles an hour, so it's moving so quickly. So this one's out of almost out of Boca now. You just look at these wind speeds around Lauderdale: 33, 36, 37 in Pompano, even down around Hollywood. We're up into the high 30s. West Palm now, looking at a 48-mile-an-hour wind. That's at the airport, and a little farther north into the Treasure Coast, solid 30 to 35 miles an hour, Fort Pierce and also Vero Beach. So each one of these cells is really bringing some strong winds with it. And look at the eye of this over the Bahamas now, just lingering. West End is right at the very, obviously it's labeled there, but you can see all the shear markers here that have fired up. And the inner core is a little bit closer to our coastline, 20 to 25 miles off the coast. So that is 10 miles closer than it was an hour ago. And if that continues, we will see strong winds develop late this evening and overnight and work toward the coast. But each one of these we're tracking and we're keeping an eye on. So the winds at the APM advisory down to 130 miles an hour. It's just around the west end of Grand Bahama. And it is moving northwest at 13. So on that track, if it keeps that general track, it'll come very close still to Vero Beach and Fort Pierce. But if you think back, it's a little off the coast, a little farther for Palm Beach County. So that takes us out of the very strong winds. And that's one of the reasons, too, that they've dropped that hurricane warning that was in place for Broward County and replaced it with a tropical storm warning. The track is kind of on the eastern side of where the air cone was. So that's nice in the short term, and that's good. But obviously, we're still in threat here for hurricane force winds, very much so on the Treasure Coast in northern Palm Beach County.
For our viewers who are still with us and for our listeners, you are getting updates every hour now from the Hurricane
Center? Yeah, they'll give us a quick update on the pressure and you know what the planes are reporting because it's so close. We'll get our new forecast track coming up at 11 o'clock tonight. That will give us a new track using the latest computer models and let us know what the forecast is into tomorrow morning.
50 mile an hour, those winds, you say, the speed with which those bands are traveling south or as they spin on, this is a fast moving storm. It's kind of picked up speed, am I wrong?
Well, those bands, the whole storm itself is only moving 13.
Oh,
but
okay.
the bands around it
Whipping
are moving
Okay.
40, 50, 60 miles an hour. And that's what is, possibly causing some of the damage later tonight and tomorrow.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll stand by and monitor the conditions from the Weather Center. I want to take you up to Indian River County. The EOC giving an update on Hurricane Matthew. Let's go live up there.
Category
4 storm. I know a lot of folks down south have missed a big brunt of this, but it's getting ready to come into our area. We're very concerned about our residents. We're very concerned about people who have made the decision to stay in some of these areas that we said were mandatory evacuation areas. At some point tonight, law enforcement, first responders will be not responding to calls anymore. And you don't want to be in a situation where you're having something where you need to call 911 and there's no one there to help. Make your way to the place that you're headed to right now. Get inside. We've been sharing lots of photos. If you're curious about what it looks like, please do not go out on the streets. Do not take photos. Do not take videos. We have media folks that are doing that. We're sharing videos with professionals that are out there in the streets. Get to wherever it is that you are going to show press conference for midnight tonight. That's the next time we're going to address you. I suspect that, like I said, in the next half hour, the next hour, we're probably going to be sending out a press release closing those bridges. I can't tell you when that's going to be, but I know it's coming soon. So please stay tuned. We'll keep those messages going out. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Power outages. Can you talk about that a little?
We have had some reported power outages. There was one in Sebastian on George Street, I believe it was, up in Sebastian. We did send a fire crew up there. They assessed the situation. FPL is working on that. We've had a couple reports of down lines in Roseland, some sparking from lines in the Roseland area. There was an issue that we posted a photo of a power pole over in Indian River Shores. Vero City Electric came out and took care of that issue. There was not a power loss as of right now. We are still accepting reports of power outages, and we encourage you, even if you realize that this is storm related, to go ahead and call that in. That information gets logged. The number is 1-800-4-OUTAGE, 1-800-4-OUTAGE. Get it logged with FP&L. That way the crews know who's been without the power longest, who is it that has the issues, and where those issues are. Please call those in. It's very important that you get that out. Other questions?
Do you have an idea of how many people have decided to not evacuate? I know we saw police.
So we dipped in just a little late to this IRC press briefing.
We did.
For the entire community too. But you heard him say very clearly a couple of minutes ago, listen, we've been warning you. We told you to evacuate, and at some point we will not, our emergency teams, our emergency responders will not take calls. We cannot get out after a certain point. And he was basically pointing out that time is coming soon.
Indian River County could see the worst winds as well because of the latest track that Steve just indicated. Let's take you to power outages right now as they continue to climb. These numbers will change obviously by the hour. FPL, as of 7 p.m. right now, it's an hour ago, reporting that 6,000 people in Palm Beach County have lost power. Just under 2,000 in Martin County, about 780 in St. Lucie County.
In Indian River County, 540, Okeechobee, 70. Another update on these outages could come soon. We were attempting to connect with FPL spokespeople a short time ago, and we're going to continue to do that for you, but those are our updates at this point.
And again, we are streaming coverage on our website, on our app, on Facebook and Twitter, and now live on YouTube. And we are, as we've been mentioning, simulcasting on all iHeart radio stations. If you're still watching us online or on air here, this is the list of them. You can flip on the radio. Your power is probably going out. If it's not already out, it will very soon. So just so we can, for our listeners and for those people, at 1230 WBZT, Cool 105.5, Wild 95.5, Oldies 103.7, 1290 WJNO, Wave 92.7. All iHeart radio stations right now will be providing our broadcast seamlessly right now until we decide that we're going to, the all clear is given right now. Commercial-free, nonstop coverage.
We have a split in the screen here. Can somebody from the control room tell us where this live picture is coming? Jupiter? All right, so these are live pictures, I believe, in and around or near the Jupiter Lighthouse. We've been taking this shot throughout the evening, and you've been seeing for yourself the deteriorating and the eroding conditions up in the Jupiter area. Our Michelle Casada, we said she packed up from the beach and sought shelter. We're going to check in with her and see what kind of report she filed just before she did that.
Well, the rain has started to pick up here north of the Juno Beach Pier here in Jupiter. We're seeing strong wind gusts, possibly over 30 miles per hour. And you can just see how incredible the surf has gotten, much stronger, much higher waves. It's kind of hard for people to even be out here right now taking pictures. A lot of them have just kind of moved out of the beach, kind of stepping up here on the steps, enjoying the weather a little bit too much. People are actually being told not to come out here, to stay home now that these strong winds and heavy rain have started already, and Hurricane Matthew's effects are definitely being felt out here on the coast of Jupiter. So definitely stay safe. Do not come out here. We're headed to a shelter, and we'll be able to keep you posted from there for the rest of the night. Reporting from Jupiter, Michelle Casada, WPTV News Channel 5.
Michelle, thank you very much. Every live shot that she's done, Look Live as we like to call them here, has gotten worse and worse, and we're seeing that right now just on the radar and as night has fallen. And with that, more and more people are losing power as well.
That's right. Peter Robbins is joining us from FPL. Once again, thank you so much for being available to us. I know you're going to ride this out just like you're a member of our team here. Appreciate you being available to us. We just updated the power outages for various counties. Maybe we go to you and you give us the update at this point.
Yeah, we'll be getting some new updates in pretty shortly. We're monitoring it very closely. We've seen the numbers started to climb a little bit as those bands have come on shore and the winds have picked up and the rain has picked up. This is exactly sort of the scenario we've been talking about throughout the day. So we're watching it very closely where it's safe for us to be in the field restoring power. We're already doing that. But, as I've said before, now is the time for folks to hunker down, to stay inside, to stay away from down power lines and damaged equipment and not try to go out and take pictures of video of anything that might be unsafe. I know that's a temptation, but folks need to stay away and let us come in and do our jobs. But we're definitely in the thick of it, and, we'll be standing by throughout the night and obviously getting to work as soon as we're able to.
Peter, at this point, do you have a figure for how many people at this hour do not have power right now?
Yeah, across our system, we're looking at a little more than 26,000, and that's out of, nearly 5 million customer accounts. So, it's a number that we've seen tick up a little bit as this weather has gotten a little worse over the past few hours, and we will have more outages. I mean, I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. No one is out of the woods, and we're definitely going to see more outages as we go through the night and into the morning. But that's where we're at right about now.
Peter, I heard you say you actually have crews out right now trying to restore power in areas that it's safe and the winds aren't too high?
Yeah, where we can, Shannon, we can actually, we watch the weather really closely, and if we can get out in between, some bands and do some quick work where it's safe, we will do that. Look, the bulk of our folks are not out right now because it's just not safe for them to be restoring power, but we're monitoring the entire system, monitoring, how the grid is performing, and coming up with our plans so that as soon as it's safe for us to get out there, we can.
All right, Peter Robbins, we appreciate you. We have some, again, this is a picture, a live shot right now to deteriorate, so this isn't a surprise. Everybody was expecting these power outages to come, so we'll stay close with him. Peter, you said you still on the phone with us?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you said you're going to get an update shortly on some new numbers. You'll have new numbers for us coming out?
Yeah, for folks who still do have power and even have, mobile service on their smartphones, they can go to FPL.com and we update our outage numbers county by county every single hour. So for folks who, want to track that and watch that kind of information, you're certainly able to do that. The main thing is not to focus on the particular numbers or get too specific with the storm. It's just to, be safe, to assume that you're going to lose power at some point, and plan for that. So, we've been saying that for a few days. Hopefully folks have put those precautions in place. But, now is the time when, safety really needs to be the top priority for everybody.
All right, Peter Robbins with FPL. Peter, I appreciate your time tonight. Stay safe. I'm sure we'll be talking to you soon.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Shannon.
You bet.
Our Ashley Henson's in the newsroom. Apparently, she's getting some more pictures in that was sent in by a reporter, Barry Staley. Fill us in, Ashley. What do you have now?
So all of you guys have been sending us in pictures of damage, and we appreciate it so much. But this picture, can we take it full here? This picture was sent in by you reporter, like you said, Shannon, Barry Staley, of a boat sinking. I want to show it to you if we can pull that picture up. Do we have it? We don't have it? All right, anyway, then there it is. There's our picture. Okay, so this is on Indian River Drive at Hutchinson Island by the South Bridge there. We're not really sure if the boat was maybe tied up and it got loose, but we do know, as you can see here, it is taking on water and sinking on the Intracoastal there. And then I want to show you this video too here. This one is of a sailboat that broke loose because of Hurricane Matthew, and it's banging here against the Old North Bridge in Palm Beach. So definitely, if we can see it again, I want to. Can we fast forward this here? Let's see. You see there, so there's just a lot of damage out there. We're getting more and more videos in. And boats, also a problem, guys. So again, if you have any pictures, any damage, make sure you send it to us.
You know, this was a big problem. Ashley, thanks so much. Go ahead, Jay.
No,
oh, here's some video right here. Take a look at this.
This is in the Bahamas.
This was out of the
right here.
Bahamas,
Yeah.
right, out of Nassau.
Yeah, this was Nassau.
I don't think this has made our air yet, but I saw this right before we came in here, and just remarkable video. John Shaman said that a woman was staying in a shelter, and she shot this on her phone. Watched as this roof just was completely lift off. You know, it just was lifted up by those winds.
Yeah, unbelievable video right there coming out of the Bahamas. A lot of damage reports coming in. Ashley, thank you very much for that.
Sure.
I think I was going to read your mind what you were about to say about the
What's that?
vessels.
I'm
in
not surprised.
Francis.
We've
That's
worked
right.
together long enough. Sometimes we do that.
Hurricane Francis, the visual of that yacht moving down, all the derelict boats that went everywhere. It brings back memories of Francis back in 2004.
There were a lot of those. It was a big problem in the cleanup and the aftermath, and quite frankly, those that had not been shored up and properly stored, they were a big danger to a lot of folks.
Yeah, and certainly we're seeing that, not to the magnitude then, but now tonight. Most businesses have closed for the night, obviously. News Channel 5's John Shaman in St. Lucie County and found a gas station that literally just turned off the lights. John Shaman with this report.
We're along Okeechobee Road between I-95 and the Turnpike. This is one of the busiest stops on the two highways heading north to New York and then south down to Miami, and we found many travelers still out at this late hour.
Leaving Miami, heading north to North Carolina to avoid the storm, and we got caught in the storm because the storm is headed to Vero Beach now. So now we're going to go to Tampa.
And that's not the end of the story. As for Alice's ultimate destination, it's still in the path of Hurricane Matthew. Are you moving or are you?
Yes!
So you have a new house in North Carolina?
Yes.
Oh, congratulations. Where in North Carolina?
Wilmington.
Oh,
which is the beach!
You might want to wait a couple days to move, you know? Hunker down here. I think this thing's tracking up the coastline with her.
She's going to have a big weekend ahead.
Goodness gracious. John Shaman out and about. We appreciate him so very much. He always brings us great stories and interesting folks that he's talking to. We are headed now to our shelter update. Is that what we're doing? Darcy Jackson, my apologies. Darcy Jackson filed a report for us a short time ago in Vero Beach. I believe it's on tape. She's not live. Is that correct? Let's go to her report.
Anyone who's evacuated is long gone now. Vero Beach is a ghost town, but there are thousands of people who are in shelters across town. Red Cross is reporting more than 2,800 are in shelters across the area, and their doors close at 8 p.m. So that's in about 20 minutes if you need to get inside one of those if you are still here in town and don't have a place to go. Now, our cameras are not allowed inside the Red Cross shelters, but we did speak to folks today who are weathering the storm out in their homes, and they say that decision was the best one for them.
Where would we go to and why? Actually, we're better off staying.
The power outages and just how long they're going to stay out. Many say that they remember past hurricanes where they went weeks without power, so that's definitely a concern. But for the folks who are out in the shelters, they're not going to know exactly what the extent of the damage is until tomorrow morning. In Vero Beach, Darcy Jackson, WPTV News Channel 5.
That was Darcy Jackson, as you just heard, and we appreciate our Scripps family so much. So many of our teams and reporters from across the country have flown in to give us some fresh legs and new faces out there reporting. So if you're tuning into us and you wonder who some of these faces are, that's who's in town helping us out with this coverage.
And someone helping us out right now from the National Hurricane Center, joined on the phone right now by Ed Rappaport, a familiar face, a longtime forecaster with the National Hurricane Center. Ed, thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
Can you tell us right now, sir, what you all are seeing, the latest data coming into the Hurricane Center on Hurricane Matthew?
Yes, the most recent advisory brought the wind speeds down just a little bit, but it's still Category 4 hurricane, and we have great concern, particularly up the coast from your area, not only from the winds, but most significantly from the storm surge.
We're starting to see some of that here in the Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast area. We're bringing in our chief meteorologist, Steve Weigel. I think you guys know each other quite well, don't you?
Well, we covered quite a few hurricanes together.
I believe you have.
Ed, any surprises with this one? It made landfall just a few minutes ago, West End, keeping in the error cone. Do you still see it just offshore of Vero and Fort Pierce later tonight and overnight?
Yeah, we do. And unfortunately, of course, as it draws closer, the coastal areas get more and more of the impact. Let's hope that the core remains offshore, and we think it will for your viewing area, because that's where the worst of the weather is. We've got more concern even than that, of course, as we go farther north.
What about this feeder band that's off Palm Beach County? It's about 30 miles off the coast. So far, we've had some winds pop up about 50 miles an hour. We've had some unofficial reports about 55 to 60. That's a big band about 30 miles off the coast. Will that make it onshore, do you think, across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast?
Well, it certainly looks like the outer one will. This other band here that's just inside, so right in there, is what might be considered the outer eye wall, and that's what produced 75 mile per hour winds, sustained winds, and gusts to 105 miles per hour on the western end of Bahama Island. Now, it looks like that will probably stay offshore, but it's going to be so close that, yes, hurricane force winds are certainly possible, particularly in the northern part of your viewing area later tonight.
Yeah, that's what we've been telling our viewers. Kind of a little bit of a science question, but it looked like this was going through an eye wall replacement cycle. Does that still look like it's happening, where the inner eye collapses and we get a new eye?
Well, that's sort of what we were talking about here. You see this, we were talking about this outer, what we call an outer eye wall. Here's the center with the inner eye wall. Often what happens is that this becomes the dominant one and the inner one fades away, but that hasn't happened yet, and that's unfortunate because it's the inner eye wall that has the most intense conditions. This is where the 130 mile per hour winds are occurring. As we just said, the winds here are more like 75 to 85 miles per hour. It'd be great if that did dissipate, but it hasn't happened yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously the Treasure Coast is still in the air cone. Hopefully it'll stay just offshore, and we missed the strongest winds, and with the eye wall replacement, maybe a little bit weaker. You don't see any strengthening with this as it moves north, do you?
No, I don't think we'll see any more strengthening. It's probably peaked, and perhaps there'll be even a little more decrease in the wind speed, but we're still talking about a Category 3 to Category 4 hurricane as it goes up the coast. And here, this light orange is where the tropical storm force winds are. Here's the hurricane force, and you can see you guys are just off to the west of the hurricane force and just within the tropical storm force. And it will get closer, particularly for your northern viewing area.
Will we be dealing with this the middle of next week again?
It's unlikely. Yes, we do have a forecast that has it come back to the south, but storms that move south historically have weakened and weakened significantly. So in fact, if you notice here, there's an H. It's hurricane force, but we've got it forecast down to tropical storm force. That's the S there. So even if it does come back our way, it doesn't look like it's going to be anything like the Category 4 hurricane we see out there now.
Ed Rappaport from the National Hurricane Center. Ed, appreciate your time tonight. Stay safe down there.
And we appreciate you, Steve, for asking that last question.
Well, because it's a question on everyone's mind.
Everybody's asking.
We have these hurricane force winds off the coastline, but we also have this crazy track that brings this thing back at us. And the official forecast has a weak tropical storm back in the Bahamas the middle of next week. And Ed agrees that looks like the most likely scenario rather than a major hurricane again.
Certainly good news coming in.
We're going to get to your cast here in just a second, but I believe we have the Sheriff William Schneider on the phone, and we need to get to him because he's a busy guy too, and he's assessing damage in Martin County for us. Sheriff, welcome, and give us an update from your perspective.
Good evening. Well, I've just come back from the beaches. It's clear that those strong bands are starting to come ashore. We're getting reports now of power outages, and we have reports of transformers blowing up in the Hutchinson area in North Martin County on the Barrier Island.
Sheriff, are you, we talked earlier about the people on the Barrier Islands, those that didn't evacuate. When you were out, did you notice any people that were out and about at that point in time, or did the situation change from the last time that we spoke with you, that maybe more people heeded the warning and did in fact evacuate?
It does appear that people really did start listening, and I think after the governor spoke this morning and there was talk of 170-mile-an-hour winds, people finally got the idea. But unfortunately, I just got a report from one of my units that just came in that said that there are trailers on the river in Hutchinson, in Jensen, that have not evacuated, and those are older trailers. We're very concerned about them.
Have you had any emergency calls so far for assistance tonight?
We've had some general calls. There are trees down. We are getting reports now of live wires down. We've just made 2 arrests, in one of our shelters for drunk and disorderly behavior. So as the night rolls on, the calls for service will increase.
You were pretty strong with your words in earlier press briefings regarding looting and this kind of nonsense. Speak to that, if you will, sir, before we let you go.
Well, what we know from past experience that people will come in here. Two things will happen. The people will come in and take advantage of our victims and offer shoddy, unlicensed work, and we'll be very careful about that. And then also people come in saying they're scavenging for flying pieces of aluminum that maybe are just out in the general area. That can be a cover for looters. So I just left our 8 o'clock briefing. We're putting 30 or 40 people on the road tonight, and there's not going to be any tolerance for any kind of looting or burglaries or anything of that.
County, you mentioned the power lines down, the transformers, blowing in.
But I do imagine that before the night's over, we will have pretty comprehensive power outages.
Sheriff William Snyder, we appreciate you taking some time out of your busy
Sure.
evening and phoning in, and I'm sure we'll stay in real close touch. We're following you on Twitter and keeping updated through all the networks with you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
I want to take you back to Steve Weigel right now as we look at some of these rain bands that are making their way. Steve mentioned that critical rain band that could push some gusty winds. It's forecast right now to come in around midnight, right, Steve? I don't want to take the words out of your mouth.
But although just the outer edge of this is now starting to make it into northern Palm Beach County, and we were just talking to Ed of the Hurricane Center, and the feeder bands that we've seen so far, winds of 40, 50, 55 miles an hour. And as we get into some of these inner core bands, we're looking at strong tropical storm force winds, so potentially 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. And there's one on the radar right now that is coming in, paralleling the coastline now around Jupiter down into Juneau and West Palm. I want to give you a little close-up look and show you exactly what is going on with that one. A little more high definition, if you will. There are some of the wind speeds, 48 miles an hour still. Everything at this point, all the winds are moving from the north toward the south. So these are some of the big winds that we'll get this evening and overnight. People were asking me, what are the strongest winds expected? As far as strong winds overnight and with this storm, where are the winds coming from? And through the overnight, they'll be north and then eventually northwest. And then we get into a wind that is pretty much west and southwest tomorrow. So it is obviously a massive weather system. And you'll notice, I'll go back a frame, I'll show you, because the eye is now starting to pull away from Grand Bahama. Officially landfall in West End as Category 4 hurricane. It had winds, still has winds 130 miles an hour. Lots of lightning near the center. Appears to be going through some sort of eye wall replacement cycle where this collapses here and we get a larger eye forming, and over time this eventually contracts into a smaller eye. This eye here is about 15 miles wide, but the very strong winds have developed in this area here, and if this continues, likely this will become the new eye wall for the hurricane, but not obviously as strong as that inner core eye wall. So that works actually in our favor a little bit. Here's the forecast track. It'll be updated at 11 o'clock tonight. We'll have a Category 4 late evening overnight off the Treasure Coast, and closest approach to our viewing area would be around Vero and Sebastian. That's 2 a.m. winds at 130 miles an hour, and then working up the coastline after that into the early morning hours, perhaps a landfall around Melbourne, and then paralleling the coast, and then this wild track where it actually bends back down around and comes back in toward the Bahamas on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week as a tropical storm. So that is the scenario at this point. And there's a look at our bands. So this band right here, these bands on the storm cells are moving at about 50 miles an hour. We had a couple of rotating storm cells too, so we're watching for that, for any kind of tornadic development that might pop up. But there's another band that's coming right up to our doorstep from Jupiter and into Juneau and Palm Beach Gardens that will probably have some very, very strong winds. And here are the winds so far. These are the max wind gusts that have been reported at some of the sensors and readings at airports so far. 49 miles an hour at the West Palm Airport, Jupiter looking at 37, 47 Port St. Lucie, 41 in Vero. The red areas and the purple showing the higher wind speeds so far, a little bit less back toward Lake Okeechobee. And we always expected that. We didn't expect that we would see our stronger winds around the lake. And here's a Vipercast model, and this is why I hesitate to keep out some of the wind, hurricane force wind gusts out of Palm Beach County, because if that the cell, that little feeder band that's just offshore works in. Some of the models appear to be picking up on that and bringing in some hurricane-force wind gusts across coastal Palm Beach County. And as it moves up through the Treasure Coast, it's a little bit closer, so we could see even stronger winds. I'll go back because I missed a frame there, but there it is around midnight. You can see very strong winds along the coastline. These are wind gusts, and typically the wind gusts are about 15% stronger than the actual wind. So we're talking winds of 60 and 70. And there is one in the morning. There's the storm center there. This seems reasonable. This is a GFS model, by the way. This is not the official forecast, but it's one of our models. But that seems like a reasonable position for this hurricane out around midnight. And there is 3:30 in the morning with a very strong winds around the Treasure Coast and beginning to improve around daybreak for Palm Beach County as we get into 30, 40, 50 mile an hour winds, and that all lifts north during Friday morning and early afternoon before we really start to see a big improvement by late in the day. Here's what to expect for Palm Beach County. I'm going to keep at least the wind gusts to hurricane force in overnight. Tomorrow, a big improvement, especially in the second half of the day. For Martin and St. Lucie counties, I think we could still see gusts over 100 if the track continues northwest. It's a little farther off the coastline, but we may adjust these numbers as we get into 10 and 11 o'clock tonight. Indian River, stronger winds late overnight. Tomorrow morning, looking at things slowly improving. And tomorrow morning will be very, very windy for Indian River County and even St. Lucie County and Lake Okeechobee, around Belglade and Okeechobee. Again, tropical storm force winds. At this point, it doesn't appear like we're going to see any strong damaging winds that would cause significant structural damage. Here's our tracker for the power outage situation, and we're still looking at the threat of significant power outages in northern Palm Beach County and also on the Treasure Coast, looking at a chance for that too. So that's something we're watching. We've already had sporadic reports of power outages and some transformers blowing. We're going to see more of that overnight as the stronger wind field comes in. So watching everything here, and we're keeping an eye on the radar. And I'll break in and let you know if that band that is moving in along the coastline around Jupiter and Stewart, if I start to see some really significant winds, I'll let you know.
Steve, you mentioned as you were talking here, the eye wall making landfall at West End. So many boaters in our area know that you made the crossing, Old Bahama Bay, Blue Marlin Cove. I can only imagine with 145 mile an hour winds, a lot of prayers being said for that area tonight, because so many people know that area, and we have viewers and listeners now there too.
Yeah, hopefully we don't deal with the kind of same situation we did in Francis, where it took out the wonderful spot for boaters and walkers just north of Grand Bahama, and that never really recovered. So with this storm, they took a direct hit around Old Bahama Bay and West End and Freeport, and hopefully once we get the reports coming in that it's not as bad as. And we have many, many viewers in Grand Bahama. I meet them every year when we go over, and we meet them at Sunfest and some of the events here too. We get emails and Facebook replies, so hopefully they're doing well, and they withstood some of the stronger winds, and they were prepared.
You know, Steve, I don't know if you've been able to follow any of the news reports. New York Times pushing out, and we reported a short time ago, BBC had confirmed the death toll in Haiti due to Matthew, 238 now. I mean, we saw those pictures coming out of that island nation, and it's just heartbreaking to know the number of, the death toll there now.
We knew it would be catastrophic in Haiti because a lot of that is probably freshwater flooding. It's deforested, just clear cut that part of the island. Well, the whole country is pretty much deforested, and what happens is that they were looking at 1 to 2 feet of rain minimum, and that just it doesn't soak into the ground. It causes mudslides, and it's just absolute devastation. So unfortunately, we expected a very bad situation in Haiti because of this.
Steve, thanks.
I want to take you now to Michelle Casada. She is in Jupiter. I believe we have a live connection with her right now. Michelle, we saw your report. You've done a great job tonight making your way from the beach now to a shelter there in Jupiter. Tell us about this, where you're at, and the conditions there too. It looks like it's clear there.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, we're here at Independence Middle School in Jupiter, and pretty much the conditions out here, it's windy, it's been raining on and off. We have seen the trees kind of waver back and forth, but nothing too serious as of yet. Inside of the cafeteria here, we have about 325 people who are hunkering down. They're riding out the storm here. Last we checked, the families are pretty calm inside. There are a lot of children here tonight as well, and they were watching movies, trying to keep everybody pretty mellow after dinner. Now take a walk with me over here. We've been looking at the conditions out here. You see, we definitely have a lot of wind. We've been feeling those tropical storm winds out here in Jupiter, but nothing too serious as of yet. We get these downpours, sporadic downpours every now and then it just kind of calms down. So a lot of people have been asking me, all right, so when are we going to start seeing the worst of it? Is this the worst of it? So we're just telling people to watch Channel 5, keep watching our meteorologist, and we're going to keep talking to people out here. A lot of these residents are those that had to leave their homes. They were in evacuation zones, or they felt that their homes were not safe, and that's why they're hunkering down and riding out the storm here. But we'll keep you posted out here from Jupiter. For now, back to you, Jay and Shannon.
Michelle Casada, glad to see that you're in a much safer location. We'll look forward to your reporting throughout this evening.
Vero Beach just announcing that the bridges will be closing tonight. I believe right now they're closing.
That's
Am
right.
I correct?
I think a short time ago.
That's right. They've all closed right now. I want to take you to Alyssa Hyman. She is live in Indian River County with the very latest up there. Alyssa.
Right, well, Vero Beach Police just tweeted out that those bridges will be closed as of 9 o'clock tonight. Again, that is a wind concern. So if you are on the barrier island and you are planning to evacuate, you need to do it now, because they're saying that at a certain point when it is not safe for first responders, they will not come over to the island and help you. So that is very important to note that the bridges over to the island will be closed. Officials here just giving a short update here at the Emergency Operations Center. We're getting some rain right now and some wind as they continue to prepare the residents here in Indian River County for the storm as it makes its way north to and along our coastline. Now, another couple of things that they mentioned in this briefing here at the EOC was they want to remind people that if you have not evacuated and you are staying put, you need to stay inside and away from glass windows, glass doors when the storm is approaching. Another thing that I asked was, since this is a storm that is coming sort of in the midnight hours when people might be sleeping, they're saying that if you're the head of the family, you might want to stay awake so you can pay attention to the updates that we're giving you that are coming out over the radio so that you can stay safe and keep your family safe. We're going to be here. The next briefing here at the Emergency Operations Center will be at midnight. We're going to bring that to you live and make sure you have all the information you need to stay safe at home. Reporting live in Indian River County, Alyssa Hyman, back to you.
Alyssa, thanks once again. Another member of our team out there. She's done an amazing job keeping us up to date. Already weathered a lot of the, feeder bands that have moved through, so we appreciate her so much. Again, we're streaming our coverage on our website, our app, our Facebook. Now we are simulcasting as well on all iHeart radio stations. We have them listed for you. I'm going to read off a list in case you need them. 1230 WBZT, Wild 95.5, News Radio 1290, WJNO, Cool 105.5, Oldies 103.7, Wave 92.7, and we'll continue to broadcast on all of these stations throughout this evening as we provide this nonstop commercial-free coverage as the storm inches closer.
A lot of information being fed into our newsroom right behind us. Want to take you to Ashley Hinson. She is at the touchscreen right now. More on the airport situation, right, Ashley?
Yeah, some new information just coming into our newsroom right now. WSVN just tweeted this out a couple of minutes ago. An update: Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport will be open tomorrow. Originally, they were going to be closed, but that has now changed. So the update: Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport will be open tomorrow. Also, Port Everglades and Broward County Transit, they are expected to resume tomorrow as well, as soon as weather permits. Guys, back to you.
Thanks so much. As you saw here on WPTV, Governor Rick Scott held a press conference a short time ago. If you missed any portion of it, he talked about the arrival of Hurricane Matthew, kind of saying it's absolutely here. Listen.
I spent the past 4 days traveling Florida's East Coast, urging people to prepare and get ready for Hurricane Matthew. It's here. It's absolutely here. It's not very far off the coast of Palm Beach. We're already starting to see the impacts, and it's a monster. Again, our number one priority is protecting every life in this state. I think about my grandchildren, my daughters, my son-in-law, my wife. I want everybody to survive this.
Rick Scott in a press briefing a short time ago. We had it here on WPTV, but we wanted to recap it for you in case you missed a little part of it.
A lot of information basically saying that he has reinforcements established all over, ready when needed, overnight, and when the all clear is given, and they're going to be monitoring it from Tallahassee tonight. Jason Hackett now monitoring the situation in South County. He's reporting down power lines really across our viewing area, but specifically he is in South Palm Beach County. Here's his report.
We're here in the town of South Palm Beach, and take a look over my shoulder. Right there, a downed power line has apparently hit a tree. It's right now sparking up like crazy. Sparks are flying into the air, flying into our direction where we're standing right here. We spoke to police a few minutes ago. They say that FP&L is on its way to take care of the situation out here. Obviously, a very dangerous situation. We're going to stay on top of it. Hopefully, that can be fixed soon. Very, very impressive, very dangerous scene going on out here in the town of South Palm Beach. Jason Hackett, WPTV News Channel 5.
We're bringing back Steve Weigel again. Fascinating, Steve, to watch these live shots from all of our reporters that are fanned out everywhere. Megan McRoberts, in the course of what, 2 or 3 minute live shot, trickles of rain, and then all of a sudden, whoo, it just set in. And then Jason Hackett there, a short time ago, he was being hammered, then nothing, and now the wind's picking up and power lines going down.
It just
it's
takes
quick.
a couple of minutes,
right.
and you've gone from, well, not sunshine, but pretty calm conditions to strong tropical storm force wind. Still getting some reports of power outages too around Vero and down around Lake Park and Palm Beach Gardens and North Palm Beach. So they're sporadic, but they're all over the place, and that's what we expected about this time. We're almost 9 o'clock, and we've had 40, 50 mile an hour winds, so that's pretty standard stuff. As we get into some of the stronger bands around 60 and 70, we're going to see more widespread power outages. And of course, there's still the concern for the storm surge too. Right. Although it is, obviously cautiously optimistic because the storm made landfall over West End, and if you look back in the last 24 hours, the down the line track was more between us and Grand Bahama. Now the shift is another 30 miles east, which is nice.
Helpful.
Remember that windshield wiper effect where we were going back and forth? Well, we've ended up on the east side of that. But it's taking this northwest, and actually let me go, I want to share the radar because it really clearly shows that the eye is starting to really make a move northwest now and moving toward the Treasure Coast, and hopefully will stay just offshore. There's a look at it there. So there's a look at our latest Live Viper 5 Max. There's also a big band, feeder band, coming in northern Palm Beach County. The real core of this, though, is still offshore. This is the one here that's been around all day. There's a look at some strong winds that will arrive across Palm Beach County in the next half hour. And some of this may actually make it into Martin and St. Lucie counties. The real strong winds are on the northern side of this eye wall here. It's just been tenacious. Doesn't want to dissipate at all. They're trying to go through what we call an eye wall replacement cycle, where this pretty much collapses on itself, and this becomes the new eye. But that started about 6 hours ago, and it just hasn't fizzled out. This one still wants to hold together. So this is about 70 miles off our coast. And if you remember yesterday and even earlier this morning, we had a track more to the west. So we have a little bit of a shift east, and that's keeping a lot of the big winds just off the coastline. But because it's moving northwest, the Treasure Coast is going to get a little closer to this. And if you look back in the last hour, it's actually, it came right up to Grand Bahama and almost stalled. And now it's starting to pull away and actually pick up a little bit of speed too. So we may actually see this moving northwest at about 15 to 16 miles an hour instead of the 10 to 15 that we saw in the last few days. If we can, let me see, advance a little bit, I want to show you some of the other weather slides. If we can go back, there's our storm there. Here's a look at so far the max wind gusts. So 40 to about 50 miles an hour in Palm Beach County, 47. In Port St. Lucie, we had an unofficial report of 67 in Juno Beach along the beach. And the forecast wind speeds, this is just one of our models. This isn't the official forecast, but this is the GFS model bringing the storm off the Treasure Coast. This is a reasonable solution here, considering that our center, our eye is right here. And in a couple of hours, 11 o'clock, in this area here, that seems reasonable, but it's bringing in some strong winds above a hurricane force across the coastline, and then we begin to improve in most areas after midnight, and then a big improvement into the early morning, and then around 9 in the morning we're starting to fade back into some reasonable winds without any damage, although still hanging on to 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts across northern Treasure Coast through at least the noon hour, maybe even into the early afternoon before it starts to slide away. So starting to see a bit of an improvement, still watching the radar closely, and I'm a little concerned about this big band that's coming in right now along the coast. And if we start to pick up some significant wind speeds, we start to see any rotation, I'll let you know, because those are times when you want to know about that, because it's the time when you might see some damage. Although we're still not near the center of this yet. That's going to be a midnight and after, and more so on the Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County.
Steve, thanks so much.
The worst is yet to come, so we'll stay tuned right now as Steve's forecasts come in, and we're expecting a new one right at the top of the hour. I know each hour we're getting some more updated information from the National Hurricane Center. Steve, really watching and monitoring the situation from Viper 5 as well.
Our WPTV photographer, one of them, sent in the video of the ocean really picking up at Sanskrit Park, the waves crashing into and making their way over the seawall. I think we have that video. We're going to try to cue it up for you. If you keep an eye on the horizon, just on the left of your screen, you'll even see the light from transformers blowing there in the distance. So conditions definitely, as Steve mentioned, deteriorating. This is Amanda Crane, one of our photojournalists who's out and about, picking up these various scenes throughout our county. This is Sanskrit Park, and like we said earlier, we do have our crews out and about, and they try to pick up these scenes, and in between the bands and when their conditions are safe, they try to get out and pick up these shots for us so we can bring them back to you.
You talked about the transformers down flickering. We've seen that all afternoon. It started before sunset right now. South Palm Beach, we saw that. Hutchinson Island, 26,000 people without power at this point. It's probably more than that, though. Those reports have been climbing since the last time we talked with Peter Robbins and FBL.
The governor mentioning, just so you know, and to bring you up to speed in case you missed the governor's briefing a short time ago, he had added 1,000 National Guard members activated in the wake of Matthew, developing and the intensification of it earlier today. It means that a total of 3,500 members, more than half of the available troops are ready to offer aid right now. The National Guard helping with evacuations throughout the day today, and certainly they're getting ready and they're poised to move in the aftermath as well.
And picking up where you left off, he's adding additional generators are available as well. He's got enough gas, enough fuel for gas stations for 6 days after the storm, so reinforcements are certainly ready to go.
Florida, as you know, and 3 other states now under a state of emergency tonight. People have been scrambling to find safety, get someplace safe, and then of course get supplies for their families. But NBC's national investigative correspondent Jeff Rossan has uncovered troubling allegations of price gouging in this time of need.
Sade Nanton and her young kids forced to leave their Florida hotel tonight because they can't afford it. With the storm about to hit, she says the hotel suddenly raised the rates by more than triple.
They're just taking advantage of us. They're taking advantage of making money, extra money, because there's a hurricane coming.
Now, with the storm on Florida's doorstep, she's scared for her family.
You don't know where you're going to ride this storm out?
No, sir. No.
So you're just going to get into the car with all your stuff and just do what?
I got to look for somewhere else. I got to look for somewhere else to stay for the night.
That you can afford?
Yeah.
Officials call it price gouging at its worst.
Jeff Rossan from NBC News.
So I went. It's happening all over Florida at not just hotels. Horrified people taking to social media to post extreme cases using the hashtag price gouging. Nearly $6 a gallon at this gas station. Another charging $9.99, knowing people need it to evacuate. And this post, a case of bottled water costing a whopping $30.
Is this illegal?
Absolutely. During a state of emergency, you cannot substantially raise prices, whether it's a hotel room, fuel, commodities, and that's what these bad people are doing, and it's hurting our good citizens in a time in...
Yeah, and this is unfortunately going to happen more than just what Jeff reported. If you know of any price gouging, if you see it, the Attorney General Pam Bondi, her office has set up a hotline. It's 1-866-9-NO-SCAM. Again, 1-866-9-NO-SCAM. Call them immediately if you have been a victim of price gouging or you see price gouging going on. That has to be corrected immediately.
Yeah, Pam Bondi, neat to see her out there on the ground. Sure. Taking this one up. All right, we want to go live to Chris Stewart. He's in Indian River at the Indian River Mall in Vero Beach, actually. You were transported up in this really neat new vehicle. I think you're going to tell us a little bit about that. Tell us about the conditions first, Chris.
Yeah, well, out here in the parking lot of the Indian River Mall here in Vero Beach, and just in the last couple of minutes, the rain has really picked up here, certainly feeling some wind where we are as well. And you can just take a look behind me here, take a look up.
Live shot, obviously, we're having some connection difficulties here. As there is a band of weather that's set to move in over the next couple hours. This was that band that Steve was talking about, some torrential downpours and significant wind that we haven't seen right now. We haven't seen since this point.
We were getting some video of some transformers that had been blowing them. Hutchinson Island had an issue. This one happens to be in Wellington. We're being told that we can't quite pull it up, but Florida Power and Light reminding folks that they will dispatch, oh, here it is right here, this out of Wellington. They will dispatch crews as soon as it's safe to restore power. And in some cases, we talked to a spokesperson from FPL a short time ago, and they indicated that where it's safe, they are already dispatching crews and getting them out there even during the storm.
Yeah, and as we get to our 9 o'clock hour right now, approach 9 o'clock, between 9 and midnight, we're going to see that heavy rain band come in. More power outages are going to be persistent through the evening. I want to get to Ashley Henson. She is in the newsroom right now with some more updated information coming in. Ashley, what do you have?
Yeah, thousands of power outages so far, guys, and like you said, that will continue to climb. This is the FPL Power Tracker. It explains these different counties here. I want to give you a closer picture on my iPad here to kind of show you what's happening. So if we go to Okeechobee, or Palm Beach County rather, you can see here total customers out. It's up to 6,000 right now. And then if we go up here to Indian River County, much different there, 540 outages, a lot lower. We want to go to one more here. This is, let's see, Volusia County, total customers out 100. So a lot going on out there. And as we said, these power outages will continue to go up. And I want to toss it over to, is it Steve Weigel right now? Steve, are you at the Weather Center?
Hey, everybody, thanks. Yes, I am,
okay.
And we're going to take a look at our hurricane. This is Matthew, churning very close to Grand Bahama now. It made a landfall in the last half hour. Category 4, the winds were 130 miles an hour. And we have a storm now. It is moving northwest at about 13 miles an hour. There's still an inner eye here, and there's another outer eye that's trying to develop out ahead of that and having a tough time doing it. But in the last hour and a half, it is getting a little bit more defined, and we may see this actually collapse. These are the strongest winds, and this form as our new eye wall, which would be a little bit of a benefit simply because much weaker winds here than we have near the very core of the hurricane. Some of this is starting to work into coastal Palm Beach County, and these are some stronger winds. These winds are likely 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. So you see how close this is to us at this point. So we're watching the wind reports. In the next 15 to 20 minutes, we'll have a really good idea of how strong this will be. It's obviously lifting northwest, but at the same time, it's pushing all of this core winds into our area, South Florida. So here's the timeline. This is later tonight. This will be around midnight. We're at 9 p.m. at this point. The latest coordinates have winds at 130. That's a Category 4 hurricane moving northwest at 13. The pressure, 939. Pretty impressive. Category 4, and the track late overnight off the Treasure Coast. And because of the angle here, it's actually closer to Vero and Fort Pierce than it is right now. Still a Category 4 with winds at 130. That is 2 in the morning. And then moving up the coastline, paralleling the coast, a landfall possible around the Cape. That would be on Friday morning. And then a big wraparound across Charleston, and eventually a big loop back down into the Bahamas as a tropical storm. This position is later Tuesday, early Wednesday, potentially in the same spot that it is now, but a much weaker storm. Very unlikely to get a storm that's moving south to be so strong as it makes it here. But here's another look at big lightning flare up, and some shear markers have fired up near the eye of this. Grand Bahama here. It made a landfall, as I said, Category 3 hurricane in about the last half hour, 45 minutes. Now it's starting to make its track toward the northern Treasure Coast, so it'll end up in this area here late after around midnight or shortly after. And so far our wind gusts, our maximum wind gusts approach 50 miles an hour. Coastal Palm Beach County, and almost 50 actually in Port St. Lucie, 41 in Vero so far. And here's one of our forecast models. It's well, actually, there's the current wind gusts. So we're looking at those winds anywhere from about 35 to 45, almost 50. And the wind field has improved a little bit for us because the storm is a little farther to the east, which is nice to see. But 10:30 tonight, there's a hurricane force winds are just off of Jupiter. We have tropical storm force winds. That's already verifying. We're already seeing tropical storm force gusts of about 40, 50, even some unofficial reports over 60 miles an hour. 1 in the morning, some of the hurricane winds working across the Treasure Coast. They may avoid Palm Beach County. They'll be so close. We're going to watch it to see if that shifts at all. But at this point, it looks like those really strong hurricane force winds may just stay off the coast of Palm Beach County. 2:30 in the morning, still working its way north. Vero Beach picking up very, very strong north and northwest winds. And here's one of our computer models. It's the GFS model that's been doing a pretty good job at this storm. This is why I hesitate to lower the winds in Palm Beach County, because this model, which has a reasonable position for the center later tonight, just offshore the Treasure Coast, still has a pretty significant wind field. So we're certainly not done with the storm, even in Palm Beach County. A big improvement 4, 5, and 6 a.m. for most of the viewing area, the exception being Indian River County, which will still hold on to some strong winds through at least the late morning. And then we get this push of a westerly wind coming in, and eventually southwesterly, but much, much lower by late Friday and Saturday before it really starts to finally taper off. And of course, a breakdown of what we can expect as we go through the next couple of days. And I believe James Whelan's going to join me with some of the numbers and the breakdown of the winds. And we're adjusting these numbers because if you think back the last couple of days, the down the line track was pretty much between us and Grand Bahama. That track we're on the eastern side of that. We just had a landfall in Grand Bahama, so we're staying out of the very, very strong winds so far. But because of the close approach on the Treasure Coast, still looking at some threats for hurricane force winds there.
Yeah, I'm going to update first on what's going on right now because we're getting some significant weather advisories, some 45, 55 mile per hour winds with some of these bands that are moving on through. So let's go ahead and take a look here. And you see the storm, getting closer here. And like we've been telling you, this is probably some of the worst weather moving through aside from where the eye is right there. And you notice it's just starting to move into Jupiter. And you see anywhere from Jupiter, North Palm, Singer Island, Palm Beach, and then farther down to the South Boynton, you're kind of in a break right now. And Boca, you're in a break too. And we have all the rain back in the rural parts of southern Palm. Indiantown saw a band move through, and then also up to the north. So let's take a closer look from Jupiter down to West Palm and even into Lake Worth now, maybe right around Lake Worth Pier, picking up some strong winds as this rotates on through. Heavy torrential rains with this as it moves through. And this one, a little bit different than the ones you had where they kind of quickly speed on off. This may stick around a little bit as the storm goes up to the north. We may see it just brush along the coast for a little while. Looking like some heavy rain in Vero. I was checking the winds earlier, though, and they weren't terribly strong, maybe 25 to 35 miles per hour as these quickly move on in. But your weather will go downhill in the overnight hours, like we've been telling you, more an event for the overnight and morning hours from all of coastal Indian River County and St. Lucie County, too. Fort Pierce, you're starting to ease up a little bit there also. Checking some current wind speeds across the area, 45, 50 or so mile per hour winds on Doppler radar. These may be just above the surface, though, but some of them are mixing on down anytime you get one of those squalls to move on through, pulls that wind down, you get that big burst of wind blowing on through. And we had some earlier, too, a little bit stronger. So we are tracking this part right here. Again, the worst that we've seen so far today, and that's stretching anywhere from, say, Jupiter Inlet all the way down to, Palm Beach Inlet, Lake Worth Inlet, and down to Lake Worth Pier. We're seeing that it's starting to spread towards I-95. This orange line right here is I-95, and this is the Turnpike, so not quite out west to the Turnpike.
James and Steve, thank you very much. That is the impressive radar view. We have another view. It's a a lot more damp where this next view comes from.
Exactly. Michael Williams and Kelly Dunn here for the next several hours of our coverage. And we welcome you and thank you for staying with us. And for those of you listening on the radio, and we know there have been some power outages already, we feel for you and we'll try to be as descriptive and not leave you out of the conversation as much as possible. But our first stop we do, and James was just talking about those bands coming into Indian River County and Vero Beach. And actually that's where Chris Stewart is tonight outside the Indian River Mall in Vero. Chris?
Yeah, Michael and Kelly here right in the parking lot of the Indian River Mall, and the rain has been increasing really by the minute. And you look behind me here, we'll show you the parking lot. We have been having some pretty decent gusts of wind here right now, but definitely falling in buckets here in the parking lot of the Indian River Mall. And you take a look up and you can just look. Really, first, let's go to the palm trees there. If you can even see them at this point, they're swaying back and forth as these gusts are coming in and the rain coming down. We actually had a little bit of difficult time about 10 minutes ago trying to get on air just because the rain was interfering with our signal. It's certainly wet, so we've been trying to keep the lens clean as well as you see right there. But let's take another look up, if you can, at the light here in the parking lot, and that can just give you an idea of just the rain that continues to come down where we are at this point. And as you look at the clock, 9 o'clock, that is when Indian River County says the bridges have been closed. We were there just a couple of hours ago, and still we're seeing people over by the beach, and hopefully the case is that they have left that area at this point, because I can tell you, as strong as the wind is where we are right now, and as much as the rain is coming down, it was increased even more there as you see the lens continuing to get damp here as the rain continues to fall. But definitely conditions that are deteriorating by the minute where we are here at the Indian River Mall here in Vero Beach as we send it back to you in the studio.
Chris, we thank you for your work and for the work of all our crews out there. We're joined by our weather team as well, who want to weigh in as well at what you're observing and what they're seeing and matching that together. Gentlemen?
Yeah, well, you know, these feeder bands come through just like every other hurricane where we get one band, and obviously Chris is in the middle of one right now, and we've had 40, 45 mile an hour winds around Vero Beach. Let me pop up actually the radar right now, and you can see that the stronger winds are still offshore. Those are the temperatures. It's still very warm and humid, but we're dealing with, well, there you go, 43 miles an hour. Vero and Sebastian for the 32 right now in Fort Pierce. So some pretty good wind gusts, tropical storm force wind gusts, and more headed our way. As the storm moves closer to the Treasure Coast, we'll start to get into, 60 mile an hour winds. A little farther south, we have, look at that, 40, it's down to 44 now in West Palm. We've had some very impressive winds around at the airport in West Palm, just dropped a little bit, and up and down the coastline, even down around Pompano and Fort Lauderdale, ranging anywhere from 40 to 45 and 50, but there's the wider view. So the storm itself is still way off the coastline, and that's where the strongest winds are, obviously, near the center of this thing, where they had almost 100 mile an hour wind at Grand Bahama, and it made a landfall there in the last hour or two.
And then at what point does it become a sustained wind when it's just constant?
Well, in this case, I mean, we will obviously get sustained winds in this, strong sustained winds, but that's one of the big things with hurricanes. It's the wind gusts that do the damage, and that's why we focus so much on those, because the sustained winds blowing, let's say 60 miles an hour continuously, then everything's okay. But you get a 70 to 75 mile an hour wind that kind of tugs away at maybe the tiles on your house or some of the shingles. It tears it a little bit, it'll compromise a little bit, and then suddenly you're dealing with a situation where rain is going in your roof or siding of your house.
And again, it's worth noting at this hour, your best estimation, knowing that it's a very dynamic situation, but estimation on time frame and highest intensity of those kind of gusts you're talking about as you track this for our listeners and viewers.
Obviously, James and I, we've been doing this for about 10 hours now, or at least it feels like it. And I would think we're cautiously optimistic for Palm Beach County that the real, damaging winds will stay offshore. The Treasure Coast, though, is still in a situation that the storm, the eye is still getting closer to the Treasure Coast through 3 and 4 in the morning. So there's still a pretty big threat there that we will see some damaging conditions.
Intensity of what degree?
Well, the official forecast still has a Category 4 off the coast of Vero and Fort Pierce around 2 to 3 a.m. The computer models are indicating winds above 100 miles an hour. It seems reasonable considering it's about 30 to 40 miles off the coast. And we've already seen numerous power outages. I'm a little surprised actually how widespread the power outages are, because our winds already, considering our winds for the most part, have been about 40 to 45 miles an hour.
Is there anything that stops it or helps it gain intensity?
Well, warm water, wind shear are two of the, there are several factors.
But within our time frame of it.
Well, are you concerned that maybe this would intensify more?
I thought I heard after the 5 o'clock track update, or there was some talk at some point, well, there's still time for it to possibly gain in strength, maybe become a Category 5.
We just did a discussion with Ed Rappaport from the Hurricane Center, and I asked him that question specifically, and he said it seems very unlikely that this would continue to increase. And there are a couple of things going on near the center of the storm. It's going through what we call an eye wall replacement, where the strongest winds are right at the eye, and they're 130 miles an hour at this point. Well, that's all starting to collapse, and a new eye is forming outside of that, and those winds are weaker. I'll draw it on the map here so you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's our inner eye. This is where we have the 130 mile an hour winds. That's the eye there. And then there's this eye outside of that that's trying to form. This will all try to collapse, and we'll get this other eye here starting to form, or trying to form, and weaker, a little bit weaker, at least in the short term, and it would probably help us out actually as far as the wind speeds.
And James, you, along with Steve, have been looking at this timeline, and this is exactly the time going into late night, into the early morning. It's the most critical time for our listeners, our viewers on the Treasure Coast, particularly Palm Beach County. Still, we have to be aware of safety concerns, but as we move up the Treasure Coast, it's the time to be getting our guard up at its highest level on into the night. We're just beginning to see the major impacts there.
Yeah, just because maybe you haven't seen a hurricane force wind gust or anything yet, I know, hurricanes take a long time. So it's like, sometimes it's like watching paint dry out there, waiting for it to pick up. But once it picks up, if you let your guard down, like you said, you don't want to let it down, because we're going to start to come into the most intense part, because we haven't even reached that yet. We've been saying it's the overnight hours here going into tonight and tomorrow morning, even for the northern Treasure Coast.
How correct have all of the models been with this one?
This is to the east of the official forecast track, which works in our favor. The official forecast track had, well, actually the last tracks late in the afternoon had the very close approach to West End and Grand Bahama, but the last couple of days have been kind of between us and Grand Bahama. They shifted, at 11 o'clock this morning, they shifted pretty dramatically to the east, closer to Grand Bahama, and that's verifying tonight.
Gentlemen, if you'll stand by, we're going to go from your expert analysis back into the field in Indian River County.
That's right. We want to talk to Alyssa Hyman. She is live in Indian River County, where they have shut down the bridges. Alyssa?
Again, that is the most significant update out here, is that those bridges to the barrier island are now closed, all 3 of them. And the reason that is significant is because of the winds. If something happens during the storm, it is possible that first responders may not be able to respond to you on the island, because it may not be safe enough for them to come. So please make note of that the bridges are now closed. Another important update from out here is that the shelters are also now closed. They are not taking any newcomers at this point, because it is important that at this point anybody and everybody stays inside as we brace for this storm to continue to make its way up the coast. A couple of other things that came out of an update here at the EOC as they talk about the storm and what to expect. If you are here and did not choose to evacuate, what you need to know is you need to stay indoors. You need to stay away from windows, glass doors, any glass sliding doors. Stay away. Another important thing, they said that since this is a storm that could come at night or it will come at night when people are sleeping, they recommend that maybe you might stay awake to stay up for updates, any updates that come from emergency officials, county officials, or even us here on TV or on the radio, so that you are staying aware. Another thing to keep note of is that once the storm passes, don't be stressed if you are not yet allowed back home. They are saying that they will have re-entry procedures because they want to go over to the island or any areas that have been evacuated to make sure it is safe enough for you to return to your home. Those re-entry procedures will be announced at a later point. We're going to make sure to bring you those procedures once they are announced. The next briefing here at the EOC will be coming in at midnight, and as you can see right now, we're getting a significant amount of rain, a lot of wind. I'm getting basically pelted with rain right now. We are here at the EOC, so we'll be able to stay safe and bring you those updates as they come, but that is the very latest here in Indian River County. We're reporting live. Back to you.
Melissa, thank you. And as James and Steve mentioned a few moments ago about some of the power outages, folks on the Treasure Coast are starting to lose power. In Palm Beach County, let's begin with those numbers. 6,000 households are dark right now. Streaming some coverage on our website, on our app, on our Facebook and Twitter, and now live on YouTube. So we are simulcasting as well on all iHeart radio stations, and you'll see a list of them on your screen. And for those of you listening, 1230 WBZT, Wild 95.5, News Radio 1290 WJNO, Cool 105.5, Oldies 103.7, Wave 92.7. We will continue to broadcast on these radio stations throughout the night and provide commercial-free, nonstop coverage as we get closer to the storm.
And we will continue. I've got the computer here. We're continuing to get updates. They lag about an hour from FPL on power outages, but needless to say, we'll be keeping a close eye on that, keeping you informed both on air and online. Our WPTV News Channel 5 reporters keeping you updated on Facebook as well, using every resource at our disposal, and our Storm Team 5 team as well, also on Facebook, and we'll continue to look at that. Now, look at Matthew from outer space. It is a impressive and sobering look at the scope of a storm like this.
When you think of a hurricane, that's what I think a lot of people think of, is that sort of image, that swirling image and that very defined eye. Again, the look from the International Space Station.
The power of nature encapsulated from that picture from space. Video into our newsroom of the waves in Jensen Beach along the Intracoastal. Our photographer, Amanda Crane, as we continue to look at that picture from space, told us she saw debris washing ashore, pieces of wood in the water and near the pier. From where, if it came from the pier itself, we do not know, but it's the kind of choppy and increasingly nasty weather, as you look at some of these images, that we are going to continue to see more of as we move into the night. And that's why we've so emphasized that we know it's trying your patience and trying your nerves, particularly on the Treasure Coast, but now is the time to keep your guard up at its highest for what is still to come.
With so many people seeking shelter, hotel rooms, as many of you know, are very hard to come by. News Channel 5's John Shaman found a few rooms, though, still out there.
For some people seeking shelter, they're looking for a motel. Trying to find a room, though, very tough on this night with Matthew on the doorstep. But we did find a few rooms available here at the Sleep Inn in Fort Pierce.
If we have 300 guests here, our job is to maintain their safety because this storm hurts everybody. And what we need to do is protect everybody.
Now, if you're interested, the front desk says they have just a couple of king-size non-smoking rooms left. And if you want them, you better hurry because, again, it's a first-come, first-served basis. In Fort Pierce, John Shaman, WPTV, News Channel 5.
All right, real quickly, an update to the power outages in Palm Beach County. 24,000 customers right now out of power due to the storm.
I'm looking, by the way, not being rude to those of you who can view us, those of us listening, just to let you know whether you're seeing us or just listening, looking at the FPL site. The numbers, again, are running about an hour behind. And FPL says, again, once the winds are below 35, it can get back out there, but it's going to be a while. There's the logistics, there's the safety for crews. So, Kelly, as you're looking at that, I'm trying to update a few of the other numbers on the site.
Let's tell you about the airlines. Airlines canceled thousands of flights along the Florida coast. Orlando's airport ceased operations about an hour ago. They do hope to reopen in Orlando Saturday after they assess any damage. All flights in and out of Palm Beach International Airport had been canceled. That happened earlier today. Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport shut down this morning and expects to reopen as soon as tomorrow, possibly. And this was the scene in Miami International Airport after they stopped operations around noontime today. Officials do expect the number of impacted flights across the state to increase depending on the hurricane's path. Airlines have been offering some travel waivers to passengers who are scheduled to fly from airports that were impacted by the storm.
We have into our newsroom our chief photographer, Eric Pasquarelli, sending us footage of the gustiness, the rain, the squalls in Indian River County. And you saw on the radar, those of you who could see it, if you couldn't, it's that giant, very familiar blob moving in a counterclockwise direction, the classic picture of a hurricane. And you see the mess in Vero Beach as the bands are moving through there, and the rough wind and rain. And Eric Flowers, the PIO for Indian River County, is joining us now from the EOC there, I believe. Eric, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. How are you doing tonight?
We're doing well. Give us, first of all, your 100,000-foot level overview and assessment of the situation you're seeing there, the people who have evacuated, any concerns about people who have lagged behind in Indian River County. Give us the top-level assessment first.
Sure, we're absolutely concerned about those folks. We do know that there are people on the barrier island, that there are people in mobile manufactured homes and in other low-lying areas who did not choose to evacuate. We have documented as many of those folks as we can, and of course they're going to be some of the first people that we respond out to check on as soon as it's safe to go out. We do have crews at all three bridges in Indian River County. We've closed down the bridges as of 9 p.m. We've also stopped accepting folks at the shelter. Our shelters are closed. We are in a full hurricane status mode. We do still have some law enforcement and first responders out on the streets, but I would imagine in the near future it's not going to be this safe for them to be out anymore, and they're probably going to get pulled from the streets. So we're just kind of keeping an eye on things and hoping that people are where they're going to be for the night, because it's too late to be moving around now.
Eric, just as a follow-up, I know Kelly has her questions as well, but as a follow-up, you said you've documented. Do you have a conservative or a good estimate on how many people have refused the mandatory evacuation orders that put them in a threatening situation and will demand a lot of your resources being put in areas where you're already stretched in the middle of this hurricane? How many ignored your orders, your plaintive cry for them to get out?
You know, I don't have an exact number. I can call into dispatch, and maybe I'll have a number for you when we talk again at 11:15. But I know that there have been a number of people in each one of those situations. It's not been a great number, but there are people out there who are choosing to ride this storm out. It's too dangerous for that, but it's too late now. They've made that choice, and we're going to get through this storm, and we'll go check on them when it's over.
Eric, have you had any or many emergency calls that have come into 911? What are you hearing from law enforcement and what they've been asked of on this night?
I've been listening to the radio. We have had some calls come in. We've had quite a few, obviously, weather-related alarms going off. We still continue to have a few disturbances here and there and some other situations. But so far, it's been relatively calm. We do have a great number of law enforcement officers out on the streets. And we are sure that we can protect the citizens throughout this storm, and of course, as well as when things come back to operations, that we will be there to protect and pick up and help out where we can.
Eric, people always worry with power outages, the mess after storm, about the security of their property. Talk about the resources you'll be able to bring to bear to protect life, property, and to make sure that after the storm you don't have any problems with people who would want to try to take advantage. Give us a sense of that.
So we transitioned yesterday to our Alpha Bravo rotations, which means that every are pulled in, and they're either on a daytime rotation or a nighttime rotation. And as right now, there are deputies out there who are working the streets. They will get a break when the hurricane comes through. They will come in for a little bit, and at 6 a.m. we will have a fresh crew ready to go out and assess the situation if it is safe, and be out there to protect all those homes all those properties that are out there. We're also here at the EOC. We've got Road and Bridge ready on standby. We've got FP&L at the table. We're having discussions about what that plan is going to be. Of course, we're still accepting reports. We encourage people to call in with power outages, whether it be the city or at FP&L. You can call 1-800-4-OUTAGE with FP&L, or with the city of Vero Beach, you can call 772-978-5000 and report outages. We need to know those numbers. We need to have that information because that will help us plan our recovery as we're working through the night here.
Also, the sheriff and I had been communicating. I know how busy he is. He had sent me a note, power and cable going out your way, so we know many of our viewers in Indian River County are now our listeners on our radio network or perhaps online. Give us a little more sense from your perspective about the power outages you're seeing. I know it's anecdotal from your vantage point. I'll look up some numbers, but that's going to be the concern into the night. Those numbers will go up and up for quite some time.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We do know that we had some issues in Sebastian and Roseland earlier today. It's been probably about an hour since I got those reports. Definitely some outages along US 1 where some wires were sparking. Sheriff did report that he was losing power. That's the first one I've heard in South County, but I'm sure there are other people out there who are reporting that to that number, constantly. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going to keep talking with FPNL, keep looking at those numbers, and we're just planning that we've got to start thinking now about after. We've been talking about before and evacuations and all that for the last 12, 15 hours. It's time now to start talking about what happens tomorrow and how we pick up the pieces.
Eric Flowers, we appreciate, as always, all the work you and your first responders with the Sheriff's Office and all first responders are doing. You all stay safe as well. We know you've got long days ahead of you, and we appreciate you being on the front lines.
Thank you so much.
We are already seeing some flooding. I mean, you've seen the amount of rain that's coming in from Hurricane Matthew. Darcy Jackson visited the Riverside Cafe in Vero Beach, where she found a flooded parking lot and water up to the doors.
Yeah, here in Vero Beach, we're starting to first see these outer bands of the storm come in. We're looking at winds at almost 50 to 60 miles per hour. And here at the Riverside Cafe, you can see the first signs of flooding at their deck. It's a good sign that storm surge is on its way. Now, we've seen police patrolling this area. They're driving around making sure folks are not in this area and are staying away from the water at this point. And if you're looking for a place to seek refuge, you won't be able to do it at a Red Cross shelter at this point. They are closed now. They are hunkering down and will not be opening those doors. So you'll have to seek refuge somewhere at home. In Vero Beach, Darcy Jackson, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, and we want to go back to our weather team because, as they've said, all of us in our 5-county area and beyond have to be aware. And even though we say, well, it might be a little less or more here, we're getting a reminder right now in Palm Beach County that we can not anywhere in our viewing area and beyond let our guard down.
And there's the view right there on the other side of our screen here of downtown West Palm Beach. For those on radio, trees are blowing and you're getting a pretty good band in right now in downtown West Palm.
Yeah,
right,
this is the kind of leading edge of that feeder band that I've been watching. I've been watching this feeder band all day long, actually, and so far peak winds around 52 miles an hour in Juno Beach. At a weather sensor there, we have about 45 miles an hour at the airport, and stronger winds are possible coming in off the coastline. So this is one of those bands that's going to set up with some strong winds, and it's amazing. I'm very surprised at how many power outages we have right now from the storm. We're getting a lot of comments on Facebook and some of our other sites as far as power outages and how significant the storm is. If we can go to Max 2, I can show you the track for this as we get into tomorrow. We are looking at a storm moving up the coastline after that and not being quite the same impact as tonight and overnight. Here, can we go to Max 2 and I can show you what's going on with the storm right now as far as the track and what there we go, and what we're expecting the next couple days. So we have 130 mile an hour winds just off Vero Beach at 2 in the morning. And because of the angle of this coming in from the northwest, it's quite a bit closer to Vero overnight, 2, 3, 4 in the morning than it is right now off Palm Beach County. Landfall possible still around the Cape and Melbourne. That would be around 8, 9 in the morning, and then moving up the coast after that, and a big turn, and eventually a 360 back down in toward the south and ending up in almost the same location it is right now 5 days from now as a tropical storm. This is the official forecast. A little bizarre, but we were talking to the Hurricane Center earlier during an interview, and they said that, storms as they move south typically don't keep the same strength that they have at this point. You know, as they move south, it's very difficult for them to keep that same hurricane strength. So this one's a tropical storm 5 days from now. And here's a look. This is not a tropical storm. This is a Category 4 hurricane. There's the eye right there. It made a landfall in West End, Grand Bahama, about an hour ago. We have some of the bands working in with 40, 50, 55 miles an hour down through northern Palm Beach County, moving into West Palm. Also, bigger bands starting to work in across the Treasure Coast. Now, cautiously optimistic the last few hours for Palm Beach County because the storm center is a little farther off shore than the tracks yesterday. This is very close to the 11 a.m. forecast track, though, and the 5 p.m., keeping it closer to the Bahamas. Yesterday, it was kind of between us and Grand Bahama. Now a shift of about 20 to 25 miles. So that'll keep the really strong winds, and hopefully in Palm Beach County, the hurricane force winds offshore. The sustained winds, the wind gusts, I think we can still see some wind gusts along the coastline of Palm Beach County approaching 70 and 75 miles an hour. Treasure Coast, because it's closer to the storm, has a higher chance of seeing hurricane force wind gusts overnight. There's a look at our wind gusts so far with 49 in West Palm. Keep in mind these are some of the official sensors, but we have many unofficial sensors that are reporting winds over 50 miles an hour so far. There are the current wind speeds you can see ranging a wide range here. 26 right now in Port St. Lucie, 48 in Vero and Fort Pierce, a little less around Okeechobee, and 44 right now in West Palm. Here are the power outage statistics. This is the forecast map taking us through the overnight and tomorrow as far as what we can expect for power outages. This map has changed quite a bit. Even in the last 2 hours, we had very high chances of power outages in northern Palm Beach County, and that's now dropped to high. So, and we've had reports, I just had several reports around Palm Beach Gardens and Jupiter of power outages already. People listening on the radio and reminding me that I'm talking to them on the radio. So don't point and say, look at this, describe exactly what I'm pointing at. We went through that scenario during Francis, Jean, and Wilma. So I'll do my best, and you keep reminding me on Facebook, and eventually I'll get it probably 3 in the morning. So we're looking at a storm that has a very high chance of power outages, the high probability from Vero through Fort Pierce and up around Sebastian, and quite a bit less as we work down across Lake Okeechobee, and still high to very high chances for the Stewart and Palm City and Hope Sound and Jupiter. And as you get back around the lake, it drops off. Still, obviously, a chance for some outages, but not as significant as the coastline. So the latest forecast wind field still brings hurricane force winds into the Treasure Coast, but keeps them just along the coastline of Jupiter. And as the storm moves closer to the Treasure Coast, this wind field, if you remember even 6 hours ago, the red area, the hurricane force winds were actually into Palm Beach County. That is no longer the case. I would not sound the all clear as far as those winds not approaching here. Wind gusts to hurricane force are still possible, but the strongest damaging winds should be more offshore. But as the storm is tracking closer to the Treasure Coast, we get in to that wind field. I don't think we're going to avoid this because we see the storm track now. I don't see any more shifts in the track, and we're still looking at a storm that should produce some hurricane force winds on the Treasure Coast late overnight between about 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. before it eventually moves up to the north after that. So this is, optimistic, obviously, for Palm Beach County. Here's a look, actually. This is a GFS model, and there's the center of the storm. There is midnight. This seems reasonable, considering that the center is right here, moving off West End. And you can see these are gusts. These are hurricane gusts here along the coastline. There's 2 in the morning, a little bit of an improvement. But we get a strong feeder band or 2 that comes through. We'll see some of these winds in the inner core. So I'm not sounding the all clear on getting some of these gusts to hurricane force in Palm Beach County. Quite a bit less of a chance in South County and back around the lake, but along the coastline we can certainly see it. And there's a look at the early morning. Actually, this is Friday, 8 p.m., so most of the winds have tapered off. Still very, very breezy, though. up in around Vero and Fort Pierce, and big improvement back around the lake. The weekend right now looks to be generally sunny, but still gusty winds coming in from the west both weekend days. I know James Whelan's here watching some of the reports, scanning across as far as what we're expecting the next little while. We're going to bring him in a few minutes. I want to toss it back to you, Kelly, and really we're watching the radar at this point and keeping an eye on any kind of little storm cells that might be rotating and any of these wind reports that are above 50 and 60 miles an hour.
And we see West Palm Beach right there on your map, and actually that's where John Genovese is live right now outside the station checking out the current conditions. We're in the downtown area. John, what's it like?
Well, guys, we've been out here about an hour and a half, and at first the wind and rain kind of came in these slow bursts, but over the last half hour it has really picked up to a whole nother level. I brought out this wind gauge with me. Kind of been taking a look every so often. At one point we saw the winds, unofficially according to this of course, about 40 miles an hour out here. But to give you a better perspective, just go ahead and pan up to this palm tree, Paul. You can see these guys have just been thrashing back and forth all night, and the wind kind of hitting you in every direction. When this rain's coming down, it feels like little pellets just kind of checkerboarding your face. It's really something else. Like I said, over the last half hour, the wind and rain has really picked up. We can feel these bands as they're moving through the area. It is starting to intensify just from the time we've been out here. Obviously, we anticipate it will get worse the longer we are out here, but that's what conditions are like, again, right outside the station. Guys, we'll send it back inside to you.
All right, feeder bands that will come and go, but again, that's why Steve says no all clear. We've got a long night ahead, and the absolute best thing to do is be sheltered, be safe, be patient, and wait until the officials, when they decide to give the all clear, and that'll be a while. And again, even on into the next several days, staying as much off the road as you possibly can is going to be important to allow emergency crews to get out and assess damage, power crews to get power back up and running. We're going to update power numbers for you coming up in a moment. We know that's important. We know a lot of you are now listening to us as much as watching us as power's out. And in fact, I believe we have FPL power outage numbers now that we'd like to update you on. Let's see those. They're coming out to us right now. In Palm Beach County, now these numbers, I think these are the latest numbers when I looked on the computer from roughly an hour ago. So
as of 8 o'clock.
Yeah, 8 o'clock numbers. But Palm Beach County, 24,000. Now just for perspective, that's 24,000 customers. In Palm Beach County, there are 732,000 people with FPL, so that gives you some sense of that. In Indian River County, 55,000 customers, 530 customers as of 8 o'clock out of power. In Martin County, 1,940 customers without power. Again, 92,000 overall customers. In Okeechobee, 70 customers out of power. Of course, customers, there might be 5 people in one home, but 70 customers, and that's in a county with almost 20,000 customers. But we're going to see these numbers go up, perhaps significantly up over the course of the night.
Exactly. And yeah, we're getting numbers in all the time. Actually, I think Martin's has even jumped up to 2,900 and 10 customers out of power. So that's being updated all the time. The number expected to go up as the storm the coast. We're going to check in with Adam Weiner. He has been at FPL with the very latest for us at headquarters.
As Hurricane Matthew moves up along the Florida eastern coast, there's going to be stronger winds and almost certainly a lot more power outages. And as you possibly lose your power, it's possible Florida Power and Light's going to know about that outage even before you do. And that's in part because of this smart grid, new technology, $2 billion worth of infrastructure upgrades made over the past 10 years here in Florida. And because FPL knows about most outages immediately now, they can respond much faster. In fact, sometimes they don't need to go out there at all.
Let's just say a palm frond has fallen on a line and it's caused a fault to take something out of service. Instead of having to stay out of service, wait for a truck roll to go restore service, it automatically attempts to open and close, open and close, open and close 3 times. And hopefully, it restores power on its own because that limb, that tree limb or palm frond that hit it, that caused it initially, has slid off.
Another benefit of a smart grid is the ability to predict when outages might soon happen based on trends.
So rather than having to patrol the entire main line, we can pinpoint where the problem is and get our crews there quicker so we can restore power for our customers faster.
And that's without anybody having to call you or go online to fill anything out.
That's correct.
Now, a few FPL crews will be out through the night when the conditions are safe enough to do so, and they're ready to deploy 12,000 crew members first thing in the morning from 6 or 7 staging areas set up across the state. At FPL headquarters, Adam Weiner, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, and we're taking a shot. Our weather team, Steve Weigel, James Wieland, are hard at work constantly updating data. They'll be back with us in just a moment, but this is nonstop for them. Not only the analysis they give us on air, give you on air, but the work they're doing at their computers, poring over this information and getting the very latest for us in terms of winds and speed and rain and storm surge and the like. Hard at work with our producing team. So it really is 24/7 work for them. We're going to go back to them in just a minute.
First, we want to go out to the newsroom. Ashley Hinson is monitoring the latest coming out of Haiti tonight. Ashley?
Kelly, Haitian officials are now raising the death toll there from Hurricane Matthew to 283. That number has climbed by 20 in just the last hour. Take a look at this devastating video from the Coast Guard flying overhead. Just complete devastation. Roofs ripped off. Many buildings just crumbled there. Debris everywhere. As the community, you can see them going building to building, searching for what is left of their homes. The winds there hit 145 miles per hour with a driving storm surge and torrential rain. The death toll may climb even higher, officials are telling us, as Haitian authorities try to reestablish contact with regions that were cut off by the storm. Back to you.
It's so hard to watch in this most impoverished of countries in the hemisphere. It absolutely breaks our heart. We've said many times for those of you joining us and those of you who can't see the pictures, but just to describe gutted homes that were already rickety and just as far as the eye could see in those pictures. For those of you who can't view it with us, it is heartbreaking to see these rickety homes ripped apart. People who had nothing now have less than nothing and will once again need international aid and the charity and love of many people to help them rebuild.
Going to check in on a shelter in the area. Actually, we have our John Shainman is up in St. Lucie County at a shelter tonight, and here's the very latest from there.
Tonight, St. Lucie County officials say more than 1,000 people have decided to seek shelter at one of a handful of facilities around the county. Now, earlier today, I spoke with a woman whose family is bunked here, and she showed me some pretty dramatic video that she said one of her relatives, who is a police officer on Bimini, he shot this video in Nassau, and you can see the strength of Hurricane Matthew just peel the roof off of this house. She says right now her family in the Bahamas, everybody is good so far. There were still a few folks she had trouble getting in touch with, but that so far none of her family members were injured.
Where our house is, we're open to anything flying to it. We're not surrounded by houses. So we're just too acceptable to any debris flying about. So I wanted to be somewhere safe where, authority is.
Again, right now you can see the wind is picking up. There may be still an opportunity for you to get to a shelter this evening if you need to. Again, they always remind you that if you want to get to a shelter, you need to make sure you bring your own bedding. In a lot of cases, there are no cots. In Fort Pierce, John Shainman, WPTV, News Channel 5.
As we were listening to Steve Weigel just a short time ago, not ready to kind of give any type of an all clear for Palm Beach County, but certainly some conditions have improved, he said, in the southern part of Palm Beach County and out towards the Glades. We want to check in now with Jeff Rusak. He is at the Palm Beach County Emergency Operations Center in West Palm Beach, where, of course, all of the experts there continue to monitor the hurricane.
We're here at the Palm Beach County Emergency Operations Center as the storm starts to pick up a little bit outside here in West Palm Beach. People inside are closely monitoring Hurricane Matthew. First responders are waiting on the call. Inside, emergency workers are busy monitoring the situation throughout the county. As of right now, over 7,000 people are in the county's 13 shelters. So far, as many as 15,000 people lost power during the storm. 9,000 of those 15 have their power back on already. As Hurricane Matthew continues to affect the West Palm Beach area, we will be going inside the EOC here, and they'll be sliding a large wall in front of the doors right here as we ride out the storm. Reporting in West Palm Beach, Jeff Rusak, WPTV, News Channel 5.
In Jupiter, our Michelle Casadas at Independence Middle School, where families are during the storm. And Michelle, talk about the conditions where you are right now.
Well, Michael, every now and then people will pop out of the cafeteria here to take a peek at what the weather is like out here right now. And as you can see, lots of rain, lots of wind. You can see these palms just kind of moving out here in the winds. And it's been raining constantly for the last half hour. And every now and then you get those really strong wind gusts where people are outside and they're feeling confident, they're getting video, and then they're like, oh, no, got to go back inside. And this shelter has about 325 people in here right now. I'm told they are not at full capacity. They're still accepting families, so they will be closing the doors at 10 just for safety, but they will not turn anyone away. One woman I spoke to says she doesn't live in an evacuation zone, but she came here because she knew she would feel safest here at a shelter.
Because of the safety of the kids, pretty much that's it. And we want to thank the county because they've been really supportive, and they've been, they've been great to us, and thanks God we're safe.
Now, Jupiter police have also been sending people here to the shelter. I talked to 3 people earlier who said they were dropped off here by police because they were actually stranded off to the side of the road. So police saw them, said, hey, there's a shelter nearby, and brought them here, and now they're safe inside the shelter. I've heard from many families that they're extremely grateful and that they say they're being well taken care of here. We'll keep you posted from what's going on out here in Jupiter. For now, we'll toss it back to you in the studio, Michael.
All right, thank you very much, Michelle. We're streaming coverage, of course. We want to constantly remind you on our website, WPTV.com, our app, Facebook, Twitter, and now live on YouTube. And again, want to remind you yet again, we're working with our partner station, Fox 29, simulcasting. Some of you can see this full screen. We respect that some of you are without power listening to us. We hope on our partner radio stations, iHeartRadio, but let me read the list so you can share it with those you know just in case. We're on Wild 95.5, 1290 WJNO, Wave 92.7, Oldies 103.7, Cool 105.5, and 1230 radio as well. So we really thank our partner stations allowing us to simulcast so that we can be with you and you with us throughout the evening. And Kelly and I have said, and we welcome, do not be shy. We have the best in the biz right here, our weather experts. Send us your questions on Facebook. We're both monitoring our Facebook feeds. More than happy to make sure we try to get your questions to our weather experts about concerns you have going through the night.
Let's get an update on power outages. That's on everybody's mind. I've talked to a few friends and heard from some people up in Martin County who said it's been flickering all night. For them, it hasn't gone out yet. Ashley Hinson in the newsroom. What's the latest?
So Palm Beach right now up to 32,000. Indian River 510 outages. Martin County 4,870. Okeechobee 140 outages there. St. Lucie 2,760. Broward has about 10,000. Miami-Dade also around 10,000. So as you can hear in those numbers, Palm Beach really getting the brunt of this, at least so far. And again, here's the map. If you want to check it out yourself, if you have access to a computer right now, FPLmaps.com. You can actually click on your own individual county if we didn't read yours off right there, guys. And we'll keep on top of this and keep updating you as we get the numbers in.
All right, Ashley, thanks so much. We just got an update in right now about Palm Beach County from the EOC there that shelters are still open and they will not close in Palm Beach County unless they are full or if the weather just becomes too dangerous for people to be there or get to the shelters. There are no shelters at this time that are full in Palm Beach County except for the pet-friendly shelter. That one is full. That's different from the storms of 11, 12 years ago. No shelter accepted a pet back then. At least now you can see in different counties that they now have shelters that accept pets, which is very important to people.
Oh, absolutely.
You're not going to, no one wants to leave their pet behind in a storm.
Absolutely. And we want to remind people yet again, if we sound like a broken record, it's for a good cause. Emergency responders have reminded us repeatedly, we've got a long night ahead. So even if you feel your area, thankfully, perhaps has not been hit as hard as another, now's not the time to go out and explore. Oh, no. Everybody from one end of our viewing area to the other needs to stay in place. We cannot emphasize that enough. So often people are hurt after a storm. Right. And so again, we say in the most thoughtful way, beseeching all of you, please. Emergency responders are saying stay at home no matter where you are. Everybody gets a little bit of stir craziness going, but it can really lead to bad things.
Right, but you can't see much at night anyway. So
Exactly.
you know what? We'll let you know, and we'll have all the aerial pictures and everything.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning, we'll show you.
Well said, as
all.
usual. Yes.
Well, we have some other video that's come into the newsroom. This out of Jensen Beach, dark, little tough to see. Our Amanda Crane, one of our photographers, took this video. This at the Jensen Beach Causeway, and that boat right there taking on water. Now, so many people, as we saw, kind of the caravans of people yesterday, moved their boats out of the area or made sure they were tied up as tightly as possible. But this one apparently can't see exactly, can't really get our bearings for it. But again, taking on water, this boat in Martin County off the Jensen Beach Causeway. And
Amanda Crane, one of our News Channel 5 photographers. We thank all of our teams out doing work. All of them are finding places to shelter as well. We have a lot of veterans out there who know when it's time to move into shelter, but also bringing you pictures as best they can and describing them to those of you who can't watch the footage right now. The city of West Palm Beach right now telling people much what we just said. Please stay off the roads. And that is a vital, vital message right now.
Actually, in Delray Beach as well, there's a curfew. It's been in place, I think it was 6 o'clock tonight and until 6 o'clock in the morning. So no one's allowed out in Delray Beach. Let's turn it over now. Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel, let's bring him back in. Actually, want to talk a little bit about, Steve, let's start with Palm Beach County. We'll move our way up. You had said it was starting to get a little bit better, especially for southern Palm Beach County.
We're lowering the wind speeds a little bit, honestly, because the storm made landfall in Grand Bahama. It is pretty far off the coastline. It is moving now closer to the Treasure Coast. I still think we'll see some strong winds here. Obviously, we have the power outages, but I think the strongest winds, the hurricane-force winds, are more of a Treasure Coast issue rather than Palm Beach County at this point. So James and I have been adjusting some of the numbers down. We're in this constant hurricane coverage, and we're seeing some of these numbers in the last hour. Like, it's a little bit too high considering the latest track and the fact that it made landfall over Grand Bahama. It didn't track over the Gulf Stream. It was much farther away. It was 70, 80 miles away from us at its closest approach to Palm Beach County. Now, the Treasure Coast is a different story at this point, and they're going to be closer to those hurricane-force winds. Did you have a question, Michael?
Steve, you've done such a good job, and tell me if I'm overemphasizing it, but blend what you're seeing weather-wise in Palm Beach County with the implicit safety message that goes with it right now through the night.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have big tropical storm force winds are already being recorded. We just had a 52-mile-an-hour wind in Juno Beach, a weather sensor there, and obviously a major hurricane Category 4 just off the coastline that still has a chance to intensify a little, but that's not the official forecast, and I think it's unlikely that it's going to intensify anymore too. But 130-mile-an-hour winds, it's moving northwest now, so that puts it in a position almost due east to Jupiter, even though it's moving away from Palm Beach County. Some of the hurricane-force winds will come right up to the North County area, but I'd be very surprised if we get reports of 80 or 85 mile an hour. Even 85 mile an hour wind gusts seems very unlikely for Palm Beach County. But this is a very windy night and a dangerous night to be outside. Lots of power outages. We're getting reports of transformers firing up along the coastline too. And as it moves closer to the Treasure Coast, remember it's not moving due north, it's moving northwest. So that brings it very close to the northern Treasure Coast around 2 to 4 in the morning. And with a track like that, we start to get into this area here. This is the hurricane force winds in this storm. So this is what Treasure Coast, Vero, Sebastian, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie will be dealing with late overnight. For Palm Beach County, it's tropical storm force winds with the chance of a hurricane force wind here and there, but not widespread at this point. It's just too far off the coastline, and that track is now slowly moving away. So there it is overnight, Category 4 just off Vero. There's the 2 a.m. position, almost due east of Vero. But look at how much closer it is to the beaches here than our area in Palm Beach County. We're talking 80 miles here right now, and we're talking about 30, maybe 40 maximum on the northern Treasure Coast, and then it tracks up along the coastline through Saturday, through Sunday, and then a big wraparound, almost a bizarre track back into the Bahamas as a tropical storm next week. And we were talking to the Hurricane Center earlier, talking to Ed Rappaport, one of the forecasters at the Hurricane Center, and he said this is unlikely to be a big storm on Tuesday and Wednesday, perhaps a tropical storm. We'll be watching it. We may get in an air cone once again, but as far as doing significant damage, unlikely because it's moving south. The hurricanes and tropical storms will typically move south, and if they do, they have a very difficult time keeping their strength when they do it. There's a radar, and obviously the bands working in, and this is the feeder bands are where we see our strongest winds and some of our heaviest rainfall. The current maximum wind gusts, this is what we've seen so far, and this isn't right now necessarily. This has been popping up in the last couple of hours, 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds. Current wind gusts you can see are close to that, a little bit less. And the power outage map continues to change through about 1:30 in the morning. High chances of power outages for Jupiter, the Gardens, up in toward Port St. Lucie, and into Vero and Sebastian. Obviously a little higher because we have a storm late overnight that is just off the coast with hurricane force winds. So that's an area that we'll see some of the more substantial power outages, and that will happen late overnight. Even though we're already getting reports of power outages the northern Treasure Coast, and actually across almost the entire viewing area reports of these outages so far. I'm working here with James, and of course we're updating all the information as Michael said. We actually, if I flip through, hopefully I can bring up the storm surge map. Unless you're going to talk about it, James, I want to bring up the numbers because we had pretty significant changes in the storm surge situation. James is going to adjust the computer here. I spent quite a bit of time lowering some of these numbers. Thank you very much. Yep. So South County around Boca and Delray and Highland Beach 1 to 2 feet. And obviously this coincides with a high tide. 1 to 3 around Lake Worth into West Palm. 2 to 4 as we get in around Jupiter Island. These are pretty big changes because the storm is farther off the coast, but it climbs not so much around Stewart, but as we get into the around Fort Pierce and Jensen Beach, 4 to 7 around Vero, Sebastian, intracoastal and along the beaches and back in some of these rivers that have tidal flows too. All right, James is going to break down what we can expect in each county through the next 24 hours, kind of give you an idea of the max wind speeds and the threat for tornadoes and stuff like that.
Thanks, Steve. And yeah, I was just checking the chat there. We had 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts once again at the St. Lucie Nuclear Power Plant, and also sustained winds at the Juneau Pier around 52 miles per hour with higher gusts. So as we get into the overnight hours, definitely seeing that 45 to 65 mile per hour wind range, less in South County, more going up to the north into North County. Get gusts up to hurricane force possible too as it gets a little bit closer. Tomorrow morning the storm starts to pull away in Palm Beach County, so the wind drops quite considerably, but still pretty breezy for a good part of the day, and then slowly taper off throughout the rest of the afternoon as it drops into the 20s there by the end of the day. Lake Okeechobee overnight 40 to 50, especially right off the lake. You're going to get those stronger winds, gusts up to around 70 miles per hour. Tomorrow morning drops to 25 to 35 and some gusts up to 45. And then by tomorrow evening, we just mainly have a west or even southwest wind at about 20 miles an hour. Martin St. Lucie County starts to ramp up here in the next couple of hours or so, 50 to 75 mile per hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised to see some wind gusts up to 90, especially closer to the coast. We'll see those as you head farther inland. That drops off. Tomorrow morning, still pretty windy out there, 35 gusting to 50. And then by tomorrow night, the storm pulls away more. We drop it down into the 20s once again. Indian River County, again, this was the one we expected to have the highest winds, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds in the overnight hours as this moves a little bit closer. So we're talking later in the night, maybe wee hours of the morning is when the peak will be for you. In the morning, still very gusty wind up to 60 miles per hour and dropping off later on in the day, say maybe in the evening hours there from 30 to 35, gusts to 45, and then down into the 20s as we get into about this time tomorrow night.
All right, James, Steve, thanks so much for the update. All right, next up, we want to head up to Martin County. Our Jacqueline Powell has been with the Martin County Sheriff's Office and doing a ride-along. Let's see what deputies are finding. Of course, they're warning Stewart with the ride-along with Martin County.
Are out right now making sure that people are safe and that everyone has everything in place as the hurricane approaches. They say they will stay out throughout the night as Matthew comes in.
Lord, thank you for this day and this moment that we just get to stand together united as one team.
Deputies prayed this prayer together before going out on what could be one of the most dangerous 12-hour shifts they've ever faced. We rode along with Deputy Michael McCarthy.
We're trying to warn people, the last stragglers, see if they have a plan, give them information about the shelters, where they're at.
As we were out in Stuart, a lot of other people still were too.
Do you guys have everything that you need?
Even with evacuation orders in place, McCarthy says too many people are staying out when they shouldn't.
Yeah, you got water. You guys gonna try and go to the shelter?
At Sandsprit Park, even people with a plan have been out here watching as the wind and waves come in.
We've been in the house all day long preparing, going stir crazy.
We just want to see before it gets real bad. We want to take a look.
The surge getting high enough to even feel the waves.
Flash up into my face because I was at the cracks and it would. Oof.
The same thing happened to my photographer. Deputy McCarthy says the waves are nothing to play with, to get inside, and to remember if you have an emergency, the sheriff's office is standing by.
When somebody calls and they need help, we're going to do our best to try and get them that help.
The deputies say they may start hunkering down as wind speeds get higher at shelters or fire stations, but they say no matter what the wind speed, they will come back out and help people if there's a life-threatening emergency. In Martin County, Jacqueline Powell, WPTV News Channel 5.
Our team coverage of Hurricane Matthew continues. A strong Category 4 storm off the coastline. It's ravaged Haiti, run through the Caribbean and the Bahamas, where they're only now beginning to assess damage. And now, of course, we wait to see what kind of impact it'll have across our huge 5-county area.
And tonight we are simulcasting on WFLX, Fox 29, and all iHeart radio stations. We have a list we'll put on the screen for those of you who still have power, but we can run down that list as well for those of you who do not. 1230 WBZT, also Wild 95.5, 1290 WJNO, Cool 105.5, Oldies 103.7, and Wave 92.7. And we're going to have nonstop, uninterrupted coverage until the storm passes.
And we right now want to bring in our Storm Team 5 experts. James Whelan here with us as we are at the top of this latest hour. Give us an overview.
Saying, hey, I'm listening to you on the radio. We don't have power here. And definitely we've seen some pretty good wind gusts, 59 miles per hour in some locations. St. Lucie Power Plant, we just had that 58. And that's going to start to ramp up because the storm still, if we look at it, I'll do the little tracker here. It's 60 miles away from the center of the storm we are right now. And starting to pull off. So notice it's just getting north now of the Palm Beach, Martin County line. So winds now going into Palm Beach County are going to start pushing in this direction out of the northwest. Still going to be pretty strong though. And here in the Treasure Coast, we're still looking at strong northeast winds. Had that one big band that goes through Vero Beach. Now it's moving right into Okeechobee, probably 45, 55 plus mile per hour winds moving through Okeechobee right now, and then that will continue to pivot through the lake. We may see some water starting to pile up around this side of the lake here, South Bay, Belle Glade, especially then when the wind turns northwest. We're going to see that too. And all of this right here, this is a particularly nasty band. You could tell too, there's a couple lightning strikes in there. That's just a sign of some upward motion there and also some very gusty winds that may get mixed down to the surface. Of course, the core of the storm right here, the eye wall right there on the north, we've been tracking that, moved over Grand Bahama a little bit earlier, but now it's out over the open ocean. We're not really thinking it's going to strengthen anymore. We were talking with the Hurricane Center a little bit earlier, and they don't really think, they think this thing already reached its peak. But still, it's a very wide storm. And if we put the tracker back on here, we're going to look at, all the way across. We're talking 100, maybe 110 or so miles across. So looking at some of the bands that are moving through right now, you can see it's just starting to graze the coast. We had that one really strong one. I went outside earlier here at the station. It definitely was coming down and blowing like crazy. And you see that main band there just back to the west. And we see some of that pivoting in now, moving into Lake Worth and Boynton Beach. Boca, you're all right now. You have a little bit of a break. You're kind of right in between bands at the moment and squalls. And same with Stuart, right on the beach. You're kind of right in between, but that's not going to last long for you. In fact, it's going to go downhill here with that band just lingering just offshore. We take a closer look at Jupiter too. Boy, Jupiter's been getting a pounding because they've had sustained winds over tropical storm force for quite a while now. We saw those reports from Michelle right on the beachfront. Oh my goodness, it looked crazy there. So definitely you want to heed the warnings that everybody's been saying. Don't go out to do looky-loos at the beach, especially now that it's dark out. You know, we can do that plenty of time tomorrow afternoon and evening when everything starts to calm down.
Well said.
I want to go through some viewer questions and some that were on my Facebook page. Ashley Freza writes, why is no one speaking about Wellington or Royal Palm Beach?
Well, you know, we did have a couple of bands move through there, but for the most part, it's been a little bit quiet there. And we're looking at a little band moving through right now. You know, Wellington, Royal Palm, they're a little bit inland, so you won't get kind of that direct punch, but still, you're still going to get some pretty strong winds. Even though this thing now starting to move up to the north, Steve and I have lowered the wind expectations for Palm Beach County, but every now and then you get one of these lines that comes on through, and in that you can mix down some 50, 60 or so mile-per-hour winds with that. Regardless if you're in Wellington or down in the Boynton or up in the Jupiter too, kind of all of that area is going to be all of, you know, Palm Beach County from our western communities to the coast.
Right, Bobby Harrington, I'm sorry, Michael, had said, is Loxahatchee going to get hit? So kind of all in that same.
All in
Wellington,
the same, yeah.
Royal
Our western
Palm,
communities,
right.
the same. A little bit less than along the coast, of course, but now that the wind is kind of turning more northwest, that's going to push through our western communities too. Maybe not quite as strong, but we're still talking a tropical storm force wind gusts in some of these feeder bands that move through.
Right.
A nasty weather night, but if it ends up for many, not all, but for many being nothing more than a very, very nasty night, given what we have been worried about and what's been lurking offshore and what it's done in the Caribbean, count ourselves lucky if many of us can say that the preps, we do them all over again if we keep this thing offshore. And of course, a lot of our Treasure Coast friends still have got a lot of tough stuff to come.
Jennifer Santiago had written in, will Matthew and Nicole merge? We haven't talked much about Nicole that's out there as well.
And you know what? Nicole turned into a hurricane. It's a hurricane now, expected to strengthen 80 or so miles per hour, but it's way out there. And it also is going to do a little loop-de-loo. It's just its little loop-de-loo is going to be out to sea and not bother us at all. And they kind of both, as they come south, start to weaken and diminish. A couple of the models did have them, one of them absorbing the other one, but for the most part, they'll probably just both weaken and dissipate at the same time, moving in similar directions,
All right.
James, thank you as you continue to keep us abreast of the very latest and as we put a good deal of our focus on what's yet to come for the Treasure Coast. And again, reminding everybody that safety is paramount. Please stay sheltered in place. Wherever you are, stay there, allowing safety for yourself and emergency crews to do the work they need to do.
So our crews continue to find some damage from Matthew in our area. We have our photographer Amanda Crane who is out tonight and came upon a downed tree at the Indian and Evergreen in Stewart. The Martin County Sheriff's Office deputies chopped the tree up to clear it so that the first responders and crews could make their way through. So obviously if it's something that's going to prevent first responders getting somewhere, they're going to try to take care of it as quickly as possible.
And again, people will have headaches, large and small, and everything in between. Ashley Henson with the latest on one scene that's unfolding for somebody. Ashley?
A few scenes for you guys. I want to show you first this one. This one in Tequesta. Look at this tree if you can come in closer. It completely fell over. It looks like a palm tree, and on top of this roof, it looks like it broke the gutter there too. So they are blaming Foster Kalani, blaming strong winds for that tree knocking over. I also want to show you this one from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. They're reporting street flooding just east of US 1. In the 3800 block. Some water over here. We've seen worse in different areas in this parking lot. It looks like of a business here. Some palm fronds also spread out all over that parking lot. So some debris definitely from the wind. And then I want to show you this video too. This is from Lynn Lunassi. She's saying transformers are exploding all along Haverhill Road. We want to watch this together because you see that blue flashing light in the background lighting up the night sky. Can we play it again one more time? There it is, and I pause it, and that is a transformer exploding. That's happening across our counties. We're continuing to hear reports of that, so it can be very dangerous, so definitely stay away from that. Obviously, we're hoping you are all indoors at this point, but we'll continue to monitor social media and bring you guys more damage, more video, more pictures as we get them in.
All right, Ash, thanks much. News Channel 5's Megan McRoberts live in downtown Fort Pierce. seeking shelter, wisely so. Thanks for doing that for your own safety and crews, Megan, and weathering the elements. And Megan, give us a sense as you're near the shelter how it's looking there now.
Everything's actually looking really good right now. We've heard Steve talking about these squalls. They come in and out of the area. Right now we've got kind of just moderate wind speeds, I would say. I think we have seen some faster wind speeds throughout the night. So not as bad as we've seen earlier, but certainly still windy. There's still some good rainfall. We're actually on the second floor of a parking garage right now, so we have a pretty good vantage point for some distance, and everything's looking really fine right now. I mean, the roads are certainly wet, but we're not seeing any flooding, really nothing to be of really any concern right now. So we've taken a little break just to dry off and take a break from the beating of the elements, but we figured this is a good calmer time to give just an update on some of the latest numbers and information from the county and law enforcement. I just got off the phone with both within the last 3 minutes or so. As far as the county goes, they tell me everything's running really smoothly with the shelters right now. Over 1,000 people here in St. Lucie County, I think about 1,080 or so to be exact, are in the shelters right now. We're hearing about neighboring counties, I believe Indian River County and Martin County, that have these set closed throughout the storm at any point of the storm, and no other really issues to report. There are some power outages here in St. Lucie County, but again, the public information officer there tells me that deputies might approach some people that they see walking around this late at night just to make sure for their safety that they do have a plan and do know that this storm is approaching and conditions are going to get much worse in the near future. So, of course, not getting anyone in trouble, just making sure everyone is okay. I also am told they are still periodically going on to Hutchinson Island, though we know fire crews have evacuated. Deputies, when there is a break from these squalls that come through, they are still going out there to check on people, but they say fortunately out there they're not finding anyone walking around, which is the good news. As far as emergency calls, also no real emergency calls coming in, just those automated, some people that have alarm systems on their house during these storms, sometimes those will automatically be set off, and those are automatic calls that go into dispatch, but so far no one is calling in with any problems, so it's all good news to report for now. I think the story out here, Michael and Kelly, is just that people are just waiting to see what happens in the coming hours.
Well, Megan, we know nerves are stretched taut. We appreciate your tireless work and that of all our crews up there, and you all be safe up there as we go through these bans and still have a long night and the longest part of it yet to come, but we'll be with you. And it's tough sitting at home or wherever you're, or shelter and saying, I'm waiting, but we all do have to patiently wait it out.
It was James who said earlier, hurricanes are slow. They don't usually just come in and rip across and you're done with it. We have some crews, as you have seen, spread out across our viewing area, monitoring all the conditions. We have Jason Hackett now in Lake Worth.
The situation definitely deteriorating over the past few minutes here in Lake Worth. We're right next to the bridge. You can see it right there in the distance. Coming over the bridge, the winds were going and blowing so powerfully it was rocking our car back and forth. You can see the wind blowing the rain on the road. Definitely not a good time to be outside. As you can see, the trees blowing in the wind right now. We just left South County a few minutes ago. A number of down power lines, specifically one in the town of South Palm Beach that was causing sparks all over the place. It got progressively worse in terms of the weather heading the further north we got. We started out in Delray Beach, started to make our way up through Boynton, and now here in Lake Worth, definitely feeling the effects, those gusts of 30 miles per hour or more. You're struggling to stay on your feet at this point, out ground to safer ground, and try to ride this storm out with everybody else at home. For now, we're in Lake Worth. Jason Hackett, WPTV News Channel 5.
Jason, thanks as always, and thanks to all of our teams out there.
That's right. So for a look, let's see, we're about 45 minutes away, right from the next update?
Yes,
coming up from the Hurricane Center.
Yeah, and a new forecast track, and the storm's moving northwest right now. We're watching a very, very strong band come in the next 15 to 20 minutes, probably in northern Palm Beach County. And this is a feeder band that has some very, very strong winds with it that could create some more power outages too. So there's a look at the latest radar. See the bright reds from just off Jupiter and in toward West Palm. It's just offshore. So this is moving, well, these storms embedded in this are moving about 50 miles an hour. There's some lightning in this too. An indication that these are very, very strong storms and they may intensify a little bit more. You know, typically there's not a lot of lightning in a hurricane. We've seen quite a bit and persistent lightning near the center of the storm. It's died off a little bit, but lightning on some of the outer feeder bands, a little unusual, but we have some coming in now, and more lightning off to the just off the coast of Jupiter. Look at how quickly this is coming in along the coastline. So I would say in the next 20 minutes, we're going to see some very strong winds working in around northern Palm Beach County and then down into West Palm. Everything's moving about 50 miles an hour. The storm center is 55 miles off the coast of West Palm. This band here, this bright red area, is about 10 to 15 miles off the coast. So as it comes in, we are looking at some very strong winds. This is still a powerful hurricane. I think, you know, the way we're talking about things being a little bit better in Palm Beach County, that's not to diminish what's going on in the center of this. We're in the eye of the storm right here. As we fly through, you can see very tall, cold cloud tops to 50 and 60,000 feet right in the eye itself. This is what I love about Live Viper 5. Look, we zoom right into the eye, show you how concentrated the storms and the deep convection is near the center of this. This is why it's been so persistent, so strong for so long. And there's that band right there that is lining up right along coastal Palm Beach County with, again, the threat of some very strong winds. So this moves toward the Treasure Coast tonight. There's 2 a.m., Category 4, about 20 miles off Vero and Fort Pierce, and then wraps up to the north after that. And eventually, late weekend, early next week, we're looking at a storm that's off the Carolina coastline. So big, big weather maker right here. There's that band showing up on Live Viper 5 Max. Big storms, heavy rainfall, and gusty winds. We'll watch for any kind of severe weather threat. Back to you, Kelly and Michael.
Steve, thanks much.
All right, we want to check in right now. Chris Stewart's been live up in Indian River County and Vero Beach outside the Indian River Mall. We want to check in with Chris on the conditions there. Chris?
Yeah, well, the wind definitely the story here right now. The rain also falling at this moment, but we'll show you here as we're in the parking lot right outside of Sears at the Indian River Mall, and you take a look at these palm trees, and you can see what the wind is doing here right now. We've felt some pretty decent gusts since we've been here, which has been for more than an hour. But you just take a look at that American flag off in the distance there, and you can just see where the wind is standing at this point. Now, we did see, we've obviously heard reports across our area of transformers going out. We can tell you that we saw a green flash off in the distance a short time ago, so that may have been a very similar situation that we're dealing with here up in Indian River County. But again, the wind, the big story, the rain also has been coming down at a pretty decent clip, going in and out over the past hour since we've been standing here. But some pretty strong gusts right now here in Indian River County and Vero Beach at the Indian River Mall. As we send it back to you.
Chris, thanks much. We're at Parkenstow. We're going to go back to our weather team in just a moment. Amanda Crane found high waves along the banks there. We'll go to that in just a moment as you look at some of the waves crashing ashore at Sanskrit Park in Martin County. And you'll see a transformer, I'm told, in one spot blowing in the background. And again, that's the blue flash there. I don't know if we'll catch it in this frame. And for those of you listening to our coverage, the waves washing ashore in a dark and ugly night, a storm-tossed night, the surf tossing ashore there. And our weather team, of course, monitoring all the bands of weather, creating this kind of mess.
That's right, Steve Weigel joining us again. And you were looking right there at Sanskrit, Steve, with the waves crashing ashore.
Yes, and we're going to see more of that overnight. The storm is about 65 miles off West Palm Beach, and I'm watching this band that is coming in around North County, so Jupiter, Juno Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens in the next few minutes, because it does appear like it has a real strong winds and heavy rain with it, and you can see it on the radar there very, very clearly coming in along the coastline in the next half hour. So that is an area that we're watching through the next few. You can see it there on the radar, and wind gusts so far. You can see anywhere from, well, we have some impressive winds. Port St. Lucie, almost 60 miles an hour now. We're now at 31 in Okeechobee. We're not expecting very, hurricane force winds around the lake, and 30 to 40 to 50 around West Palm and back into Jupiter. Current wind gusts, you can see, again, 20, 30, well, really 30, 40, and 50 miles an hour. And some of the stronger wind gusts are going to come in from that little band that's working in around Jupiter, just off the coast of Jupiter in the next 10 to 15 minutes. There's our probability of getting some power outages. We're already seeing power outages up and down the coastline, and we're going to see more in the next few hours as the winds continue to pick up overnight. Again, very high chances probability for seeing power outages late overnight around Vero, Sebastian, a little bit less in the orange area here along the coastline of the Treasure Coast. But again, with the winds very, very strong overnight and persistent, not really letting up because the storm is moving slowly, we'll see more damage. Already just flipping through Facebook and some of the emails coming in, big trees coming down now and some roadways. They're trying to clear those out. And for the next couple of hours, it's going to be, I think for the next hour or two, it's really these 40, 50, and 60 mile an hour winds that are coming in from the north and the northwest. And then late overnight, we start to approach some hurricane force winds on the Treasure Coast as this all begins to move inland. You can see that boundary there is just off Jupiter. Those are the sustained winds of 74 miles an hour or stronger, and this all lifts north. So, northeastern Palm Beach County looks like it misses the worst of this, but the Treasure Coast obviously getting into some very, very dangerous winds late overnight between about 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. where they peak around Vero and Fort Pierce. James is here actually with a better breakdown of exactly what we're expecting and when for each county.
Yeah, we'll start with Palm Beach County, and pretty much we can say we're not going to have direct hit of the core of this system, the eye, in Palm Beach County. It's now north of the Palm Beach County line. It's not coming back, but that doesn't mean we're not going to see effects. We're still going to see some very gusty winds going through the overnight hours. 45 to 65 mile per hour winds. We're watching that band that's just offshore. That has about 60, 65 mile per hour winds in it. We could see gusts higher as we get in through a little bit later in the night, and then things start to taper off. By the morning hours, we have a lot less, 30 to 35, gusts to 50, and then tomorrow afternoon, we're down into the 20s. Let's go to Lake Okeechobee. Straight wind out of the north, so we could see a little bit of a surge on the southern rim of the lake, and then when the wind turns northwest, maybe towards the eastern rim of the lake there, 40 to 50, gusts to 70. Very isolated gusts to 70, though. And then tomorrow it drops down into the 20s tomorrow morning and even into tomorrow afternoon. Looking at Martin and St. Lucie County, still the worst is yet to come. We'll see some of those bands move ashore very quickly. They're very, very close right now, and you're going to see your weather go downhill. We could see some gusts up to even 80 or 90 miles per hour in some isolated areas. By tomorrow morning, it drops, though, and by tomorrow evening, it's okay. We're just into the 20s, but it'll be a gradual decrease through the day tomorrow. Indian River County should be the hardest hit county there with the most power outages at least expected. 70, 80 mile per hour winds, and looking at gusts possibly up to 95 miles per hour. Tomorrow morning is still going strong, but it will start to drop off after that, and then by tomorrow night we're dropping it off even more, and then by Saturday we're looking a whole feeder band that's just coming in offshore, and you see it right there. So I put the Doppler radar on it. We're looking at the wind gusts that could come out of this thing, the velocities, and look at this, over 60 miles per hour. This, by far, has been the strongest band that we've seen, and it's starting to push on shore, say, from maybe just northeastern corner of Palm Beach County, and that'll go up to Stewart, too. But you see the speeds there from the upper 50s to the low 60s. Wouldn't be surprised there for the mid 60s or so. And you see elsewhere in Palm Beach County, looking at a little bit of a break here from Boca and even up into Boynton. We're seeing some rain starting to pick up in Wellington and Rural Palm, maybe a little bit stronger there, but not bad. But mainly up in the Jupiter right now, looking at the strongest, and then the strongest looking right now just offshore. Up to the north, Sebastian, you've just been seeing this constant flow of rain. Vero, too. Every now and then you get a heavier burst of it, and that pushes down to the Fort Pierce right now. We're seeing Fort Pierce with maybe a little bit of a heavier cell moving on through, but these things moving very, very quickly. And in any of these little cells that you can barely even keep your eye on because they're moving so fast, you can see wind mixed down, and that's where you're going to get those big push, those big gusts in. They're not going to last long. It'll just be a big gust of wind. That's what does a lot of damage, too, because things are leaning already, and then you push them even more, trees go over, telephone poles go over, and power lines come down.
James, come on over here, because we just got a new report from the Weather Service, a significant weather advisory with frontal clouds for the storm that's just along the southeastern side of the lake. They're capable. This thunder's 7 miles north of Canal Point, and obviously this was a couple of minutes ago, so now it's to the south. But Belle Glade, Pahokee, South Bay, Canal Point, and around Lion Country Safari. Oh, so it's this entire line.
This whole thing right here.
So that there's some rotation with that area, and so we could quickly see a funnel cloud or a quick tornado touchdown from that line of storms as it's moving south at 35 miles an hour.
Here and here.
Yeah, big area of rotation there aloft. Now that doesn't mean that there is a tornado on the ground. We don't have a tornado warning, but we're going to be dealing with this situation all night, where we want to give you the heads up that there's a certain area that has a chance of seeing severe weather with damaging winds. They pop up very quickly. A lot of these storms, a lot of these bands are moving south at about 50 miles an hour. So you have very little time to prepare, and we want to give you the heads up immediately when we start to see anything that's a big concern. So we have a couple of bands.
Yeah, let's look
also
at this.
in northern
Look
Palm
at this
Beach
that's
County.
just formed, though.
Yeah, yeah, that's firing ahead of the other line there. Maybe somewhat of almost an outflow boundary, hard to say, or maybe just another line of ahead of the feeder band, the main band. Yeah. But those winds
it's moving very quickly to the south.
And I suspect we'll start to see some pretty good wind reports coming in from that. So that's moving through the gardens, and there's a second one just off the coast. It's going about 35, 40 miles an hour too. As the storm gets a little bit closer, we knew it would graze northern Palm Beach County. Look at the returns just off Jupiter and West Palm. So it packs a punch, and that's what brings the power outages. It's not this 35, 40 mile an hour sustained winds. It's the wind gusts that kind of chip away at the infrastructure, if you will, and you get a little bit of compromised power structure, and then suddenly you have power outages popping up in a certain area, and also structural damage to roofs and buildings and fences and all that sort of thing.
Well said. Still taking our share of punches, and of course for our friends on the Treasure Coast, maybe more than that. Mm-hmm. We'll be with you throughout the night, of course. Keep an eye on. Thank you, gentlemen, and of course we'll go back to our Weather Center team immediately if you see anything.
Yeah, we'll jump right in and
Yep.
let you know if we see anything, we get any warnings or anything like that.
Right.
We do have some pictures that are coming in tonight from the Riverside Cafe. I know, Steve, we were talking about this earlier tonight up in Vero Beach. Indian River County emergency officials are telling us that the back of the restaurant by the docks is underwater. Darcy Jackson visited Riverside Cafe a little bit earlier.
Yeah, here in Vero Beach, we're starting to first see these outer bands of the storm come in. We're looking at winds at almost 50 to 60 miles per hour. And here at the Riverside Cafe, you can see the first signs of flooding at their deck. It's a good sign that storm surge is on its way. Now, we've seen police patrolling this area. They're driving around making sure folks are not in this area and are staying away from the water at this point. And if you're looking for a place to seek refuge, you won't be able to do it at a Red Cross shelter at this point. They are closed now. They are hunkering down and will not be opening those doors. So you'll have to seek refuge somewhere at home. In Vero Beach, Darcy Jackson, WPTV News Channel 5.
Now I want to check back in with Ashley Hinson in the newsroom.
That's right, with a few tips on what to do if the power goes out. Ashley?
Yeah, guys, so many of you, really thousands of you, you're already without power. And if you still have it, it may be going away soon. And if it does, some things to remember about your refrigerator. And we have all the tips here. I'm going to actually post this to my Facebook page as soon as I get done talking to you about it, so you can check it out there. But this one sounds kind of simple and kind of obvious, but never open the door. Not to the fridge or the freezer. So if you keep the door closed to the refrigerator, it'll keep food cold for about 4 hours or so. And then a full freezer will keep the temperature for about 48 hours. But like I said, you can't open the doors. I know it's tempting sometimes. I used to do it as a kid, but just don't do it. You got to keep that food. So once the power is restored, and it could be days, and it could, which no one wants to hear this, but it could be weeks as well. If an appliance thermometer was kept in that freezer, check the temperature when the power comes back on, and if it reads 40 degrees Fahrenheit or below, the food's safe and it can be refrozen. If you don't already have a thermometer in your fridge, in your freezer, actually your freezer, sorry, check each package of food to see its safety, and you really can't rely on the appearance or the odor. You've got to see if it still has ice crystals. If it does, it's good to go, or is 40 degrees Fahrenheit or lower. So just some tips to remember. And I know it's a lot to kind of hold on to, but again, I'm going to post this, which actually the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office put it on their Facebook page earlier today. Great tips. I'm going to post that to my Facebook page, Ashley Hinson. You can go out there and check it out, guys.
All right, Ashley, thank you very much. Also, looking again at more damage from Stuart, and our crews making their way through the night carefully. And this, a huge down tree, power line. Of course, the dark of night, the rain and wind blowing. It's certainly a hurricane night, and this is what we're going to see. And understanding some of you are listening to our coverage, but down trees, and it looks like it caught a power line, and indeed it did. And we're going to see a good deal of this across our communities. The tree caught a power line, took it down. So this is exactly the kind of situation, this down tree in Stuart, that's symbolic of what emergency crews will deal with. They're going to have to move the tree, clear the roadway, get the lines back up. That's why they need all of us to stay off the roads. So in the next 24 to 36 hours, they can do that work quickly.
And just for those of you in Martin County, that was on Southeast Ocean Boulevard where the tree and the line came down.
You're well familiar, and a lot of, and some beautiful trees, but some are going to come
Exactly.
down in this kind of weather.
Alyssa Hyman live now in Indian River County with the very latest from emergency officials. Alyssa?
Kelly, it's certainly getting rough out here. I did just get an update from the fire rescue officials here at the EOC. They're telling me that they have all of their stations on the mainland doubled up with manpower. So that's 10 people at each station here, about 13 stations. So that's about 130 people out there tonight working for fire rescue. Now, he did say, woo, you see that wind out there? Take a look at the bush right there. He did say that it will be up to the station officer there to have the discretion as to whether or not it's safe enough to respond to the calls. Again, they are not going over the bridge for any calls over there on the barrier island. So that is what the fire rescue officials are telling in Vero Beach and Indian River County, if it's safe enough to do so. And that will be up to the discretion of them at the station. But they are doubled up with manpower, about 130 firefighters out there working tonight to make sure you are safe. They said they are getting some calls, not very many. Most of them are power line related. Some of those power lines are sparking up, as you can imagine, because of the wind just blowing things over right now. So that is the update that I have from fire rescue officials. They're working very hard at the EOC in there, and I understand you guys might have some questions back there for me.
We will, we're going to bring those back. We'll table them for just a second because we have Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw on the line with us. Sir, thank you for taking time to join us. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. No problem.
Sir, give us an overview assessment from your perspective here in Palm Beach County right now.
Well, I think, we can take a deep breath right now. I mean, we're lucky. I think we dodged a serious bullet here. We've been just answering normal calls for service. Everything is relatively calm. We're still out on the road doing business like we always do. Our plans are still in place for any other contingency, but if things keep going like they're going right now, unfortunately, the worst looks like it's going to be north of us, but we can breathe a little easier.
Sheriff, obviously it's, late at night, so people are not going to be able to see much if they go out. But when would be the safest time when people should go out or would be allowed to go out and kind of assess what has happened around their home? What do you recommend?
Yeah, I mean, if you're just going to go out to your immediate surroundings right now, I mean, it's raining, it's blowing a little bit, but it's nothing like it could have been. So I don't think there's, any real serious problems if you're just around your immediate house. I don't want a lot of traffic out there. I don't think people need to be driving because we do have some canals that are swollen, and we do have some severe weather out there still as far as Florida's concerned. The rain's blowing, the wind's blowing, so there's no need for people to go out there driving around. When daylight comes, I think the wind's going to be markedly reduced according to what our information is, and then that would be a better time for people to see, what's going on and if they've got other things that they need to do. But right now, monitor the weather channels, monitor your station. Let's get it all clear from the EOC, and let's make sure that the traffic lights are working, roads are navigable. Let's not jump too quick, even though it's looking good right now. Let's let daylight come around and see what's going on.
And Sheriff, certainly emergency crews will need clear roads to get to power outages and the like. And we'd also like to ask, of course, it's tough for people. Many did go stay with friends in other parts of the county, or many others went to shelters and are naturally skittish about the safety and security of their property. Talk about the manpower that you've brought to bear to make sure property is safe and that those who would take advantage of storms like this can understand that you all are out in full force. How do you set that up?
Oh, yeah, we're out full force. We're 12-hour shifts. All of our manpower is out there. We know the neighborhoods where people have evacuated, and we're paying special attention there, without a doubt. And you're completely right. We need to get to places that we need to get to. But it's still, the roads are, you know, we don't know, even though we've had light winds, there could be some trees and shrubbery down in some lines, and the power crews need to be safe out there doing what they're doing. But as far as patrolling the neighborhoods, we're at full strength. We have not come off the road. We don't anticipate coming off the road at any time point, and we're going to make people just as safe as we possibly can, and we know the areas that they had to evacuate. We're still in the shelters so people can feel safe in there. So, you know, they can have a comfort level that we're out here and we're going to be full force until we think that everything is stabilized and people can return to their homes.
Sheriff, we know that all first responders, you, your team, all of them take so much time and sacrifice so much to be out on the front lines all the time, and especially in situations like this for the community. We thank you and your team and wish you all a good, safe night as we continue to monitor and you all continue to patrol and assess. Thank you, Sheriff.
Well, I thank you very much, and that's a good point. You know, all of these men and women, they leave their families at home and come out here to do what they do, so I appreciate you recognizing that.
Thank you all for your community efforts. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good night.
We looked at the live picture there in West Palm Beach just a moment ago while we were talking to Sheriff Bradshaw. Let's go out now to Adam Weiner. He is outside in West Palm Beach with a check of the conditions. Adam?
That's right. I know the sheriff just a moment ago describing this as a sign of relief that the worst of it might be going north, but we are still seeing some pretty serious conditions behind us here in downtown West Palm Beach. Just obviously the palm trees here giving you a good sense of some of the gusts that we've been seeing. Really picking up in seriousness from our view just the past hour. These wind gusts, the rain, and even lightning right off the coast in the distance here as well. We were out and about in West Palm Beach earlier this evening and we saw some downed trees, so the potential is definitely out there for a little bit of damage through the night. Also, earlier this evening, I spoke one-on-one with the mayor of West Palm Beach. We talked about the fact that she was going to be in the emergency command room for at least a good part of the night. And while they were closely monitoring things, they also stressed the fact that there's only so much they're going to be able to respond to. Emergency, obviously, crews will not be able to do too much with this kind of wind. And it's only going to get worse. It looks really bad now, but we're expecting, as you guys have pointed out, wind gusts upwards of possibly 80 miles per hour, especially in that after 1 a.m. into the 4 a.m. period. So right now it's enough to knock me over here on the balcony in West Palm Beach, and we're definitely going to be watching closely as this thing really picks up.
All right, Adam, thanks so much. And yeah, you could really hear that wind whistling, blowing pretty good out there right now in downtown, Steve.
Yes, it is, and there's a stronger feeder band coming in around Jupiter and Stewart and working quickly into Juneau and Palm Beach Gardens. So this is what we're going to see through the late evening and overnight hours. And we have the storm tracker on it. So let's get right to the radar and show you what's been going on with the storm so far this evening. There's that strong line of storms that is coming into Jupiter, to Cuesta, and the southern areas of Martin County. The heavy rain is already working in now around Juneau Beach, around Donald Ross, Indiantown Road. There's a view. This is looking off the coastline. So we have West Palm, back into the Juneau Pier and all the way up the coastline. And of course our circulation is about 55, 60 miles, actually it's 65 miles east-northeast to West Palm at this point. Here's a storm tracker for this line of storms that is arriving Jupiter and down along the coast all the way into Singer Island and West Palm. So Atlantis and Boynton Beach and Deer Creek and Boca. Actually, this is that line that is coming in across West Palm that we just saw working across the station downtown. So there's one line right there. Everything is moving south at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. There's another look at it there. This is a little farther north, so Palm Beach Shores, Ballin Isles up into Jupiter, back around Jupiter Farms, Dye Preserve, Tailwinds, and up just a little farther to the north. There's a look at it there. This has a punch to it with very strong winds. We're going to see some power outages likely with this one, and the potential for some damage. They should stay under hurricane force, not expecting a hurricane force winds with this, but it definitely will work through quickly from Jupiter and back down very quickly into the Gardens and West Palm. Quick look at our storm. Winds at 130 miles an hour moving northwest at 13, so it's just off Vero and Fort Pierce after midnight, and then moving up the coast after that, tracking all the way up in toward Jacksonville, and then eventually a big loop back. And we'll be talking about this probably a week from now, because 5 days from now, it's almost where it is now, just north of the Bahamas as a tropical storm, winds at 45 miles an hour. There's another look at our radar tonight. There's that big band that's coming in northern Palm Beach County along coastal Martin County and even St. Lucie. The storm from West Palm is about 65 miles off the coast. That obviously will miss, the core will miss the Palm Beach County area, but we are looking at some big rains from Palm Beach County in through the Treasure Coast in the next little while. So watching that line closely in the next half hour as it moves in off the coast. Well, James Whelan's also getting in some of the new computer models in tonight. He's going to talk about that.
Yeah, we're just getting the new GFS model in. This is the American model we talk about. This isn't the official Hurricane Center forecast, but it's a good early indication to see what the models are thinking and where they think this is going to go. And this is one of the first model runs, I guess, in a while where it does show that it's not going to make landfall along the Florida coastline. So here it is right here. Let's go through time a little bit. You see it stays just offshore of Vero Beach and the Space Coast there, and even the Cape. Watch what happens. Does not go on shore of the Cape. It keeps it offshore. So it will be interesting to see what the Hurricane Center does coming up here in just a few minutes with the next 11 o'clock advisory, if they maybe nudge it a little bit farther off to the east, because we've had now a few consecutive runs of it being nudged a little bit farther off, and then after that it does move up still and stay offshore this entire time before, of course, spinning back around. But even if it does come back around, yeah, we're going to be talking about it, but the models show that, well, it's not going to be anywhere near as strong. We'll be talking about maybe a tropical depression or a tropical storm, if even a tropical storm, maybe just a depression or a remnant low after it makes its trek all the way back around to right where it started from. And looking outside county overnight, well, we've tweaked down our numbers. The storm is now pulling north of West Palm Beach, but still we could see some gusts 65 or so, as really we're seeing right now a pretty big band move on through. Getting into Okeechobee too, we could see, again, we've had funnel cloud threats there. Tornado threats. You could see isolated tornadoes spinning up, especially off the lake, and pushing very quickly from Okeechobee down to Belle Glade very quickly from north to south. Tomorrow things improve greatly, and by tomorrow night it's just maybe 20-mile-per-hour wind, so not too bad. Martin St. Lucie County still have the worst to come here, and we're seeing some really bad stuff starting to hit the coastline right now, right in the coastal Martin County, Jensen Beach, Stewart area, Sewell's Point, and farther up into Port St. Lucie. You're going to see that increase too, even though the storm kind of paralleling the coast now. We're still seeing the wind gusts up there in Indian River County too. Look for some higher wind gusts a little bit later on tonight.
I tell you, I can't help but look at that. I've seen too many Category 4 storms and covered them firsthand. I think, 40, 50, 60 miles off the coast, that little bit of distance, the difference between a big, costly, nasty mess and a catastrophe that would be all we'd be looking at for months to come. And we know it's still a long night ahead for some, but thus far, for a great many, we're all lucky thus far, though again we've got a night to go and we're still going to have a lot of headaches for people. But
see what the Hurricane Center says
in
just a few moments with the next track, hopefully nudging further to the east. Wind picking up in parts of the viewing area, of course. John Shainman now with what it is like outside of the Emergency Operations Center in St. Lucie County.
We wanted to give you a sense of the conditions outside the Emergency Operations Center in St. Lucie County. We're about 12 to 15 miles west of downtown Fort Pierce. Now, not long ago, meteorologist James Whelan said there was a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust at the St. Lucie Nuclear Power Plant. We have not seen wind like that here, but things definitely have started picking up in the last hour. Coming up at 11 o'clock, St. Lucie County officials will provide us an update, and if I could hold on to my hat, we'll be sure to bring you that information on air and online. We're in St. Lucie County. John Shainman, WPTV, News Channel 5.
All right, John, thank you very much.
Well, for many who went to a shelter, this is a new experience for the first-timers, at least, who have never gone through a storm or gone through a storm in a shelter. News Channel 5's Michelle Casada reports on what they're doing at a shelter in Jupiter to make these people feel more comfortable.
The doors are locked now, but just as a precaution, there are over 300 people staying at this shelter tonight, and the shelter manager tells me they're not turning anyone away. Now, the shelter's goal has been to keep the children and the families calm, and one person that's been great at doing that is a custodian for the school district. This is his first hurricane, so he can relate to a lot of the people here who feel uneasy about leaving their homes.
I'm from New York, and we don't have hurricanes like this. We had a little run in the mill, but that was not too bad. So I'm a little spooked, but everything's good.
But you're
Everything's
keeping busy
great.
helping the families here.
Yeah, I'm keeping myself distracted by tending to everybody as much as I can.
Shelter staff members and school officials have been keeping the children calm by playing kids' movies. Now back outside, we see the winds have really been getting stronger out here. We've had constant rain for the last hour and a half, and we'll be keeping you posted and monitoring these conditions out here from Jupiter. I'm reporting from Independence Middle School, Michelle Casada, WPTV News Channel 5.
Still a long night ahead, especially in the Treasure Coast.
That's right. Ashley Hinson back in the newsroom now with more on when you could expect some local businesses to reopen. That's some hopeful news, Ashley.
Yes, and we're talking about Publix. Everyone goes to Publix, right? Well, they're adjusting their opening hours tomorrow, and all Publix in our viewing area from Boynton Beach to Vero Beach to Palm Beach Gardens, all of them will be either open tomorrow at 12 p.m. or 2 p.m. It's really varying on which locations and the address of those locations. But we put an entire list of those opening times, whether it's 12 p.m. or 2 p.m. On our Facebook page. It's actually not up there yet. We're working on getting it up there, but it should be up there in the next few minutes or so. And once it is, you can check it out and see what else you need to go shop for tomorrow. If you're out of bread or peanut butter, guys.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
Remember, when the power is off, we will remain on the air. We're going to keep you informed through our radio partners on Twitter as well, and on our free WPTV app. There are plenty of ways to stay with us as we go through the storm. We have a number of iHeart radio stations that are partners with us. WBZT, Cool Oldies, Wave, and WJNO, Wild 95.5 as well. So stay with us on the radio if the power does go out, and it has for thousands of people so far.
It certainly has, and FPL will be getting after that and promises that they'll surge their effort after the storm subsides. Damage so far right now, down tree limbs, taking down those lines, cracked trees. John Genovese found one tree nearly blocking a road outside our station right here in West Palm Beach.
Well, we are starting to see some more damage from this storm, and this time we didn't have to go far from the station to find it. Take a look, this massive tree toppled over completely across Clearwater Drive, blocking every lane here. This happened within the last hour, again, when this wind really picked up speed. Yet another example of how dangerous it can be out and about. Now, a colleague of mine, maybe 20, 25 minutes ago, saw a transformer blow out off in the distance. Obviously, these trees, we've been seeing them all night, kind of just getting thrashed back and forth. The wind is continuing to pick up. That rain still giving me that, pellet in your face feeling as it keeps going off and on a little bit, but the wind's staying pretty steady out here. We're going to send it back to you guys for now, but we'll check back in a bit.
Thank you very much, and we want to, as we've said, go to questions that many of you are posing to us on our page in the clear. Of course, everybody asking that about their communities, but asked.
It was unlikely Delray would see hurricane force winds even 2-3 days ago. It was really northern Palm Beach County that we had the concern with very, very strong winds. Even though the hurricane warning is issued across an area, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get hurricane force winds. It just means that you have the potential to see them in your area, and that extended down to Deerfield Beach. There'll still be very strong winds, and we're still getting numerous power outage reports around South County, so it's still a threat, and I still think we'll see 50 and 60 mile an hour winds potentially down in that area.
And again, emergency officials still urging you in the strongest fashion to stay at home tonight until the official all clear will be given, and that will be up to them.
Right. Don Melillo wrote in and said, can you please ask them to mention what Stewart should continue to expect? Probably over the next couple of hours.
Well, I think we've been doing that, though, as far as our timeline graphics.
Stewart, but she said really whistling wind and is what they're experiencing right now.
Yeah, well, and that may have changed in the last few minutes with this big band coming in off the coast because I'm already getting some reports of very strong winds from Stewart and Port St. Lucie down around Jupiter and coming quickly down into West Palm too. So it kind of, there's a look at West Palm. Now this is live shots here where the winds have been pretty impressive, and we've had 50 and 55 5-mile-an-hour winds already reported at the airport.
What do you expect in the next track update, Steve?
I think we'll see not much of a change actually to the track, although James has been, but it looks like it's continuing in northwest at this point. It took a little jog north earlier and made a landfall around Grand Bahama, but it seems now back on that northwest track. Probably a little farther offshore of Vero Beach than earlier, but not much, and it probably won't make a difference as far as what we'll see with winds and rain.
I'm curious, around the core, which blessedly most of us, all of us as it stays offshore escaping, what are the strongest winds at the very heart of the storm remaining to be?
Yes, still 130 miles an hour. That would be on the northern eye wall. You can see that bright red area, and that shows up very quickly moving north and northwest. Starting to get in some report. Vero Beach.
54-mile-per-hour wind gust at Vero Beach Airport just reported.
Okay, so obviously our wind's getting a little bit stronger with each update, and that's that band coming in. The band encompasses a lot of our viewing area, Vero, all the way down through the complete coastal areas of the Treasure Coast and Jupiter, and down through Palm Beach Gardens. So we're getting initial report of 54-mile-an-hour wind at Vero at the airport, and I think we're going to see close to 60, maybe even stronger in some of our reporting sites. The Vero airport's a little farther inland than some of the coastal areas, so those winds will probably increase because of this band that's coming in off the coast.
And not to dismiss the damage that can cause and the cleanup that will be, and we'll be with you for that, but when you talk about 130 in the core of that, wow.
Yeah, well, that core will stay offshore. I don't think there's too
and
much
I'm saying
about
how lucky we are that it's staying right there.
Absolutely. Well, we had earlier that made landfall in Grand Bahama, and they had the wind gusts around 100 to 110 miles an hour. So, big storm in that area. And the farther it stays off our coastline, the better it is for us. If we can go, I want to kind of break down, put together some timelines for this, getting into the late evening hours. Yeah, well, we'll go to Max 2, and I'll show you exactly what's going on as far as the weather. Let's take a look. If we can grab Max 2 as our source, we'll take a look at the times of arrival of some of these bands. All right, here's a breakdown as we get into, of course, the Fort Pierce and Vero Beach area. And this is kind of the leading edge. It is the leading edge of this next feeder band, stretching all the way down east of 95 through Stewart, Jensen Beach, Palm City, Port St. Lucie. Big area of heavy rainfall and strong tropical storm force winds down into Jupiter, Martin County, Hope Sound, Tequesta. There's the leading edge of it now to the Beeline and Riviera Beach, and cutting in very close to West Palm now, and actually past West Palm. So we're looking at 50, potentially 60-mile-an-hour winds working through. That's some of the initial reports we're getting at some of the airports. And West Palm starting to move in right now and cutting across Royal Palm. There's Okeechobee Boulevard and Southern Boulevard, and working its way south very quickly. There's a look at, of course, Delray and Boca. Everything is moving about 40 to 50 miles an hour south. So, and there's a look at the storm again. So a little more than 60 miles to the east-northeast of our coastline, and big rains and strong gusty winds coming across Belglade too. You see that spin. This is in the heart of the hurricane, but this is a very strong feeder band that is coming in along the coast. So here's some times of arrival as we get into the next 20 to 30 minutes. So Boynton Beach, Boca, Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines as it moves south at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And of course, our hurricane will update at 11 p.m. We are still looking at a storm that will likely be a Category 4 with around 130 miles an hour. That update should come up in the next, less than 10 minutes. And when it does, we'll send it back to, and we'll give you the update in the new track. It should be out in just a few minutes.
All right.
Excellent. All right. Well, in the meantime, FP&L has been updating us with hourly power outage numbers. Ashley Henson's in the newsroom with that. Ash?
Yeah, so the numbers have grown a little bit, at least in Palm Beach County. 38,000 it's up to. It's grown by several thousand there. In Martin County, there are 5,300 power outages. St. Lucie County has about 3,500. Indian River County with 1,360. And then Okeechobee has only about 140 power outages there. But again, Kelly, like you said, they are updating these numbers every single hour. So we're continually checking in with them to get those to you. So we'll check back in with you a little bit later.
Ashley, thank you. And we've got some footage coming into us into our news newsroom, video of Vero Beach, rain footage that's been coming in, and of course the band's coming through there. We'll continue to see this through the night as the storm makes its way, and in fact intensifying bands through the night. We'll keep a close eye on that with our weather team.
Especially up there in Indian River County. Jensen Beach now, some video that has been coming in. We showed you just a short time ago. This along the Intracoastal, and our photographer Amanda Crane up that way told us that she saw some pieces of wood, some debris washing ashore in the water, and also near the pier.
Of course, water, boating, a way of life on boat. Amanda Crane captured this photo, and this boat looks like it's listing a bit, so we're going to have to check that kind of thing out, see what kind of damage. In fact, yeah, it's taking water on right now, and so we'll see scenes like this throughout the area, but our photographers making their way up and down the coastline to try and bring us images like this. But it'll be daybreak when we start getting a real assessment of anything.
Boynton Beach police officers have been patrolling their city tonight and will do so until the hurricane is past. The police officers from Boynton are on Facebook Live tonight and have been giving us a look at what they're seeing. They say they have seen some debris on the roads. There's obviously been plenty of rain, and Steve just showed us there is more to come for southern Palm Beach County, and they are committed, they say, to keeping you safe. So check them out on Facebook and their Facebook Live as well.
Something Sheriff Bradshaw said. He said, you know, listen, all of our people, his people, and of course any first responders, we have our families at home.
That's
and
right.
Yet when everybody's going home to get settled and take shelter, these first responders out there doing their job.
12-hour shifts, exactly.
Alpha Bravo shifts that they do, yeah.
All right, our weather experts back in.
Yeah, and we're watching some of the wind reports coming in along the coastline now, starting in the Treasure Coast. If we can just go to Viper for a second, I want to show you some pretty impressive winds now, over 50 miles an hour as that line of storms comes in. This is the next feeder band, if you will. 54-mile-an-hour winds at the Vero Airport. We have 40 now, 47 in Fort Pierce, 52 in Stewart, Witham Field. Those are winds that will have power outages and will get small trees down, and we will see some minimal structural damage usually from storms like that. Lake Worth, it looked like the sensor was working for a little while and then dropped off. Down into Pompano and that area, maybe a wider view. We had some reports coming in from the West Palm area. I don't know what happened with our wind reports from West Palm Beach at the airport there, but they were approaching 50 miles an hour and then they dropped off. So we'll have to watch and see if that starts to come back. But this line of storms that is arriving at the coastline is one of the strongest that we've seen so far. Well, it is the strongest that we've seen so far. So we're looking at most areas picking up winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour with this one. So probably just below hurricane strength, although some areas could see a little bit stronger winds. And we're going to watch. We have a new update coming in on the hurricane too.
It might be on Max 1.
11 p.m.
Yeah, look on Max 1. Is it on there?
Yes.
Does it say 11? All right. There it is. So there's the latest. Yeah, rewind that there. And we'll see. Yeah, it keeps it offshore a little bit more. Still loves to do that little loop coming around, though. Still has a tropical storm back to where it started, too. And we'll zoom in here and take a closer look and just see exactly kind of how close this thing is now getting to the coast. It looks like we're back in the cone the second time around, because this is the second cone coming around right now. But look at that. Just what we were saying before, how the GFS model is pushing a little bit farther offshore. It looks like they did shift it a little bit farther offshore also. As you can see, you can see right along the coast before it kind of went right into the Cape. You guys see that? See how it's maybe just missing it there? If you do follow the line, of course, you need to follow the whole cone, but pretty much that cone looks like a big blob out there right now, because that storm's going to be anywhere in that Atlantic zone there, from Cape Hatteras all the way down and then back into the Bahamas. So kind of a very, very crazy track there, just missing us, possibly swinging back around and trying to come back for another hit on us, but not as a Category 4 hurricane, possibly just a tropical storm, if even that, maybe just a tropical depression. And even farther in that, I was looking at some of the model runs. It kind of hangs in the Bahamas for a little bit before even nudging back over here, and that's going to weaken. All right, Steve has his up now. This is going to go little by minute here, hour by hour through. And you see right there, It was a little bit closer on that last run. It was over the Cape. Now it's a little bit farther offshore, and thus a little bit stronger before it gets up to South Carolina. And then look at how it weakens as it comes back around, and then, yep, goes back into the Abacos, into Abaco, and then possibly back in the Bahamas to sit around for a little while too. So it is kind of crazy to say we're back in the cone when we were out of the cone from this. However, it's back in the cone not for a Category 4 hurricane and maybe just a tropical storm. We'll go over to Steve here, and he'll talk more about that.
Crazy.
Here we go. Yeah, I want to take a look at the radar first because immediately big feeder band coming in along the coastline. Our storm a little over 60 miles away off the coastline, and this one packs a punch. With many reports from Vero Beach, Fort Pierce, down in Palm Beach County of over 50-mile-an-hour winds. So we're getting into strong tropical storm force winds at this hour. So we're going to start in the northern Treasure Coast where we have that line now arriving to Vero Beach. We've already seen over 50-mile-an-hour winds in the last 20 minutes around Vero Lakewood Park. There's a line of heavier rains just coming in almost past US 1, west of US 1, but not quite to the 95 area, and a little farther south into Fort Pierce. You can see the heavier rains working through, and through Port St. Lucie, Stewart, Rio, Jensen Beach, Hutchinson Island. We were solid heavy rain, torrential downpours, gusty winds, even back around 95 in the Turnpike, around Cobblestone, of course, Palm City, getting some heavy rains, Hobe Sound, Bridge Road. There's 95 in the Turnpike there, so it's arrived to that area and moving quickly southwest, again around to Cuesta, Jupiter, all the way down now into Ballin Isles. There's the beeline there, Calusa, and up around Indiantown Road. One wave worked through, and here's a second line of storms. Everything is moving about 40 to 50 miles an hour to the south, so it's moving very quickly. And we set these radar maps up with the views, and we find we're adjusting them a minute later because it's moving so quickly. Look at this, so very impressive feeder band that is trying to become the new eye for this hurricane, but having a difficult time doing it because this one just doesn't want to let go. It's called an eye wall replacement, where this one dies off and this one becomes the new eye wall, but it's been trying to do it all day long and just been struggling in that. It would be good if that happened because this would be a weaker storm if that did happen. All right, some times of arrival. Here's Indiantown, Whisper Walk, Sandalfoot Cove with this line of storms that's coming in around northern Palm Beach County all the way down into Boynton Beach. This is moving southwest, and the latest track has it now northwest at 13, 130-mile-an-hour winds, still a Category 4. Off the coastline of Vero and Fort Pierce, probably nudged a little bit to the east, which is nice to see, and then coming in, just kind of hugging the coastline through Saturday, through Sunday, and then eventually a big wraparound and back to where it started in the Bahamas as a tropical storm. That is next Tuesday night or early Wednesday. A much weaker storm than we're dealing with right now. But watch out, there are the current wind speeds high through the entire Treasure Coast east of 95. Well, actually, some of this feeder band is actually now west of 95. And in Palm Beach County, a very strong area of storms and the gusty winds now coming in around West Palm Beach. So with this persistent wind piling up against the beaches, we're also going to see some pretty significant beach erosion on the northern Treasure Coast. The numbers are lowered now for Boca and up and around West Palm. So it is starting to pick up, and it looks like it's going to be, it always has looked like it's going to be more of a severe weather event for the Treasure Coast, but also some numerous power outages at this point across Palm Beach County, and more possible overnight. And here's the current, these are the maximum wind gusts reported so far. We're almost to 60 miles an hour now in Port St. Lucie, 54 in Vero, almost 50 now in West Palm, although the sensor seems to be going in and out. I'm not sure for whatever reason. And then 31 still in Okeechobee. And the current wind speeds you can see are a little under that because of the feeder bands coming through. We get a big feeder band, we bump up to 50 and 60, and then we drop down in behind that with the storms rolling through. So power outage map, still looking about the same. High probability, very high probability in northern Treasure Coast to getting widespread power outages. Palm Beach County, really concentrated high to very high around Jupiter, down in the Gardens, and then as you get up into the Treasure Coast, more widespread, simply because we're going to see more of a threat of hurricane force winds and wind gusts coming in along the coastline. There's another look at the track, and you can see it is adjusted a little farther to the east for the hurricane winds through midnight and shortly after, so we keep getting a few miles off the coast, but we're still in some very strong tropical storm winds, and actually now just brushing along the coast of Vero Beach, so looking a little bit better, except along the immediate coastline where we could see winds above 74 miles an hour, and the computer models have also been backing off on widespread 80, 90, 100 mile an hour winds too. So we'll watch the radar and keep you up to date. And of course, we're cautiously optimistic again, looking better for Palm Beach County each hour. We're still dealing with some flooding and some, power outages, and obviously some trees down. We're getting reports of that too. But it could have been much worse should this storm have moved a little bit closer to Palm Beach County. Still a threat to the Treasure Coast for some very strong winds overnight, though.
Steve, well said. The track on this we've been watching so closely, and Steve and his weather team continuing to monitor its impact overnight on into the Treasure Coast and beyond. And of course, as I said, nerves stretched raw for a lot of people, some choosing to de-stress in unusual ways on a dark and stormy night.
You wouldn't think anyone would be out and about in this weather. Jeff Rusak in West Palm Beach, where he found a man with his bike near Summit Boulevard.
We're on the overpass over 95 in West Palm Beach, something that you really shouldn't be doing right now, and that's riding a bicycle, or I should say trying to ride a bicycle. We talked to one man who was just coming up this way, trying to get back home, that way, further west. We asked him what he was doing, and this is what he had to say. Did you not have a ride?
No, it's okay. Okay, good.
What's it like?
Huh?
What's the weather like right now?
It's a lot of wind.
Obviously, that is something you're not supposed to be doing here, as we're getting a heavier band come through right now. Actually, let up right there a little bit here in West Palm Beach. Remember, if you can't be inside, be inside. Make sure you are inside. That's exactly where we're going to go. Reporting in West Palm Beach, Jeff Rusak, WPTV, News Channel 5.
But again, we emphasize that emergency ops officials strongly urge to resist the temptation to be curious, because they've got a lot of work to do to deal with power outages and a lot of people who can get hurt after a storm. We're not done with this yet, and we don't want to see people getting out about, and neither do they. And we've heard from a variety of EOC and local sheriffs who've said, please stay put tonight, stay put till you have the all clear. Before you start getting outside, you're just going to slow things down and potentially get into a mess or get hurt.
For many motorists, a hurricane means a search for gasoline. We saw that leading up to the storm for sure. News Channel 5's Jason Hackett has the story of his hunt for an open gas station tonight.
Well, as it is in the run-up to any hurricane, gas stations across our area were slammed yesterday with people looking for gas. You saw the images here on News Channel 5, people lining up, trying to get gas, gas stations running out of gas. We've been riding around all day trying to find gas to fill up our live truck here so we can ride around and bring our reports to you. We've been unsuccessful. We've seen the platter. We found success. This is the Marathon gas station on 6th and Congress and Lake Worth, and they do have gas. The gas stations, the gas pumps are working. There's an attendant inside the gas station. We spoke to him a few minutes ago. The gas station on the inside is closed, but the pumps out here are open for people to use. Now, we wouldn't suggest that you do that now. Obviously, with the storm coming through the area, even if it doesn't seem to be bad outside, you still want to stay sheltered in place, sheltered inside your home. You don't want to venture out into this, but at least there is some comfort in knowing that when you wake up tomorrow morning, some of the gas stations like this Marathon here on 6th, here 6th and Congress and Lake Worth, will be open for you to get gas. We're going to fill up right now, get some more gas in our live truck, and continue to head on to our shelter to hunker down for the night. For now, we're here in Lake Worth. Jason Hackett, WPTV News Channel 5.
Jason and his team, all of our crews have been busy indeed. Jason, thank you for your perspective. Be safe out there.
Wind and rain continuing in the area. Those feeder bands, as Steve was showing, one of the most powerful one, moving across a wide swath of our area. Our Darcy Jackson has been monitoring things in Vero Beach.
We continue to talk about deteriorating conditions, and Vero Beach is no exception. The winds are about 35 miles per hour out here. and the rain is torrential, almost going sideways. You can see the winds in these trees right now. They're blowing. And we've got the first signs of debris out here. We're seeing basketball goals flipped over, lots of branches. Now, more than 2,800 people are in Red Cross shelters tonight. They'll stay there until the coast is officially clear, and that may not happen until 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's when the most of the heaviest winds are expected to hit here. We haven't seen many power outages yet, but we have seen a couple power flashes, and we expect that to increase through the night. In Vero Beach, Darcy Jackson, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Our weather team back with us again, doing stellar work. We'll brag on them. We talk about everybody in their safe places. For us, we've got our safe place with lights and a studio, and we listen as keenly as you do at home to the very latest about impacts and the like.
That's right, and the very latest information that's just come out from the Hurricane Center.
Yes, still 130 miles an hour and still about 60 to 65 miles off the coastline, east-northeast of West Palm and Jupiter, and moving a little bit closer to the Treasure Coast. But I think even with the latest track, it's a little farther east than it was earlier, even at 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, for sure, nudged a little bit over.
Those 130 winds go out how far?
About 50 miles at this point, I believe. The exact numbers, and a lot of that wind field's on the eastern side of it. It's not on the western side, the side that faces us. But we're still picking up some strong tropical storm force winds almost across the entire viewing area now as one of these inner bands works in. The Hurricane Center is also talking about this undergoing what we call a eye wall replacement cycle, where that inner core eye wall, the area that has the 130 mile an hour winds, just, I don't want to say dissipates, but falls apart. And then the outer band that we're actually dealing with some of it right now, or close to it, that becomes the new eye wall. What happens is the hurricane actually weakens a bit, and then if it has enough room with warm water and low wind shear, it'll actually strengthen once again. It's gone through a couple of these in the last few days, so this is this won't be anything new for this hurricane, but it's taken a long time because it kind of started earlier this morning, and it's still trying to do it 11 o'clock at night. So for us here in South Florida, it's these bands that come in. Right now we have a solid 50 mile an hour to 60 mile an hour winds up and down the coastline, and we're going to pick up even stronger winds. We will pick up stronger winds on the Treasure Coast. Palm Beach County, I think for the most part, we'll stick under hurricane force gusts, which is 74. And we missed the brunt of the storm because it was farther offshore. It was over west end of the Bahamas, whereas yesterday it looked like it was going to be, between us and the Bahamas, about 40, 50 miles away.
Have you found some
yep,
questions
a few that have come in from, this is Ann Morgan. What are the steering currents that are controlling the path of Matthew? What will be making the storm circle back around to come through here twice?
That myself sometimes. we are looking at the Bermuda High, which is like a wall. So this one, as the hurricane's coming north toward Florida, the high is also nudging toward Florida, so it's forced into Florida and then around after that. If you remember the original computer models even a week ago, they had it over the Bahamas or even east of the Bahamas, and each day it got a little bit closer to Florida, where eventually now we sit here tonight and we have strong tropical storm force winds everywhere because it's so close to us. But now the system that keeps it and brings it back around, again, that's that high because it builds into the north and the storm it sits on it. It sits below it, just like Hurricane Jeanne did in 04 when it was headed off into the North Atlantic. It hit the high and it couldn't go anywhere, so it did a loop and came back at us. This is a similar situation.
You can kind of look at it as, the high is kind of pushing it along, and then we get a low, we call it a big trough. That's going to try to pull it north. So this trough that's coming through just wasn't strong enough to yank it all the way up. So it kind of leaves it behind. The high builds back, then it pushes back towards the coast because it can't go through that high like Steve was saying. So it's like something tries to grab it, it doesn't get it, it lets go, flings back around and makes a loop.
Right.
Wow.
Some of the other questions I think we're getting, and some of them have already been answered by you guys, so we'll go through them really quickly. And sometimes people don't hear every bit of the coverage, so they miss if you're talking about their hometown. So haven't heard much about Lake Worth. Are we out of the woods yet?
Well, I think the more important question is, what do you mean by out of the woods? Because we still have a night of strong tropical storm force winds and power outages that will continue, and some heavy rainfall with the chance of flooding too. I had a few emails earlier, why are you wasting my time covering this? It's not much of an issue at all. Well, we have strong tropical storm force winds at this point, And for the Treasure Coast, we're still looking at the potential for hurricane force winds, and we may actually even get that in northern Palm Beach County.
That stuff kind of gets the hackles up for me, I have to say. I'm going to be real honest. We are tremendously lucky, A, to have a great weather team, and B, all of us, and I think the overwhelming majority in this community would agree, how lucky we are that right now, although we've still got damaging winds there, this is on a map about this far, and in reality 60 miles from being a big mess.
It's very easy to take a swipe at a weather forecast, and the error cone is out there all week, and that error cone isn't all that wide. We're talking the difference of 30 or 40 miles here, and that's the difference between a catastrophic event and what we're dealing with tonight, at least for Palm Beach County. For the Treasure Coast, it's a bigger deal, especially Vero and Fort Pierce. So you're talking 30 miles 4 and 5 days out, and that's the science.
Well, and all of us have seen storms where the 30 miles didn't work our way, and as I told Kelly earlier, I've been in the middle of Cat 4s that raked and destroyed and devastated. So, but believe me, I'll put my shutters up every day and twice on Sundays.
I agree. To not have damage. I'll take it.
Oh, and we are having damage, but
exactly.
damage,
I mean,
and it's going to be
the big
catastrophic.
kind of big stuff. Yeah.
All right. We're going to come back. If you'll
Yep.
stand by, we'll get the latest on the science and more questions in a moment.
Just want to remind everybody that we are simulcasting. These are our radio partners, WBZT, Cool 105.5, Oldies 103.7, Wild 95.5, 1290 WJNO News Radio, and Wave 92.7. Also, Facebook, Twitter, and our free WPTV app, as well as WFLX Fox 29. So plenty of ways to stay with us even when the power goes out.
And Eric Flowers joining us again at Indian River County Sheriff's Office from the EOC there. At this hour, you all still have some tough stuff to come. Give us the assessment as we're just past the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with our dispatch center, and they're taking a huge number of calls of lines down, loose wires, wires sparking on trees. I've been listening to our radio, and I'm hearing our patrol guys are still out there. They're calling in that transformers are blowing, and we know that a good number of our residents here in Indian River County are going to be without power. But, you know, I'm sure you guys are seeing the same images that we are. You know, it looks like hopefully that the worst winds are maybe going to skip by us here. And, you know, we're not taking that for granted. We know that this thing could turn at any moment. So we're still fully operational as though, you know, we are going to get those bad winds. But we're very fortunate that we still have our patrol folks out there. We still have our first responders out there. And we're still watching out for people, protecting people. And fortunately, we're clearing some of the debris from the roadway when we can. And we're just keeping an eye on this.
Assuming that the transformers those folks are talking about who are calling in and the power lines are down, they must be things that would be close to their home, and then they would have heard it, seen it, or they know that this has happened. No injuries, everybody's okay. What kind of calls no rescue calls, right?
No rescue calls. It's all been deputies that are out on patrol or fire EMS that are out responding to others, are calling in the wires that they can see from their houses. But other than that, it's been relatively calm. We're working our way through this thing.
Eric, we know that the best assessments will not come until daybreak and that your people also have to take good care to be safe. But do you have any early reports about storm surge damage and or structural damage above and beyond what may be caused by the trees? We know about the downed power lines. Any other assessments at this very early stage outside of that?
No, you know, when we closed the bridges at 9 o'clock, we haven't had anybody on the barrier island to be able to come up with those assessments. We're, you know, it's a concern of ours. That is where the highest winds are. That is the most dangerous area. We do know, I've posted some photos, that voluntary evacuation area east of US 1 to the intercoastal waterways. We have seen some flooding in those areas down by the hospital, along US 1. We've seen some flooding areas, and we know that that's happening. We're hoping that as this passes, some of that water may subside before people head out. But the combination of those dangerous wires that are down and some flooding, you know, we want to caution people that just because maybe it didn't go like originally predicted doesn't mean that at daybreak everybody needs to head out. We need to assess the situation and make sure it's safe for everybody before we have folks heading out to check on things.
Eric, that's an important message. We need everybody to sit tight, let emergency crews do their jobs, certainly into tomorrow. It's a message that will be repeated again and again, and we thank you for your time and for all the first responders up there.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good night.
You as
You
well,
too.
sir.
Rain and wind pounding Jupiter. There's a huge swath right now from basically Vero to just north of Boynton Beach. Everyone's in the middle of it. Our Michelle Casada, though, is at Independence Middle School in Jupiter, a shelter there.
The parking lot here at Independence Middle School is completely full, and the shelter here is not even at full capacity yet. There are about 325 people staying at the school tonight and riding out the storm here. Now, the winds have definitely picked up here in Jupiter. You can see that the trees are kind of waving back and forth. We've seen a couple loose palm fronds come down. Nothing too serious, just a couple of debris, a little bit of debris that's fallen out. But we're monitoring the conditions. A lot of the residents who are staying here have come out and asked me, hey, is this the worst that we've seen yet? And really, it isn't. You know, we're going to be seeing the winds get a little bit stronger overnight. We've already seen tropical storm force winds out here. So we'll continue to let you know what the conditions look like in Jupiter. For now, we'll toss it back to the studio. I'm Michelle Casada reporting from Independence Middle School.
Michelle, thank you.
From Jupiter to West Palm Beach, let's go out to Adam Weiner in West Palm with the very latest on the conditions here. Adam?
That's right. The conditions mostly steady, consistent rain and wind. And something I want to show you. This is the lake here. I believe it is Clear Lake here in downtown West Palm Beach. And you can really see what the wind is doing to the water. The rain, by the way, feels like it's coming sideways at us. It even feels like we're getting some debris up here on a balcony, a second floor balcony in downtown West Palm Beach. So it is really some nasty conditions out here, and it's scary to think that it's going to get a bit worse. We've been seeing these palm trees wave for a while. When we were driving out a little bit earlier this evening, we saw a lot of palm leaves on the ground, a lot of debris on the roads. If you're crazy enough to be on the roads right now, it is definitely not a safe place to be. We also saw a lot of traffic signs and lights that were on the side as well. So really just a very sustained wind and rain in addition to all those gusts. So it is quite a sight to see, and we're going to stay up here and continue to monitor this for you. For now, I'm Adam Weiner. Back to you.
Adam, thank you very much. It's a reminder, stay off the roads, and that's a vivid illustration of why.
Exactly. The voter registration deadline, it's approaching. Switching gears just a little, but with this hurricane, some people say they won't be ready before the deadline. Ashley is in the newsroom with what Governor Rick Scott had to say about that earlier today. Ashley?
Well, Kelly, that deadline is this Tuesday already. Can you believe it? October 11th. We've got some questions on social media. Some people who haven't registered to vote yet, haven't filled out one of these Florida voter registration cards. Well, they're asking, will they get extra time to do so, to register because of this storm? The answer, no, you won't. Florida Governor Rick Scott is now saying he will not extend his state's voter registration deadline because of Hurricane Matthew. He says everybody's had enough time to do so. And so on top of that, he says we've had lots of opportunities to vote as well, early voting, absentee voting. But again, that deadline to register is this Tuesday, October 11th. Not really something top of hopefully, if you haven't registered to vote, you can do it before Tuesday, guys.
All right, Ashley, thank you.
All right. Well, that big band, that big feeder band that really encompasses most of our viewing area at this point. Let's check back in with Steve and James for the very latest on what's happening at this moment.
Yeah, watching that solid 50-mile-an-hour winds up and down the coastline from Vero and Sebastian down into West Palm, not quite reaching into Boca, arriving to Boynton Beach. And so that's one. There's also another in behind that I'm watching that I think will have more of an impact on the Treasure Coast at midnight or shortly after. Pretty well-structured hurricane, even though it lost a lot of its punch as it moved across Cuba. There's the eye right there, and it's going through what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. And you'll notice that the deep convection is starting to wrap around. We're getting the bright reds around the entire center now. I think this eye is not going to last much longer. It'll actually collapse on itself, and we'll start to get this as the new eye for the hurricane. Much larger, but weaker. At least in the short term, it may actually strengthen a little bit. That's not the official forecast. But here's a look at that feeder band that is pretty much encompasses the entire viewing area with the exception of South County. And when you go through these, it's not too bad. The winds are calm or relatively calm, 15, 20 miles an hour. And as it comes in, the winds pick up dramatically to 40, 50. We've even had wind reports approaching 55 and 60 miles an hour. But there is another one in behind that right here that is much closer to the core of this storm. And this is all part of that new eye that's starting to form. And this should, on the current track with the northwest track, should come into the Treasure Coast in the next hour or two. So we're at 11:30 right now. As we get into midnight or between midnight and 1 o'clock, we're looking at that stronger feeder band working through. So we already have 50 to 55 miles an hour. And up and down the coastline, there's northern Lakewood Park and around Fort Pierce, back down around into St. Lucie County, Jensen Beach. It's just persistent, just torrential rains and gusty winds, off and on 40, 50, 55 miles an hour. There's Hope Sound through 95 and the Turnpike. We have one wave after another of heavy rainfall. Northern Palm Beach County, even down around PGA Boulevard, North Lake, Ballin Isles, Riviera Beach. You can see there's another leading edge of likely gusty winds working in across Wellington and the Polo Club there. So we're talking Forest Hill and Lake Worth Road. A wider view shows how large this is. And it's working into Boynton now, not quite into Delray and Boca, and all the way up into Vero. What a massive storm this is. This is all tropical storm force winds. You have to get within about 40 to 50 miles of the center to get into some really solid tropical or hurricane force winds. So let's look at times of arrival as we get into the late evening hours. Of course, Boynton Beach, this line coming through Boynton into Boynton Beach Boulevard and then eventually down around Atlantic Avenue. It's all moving about 50 miles an hour, so it doesn't take long to move quickly down the coastline. A little farther to the south around Boca, Kings Point, Delray. This one is also moving south-southwest at 40 to 50. Wider view shows the storm track is northwest and will make a close approach to Vero and Fort Pierce after midnight, around 2 to 4 in the morning. So that hurricane force wind field just stays offshore of Palm Beach County, but and comes very close to the Treasure Coast. There's 11 o'clock. We get into 1 in the morning, just almost up to the coastline at 1 in the morning, and right out the coast for Vero and Fort Pierce. But if you remember, even 6 and 8 hours ago, this red area was well into the Treasure Coast. So this is, I won't say a big improvement, but it is definitely a significant change from even earlier today. We still have power outages. I just heard we have about 40% or probability of power outages would be on the Treasure Coast and a little bit less going down into Palm Beach County. You can see North County obviously getting a higher chance because they're closer to the hurricane force winds. And as you work up the coastline, everyone east of 95 and the Turnpike has a fairly high chance just being within 10 or 20 miles of the coast too. I understand we have some time lapse West Palm Beach and some of the storms working through earlier. There's a look at hurricane outer bands as they work through earlier. And of course, as the night sets, we pick up and our winds get into about 40 and 50 now, approaching 55 miles an hour. Nice time lapse across South Florida. And we are looking at stronger winds, which we will watch for you, and we'll give you the timeline, and we'll use a storm tracker, and we'll let you know if there's any rotation and break in and let you know the latest as far as any kind of severe weather threat.
All right, Steve, thanks. We have crews, of course, fanning out across our community and beyond. We have had Charlie Keegan in the Bahamas, and Todd Walker's joined us as well, giving us coverage on the Treasure Coast.
That's right, live at the Indian River Mall in Vero Beach. Todd.
Yeah, guys, we are seeing conditions continue to deteriorate here. I want you to take a look at these palm trees over here. I just saw a flash of light. I don't know if that was a trend. Trees blowing significantly in the wind right now. Well, the other thing I'm surprised by, you'll see in this picture, is that the street lights are still on. They've gone off and back on a few times here. So I don't know what the power situation is right now. The mall here that we're at is definitely on a backup generator, but these lights don't appear to be because I see lights down the street as well. So still holding on to power in parts of Vero Beach. I want you to take a look this way now. You can see the American flag just barely hanging onto that flagpole out here as the wind continues to pick up. The rain as well out here. Thankfully, we're the only ones that we have seen out here so far. We have not seen a whole lot of looky-loos. People are hunkering down like they should be right now as conditions continue to deteriorate. We've still got a few more hours before we get to the height of this thing.
Todd, thanks for joining us from Indian River Mall. As again, our crews are near shelter that they need to be as these bands come through, but stepping out enough to give us a look at the scene as it's happening right now.
That's right. A lot is going on behind the scenes to keep all of us safe as Matthew approaches. News Channel 5's Jacqueline Powell. She's tonight at the Martin County Emergency Operations Center. It is on lockdown right now, but first responders and county officials are working through the evening to direct how the county handles the storm.
We're in the press room right now. This is where all of the press conferences happen for Martin County. We talked to Governor Scott here earlier when he was giving us a media update for Martin County on Matthew earlier today. Now over here is where the good shot is. You see all kinds of officials from all across Martin County. You have firefighters, you have National Guardsmen, you have dispatchers, ocean rescue, all kinds of people here watching the storm. You can see they're looking at the hurricane. They're receiving updates, taking calls, and making calls to keep an eye on what's going on right now. And over here, the other side of the press room, this is where we're staying tonight. They've put us up for the night, very nice. And over here you can see all of our rain gear is drying out after we were out in the storm earlier, riding around with the deputy. Now I'm gonna take you out in the hall and show you some more about the Emergency Operations Center, but I have to be quiet because people are sleeping in the hall right outside. So I'm gonna be quiet for a second. Walk you down. Here you can see a sign up. This is a room where there are a lot of cots. People are taking shifts. Most people here are working 12-hour shifts. So while some people are out there working, there are lots of others sleeping in that room. I'm going to take you down the hall here. You see all kinds of signs to let us know exactly where to go. There's food and bathroom signs. A lot of people are staying here. Deputies are coming in and out. They are mostly here hunkering down now. When they're not out responding to an emergency call, they're coming back here because this is one of the safest places to be in Martin County right now. We're told that this building can withstand Category 5 hurricane. Now this, I think, is the most interesting room. You have food here. This was a table full of desserts earlier, and you can see people have really gotten into it. But dinner is served over here. These fridges in here are stocked with meals, and you also have water in the cooler. You have ice here, so everything that a lot of people need to stay here for possibly several days. The Martin County Sheriff's Office tells us that they were preparing for days before Matthew was coming in case they had to house so many people in one place, and they definitely did a good job. People are able to eat and stay and live here as long as they need to keep you safe out there. Reporting in Martin County, Jacqueline Powell, WPTV News Channel 5.
It would be easy to take all the people in all the emergency ops centers, all the first responders for granted. We most certainly should not, giving of their time and their expertise to monitor and keep our community safe. We're in their debt tonight. All of those who are camping out there, monitoring the situation, they are doing great work for all of us.
And to their spouses and wives, whatever, home with the children or holding down the fort. I mean, you know, you're leaving someone behind if you have a family. So congratulations to them and great job and thank you. To John Genovese now. He is live right outside the WPTV building where Michael and I have not been for many hours, but we're glad you're giving us a view of a peek into West Palm Beach tonight, John.
There you go. Yeah, the wind and rain, it stayed pretty consistent for a while from where we are, mostly just tossing around tree branches and some other bits of debris. I showed you last hour that big tree that fell just outside of the studio, kind of blocking off Crestview Drive. Is something else that kind of caught my eye since we've been out here. Take a look on top of this parking garage as the wind have kind of picked up and these gusts have moved through. We've seen these light poles just rocking back and forth. But again, for a while now, the wind and rain seem to stay pretty consistent where we are around the building. There was another tree in the back parking lot that came down. But other than that, things seem to be strong but calm, all things considered. Gus?
John, just briefly, as you moved about today, it seemed to be pretty good discipline in terms of people paying heed to the message to get off the streets. What was your general sense?
Yeah, there was definitely that message everywhere we went. I mean, officials that we spoke with reinforcing that to everyone. At one point, though, we were at some of the beaches and some folks were still taking the risk around, 6, 7 o'clock tonight. They said they'd be heading home soon after that, but my impression was that people understood the message. They got the message. They understood how significant this storm would be and the potential for this storm. So hopefully they are at home tonight and staying safe.
Absolutely. All right, John Genovese, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to turn things over now to meteorologist James Whelan to give us this moment's update.
Yeah, and on that note too, guys, when I drove through my neighborhood today to come to work, I I was so proud of my neighborhood to, there we go. Hey, now you can hear me. I was so proud of my neighborhood driving through because just about every single person was out there preparing, putting up shutters where they could and doing everything they could, helping each other, helping neighbors that couldn't do it themselves, loaning ladders, a hand to everybody. So it was really great seeing, you know, this is a thing we're preparing for some kind of disaster, but it is a way that everybody can come together too,
Totally
which is
agree.
nice. And then if nothing happens, hey, you prepared for it and it's fine. I look at it as, you know, it's like car insurance. You pay car insurance every month, don't you? But nothing happens, but you still pay it. Well, you put up shutters, and if nothing happens, well, you're still going to do it again because that's what you do to help prepare and ensure yourself that your house isn't damaged or the people in it.
Totally agree.
Yeah, so let's look at what's going on right now. We're watching the center there just offshore. It's about 75 miles from Vero Beach right now to the southeast. So if you drew a line southeast here, that's about 75 miles right there. We do have this kind of double center going on with the inner eye wall here and the outer one trying to form. And of course, that's pushing in some really heavy winds and rain here. So we'll do the Doppler radar here and see some wind gusts. You see just offshore there, 51 mile per hour, 53 in that band that's a little bit closer to the center, a little bit less down to the south into the 30s. Going into West Palm and also into Boynton Beach too. Now, what about rainfall? It has been raining for a little while, but we didn't really think that this storm was going to be a very wet storm and a flood maker rain-wise. But rain is starting to add up a little bit here. Vero Beach, you're looking about an inch, maybe inch and a half or so. Fort Pierce, almost an inch. Farther down to South Stewart, not as much, half an inch to an inch or so. West Palm, there are a couple little bullseyes in there, 1.3 inches there. However, the majority, about a half an inch going from West Palm all the way down to Boca Raton. You can see down there at the bottom of your screen, you've just had a little bit there. You have another little bit kind of swinging your way. We see some of this will swing around and move into Boca here, and you see even this line that's moving through Boynton Beach right now. This is about 35, 45 mile per hour winds moving through Boynton Beach. This will swing into Boca too. You're already seeing a little bit, maybe Highland Beach, maybe just starting to push into Boca at the moment. Jupiter letting up a little bit, but you have another one right offshore, so you're going to get pounded once again. And then farther up on the Treasure Coast, this is just going to come more consistent and more constant here. Instead of just waves of it and a break, it's just going to be one after another as this thing moves up to the north. And you can kind of see too that this is moving more out of northwest motion there. So the threat for it to come straight towards Palm Beach County, that's gone now. Martin County, that's gone now too. However, it still could skirt pretty close to the northern Treasure Coast too. It kind of looks like it's picking up a little bit of speed too, moving up to the north. That would be nice, because then we can get it on out of here a little bit quicker out there too. We're looking at wave heights across the area too. I wanted to show these up to 25, 26, even up to 30 feet in some areas just offshore, and a lot of that is pushing all the way down the coast too. So we still expect major beach erosion all up and down the coastline with just these pounding waves. As this pulls away, the wind switches offshore. That's going to blow that all flat here by tomorrow from, say, central Palm Beach County southward. We're looking at live pics on the other side of me here from West Palm Beach, and you see this big royal palms out there just flapping away. These are the ones that generally fall on the streets, and they don't look that big when you look up at them 30, 40 feet in the air, but if they come down on your car, they can definitely cause some damage, and you usually see those because we have a lot of royal palms lining all our streets, especially in the West Palm Beach, coming right into town, a whole line of those royal palms. So probably a mess out there with a bunch of palm fronds going on as you get up tomorrow and you start traveling around. Remember, be careful, and also remember, if lights are out and that kind of stuff, you need to heed the proper rules for when lights are out. If there's no light, that means it's just a stop sign for everybody. You stop, you wait, you look to the right, and then you go. And if it's blinking, of course, yellow light, you still very, very cautious. Steve?
71 mile an hour wind, Jensen Beach.
Wow, 71 mile per hour wind now in Jensen Beach from that line moving on through. So we'll back it up here, and you see Jensen's right there, and that line that Steve and I were tracking right there, that's where that 71 mile per hour wind came from, right there. It moved right on through, and you know what? Even worse one forming right there. That one is just offshore at the moment, and it will quickly pivot on through, and you're going to see some 70, probably 80 plus mile per hour winds.
That was
with that.
5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago. Wow. Wow. So you're going to get even worse with this line coming on through. So 70 mile per hour winds.
With that wind?
Pretty strong there. That's right at Jensen Beach. So anywhere in this area from Stewart all the way up to Sebastian, that's where you can see those 70 plus mile per hour winds as this thing now starts to move a little bit closer towards the Treasure Coast, pulling away a little bit from the Palm Beaches. We could pretty much say that we're not expecting hurricane force winds in the Palm Beaches anymore. We may expect some strong tropical storm gusts still as a lot of these bands kind of pivot around, but hurricane force, we're going to drop that for us here in the Palm Beaches. Farther north, not so much though. 71 very close to hurricane force. And wouldn't be surprised if this next band right here moving on through, we'll see the higher wind gusts 4 and above. Back to you guys.
Widespread catastrophe, no, but punishing and damaging certainly for many in our community. And we're going to have to get the real sense of those damage assessments and the cost of that damage come daybreak.
FPL's been updating us hourly with local power outages. Ashley Hinson in the newsroom now with that. Ashley.
Yeah, we have that update for you. And by the way, statewide right now, there are 95,000 total power outages so far in the entire state. In our viewing area alone, we have more than half of those. I'm going to break it down for you. In Palm Beach County right now, it has grown to 41,570 power outages. It's actually growing in Palm Beach County every hour by about 4,000 to 5,000. And then in Martin County, that's grown to 10,000 power outages. St. Lucie County, 6,000. Indian River County, 2,600. And then finally Okeechobee with 140. But I guess we'll see if that rising trend of about 4,000 to 5,000 customers per hour continues in Palm Beach County. And of course, we're keeping an eye on the Treasure Coast as well. As James mentioned, it seems like Matthew seems to want to get in there quickly, and we're assuming, of course, more power outages will come with that, guys. We'll keep you updated, though.
All right, FPL said it will surge in. Thousands of workers are going to have their work cut out for them, and we're going to be keeping close monitoring on that.
Orlando is not spared of Matthew, that's for sure. Chance of the storm to protect any of their guests. Walt Disney World, SeaWorld, Universal all closed their doors. You're looking at a live picture right now, which just shows some blowing palm trees, of course, and some wet streets, of course. But Orlando, a place that has been impacted. A lot of people have children who go to the University of Central Florida. Very large Florida university, of course, and also not only a tourist destination, but a lot of people were evacuating to the Orlando area, and so they're getting their fair share and will as this continues to go up the coast.
It'll be a busy few days on the state's highways. AAA, by the way, reporting gas shortages up our Florida East Coast. Residents, of course, have been topping off their tanks and gas stations. It's simple supply and demand. They have distribution schedules, and the distribution couldn't keep up with the demand. AAA says, though, that a good sign is that people are listening to warnings and did what they could to get ready. And Governor Scott says the state has enough gasoline supply for 6 days, and just needs to redistribute it, and new supplies as the storm passes will come in. But hopefully everybody tanked up as things rebalance.
Tonight we've been getting some emails from some of you who feel that you have been overcharged before Matthew even started to impact our area. Now in Florida, it is against the law to increase prices excessively during a state of emergency. Our Attorney General, Pam Bondi, activated the state's price gouging hotline. Bondi says scammers may use Hurricane Matthew as a way to prey on consumers. If you do suspect you were price gouged on food, ice, gas, or water, here is the hotline number, 1-866-9-NO-SCAM, NOSCAM. You'll also find it on WPTV.com.
I'm told we are now joined by our colleague from TC Palm, Lucas DePrilli. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. At the St. Lucie County Emergency Operations Center, Lucas again with TC Palm, our news partner on the Treasure Coast. Give us your assessment from there at this hour.
Hey, Michael. Thanks for having me on tonight. What we are seeing out here tonight is some pretty strong force winds, not as much as we predicted Earlier on, I know the storm took a bit of a bounce to the east. What we are seeing is a ton of rain, not seeing a lot of palm fronds, just kind of a sign that there would be a lot of wind in the area. I see probably 5 or 6 officials just kind of hanging out outside, either on their phones or smoking a cigarette. They're just really kind of, it's not too bad here. Now keep in mind, we are in miles from the coast, which is most affected.
Emergency calls that you've been notified of, or any trends that have been detected?
Kelly, I've not heard a lot about emergency calls. Part of this building is a lot of the stuff's confidential, so I've been trying to work my way into talk to some of the people in the 911 center. But as far as trends go, we have seen a trend as far as evacuations go. It was mentioned leading up to the hurricane. Everyone from Florida Governor Rick Scott has been mentioning the kind of key moment was earlier today with Ken Mascara saying, basically begging people on Nettles Island to get off the island, to get off to heed the evacuation warning. But by the end of the day, he had come back to the press conference saying people had heeded that, but by and large, heeded that evacuation notice and got off the island.
What's the late sense on how they'll orchestrate allowing people back over the bridges to the barrier islands in the morning, because damage assessments and power restoration have to be done, and clogged roadways will not help with that?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of this has been played by, we're going to see what the damage is like tomorrow. I know before they give the all clear and before everyone goes back out, they have a series just to go out and assess the damage, as you mentioned. So they're going to do that first. I had heard something about barricades on the bridges to Hutchinson Island. I don't know a whole lot about that, though.
All right, Lucas, and we with you, of course, will be out first thing at daybreak and getting those answers for you at home so that we have a sense of the timing of all that for all of you who will be anxious to get back to the barrier islands who did evacuate. And that's the kind of information we'll be looking to dig up. Lucas, we thank you for joining us from TC Palm.
Thank you very much, Lucas. I was just alerted actually on our app. So far right now, FPL in total, 87,000 customers without power in South Florida. So that's not taking into effect, anyone else as the storm starts to move up, but in our area, and we've just gotten a breakdown a little while ago, 41,000 of those in Palm Beach County alone. And
you're talking in our 5-county viewing area, 732, 832, roughly just coming up on 1 million customers in our 5-county viewing area, and mostly the northern tier impacted. Again, FPL says when winds are below 35, they're going to get out 12,000 workers. Keep in mind, though, FPL covers 35 counties. Their work's cut out for them above our viewing area, as well as this storm rakes the East Coast. So it's going to be a busy few days.
All right, our chief photographer has been sending in some video tonight of what he has been seeing and some gusty conditions coming into the Treasure Coast, of course. This in the Jensen Beach area, and this was some sort of walking platform, a dock, and the waves coming in, some debris that our photographer at the time had spotted in the water. Amanda Crane out and about this evening, as she could be, and getting the pictures that she could for us. Again, Jensen Beach along the Intracoastal. All right, Ashley Henson back in the newsroom right now with, we understand, about safe zones. Ashley?
Yeah, guys, well, the winds are really picking up right now in Martin County. Martin County Sheriff's Office just tweeted this out, saying deputies are now assigned to their safe zones due to the 70-mile-per-hour winds there. And they actually just took this video right before they went into those safe zones. And it's dark, so it's kind of hard to see, but you see those waves there, just the crashing waves, choppy water pounding the seawall. So again, those winds really picking up in Martin County right now, 70 miles per hour. So the deputies are now in their safe zones. Right. Guys, back to you.
Certainly hope all of you are in your own personal safe zones. And of course, tomorrow morning, we're going to be doing the stories of people who had damage to property or businesses, and we'll get a better assessment of that, and we'll come together and as a community get it fixed. But it's tough, and I certainly feel for everybody sitting there saying, gee, I wonder how my home or business is doing. It's a tough night. We'll be with you throughout, but there's still some tough hours ahead up on the Treasure Coast, to say the least.
And here's the man to tell you about those. Steve Weigel joining us now.
Yes.
Look at what's still to come.
We are getting reports now coming out. We have an emergency chat that we follow here, and that's where we just had the report of that 71-mile-an-hour wind in Jensen Beach. We're now getting reports that there's damage to the Deerfield Pier. So that is all part of that storm surge and all part of the big waves that we're going to deal with for the next couple of days at least, and maybe for almost a week because of the storm track coming back toward the Bahamas. So let's talk about first the radar, because we have a strong feeder band coming in across our area, and it'll work through the next few hours. These are some big winds coming in from the Treasure Coast and then into Palm Beach County. You can see the center of the storm is well offshore, and there is a look as we go 3D with this. And I get a little taller here, and we take a look. There's our next line of big weather coming in right along A1A from Fort Pierce up into Vero and lining up all the way down into Jupiter. So we have a big area, our viewing area right here, and there's our next feeder band arriving. So I would suspect, since the last one produced winds of 50 and 60 miles an hour, that we could see stronger winds in some spots approaching hurricane force. And here are some of the areas affected. So we have Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, and Rocky Point, through the inlet, Sewell's Point, all the way down into around Hobe Sound with this one, and a little farther south, northern Palm Beach County, Jupiter Hills, Old March. I guess we have the golf courses marked out here, but Jupiter, Juneau, and through Donald Ross and back through Jupiter Farms. The times of arrival for this one at West Palm around midnight. These are moving very fast, about 40 to 50 miles an hour. The band's working from the north toward the south. Fellsmere up around Johns Island, down through Vero, Orchid Island, the Mall. There's 95. Of course, we have one wave of very strong feeder bands after another. There's not much of a break with these, and Charlie Keegan talked about that earlier. Of course, he was reporting from Nassau in the Bahamas and said that, you know, the hurricanes in the past, we had a big feeder band go through, and then there was a little bit of a break of 20 or 30 minutes. With this one, it just seems almost continuous at times, and there's not that chance to actually look out the window because there's so much going on, and the winds continue to stay up. You know, that's what is happening now through Jensen Beach and Stewart and Palm City, 95 and the Turnpike. Big winds working along the coastline. A little farther south now, Hobe Sound into Tequesta, Jonathan Dickinson. There's 95 and the Turnpike there. And that one is gone as fast as it moved through. It's now gone. And again, farther south into West or in Wellington. Here's the wider view. Look at the size of this storm. So we're looking at tropical storm force winds stretching out about 175 miles. There's the eye of the hurricane, about 15 miles wide. And this is undergoing what we call an eye wall replacement cycle, which means that this inner core eye is starting to weaken, and it eventually, I don't know if the word dissipate is correct, but certainly kind of collapse on itself. And we end up with a situation where this becomes the eye of the hurricane. So you can see that this band here, although not as, we're not talking 100, 110 mile an hour winds. We're talking something considerably less than that, but this is right along the coastline now, at the Treasure Coast. I wouldn't be surprised if we see wind gusts above 70 miles an hour with this one, considering that we just saw that with the line of storms that worked through and the feeder band ahead of it that worked through about 20 minutes ago. So strong winds, gusty winds approaching hurricane force gusts, not sustained winds, but hurricane force gusts possible into the evening. There's a look outside. This is West Palm Beach. So in West Palm, actually not in one of the stronger feeder bands at this point. Maybe James can zoom in on the radar a little bit and we'll show you what's going on. There's the wind field. So the wind field continues to get adjusted to the east for the strongest winds, that red area. And as it moves up, even around Vero and Fort Pierce, just the outer edge of those strong hurricane force winds brush along the beaches in Vero and Hutchinson Island and just off Fort Pierce. Earlier today and yesterday and the day before, this red area was 20, 25 miles inland across the Treasure Coast. Now it's considerably shifted to the east off the coast for the most part, other than that fine little line. You get one feeder band that has a bit of a punch to it, though. You can easily get a 75 or 80 mile an hour wind gust, so that's the concern overnight. So there's the timeline, 3:30 in the morning, so we're at almost midnight now. Again, the next 3 to 6 hours with the strongest winds on the Treasure Coast, and then beginning to prove after that. Widespread power outages now being reported. I'm not sure, Kelly and Michael, if we're up above, we were around 40,000 in the last hour. I don't know if we're up, and that's just in Palm Beach County, and climbing a little bit, I suspect, on the Treasure Coast as the winds begin to pick up. With 71 mile an hour wind gusts in Jensen Beach, power outages are pretty much guaranteed when you have wind speeds that strong. And I think we'll see more reports of strong winds like that in the next 4 to 6 hours. So our highest chance, highest probability power outages would be Vero, Sebastian, and it tapers off, not much, but a little bit along the coastline of the Treasure Coast for the rest of the area. I want to bring in James Whelan because he's been watching the radar. Any new storm reports coming in, James, or any reports of the wind gusts on the Treasure Coast or Palm Beach County for that matter?
We do have one to 54-mile-per-hour wind in the Melbourne area, right by the Melbourne airport there. And if we could go to Max 1, we'll see what's going on here with the radar. And Steve, check it out. Don't you think you see this eye? We've been talking about this replacement cycle here, and you see how it's kind of getting gobbled up into the north of that, and that might just merge into just one big looking eye. Probably in the next few hours, like you were saying. Next few hours, probably just going to have one big eye feature out there. It's all going to combine. Then the strengthening phase, maybe not, like the Hurricane Center was saying. But if it does tighten up, normally that would make it strengthen a little bit more there. But definitely all those feeder bands coming on in and looking a lot worse along the Treasure Coast, too, with that 71-mile-per-hour wind gust for sure. Yeah. So let's look at the radar here, and we'll show you some of the wind gusts that are just sitting offshore in the 50s or so, and the rainfall around the area hasn't really been excessive. However, still a pretty good amount, 1.1 inches, so over an inch in Vero, Fort Pierce almost an inch, just north of West Palm, say maybe around the Gardens or so, about an inch and a half or so. And you see here that these things just spiraling on out, and as they come into the coast, that's where they pack the most punch, right as they reach the coastline. So that's where you can see those hurricane force wind gusts. And this is about 75 miles away from the center, Vero Beach from the center of this thing as it moves off to the north. And you see still a pretty potent storm at 130 mile per hour there, and that would be in this little section right there just north of the eye. The strongest winds of the hurricane to the right of the motion. This thing's moving this way. To the right of that is what you're seeing right there, and you see the bands moving on in. So let's go hour by hour here on Vibercast. We haven't shown you this in a little while, but here's the storm right here. We're at 11:45 as we go through the night. Watch this. By 5 a.m., so still in the early morning hours, we're looking at still the backside of the storm coming through the Treasure Coast, say St. Lucie County, maybe even Martin County, and up into Indian River County. Palm Beach County, not quite as much rain, and the bands coming on in, we're looking at a lot less there by 5 a.m. But not over yet for the Treasure Coast. By 8:45 in the morning, the backside of the storm here just moving through the Vero Beach area, but it's going to be a lot weaker then before finally pulling out. And then by noon, we've cleared it out of our entire area here from Sebastian, the Boca, and back to Okeechobee. Things will start to improve. It will still be gusty winds out of the west and even southwest, but we won't have those spiraling bands moving on in. Michael?
James, thank you so much. And again, for those of you who are listening to us now, we're simulcasting. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, our WPTV app, WPTV.com, our partner station. By the way, Fox 29, if you have power at home. If you do not, 1230 WBZT Radio, Wild 95.5, 1290 WJNO. Wave 92.7, Oldies 103.7, and Cool 105.5, simulcasting the iHeart radio stations so that we can be with you all night long. And of course, send us your questions on Facebook. We'll get them to our weather team to answer.
And again, we've mentioned it a couple of times. It bears repeating. A big thanks to all of the first responders in our 5-county area who are out tonight, leaving their families behind as this hurricane churns off the coast. The Martin County Sheriff's Office tweeted this picture out tonight as the night shift deputies received their briefing before they headed out on the road.
Jay Cashmere and Shannon Cake coming in. Kelly and I will be back about 2 or so in the morning, but we will be with you throughout with continuing coverage here with our weather experts and our entire News Channel 5 team.
That's right. We want to check in final time here with Michelle Casada. Many are riding this storm out in shelters in Palm Beach. Michelle spoke to one of the younger folks who is sleeping this night away, or hopefully will at some point, at a Jupiter shelter.
We're right outside of Independence Middle School's shelter, and out here you can see that the rain just continues pounding Jupiter. It's been like this for about 2 hours, with moments where those wind gusts really kick in and kind of move you. If you're not firm on your footing, it will definitely move you around. we're definitely feeling those tropical storm force winds. And inside of the shelter, most people are getting ready for bed. We've seen their curiosity die down just a little bit. They were coming in and out of the shelter earlier trying to check out the weather conditions. We did talk to a couple families who are riding out a storm for the first time. One child that we spoke with said he wasn't scared. He was actually happy that he was watching movies and playing with other kids.
Before, when I got here, it seemed like it was actually pretty weak, but now since I just got out here, I heard that it just whistled a little and all that.
Of course, these doors did get locked at 10 o'clock, but that's just as a precaution. People are still allowed to come to the shelter. No one will be turned away. They have about 300 people inside right now, and their capacity is 500. So definitely not safe to be driving out on the roads right now, but if it's absolutely necessary to come to the shelter, they won't turn you away. Reporting from Independence Middle School in Jupiter, Michelle Casada, WPTV News Channel 5.
Just a couple of minutes, 1 minute until midnight here as we move into Friday morning. These are the hours that we were talking about that things could get pretty intense. Things have backed off a little bit, but still, we're watching it still for the Treasure Coast for sure tonight.
Definitely, the Treasure Coast really seeing a lot of impact from it. The strongest winds, I should say, on the Treasure Coast right now. We're going to be with you for the next several hours. I'm Jay Cashmere alongside Shannon Cake here, and as we work our way through this next hour right now, we are standing by waiting for an update from the Indian River County Emergency Operations Center. You can see on the shot on the right-hand side of your screen an empty podium there. Several officials will eventually be out to brief us at this late hour, this early morning hour, I should say, on the situation up in Indian River County. As we mentioned, the storm really bearing down right now up on the northern Treasure Coast. So as soon as that happens, as soon as we get and establish a connection with them, when they're out there, we will certainly bring that to you.
And as these really intense feeder bands start to move through, this is the most intense time that our weather team really comes alongside our viewers and our audience. And we're simulcasting, by the way, for all of our viewers in the area. James Whelan, though, first, we want to get to you because we're bringing him into it. But iHeartRadio, you can catch us on that should you lose power in the next couple of minutes. James joining us now, as I mentioned.
And we've had a bunch of people tell us too when we're doing our Facebook Live. In fact, it's going live right now. What we're doing, they say, hey, we're listening to you on the radio.
Right.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate it because there are so many people without power right now. And you were talking about Indian River County, our wind at the Vero Beach Airport about a half an hour ago. There was a 71-mile-per-hour wind in Jensen Beach. So this is now, the time when things go downhill, and they go downhill rapidly. Palm Beach County, well, the good part is it's starting to improve a little bit more there for you. First, let's check out the track in case you haven't seen the latest track that came in, and this is the new midnight advisory here. They don't put out a new track, but they do put out a new position here. 130-mile-per-hour wind, so it's still a very powerful hurricane. Northwest at 13 miles per hour, so it is moving. It's not going slow or anything like that. It is moving, and it will continue that motion here. And notice the track, if you're just tuned in, you didn't see it before, it did shift a little bit east. That's farther away and offshore. So now the center not really projected to make landfall. However, it still could go anywhere in this cone, and the cone does touch the coastline, say right about from Cocoa Beach northward all the way up to New Smyrna, Daytona, Jacksonville, St. Augustine area, and then curves out. And then look at what this crazy thing does. It moves all the way across, all the way back out to sea, comes back around, and then we're in the cone again. As it moves back, look at that. We're in the cone again, but thank goodness this time, or the second time around, it's not a Cat 4. It's going to be either a tropical storm or even just a tropical depression. But still, we don't want to go through this storm twice, so we're hoping that this doesn't happen. Some of the models I was watching, the longer range ones, I was just looking at the new update coming in, and it meandered around the Bahamas for a little while, so it didn't come right back in and slam right into us. But this is Tuesday, so Tuesday is, well, just right around the corner where we may still be talking about Matthew in South Florida.
People that we went on evacuate, 15 of them chose to stay. So 21 calls total. 6 of those people, after we talked to them, did decide to go ahead and evacuate. 15 of them decided to stay. So we're going to give you those updated numbers. I'm sure that you're seeing the same reports that we are about the storm. Obviously, we're optimistic, but we're guardedly optimistic. We want to remind everybody that in the next couple hours, between midnight and 2, we expect the strongest winds to come through Indian River County that we are going to see during this hurricane. We do want people to realize that even though it appears as though it's going to pass along the coast, that does not mean that in daylight hours, as soon as it becomes daylight, that you need to head out, that you need to go out. We're going to do some assessment in the next couple hours. We'll be back to speak with you at 5:30 later this morning, and we'll give you some sort of damage estimate at 5:30. We also hope to be able to give you at 5:30 some sort of time frame of when we expect it to be safe to head out, to be able to go about your day and possibly get out into your yard. The majority of calls that we're receiving at the Indian River County Sheriff's Office are about blown transformers, are about lines being down, and these are in all over the county. So we know that between standing water, flooding water, which we have those photos of, and these lines being down, folks, your yards are going to be a very dangerous place. If you step out, if you choose to step out in standing water, you're putting yourself in harm's way. So what we're asking is give us time, let the sun come up, let this thing pass, let us take a look at it, give you some sort of assessment, and then we'll give you a time frame about how we're gonna roll out, what our next steps are gonna be. So in the next few hours, we feel like we should be able to get something together to come back to you at 5:30 with an update. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, is there a curfew or alcohol ban in place here?
There is currently not a curfew or alcohol ban in place. Depending on what we see over the next couple hours, Sheriff Lohr, County Administrator Jason Brown will meet. They'll have that discussion, and they'll make a determination either later this morning or tomorrow on whether or not we're going to do that.
Has the Sheriff Office or the Fire Rescue stopped responding to calls yet?
Both are still responding to calls.
Do you know what the wind speed would have to be for you guys to stop?
There's no specific wind speed, and it's going to be up to the watch commanders, the folks who are out there actually on the ground. I can tell you I looked at the numbers recently, and at the Vero Beach Airport, we were seeing over 30 miles an hour with gusts up to 50, 60 miles an hour. So certainly we're getting into areas of concern, and we know that between midnight and 2, it's going to be the most dangerous out there. So we're monitoring that situation actively, and if we do need to take those folks off the road, it will be in the near future.
Do you have anything about power outages for the city of Vero Beach?
I do not have their numbers. No, I do not.
What about the status of the county's sewer water system, drainage system? Do you have any problems with that with the basin rainfall?
Yes, sir, no problems?
No.
Yeah, we've had no issues, no problems reported.
Have you had any reports of injuries related to the storm yet?
Not that I'm aware of, not through our dispatch center. There's been standard calls. A lot of it really is power lines down. People are seeing sparks. They're seeing power lines rub against trees. They're seeing transformers explode. Those things are happening out there, and that's the majority of our calls right now.
Have you had any actual reports of damage yet besides the power lines and transformers?
We have some photos of preliminary, trees down and things like that, but nothing, no major structural damage. We haven't had any reports like that.
Any reports of damages to county-owned buildings or property?
No.
None at this time.
None. All right, guys, we'll be back at 5:30 with the next update. Thank you.
You've been listening to a press briefing at the Indian River County Emergency Operations Center there. Guarded optimism coming out of the EOC, but still a warning that the strongest part of this storm they're expecting between midnight and 2 a.m., which is what Steve and James have been briefing us on for the better part of the evening here. They will bring us another, what they're saying is it will be a damage estimate around 5:30 in the morning. That's when they feel comfortable that the sheriff's deputies can get out to some of the barrier islands and report back. But the complaints coming in seem to be consistent. A bit of flooding out there, flooding issues, but big time down power lines.
And down trees, a lot of debris down as well. I want to talk to Adam Weiner right now. He is standing by in West Palm Beach, just outside our studios now, with a report on the situation currently happening in West Palm. Adam.
That's right. We've been watching the storm from up here on the second floor balcony in downtown West Palm Beach, seeing something that's been pointed out to me isn't seen very often, and that is waves coming right off the lake there. You can really see what the wind has been doing to us. And I understand it is worse in some spots, but it has definitely been sustained here. And I've got a special guest up here with me on the second floor balcony as we've got the storm rolling in. Just for you guys, this seems like something different. but still not as bad as it could have been.
No, well, with Francis, Jean, and Wilma, the trees were pretty much falling over. With this one, most of the winds have been 50, 60 miles an hour. We had thousands without power, but as far as damage, nothing too significant yet. Just reports in the last few minutes about the Deerfield Pier running into some issues with damage there a little farther to the south, and just a 71 mile an hour wind up around Jensen Beach in the last half hour. And now that winds like that are going to do some damage. Right now, the winds behind us are probably roughly 45 to 55 miles an hour, so strong tropical storm force. And the storm itself, the eye is about 70 miles off the coast at this point and moving north. So our winds are going to start to shift northwest and then eventually west, and we're going to get the strong winds from a completely different direction. So, in some spots that could cause some issues too, because for buildings and other structures, the north side of buildings might have been a little bit better situated for the strong winds compared to the west side. So,
Steve, I know you've thankfully, for all of us, been holed up in the weather studio there.
This is the first time they let me out.
I was going to say, now that you've actually seen it out here, I don't know if this is kind of what you were expecting to some degree for West Palm.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Jean, Francis, and Wilma had about 110 mile an hour, which is a whole different. I mean, it looked like a haze rather than what you see here with the palm fronds. But I mean, it's significant, obviously, because we have the power outages. But yeah, those hurricanes came right over, whereas this one's well offshore.
Now, Steve, I've been watching this seems to come in waves, and you mentioned those bands that we've been talking about. We seem to be in between where we don't have the rain hitting us sideways like we did earlier. You mentioned, though, we down here may get another band coming this way just in a second.
Yeah, absolutely. It's coming into the Treasure Coast right now. Actually, I think we maybe get something before that, too, where it's just these waves of very strong winds that come through 20, 30 minutes. I mean, you've been through them probably through most of the night. Yep. And you get the heavy rainfall, and then it tapers off a little bit, and then it comes back again, half an hour later, and it's even a little bit stronger with that next feeder band that comes through. And there's one on the Treasure Coast that I was watching on the radar coming down, and that I think will have a little bit of a punch to it. It'll be strong tropical storm force winds, so we're talking 50, 60, maybe approaching 70 miles an hour for this area. But even since we've been talking in the last 30 seconds, it's starting to pick up a little bit more too. It's those wind gusts that do the damage. It's not the sustained wind. It's when the winds pick up another 5 or 10 miles an hour, it kind of digs at maybe shingles or roof tiles that are a little compromised to begin with, and then you start that whole process where the roof starts to be compromised and you start to get rain and inside your house or maybe the siding of your house starts to be torn a little bit each time those wind gusts pull at it.
Steve, I'm told that you've been out of the Weather Center for long enough. We have to send you back. And we're going to throw it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Adam, thank you very much. Don't let Steve go too far here. We want to talk to you right now. Steve mentioned that punch that's happening right now in Fort Pierce. There is a line coming through right now. Conditions rapidly deteriorating right now.
Megan McRoberts is standing outside. She's bringing us up to speed on what's happening there. Megan?
Yeah, it's just gotten so much worse since I think the last time I was live with you was maybe 2 hours ago. So just a drastic change here. It's actually, the wind is just so strong. We're actually having to kind of lean into it. And the rain, you can see just going right into my face. It is practically sideways as it blows behind me. Go ahead and take a look at the conditions. Look at the streets. We only have a few street lights actually left in this downtown area of Fort Pierce. We're just north of the police department. We were just driving north on US 1. You see you got to drive around here. We're really hoping to see fewer cars on the road here as these conditions are getting much worse. Of the road where there is no lights. All the businesses are out. There's no street lights. It's getting really dark. You can tell a much bigger impact to the power right now. As we were driving north, we also saw some green flashes to the west of US 1, which likely indicates possibly some transformers are blowing. We're not sure. That tends to be what that green glow is when you see that in a storm like this. The wind picking up, we're seeing debris moving, palm fronds, and as we were driving, you start to see the street signs shaking, the speed limit signs. One we saw was dismantled, flying across the road. This is where it's really starting to get serious. I mean, the wind gusts are really powerful. As I said, we're like having to lean into them at times just to avoid being pushed some distance. The road has just noticeably started really flooding here on US 1. You can see, as I said, the wind just pushing the rain across the road. You can see it just drifting across seamlessly. And that's just been getting so much worse even in the last 10, 15 minutes or so. I'd say about 45 minutes ago, maybe an hour at most, we were driving around when we had just a kind of a quick break in the weather. And you see people walking around and you see people driving around. Of course, that is so against what anyone should be doing right now. But we did stop and talk to some people just about kind of why they wanted to see this. Of course, everyone, you haven't seen a hurricane in a while. They want to see the conditions, hear what they had to say. Here's a soundbite from them after I spoke with them just about an hour ago.
We're the craziest ones, I guess, right?
Just playing around, just checking out the storm, having fun, you know, seeing what it's doing to everything.
And so you said you live close enough that if it gets real bad, you can head home quick.
Yeah, we're just like a block over. We're still waiting for it, you know? We're still waiting for it to come.
That's why we came out now, because it hasn't really got crazy yet. So.
For the most part, though, it does seem everyone's doing a really great job heeding those warnings. Again, we're only seeing maybe 1 or 2 cars driving by every like 30 minutes to an hour. So some good news. Seems everyone is getting inside, staying put, and being safe. As again, I said, these conditions out here, especially here in downtown Fort Pierce, are just getting much worse very quickly. I'm Megan McRoberts, live in Fort Pierce, WPTV News Channel 5.
Megan, before we let you go, just curious, this is an area that's really prone to flooding, and we're going to bring James Wieland in on the shot too, so we can chat with him on it. But this is an area prone to flooding, and as you were arriving on the scene, I know you said the flooding's starting now. Did you see any other flooding around this area? Just curious about this community, James, right? This is an area that you guys in the past have seen a good bit of flooding.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now, it's not rain flooding. We're talking about kind of tidal flooding out there, too, because the rain up there, they got maybe an inch, inch and a half, maybe at most at the moment. But the tidal flooding near the coast will be the issue.
So, Megan, what are you seeing as you arrive on the scene there?
Yeah, you know, we've only seen, like, we went through a few neighborhoods in Port St. Lucie as well as we were driving around St. Lucie County. There has been some, I guess you could call it ponding, you know, some areas where it might not be the rain so much, that the inches of rain that are falling, but certainly some drainage issues possibly in some neighborhoods, some wet roads. And you could see like parking lots. I know we went by like a Walgreens parking lot on Port St. Lucie Boulevard, kind of near the turnpike. That was starting to get a lot of water. And again, not even in the peak of the rain, call it flooding, that we've seen. Seems to be more drainage related, not really rainfall so much. But like I said, yeah, US 1 right now of the roads that we've been on seems to be the worst that we've seen, but that could just be related to the timing of just being on this area right now. So yeah, you know, we're keeping a close eye on it, and as soon as we start seeing or hearing of any flooding issues, we'll certainly pass that along to you.
It's good to know.
Yeah, and Megan, stay with us as we see and hear the rain and the wind that's pounding there. James, there's a huge swath right behind her about to come in, right?
Oh yeah, you know, it's funny, you're watching Megan out there, she said it's really picked up in just the past little bit. And look on the Viper right now of what we're seeing. Maybe we can punch that up full though. Look at Fort Pierce. This is the wind gust right now, 47 miles per hour, right? That was at 10:48. Now watch, it goes to 51, goes down a little bit, and then as soon as that line comes in, 53. Look at Vero Beach, 62 mile per hour wind gust at Vero Beach with that coming on through. And now Megan right now is kind of in the thick of one of the strongest bands that we've seen tonight move on through. Causing 62 mile per hour winds in Vero, 53 in Fort Pierce. We've seen 71 mile per hour unofficial gusts in Jensen Beach too. So let me check the report to see if there's any more. 53 mile per hour at the St. Lucie Airport. That just came in just now too. Sustained winds up in Vero Beach of about 40 plus miles per hour with higher gusts there too. Obviously we're seeing 62 mile per hour gust in Vero. So yeah. It's coming in right now for sure, and you can see that is a pretty thick thing. So there's not going to be that break that we've seen before, where you get the feeder band and then it kind of tapers off, and then you get another one. Now this is going to be a constant thing for a few hours going into the wee hours of the morning.
So we're talking Jupiter all the way up to Sebastian there, several hours now, or this band will work its way through, and then more bands obviously will come.
Yeah, and you can see the center's just offshore there. I'll put the measuring tool here. Megan's right about here. So the center of the storm is only 55 miles away from where Megan just was.
Right. All right, James Wieland, thank you very much.
You also said Vero is they're seeing, what was the last
Yeah,
wind?
Vero 62. That was the last one we saw, yeah.
Speaking of, Todd Walker is there in Vero Beach at the Indian River Mall. He's joining us live right now.
Yeah, guys, we've seen conditions pick up significantly as well. I want to show you around here a bit. You can see the trees and these stop signs are the two wind gauges we've really got going here. And things are starting to pick up significantly. We talked, I heard Steve talk about those 60-mile-an-hour gusts. We've got sustained winds close to that as well. The storm is definitely starting to move in here. It goes in waves. As we have seen those bands come through. You're looking at the palm trees there. Those are always the best way to kind of show what's going on. Those are rather sheltered. If we go up some, I don't know if we can see those these palm trees up here that are up above, the indication of how much the wind is blowing here so far. As Isaac just showed you, we do have pieces of palm trees down here on the ground. Those have just started coming off here relatively recently. We also saw multiple transformer explosions within the last half hour or so, and all of Vero Beach is now dark. I was impressed with how long they were able to keep the power on here, and it's just been within the last half hour, maybe 45 minutes, that we've completely lost power in this area. The only light you're seeing right now is being powered by our satellite truck. Everything else completely dark out here as the storm does start to move into Vero Beach. So far, though, I have to say I was pretty impressed how long the light stayed on and how well everything is held up in the wind that we deteriorate as the storm does get closer to us. Guys, back to you.
All right, Todd, stay with us here. James, you know, we mentioned Todd was just with us momentarily.
Yeah, we just saw him out there. He's like,
wow,
I can't believe the power's
out. This goes
on.
to show you what a difference a few minutes can make here. Now, this band, again, the same one that's driving the rains in with Megan to the south there in Fort Pierce, getting pounded in Fort Pierce as well. Todd will see much more
He's seeing
activity.
it right now.
Yeah, Todd seeing, you know, like we were saying, 62-mile-per-hour winds. He's saying the sustained winds, very strong there too. And now it's just dark, and you're just hearing that howling of the wind. This is going to even pick up too, because we're going to have more bands move through. It's going to be a little bit more consistent here. You're not really going to get a break, and you'll see it just consistently pick up more and more and more until the storm moves on off. The storm is just offshore, 55 miles, like we were saying, and it's moving north pretty good, though. When it's in the teens or so, that's a good clip that it's going to move on through quickly, too, which is really nice to see. But it's still a pretty potent storm. 130-mile-per-hour winds at the center there. That's still a Category 4. It's right on the edge of Category 4, but it is a Category 4 storm. So
James,
thank goodness that core is not onshore.
So he should be, so I want to bring Todd into the conversation with you, James. He should be feeling what next?
Yeah, but it might taper down for like a second, but then that next wave is going to come on through, and then he's going to see it pick up even more, and possibly more than 62-mile-per-hour winds. We might get up into the 70s in maybe 15, 20 minutes, half an hour or so.
All right. Todd, thank you very much. We
Be
appreciate
safe out
it.
there, buddy.
Stay safe out there.
If you guys can still hear me, I got to say that I
No, go ahead, Todd.
James, I do want to mention, you mentioned that the breaks in between these are going to get less and less, and we've definitely seen that over the last little bit. We used to have significant lulls in the wind and the rain, and those have pretty much stopped. If we do get a break, it's maybe for a minute or two now. So we're definitely seeing what you're talking about.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Hang in there.
Yeah. Todd, thanks again for those reports. These reports are so great at this time, at this hour, because we're seeing some really heavy rain bands coming through. I want to ask you a question, James, because we're getting a lot of comments on Facebook as we tap dance here through the next couple hours. Gail Barrero, she sent us this message. We have spoke of 130, 140, 150 mile-an-hour winds all day now as the storm hits Jupiter, and this was about an hour ago. And the Treasure Coast, you're describing much less winds of 50 to 75 miles per hour through the though the eye is right off the coast. Can you explain why the decrease there?
Right. So remember yesterday at this time, the track shifted a lot closer to us, and then that's when we were like, well, the model's now showing a lot more wind. If it gets closer, we're going to see this. Well, it ended up, models tracked a little bit farther offshore now, and the Hurricane Center did the same thing. Nudged it a little bit farther off, so now it may not make any direct landfall to any parts of Florida, which would be nice. So you need that eye wall to come onshore to get those 130-mile-per-hour winds. If it stays offshore, which is what we were hoping, if it stays offshore, we're not going to see that. We never really thought that was going to happen in Palm Beach County anyways. We thought maybe up towards the northern Treasure Coast, it was definitely a possibility. It was in the cone of uncertainty, and we could have seen that coming into Indian River County. Now, I don't think that we're going to see a direct landfall across the Treasure Coast, possibly still up along the Space Coast or the Cape, but for us, a direct impact or a direct landfalling hurricane looks unlikely now.
Nonetheless, some powerful winds rolling through
right.
Vero.
That doesn't mean let your guard down, no, because
exactly.
70, 80 mile per hour winds is still pretty significant. No, it's not 130, but still a lot of power outages, trees falling down, and all that kind of stuff.
Speaking of power outages, we want to go to Ashley Hansen. She's standing by in our newsroom with an update out of FPL tonight. Or this morning now, I should say. We're in the early morning hour of Friday. Can you believe it, Ash?
No, I can't believe it's already here, but we are here. And it's actually, Shannon, I want to show you this from Martin County Sheriff's Office. They actually just tweeted this out about 15 minutes ago or so. They're telling us the Martin County Fire Rescue, they had to actually leave their safe zones to respond to this house fire here. It's on 34th Street in Palm City. Apparently, a tree fell over onto some power lines there and caused that house to catch fire. We are told everyone is out of that house safe, though. No injuries to report, but we are hoping they are able to put this fire out quickly so they can get back into those safe zones, because as we told you about 30 minutes to an hour ago or so, they had to go in those safe zones because the winds are reaching 70 miles an hour there. Shannon.
Ashley, thank you very much. We'll see that continue to grow here over the course of the evening as we saw many power outages up on the Treasure Coast where the weather is getting worse there. I want to take it to John Genovese. He is live outside of our building here in downtown West Palm Beach. John, what are weather conditions looking like?
Well, you guys actually just saw some of the live pictures from where we are outside the building. Two of these fronds from the palm trees here just kind of came crashing down. I pulled one of them over, but the second one barely missed us by just a couple of feet. It seems like the last half hour or so there's been another big gust that's kind of moved through, and we've just kind of watched these trees go in every which way. So for a while there, when we checked in last, I told you things had kind of been consistent in terms of rain and wind, but again, these gusts kind of off and on, enough to knock these guys down among the other trees we've seen earlier tonight, and those branches and debris that's just been kind of tossed around. So a little bit of pickup in the wind. I'm sure not like what we're seeing elsewhere, but enough to cause some messy roadways, I'm sure, and spots around the area, guys.
All right, John Genovese, right outside our station here in downtown West Palm. John, thank you very much.
All right, we want to go to Jason Hackett, who earlier this evening was on the hunt with another gentleman in search of some gasoline. That was a tough battle. Yeah. Jason Hackett fills us in on that.
Well, as it is in the run-up to any hurricane, gas stations across our area were slammed yesterday with people looking for gas. You saw the images here on News Channel 5, people lining up, trying to get gas stations running out of gas. We've been riding around all day trying to find gas to fill up our live truck here so we can ride around and bring our reports to you. We've been unsuccessful. We've seen the plastic bags on the handles. Well, here we found success. This is the Marathon gas station on 6th and Congress and Lake Worth, and they do have gas. The gas stations, the gas pumps are working. There's an attendant inside the gas station. We spoke to him a few minutes ago. The gas station on the inside is closed, but the pumps out here are open for people to use. Now, we wouldn't suggest that you do that now. Obviously, with the storm coming through the area, even if it doesn't seem to be bad outside, you still want to stay sheltered in place, sheltered inside your home. You don't want to venture out into this, but at least there is some comfort in knowing that when you wake up tomorrow morning, some of the gas stations like this Marathon here on 6th, here 6th and Congress and Lake Worth, will be open for you to get gas. We're going to fill up right now, get some more gas in our live truck, and continue to head on to our shelter to hunker down for the night. For now, we're here in Lake Worth. Jason Hackett, WPTV News Channel 5.
That is good to know. We can get refueled. I was about to say tomorrow, but it is tomorrow now. Later on today. A lot of moving parts here. We have some updates coming out of FP&L. We'll get to Ashley Hansen in just a moment, but also deteriorating conditions in Vero and on the Treasure Coast.
Vero, and a lot of questions coming in on Facebook as well. A viewer in New Jersey watching online right now says she has a home in Port St. Lucie. When do you think the weather will enable me to get back to Florida? Which is a great question because a lot of people have evacuated, and now, as we get through this in the early morning hours, they'll be wondering, okay, when is it safe to come back?
Well, it depends on how you're getting back and where you've gone, because if you've gone just to the north and you have to take I-95 down, Well, the storm is going to follow the I-95 corridor, and it's going to be kind of a mess all the way up. So that may take until, say, Monday or so if you're going to drive that. If you're on the West Coast and just drove over there, I think by late tomorrow you'll be able to head on back to Port St. Lucie. The conditions will be improving greatly. If you're over at Tampa, you can zip right on over by, say, you leave at noon, you get back in the afternoon, and you should be fine then.
And all of this, of course, because we keep hearing from the EOCs and multiple sheriff's departments that we're hearing from. Let us get out tomorrow morning, survey the damage, make sure that it's safe, and you need to have your municipal government say it's all clear. Certainly barrier islands I'm talking about for the most part, but certainly, you know, we need to let law enforcement get out and make sure they're clearing the roads first. So that's step one for this lady's answer. But then, James, as you mentioned, depending on where you've gone and how bad, how bad things are.
Right, and it's tough when these things happen at night because nobody can go out and assess anything right now, and they're going to have to wait till the morning, have to wait till the wind lets up, and then they'll be able to see what's passable, what's not passable, how much damage there was. If we do have extensive coastal damage, well, they're not going to let just anybody over the bridges. It's going to be residents only, and then first responders only.
All right, James. Some of the damage they'll be assessing the down power lines, of course. Ashley Hansen is in the newsroom filling us in on power outages through FPL, updating you, right, Ash?
Yeah, you guys said those are deteriorating conditions on the Treasure Coast, really taking a toll on those power outages right now. This is probably the biggest increase in power outages we have seen all night long. We updated you about an hour ago, 95,000 total in our entire state in just the last hour. Okeechobee is now up to 390. Indian River County up to 8,300. That went up 6,000 in the last hour. St. Lucie County at 7,300 power outages. That only went up about 1,000. Martin County now at 19,000 power outages. That went up about 9,000. And Palm Beach County, a massive increase. It went up 17,000. It is now at 58,000 customers without power. So like you guys are mentioning, that last feeder band coming in around to Vero Beach area, the Treasure Coast really taking a toll on those power outages right now, guys.
Well, it's not just the power lines out there. Apparently, there's also damage due to some trees coming down in a number of neighborhoods as well.
Jeff Russick visited Lake Worth tonight, where a massive tree was uprooted there. This is one of many we're going to see across the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast. He filed this report earlier.
We're here in Lake Worth, a little further inland, but you can definitely see how strong the winds were a little bit earlier. They've died down now, but as you can see, this is a large tree that was uprooted from Hurricane Matthew's winds earlier this evening. Now, the good news here, this tree fell onto Plamosa Lane, and that's all it fell onto, just the roadway. There's no houses that were damaged by this tree falling down. There's actually a mailbox on the other side that just missed getting crushed by this tree. But this is, as you can see, what can happen with a storm like this, even though we're not in that eye wall or anything like that. These are the winds and what these winds can do here. We're going to continue to bring you coverage about what is happening here out and about in the Lake Worth area, the West Palm Beach area, as this hurricane continues to churn. Reporting in Lake Worth, I'm Jeff Rusak, WPTV News Channel 5.
Thanks, Jeff. It's eye-opening to start seeing these things start trickling in, and we're seeing more power outages, as Ashley just brought us up to speed on. And now we're going to start getting more reports of the damage out there, too. We've been getting reports all evening long from various reporters who've been staked out at various shelters as well.
That's right. Michelle Casada in Jupiter, just to our north here in West Palm Beach at Independence Middle School, where staff there, they're doing all they can to help local residents stay calm as they ride out the duration of the storm. She filed this report a few moments ago.
The doors are locked now, but just as a precaution, there are over 300 people staying at this shelter tonight, and the shelter manager tells me they're not turning anyone away. Now, the shelter's goal has been to keep the children and the families calm, and one person that's been great at doing that is a custodian for the school district. This is his first hurricane, so he can relate to a lot of the people here who feel uneasy about leaving their homes.
I'm from New York, and we don't have hurricanes like this. We had a little run-in-the-mill, but that was not too bad. So I'm a little spooked, but everything's good.
But you're
Everything's
keeping busy
great.
helping the families here.
Yeah, I'm keeping myself distracted by tending to everybody as much as I can.
Shelter staff members and school officials have been keeping the children calm by playing kids' movies. Now back outside, we see the winds have really been getting stronger out here. We've had constant rain for the last hour and a half, and we'll be keeping you posted and monitoring these conditions out here from Jupiter. I'm reporting from Independence Middle School, Michelle Casada, WPTV News Channel 5.
Michelle, thank you very much. Just under 7,000 people are staying in shelters across Palm Beach County alone. 13 shelters are open. Over 100 opened up statewide along the eastern seaboard here, the east coast of Florida, I should say. So a lot of people riding this out, moving in and heeding the warnings that everyone, the governor, from the governor to our statewide officials, to actually President Obama, everyone from the state to local to national level really telling everyone, over 1 million people, to evacuate and get to those shelters, and many of them did.
And because of early as this morning, the track was sending it, with a pretty direct track right toward the Palm Beach County and Martin County line there, and right up into the Treasure Coast. And so those were the orders this morning. Right now, we want to get outside to downtown West Palm Beach. Adam Weiner has been actually on the balcony of our television station. You kind of see that view of downtown West Palm Beach and a lot of palm fronds blowing in the background. Adam?
That's right. When we were driving around earlier this evening, we were already seeing a lot of debris on the roads. And right now, we've been watching these palm trees really get blown around. You can really see what the wind is doing, not just to these trees, but also to the water in the lake right here in downtown West Palm Beach. And I don't know if you just caught that, the lightning that we've also been watching in the background. I was about to say, before you guys came to me, that we had been seeing a bit of a lull, that the wind was sustained, but nothing too crazy in terms of the gusts, and that the rain had been subsiding. But I'm watching some of these light posts right now, and they are just rattling here in our parking lot. And we are definitely seeing another increase headed our way. In general, it has been pretty sustained, but not the kind of gusts that your meteorologists here were just talking about, that caused so much of those damages 10 years ago during those previous hurricanes. We are seeing the sustained winds, and those are less likely to cause severe damage. But I am being told that it could pick up, and so that is something we are closely monitoring for you with our view out here. And it is quite a view. We've been watching this really come ashore in the West Palm Beach area, and we are prepared for another round of it, and we'll keep you updated as it comes. For now, back to you.
Adam, tell us this, these bands that you kind of are timing in between and catching your breath, what's the timing between them? How much time do you have between them?
Honestly, at first we were getting them more rapidly, I would say a good hour and a half almost between really big bands, what felt like really big bands coming ashore. So it has felt like it is almost spread out more. Maybe that makes it more powerful as they come in. I'm not quite sure. But right now, if we're about to get into another one, that would have been about probably a good hour and a half, I would say.
And they were saying sustained at times 35 miles per hour. So.
Very, very sustained for sure. But again, those gusts weren't quite there. But, we've really been using these palm trees as a barometer, if you will, for a sense. And you can see right now it dies down and then it picks up again, enough to kind of make me hold on to the railing here at times, just to make sure that I'm in pretty good standing myself.
Keep holding on for us. Don't blow away. We appreciate you so very much. My goodness, you've done a terrific job. Our entire Scripps team, we just want to shout out again. We have had such reinforcement from our corporate headquarters. We've had a team of folks. So I've seen some new faces on our airwaves in the last 48 hours. It's because we've had all these teams from across the country, from our sister stations and our networks, coming in to bring in some reinforcements and give us a helping hand here.
That's right. They're all mobilizing here in West Palm Beach, fanning out across the area. We are getting blasted right now from West Palm all the way up to the Treasure Coast right now. There's another wave, another feeder band that's working its way through. We'll bring in James in just a few minutes, but as we've been talking during the preparation phase over the last 24 hours, we've told you about all the evacuations underway, not just in our area, but to all the counties north of Palm Beach County, up the east coast of Florida, into Georgia, into South Carolina, and all of that because of the death toll in Haiti. Matthew already has killed 283 people in Haiti alone. Assessments are being made right now as we speak in the Bahamas, where it wreaked havoc and made landfall at West End earlier tonight as a Category 4 hurricane. So those assessments will be coming in through the morning. All of this really eye-opening, really giving you a scope of the devastation of the storm.
And the potential and just how close this thing was to making landfall right along our coastline here in our viewing area. You know, as we know, and we mentioned earlier, President Obama did sign that emergency declaration for the state. Governor Rick Scott had requested it, and the governor had activated 3,500 members of the National Guard on standby, still at the ready as this thing moves through and passes through, because we still don't know what we're going to end up with in the morning. But Jay Gray, NBC's Jay Gray, is reporting right now from Daytona Beach.
Matthew now beginning to unleash its fury along the Florida coast.
It's here. It's absolutely here.
Violent winds, driving rains.
We're already starting to see the impacts, and it's a monster.
And overnight, it's expected to get even worse. 2 million people along the East Coast have already evacuated. In South Carolina, Governor Nikki Haley says even more need to move to higher ground.
This is a scary storm. This is a storm that should be taken seriously. We really need you to evacuate.
Airports across the region are closed. 4,000 flights have already been canceled. Businesses are boarded up and shelters are filling up. And in Florida, the time to leave is quickly running out. Emergency officials warning the danger of staying behind is very real.
Do you have body bags? Are you prepared for mass casualties?
More than 100 are dead after the storm raged through the islands of the Caribbean, chilling evidence of its power as Matthew now turns its attention to the East Coast. Jake.
That was Jake Gray reporting for us tonight. A number of national correspondents that are down here in South Florida covering the story for us. I want to bring in James Whelan right now with a better scope, a better look at just where Matthew is right now. We've been talking, James, I know you're eyeing the monitoring the Viper right now, that band that's coming through right now as we see.
Yeah, and it's pushing into northern Palm Beach County now, and that's what just popped up here. Significant weather advisory for that, for 45 to 55 mile per hour winds. And that's that same band that was moving throh Vero Beach and then Fort Pierce and Port St. Lucie. A lot of power outages. I'm doing a Facebook Live right now. A lot of people saying they're without power at the moment. And so they're getting their information from Facebook Live on their phone or, of course, on the radio. And this is all pushing down now into Jupiter. The Jupiter area with 45 to 55 mile per hour winds, and it should push a little bit farther down to the south too, into West Palm Beach, maybe in the next 15 or maybe 10 minutes. It's moving super, super quick. Outside right now is Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel out there, and he might get this right as it comes on through. Steve, what are you seeing?
Yeah, honestly, James, I think it's starting to arrive right now. The winds are really picking up in the last few minutes. Gusting, it looks like north or northwest to the south, which all the storms have been doing in the feeder bands all night long. And some pretty gusty winds. Quite a lightning show going on offshore, too. Lightning isn't typically something you see so active in a hurricane like this, but we've certainly had a lot of it, and an indication that it still has a punch to it. You know, the center of the storm, the eye, is about 70 to 80 miles off the coast of the Treasure Coast, away from us. But, of course, we're still getting the big winds, and the tropical storm force winds stretch out about 175 miles. You can see these waves, and we saw this in Jean and Francis and Wilma, how it's one feeder band wave after another coming in, and then there's a little bit of a break, and then another one comes in. I understand for the guys who are up here who that this is about as much rain as we've seen all night here. This wasn't expected to be a big rain hurricane, but we certainly have the wind picking up now. I'm here with Glenn Glazer, who is watching the storm too. What do you think, Glenn? It's probably 45, 50 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe gusting up just a little bit higher than that. I mean, this is pretty intense right now, and I think it speaks to the fact that whenever I talk to people about storms coming in, especially if it's a tropical storm, they say, oh, well, it's a tropical storm, it's no big deal. But when you look at this, and I've seen some debris flying across too, there's still power on and things like that. But these are powerful winds. This is why you don't go outside during this type of thing. I mean, fortunately, we're in a very secure area right now, very covered. You see, we're not really wet or blowing around too much, but this is dangerous weather. This is very dangerous weather.
Absolutely. So it's a big north and northwest wind now. Late overnight, it shifts west, so it comes in from the west and pushes off the coastline, and then eventually tomorrow it becomes a south wind. But now there's a little bit of a lull once again. In a few minutes, we'll get another wave of very strong wind gusts. The wind gusts are usually about 20% stronger than the actual wind. So if you have a 50-mile-an-hour wind, your wind gusts are about 60 to 65, and that's what we've been seeing through and kind of these waves of heavy rainfall too. A real big lightning show going on. It looks like most of the power is on, at least in this area, West Palm Beach. But had a lot of questions from viewers. What are the blue-green flashes out there? As far as previous hurricanes, those were the transformers blowing. Usually not lightning. but we have a fair amount of lightning in this storm. And what happens in big hurricanes, typically the lightning is a bright white color, but there's so many ice. One of the theories is so many ice crystals in the clouds that as a lightning flash goes off, it actually shifts to more of a blue-green color rather than that white. So it could be the flashes that you're seeing could be transformers, or they could actually be some of the lightning strikes with all the ice crystals in the clouds changing the color of the light. I've seen a few flashes, but you were saying pretty active earlier.
Yeah, well, you were doing some things that your back was to Hurricane Matthew, so I was able to look out there and check it out. And yeah, there was a pretty good number of flashes all across the sky there, way off the east coast there. And yeah, I haven't seen that very much either in the storms that I've covered. I've seen here and there, but that was quite a light show for a little while there. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, so I don't think it'll get too much worse for Palm Beach County. It looks like for most of the winds will stay under hurricane force. On the Treasure Coast, we still have that threat of some strong winds. And I know James and I were watching earlier, and we had a 71-mile-an-hour wind in Jensen Beach. That's a big, big wind, and that can cause a lot of damage. Hopefully we don't get too many more of that wind speed, because we will see more power outages because of that. Well, I'll toss it back to you guys. It's pretty impressive out here. Strong tropical storm force winds picking up. We have another wave now coming in. We had a little bit of a lull just in the last minute, but it's picking up once again, and we get the big waves of rain too, and each one adds up to a quarter to half an inch of rainfall. So you get several of these over the course of an hour. You're looking at a couple inches of rain very quickly. So that's a problem with street flooding too. But it's really the big winds that are causing the power outage and some of the damage that we're seeing.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good reporting out there. And we're looking at these bands really spiraling on through, so it's going to get a little bit worse, too, as these bands move on in. You see it kind of rotating around there, moving into Jupiter and then downtown West Palm Beach, where they were up there on the balcony. And we're going to see, as you see that one moving on through, another one, too, coming on in. And this is the same little band that moved through Vero, Fort Pierce. 52-mile-per-hour winds, 62-mile-per-hour winds, and 71-mile-per-hour winds in Jensen Beach. Some reports of that there. There's the center right there, and you see kind of this eye replacement cycle going on. It might catch up to this other part that we've been watching and start to expand into like a bigger eye. And you see a lot of lightning strikes. Steve was talking about looking at the lightning show offshore here. These are the lightning strikes that he's looking at right there. And let's go 3D inside the storm, and we'll fly here into this eye and see just how high up it stretches here, 60,000 feet plus. And like when the hurricane hunters fly into this thing, they see that stadium effect where they see the clouds kind of go up at an angle there, and just that wall, that's why they call it an eye wall, because it's just a wall of clouds moving around there. And we'll zoom in a little bit closer here and fly through it, and just looking like just amazing pictures here from our computer system, and everything spinning all around. We're watching this outer band right there, that this may come up and scrape Vero Beach and Fort Pierce, and then if that's the case, could have some big-time gusts in that too. We think the main eye wall, that core part now, will stay offshore, thank goodness. That's the part with 130-mile-per-hour winds, so thank goodness we don't expect that to come on shore in our area here. It may scrape the Cape and up towards the Space Coast, but right now the track shifted a little bit farther off. And down in the Palm Beach County, here's what the band moving through Jupiter and now into West Palm, what the guys were seeing up there really starting to pick up too. Hobe Sound, you're seeing some heavy rain, and down into Stewart. Indiantown, even back to the west, looking at some gusty winds and some heavy rain. Atlantis to South Palm, wind picking up quite a bit too. Wellington, Royal Palm too. You're seeing some rain and some wind, and again up into Jupiter and Ballin Isles, and looking at Lost Tree and Frenchman's Creek, all looking at some heavy rain at the moment. Stewart, too. Farther up to the north in Fort Pierce, we're looking at some heavy rain. Still really consistent now along the Treasure Coast. Maybe a very brief lull, and then it picks up again, if even that. Indian River Mall and in the Vero, too. Solid rain and wind at the moment, and that's going to continue, because look at all this stretching all the way out, and this has to move in this direction, so they're going to be in it for quite some time. From Vero, Sebastian, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, Stuart, you're going to be in it for a little while, a couple hours probably, as this makes its way up to the north, maybe even into the morning hours, we may see that. So here's the latest advisory in case you missed it earlier. 130 mile per hour winds moving to the northwest at 13. 13 isn't super fast, but it's also not super slow. So we're going to get this thing out of here by tomorrow, and by tomorrow night we'll be able to assess the damage and see what's going on and starting to put the pieces back together. So here's the movement. The pressure did drop a little bit too. This is still a Category 4 storm and expected to contain that Category 4 status here going into tomorrow. Then as we get into tomorrow morning, it weakens just slightly, 125 mile per hour winds just off the Cape. That's a Category 3, but notice the track no longer over land, only a little bit over the Space Coast of the cone here. And then as we go through time, it stays pretty much offshore. Yes, it does the little loop-de-loo. We're still thinking that is going to happen right now. And look at that. We're back in the cone the second go-around as it comes through. However, you can see this, it's really small. 45 mile per hour winds as it comes back into the Bahamas, and some of the models have it even getting weaker than that, maybe tropical depression status, maybe remnant low status. But yes, we're going to be talking about this again Tuesday and being in the cone possibly again on Tuesday with some sort of tropical system. Not expected to be a Category 4 hurricane like it is the first time around, but something nonetheless coming back around to us. We do have another hurricane out there, Nicole. Not going to bother us at all. That will do a similar setup here, but farther offshore. I think we're going to take it back to the desk now.
Well, before we let you go, James, so this morning when we were finalizing things in my home, I said to my husband, don't take anything out of this house and don't take down the shutters because the thing may do, I think you called it the loop-de-loo, but that may not, we might be able to go ahead and take down the shutters given that you're saying that the intensity may not be there.
Right, maybe wait a day or so. I think
just to be sure.
Because it took so much work, I think maybe I'll take one out to let some light in the house.
Right.
And just wait for further updates before you go ahead, because it would be something else to take them all down and then 2 days later. I mean, we're not talking 2 weeks or 3 weeks later. That was ridiculous. Now we're talking just a few days later, so we definitely wouldn't want that.
Because if nothing else, Matthew has been a surprise a minute. Has it not?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
The cabin fever will be ridiculous. We can't handle it. James, thank you very much. Hard to wrap our brain around that loop there, but we're going to focus in on where we're at right now. And as James indicated, we've got a strong band working its way through the Treasure Coast right now.
That's right. And a short time ago, we were live in Fort Pierce with Megan McRoberts, and Todd Walker was in Vero. We want to go back now to one of our other correspondents, News Channel 5's Andrew Ruiz is there in Fort Pierce, assessing things there. Looks like things have picked up as well.
Yeah, we're wiping off the camera because of the rain that is coming into our safe spot. Megan McRoberts just joined us, and believe it or not, there are other people that are in this garage trying to stay away from the strong winds. Take a look at the palm fronds that are waving in just the air, and there are bands, like you mentioned, and gusts that happen every once in a while, and you kind of take a step back. It's a little bit dark out there, but luckily we still have power. To find out where our exact location is, we are in the parking garage in front of the St. Lucie County Courthouse. It's one of the best places that we could find here in downtown Fort Pierce, and you can see just those rains. It's just, I don't really know exactly how to describe it, but you can see it right there on the parking lot over here. It's just fast moving rain with the wind and getting intense at several times of the night. And so, as you guys were mentioning, we're feeling that band over here, and there are other people who are hunkering down right here in the garage. So just a question for you guys. Can you tell us what's the wind speed or the gust that we're experiencing out here?
James, jump in.
Yeah, we had 53 mile per hour wind gusts there in Fort Pierce, and I suspect from what you're seeing right now out there, we could see that bumped up a little bit. Like an hour ago, what were you feeling? Was it not as bad? Because from radar, it didn't look like it was that bad.
Well, it's been intensifying, and we were out at the marina, and I looked at an app, but I don't know how reliable it was. It said about 20 to 30 mile per hour wind, so I was curious to see how much this had increased. since then, which was about an hour ago.
Yeah, is this the worst that you've seen out there, Andrew?
Yeah, I would say so. I would definitely say so. I mean, just looking at the rain and the wind coming on head on, this is probably the worst that Megan and I have both seen here in the Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce area.
Andrew Reese out in Fort Pierce right now, assessing the damage out there. And James, as you're with us right now, Fort Pierce, and we're getting some comments on Facebook right now too, in Port St. Lucie, the timetable, when can they expect and for how long this ban that's working its way down through?
This is going to last a while. This is going to last a couple hours or so because it's paralleling the coastline. So you get that same bit along the coastline. The wind is just going to slowly change directions from north to north-northwest, and then northwest, and then west as it moves north of the area. But they're really in the thick of it. This is pretty much the closest the storm has been to any land in the United States here. So we're seeing that's what we're seeing. Andrew out there really taking it on a chin with all that around. I mean, look at that out there. And this is where the power outages happen too.
Right.
You know, it's been kind of light, and then you get these bigger gusts that come in, and then that's when the power outages happen.
And telling and we went live a few moments ago to Todd Walker out of Vero Beach, and he said in a matter of a couple minutes he had watched all of Vero lose power too. So these are these waves, these are these bands coming forward. And I think Andrew was asking, James, just as we came back to you, the difference or the significance in the winds in the last 30 minutes. Have they been significant? The jump in wind?
Yeah, they have definitely been significantly more, and he has more to go too here in Fort Pierce and Port St. Lucie. The breaks in between, like we were saying, are going to be a lot less. He may see a little bit of a lull coming up, but then the next one will be even greater and stronger moving on through, and that's going to happen just in the matter of maybe 20 minutes or so, everything moving very, very quickly as it moves around the storm.
And we're talking winds that can take trees down?
Yeah, trees down, snap power lines, that kind of stuff. We've had anywhere from, 58 to 71 mile per hour wind gusts now along the Treasure Coast.
And James,
looking steady of it coming in right now. I mean, there's not really a big break anymore.
So it seems like when we look at the radar, the satellite loop, and I don't want to go away from these pictures out of Fort Pierce because they are significant. Like you said, it's the closest thing we've seen in terms of this getting as close to land as it has so far. But as the radar loop, you see it kind of spinning down into West Palm. Are we going to see a little bit of this pushing down into Jupiter, West Palm area as well? Some of what Andrew's saying, will it push down or it would just go offshore? Yeah,
but maybe not quite as strong. As you saw Steve out there earlier, right in downtown, you see that's the leading edge of it right here. Don't pay attention to the calm. Our wind sensor not working there, but definitely really windy going through downtown West Palm and up into Juneau and Jupiter. For Palm Beach County, that's where it's really been the worst too, is the Jupiter-Juneau area. I've heard of a lot of power outages there. No reports though on any kind of storm surge or anything like that yet. Again, we have to wait for daylight to see what happens. Nobody's going to go trekking around at night to see what's going on there unless somebody's in trouble. You see, even in the Jupiter Farms, you don't have to be right next to the coast. Jupiter Farms, this is kind of the leading edge of what just moved through, Jensen Beach and Fort Pierce that they've seen, and even back towards Port Mayaca, Pahokee next, Belle Glade next, Okeechobee going to get next here with maybe not quite as strong, but they'll see some.
And you guys were talking earlier how the eye wall, several hours ago, it sort of broke down and formed that new eye wall around, and now we're seeing some of those bands working their way through, which you said the timetable here could be several hours.
Oh, yeah.
As we're looking at Jupiter Stewart on the radar here, Jupiter Stewart, there's another band coming around that will, each of these bands, I'm assuming, will be making their way through, just basically swiping all the way through the Treasure Coast and all the way through Palm Beach County, right?
Yep, you got it. Each one a little bit worse than the next one, than the previous one, a little bit worse and a little bit worse. Remember, we were timing it out before, and we were saying the Treasure Coast more towards the wee hours of the morning. It's only 1 o'clock in the morning right now. We were talking like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, possibly still, before it starts to back off, because they're going to get the backside of the storm too, probably around 5 a.m., Fort Pierce will start to see a straight west wind. It's still pretty strong, but a straight west wind coming through. And then after that time, things will slowly start to abate as the storm pulls up to the north.
Do we still have Andrew Ruiz handy? Do we have that live shot? Because our producer had mentioned no. If you heard it a moment ago, you could hear the wind really whipping in the background. You could actually hear it. If we had paused down for a moment, we probably would have let the viewer hear it a little bit better at home. But our producer made mention of it, that you can actually hear that wind whipping up there.
Yeah, it is scary stuff too, and a good thing if you're sitting inside, you're all boarded up, you don't know what's going on outside, but you're hearing a lot of noises. Right. A lot of people going through hurricanes, they're scared because the noises are so scary outside. Don't make that say, hey, I want to go outside to check and see what's going on with my house. Just stay inside for now. You can check it all out tomorrow and see what's going on, because there's nothing you can do about it right now anyways.
James Whelan. James, thank you very much. Significant weather, rain bands headed through the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast. We're talking West Palm to Jupiter, all the way up. Significant rainfall, significant wind, which will grow worse hour by hour, as James indicated. Just giving our listeners who are listening to us on the radio, on our iHeart radio stations all across South Florida right now, a chance so they understand exactly what the impact is, because we don't have a visual for a lot of our viewers that turned into listeners.
Our Michelle Casada has been out and about throughout the day. She's tucked herself in Jupiter, and she filed this report a short time ago.
I'm just south of Indiantown Road on Central Boulevard, just east of Bush Wildlife Sanctuary, and you can see that a tree here has toppled over onto Central Boulevard. Nothing major, it's not blocking the entire road or anything, but just to give you an idea of how strong these tropical storm force winds are getting, and this is the kind of stuff that we're going to be seeing overnight and into the morning. So definitely what we have noticed out here is that there are no cars on the road, which is a good thing. People should be staying at home and staying safe. But just to show you, this is the kind of stuff that we'll be seeing tomorrow morning when people start waking up and venturing out. Reporting from Jupiter, Michelle Casada, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, Michelle Casada for us, reporting up on the north side of Palm Beach and the Treasure Coast here. We're informing you right now, both on air and online. As we mentioned, our WPTV News Channel 5 reporters out and about right now, fanned out right now. And we also are updating you on Facebook. We have live reports, as well as our Storm Team 5 meteorologists. Our iHeart radio stations are active as well. We've been tuning in to all our radio partners here. They've been broadcasting simultaneously, commercial-free, just our commitment here at WPTV News Channel 5 to give our viewers in our area across the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast the best and most accurate information we can get.
Steve Weigel back on deck here in the Weather Center with us once again. Steve, I'm curious, as we move yesterday, I should say now, about the storm surge. Is that going to play out the way we thought it was? And is it too early to tell the effects?
Right now, it looks like the numbers will be lower. I think it's still a significant issue in parts of the Treasure Coast, Palm Beach County. The numbers kept getting lower and lower and lower because the storm track was a little farther off the coastline. Earlier today, there was a big shift in the track at 11 a.m. this morning, and it brought it away from the Gulf Stream and closer to the Bahamas and West End, and that's eventually where the storm ended up. So it wasn't as close as we thought it would be yesterday or the day before. But that also had a big impact on the storm surge, and the numbers started to bump up during the day as far as the storm surge predictions, 3 to 5, 4 to 6. And then this evening, about 2 or 3 hours ago, we had to adjust those numbers back down again with the new forecast coming in on the storm surge products. They're predictions, and it's a new product that's put out by the Hurricane Center in the last year, and very valuable because it's especially here in South Florida where we have so much coastline. But it's kind of, I won't say a learning experience, but it's a chance where we want to warn people about the storm surge, but those numbers will fluctuate back and forth as the storm track changes.
But significantly lower because of that shift?
I believe our latest numbers for Vero and down around Fort Pierce are about 5 to 7, maybe 7 to 9. Whereas earlier it was up to 11 feet. So that, that's 4 or 5 feet. That's a big difference in the storm surge from earlier. And down around West Palm, I think we're down to about 2 to 3 at this point, whereas earlier it was quite a bit higher. I'm a little concerned, though, because around the Jupiter area, I'm getting reports, and the high tide's coming up. This is 1 a.m., so some areas, and some right now, are experiencing the high tide, and as we get into the next 2 hours, we're going to see more high tide times, and we are looking at, I've had reports in some of the spots of extra high tides already, and apparently the low tide earlier wasn't all that low in the afternoon. The tide stayed fairly high, so it's very easy to get more water coming in. I just want to, I'm a little distracted here because we now have a 70-mile-an-hour wind in Vero Beach because of one of the feeder bands that's coming through. It just bumped up in the last few minutes. If we can just take a quick look at Viper, I'll show you that. That's at the Vero Beach Airport. And there it is right there, 70 miles an hour. That's a wind gust, and that is approaching hurricane force in Vero Beach. Very, very strong winds. That's going to do some, well, potentially do some damage and some more power outages in that area. Let's see Fort Pierce. See, this is that band that's now starting to come in. So 74 Vero, and we are up around close to 50 or above 50 now for Fort Pierce. So in the last hour, we're seeing, you notice that band, you're going to ask me about that band off the coast, right? Of
course.
That band has a punch to it, and we're all talking about it in the background here, because that feeder band, if it makes it into the coast on the Treasure Coast, which it likely will in the next half hour to
You're
hour.
talking about the red area that lights up
Yes.
as that moves. Okay.
Right.
Just make
How many
sure.
miles
There's-
to our listeners here who
Right.
can't see this? How many
Okay.
miles off the coast?
Well,
right now?
I'll do the ruler with the Live Viper 5 Max, but I'm going to guess about 20 miles off the coastline. So it's, 20, roughly 15, 20 miles off the coast of Vero, and I can't get the ruler to work here. There we go.
And as Steve is
we're
working
exactly,
on that in the control room, if
I'm
there's
pretty
any
good
way...
with my math, about 20 miles off the coast, a little bit in the next half hour. And because we just had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust at Vero Beach, this could be even stronger, because this is the inner core of the hurricane.
Near the eye wall, right?
It's very close. It's confusing tonight because our original eye wall is now starting to collapse on itself.
Yeah.
I'll get the wider view here once again, and you can see that happening. We're going through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle. So the eye wall that had the 130-mile-an-hour winds is now collapsing on itself, and we're getting a new eye to this hurricane that is that outer red band, or at least roughly in that area. So this is actually a process that started about 10 hours ago. We watched it early when it was over the Bahamas earlier today. It had started, and it just didn't quite make it. But now it looks like it's actually going to do that eye wall replacement cycle. That outer band's obviously a little bit weaker because it's not the original eye wall, but eventually it will become that, probably overnight, probably take another 4 to 5 hours before it completes itself.
And when you mentioned that 70-mile-per-hour wind in Vero Beach, I mean, we're talking just shy of hurricane force winds, so the swath that's coming in right now could be pretty potential.
Yeah, absolutely. So
huge
that's a 70-mile-an-hour wind that's from the north in Vero Beach. And we have above 50 now, approaching 60 in Fort Pierce at the airport there. And we're still getting some wind reports coming in. There's a Vero again, still some very gusty winds. So we're starting to pick up in these winds that are approaching hurricane force, which is obviously a serious situation, because not only are we dealing with power outages, we're dealing with the threat of some structural damage when you get winds that strong.
Speaking of power outages, we're told that Peter Robbins with FPL is joining us by phone. And Steve, don't go far. We never let you do that. But Peter Robbins joining us at this early hour of this Friday morning to give us an update very quickly on where we stand in terms of power outages. Good evening, sir, or good morning, I should say. Thanks for joining us once again. Can you give us a quick update on where we stand?
Yeah, happy to, Shannon. It's we got about 140,000 outages throughout our system right now. About 58,000 of those in Palm Beach County. You know, we saw some pretty heavy weather over the past few hours coming ashore in Palm Beach County. Martin County's got about 19,000 in outages too, and that's out of about 100,000 customers we have there. So, we saw that band come in, northern Palm Beach County and Martin County, and definitely had an impact. We're still far from out of the woods on this storm, and need people to be paying attention to it and still be prepared for additional power outages. That's a very real possibility for a lot of folks right now.
Peter, as this storm makes its way to the north and north-northwest, as we're watching it on Viper 5 radar, is your crew and your team, I know you mentioned that 35-mile-per-hour wind, Gus, that's the threshold where they can go out. Are you guys assessing at any point when those crews will be able to get out, maybe starting from the south and then working their way north as the storm moves north, sort of chasing the back end of it?
Yeah, Jay, that's exactly what we're doing. We have some crews out in Miami-Dade County now. Not the most of them. A lot of the folks are getting some rest so they can be out there at first light because it does help to have some daylight when it comes to restoration. But we're doing what we can in the south part of Florida right now, and we'll be out in full force tomorrow. Throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast and all of South Florida. Those folks are ready to get after it. They've traveled a long way to be here, a lot of them, and gotten in place. So the restoration, really, you'll see the boots on the ground at daylight tomorrow, and we'll be working until everybody's restored.
So you're watching this feeder band that Steve Weagle's talking about. I'm sure your weather team at FPL also watching this feeder band that part of the what did he say, the outer eye wall, right? That could be moving through in the next few hours. Ostensibly, you'd be expecting more power outages as a result of these really strong winds coming through?
Yeah, we would. We absolutely would. You know, it's you know, we see those bands come in and the heavier winds and the rain, and then typically, you know, there's not a huge lag. We'll see additional outages in those areas. So, you know, there's a pretty strong correlation, as you would expect, between that weather coming ashore and seeing some cascading outages. But, you know, look, we've got about 5 million customer accounts in the state of Florida, and you know, having about 141,000 outages, it's a small percentage. We think one is one too many. We don't want to have any, but, you know, I think a lot of our customers have kept their lights on, and for the ones who don't, we're going to work as hard as we can to get you back on.
Peter Robbins.
With Florida Power and Light. Peter, thank you very much for taking some time out. I know Peter and the entire crew with FPL have the work cut out for them. Again, just reiterating, 140,000 across South Florida without power, 58,000 in Palm Beach County, about 19,000 in Martin County, and those numbers will increase because we have a huge line coming through right now from the Treasure Coast. I want to expand more on that with Steve.
Absolutely. I mean, and we've been seeing our reporters in the field. Would love to try to reestablish contact, Steve Weigel, with Todd Walker and let you see some of the video that was coming in a short time ago. You were coming in from upstairs. You were upstairs on our balcony, and you were coming in, but we had some impressive live shots out of Fort Pierce with Andrew Ruiz. I don't know if you caught it on your way back in, and also with Todd Walker out of Vero.
I did not see it, but I can tell you, even outside here, the TV station, where it was probably 40, 45 mile an hour winds, you're looking at almost double that on around Vero and Fort Pierce. 70 mile an hour winds, and it, the corresponding damage potential from a wind speed that's double from 40 to say 70 or just under 80 miles an hour is tremendous. It is the difference between a little tree branch coming down and the whole entire tree coming off and out of the ground. So it's a big difference, and that's why I'm so concerned that these winds continue to strengthen on the Treasure Coast. Hopefully this is just kind of a short thing, but you'll notice on the radar, actually it's on the side of your screen there, that this is really brightening up at the same time. So this is going to move in quickly. I don't know what camera I'm on here, but there it is right there.
And not to
just off the
mislead,
coastline.
this is a picture of West Palm, right? That's not
well, there's
part
the
of
eye
the radar.
there, so this is off the Treasure Coast.
Okay, right, but the video we had up was not what you were talking about, just to clarify.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And for Palm Beach County, we'll see a slow improvement in our winds and our rain getting into the overnight hours. You can see that there's that band there that I'm talking about. There's so much rain and so much returns coming in on the radar, it's tough to see where our coastline is, but it's right here. So we have Vero, Fort Pierce, down into Port St. Lucie. There's that 70 mile an hour wind there. 56 at the St. Lucie County Airport. And there's there's a very, very strong line of winds and rain, but winds I'm most concerned about here, that is set to move in along the northern Treasure Coast in the next few minutes. It actually extends south. And what we've seen in previous hurricanes is that even though it's not the bright red and the return's not quite as strong to the south, you watch this as it gets closer to the coastline. Many, many times we'll see that wrap around and get much stronger as it advances to the immediate coast. So that's a big, big rain band that'll come in the next hour. Okay, I want to get into some other spots. If we can flip over to Max 2, I believe. I've got the latest in the track of this. There's a look. Of course, our winds are pretty much north to south across most of the viewing area. There's that big band there coming in on the radar. In times of arrival in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we have Vero, Sebastian, even down around Fort Pierce, getting back down into Port St. Lucie. This will work in along the coastline, and I think you're going to see a dramatic change in the weather and not for an improvement. This is going to be some very, very strong winds. Fort Pierce at 121, so we have about another 10 to 15 minutes in Stewart. Even PGA Village, which is west of the Turnpike, or west of 95, I should say, in St. Lucie County. So even the far inland areas will feel this. There's a closer look at it there. So there's Sebastian, and we have, of course, Johns Island and Wawasso. The rain, the heavier rain, starting to come in along the coast already, all the way down, back down into around Port St. Lucie. You can see not quite there yet, that band that's just offshore, but it is working in, and it's just torrential downpours working all the way down in toward Palm Beach County. There's another look at it. I want to get a wider view once again, and you can see a little bit of a breakdown around Boynton Beach. There's a look at Northern Treasure Coast, and there we go with Vero again. Todd Walker's actually in Vero, and I believe he's available to talk. Todd, what's going on there right now? Because there's a big band headed your way in the next 20 minutes, and you've seen some pretty strong winds already, right?
Yeah, it's definitely picked up since the last time we talked to you, and we actually slid a little bit further this way down the sidewalk because these palm trees right above us, they were making me nervous because they are definitely starting to lean over now. And so the wind has significantly picked up since the last time we talked to you. I don't know if that was 45 minutes ago or so. We've got another one back over here that's also in the same boat leaning over. So we've moved a little bit out of the way just in case those do start to come down. It's definitely getting stronger out here. The rain now swirling in all directions, where before it was just coming down in one direction. If you're saying we've got another band that's bigger than this coming towards us, we are about to see some significant weather out here because the wind definitely picking up, as is the rain now going in all directions. Steve?
Todd, has it been kind of that typical hurricane feeder band situation where you get a 30, 40 mile an hour wind and then a little bit of a lull, and then the next band comes in and it's a little bit stronger than the last one at the airport? Did it feel more impressive than that, or not quite as strong?
I'm not a good judge of wind speed, especially in the spot that we're in right now because we are relatively sheltered, but I can say that we have seen that typical band pattern, but it has been less and less. The lull that we may get is now maybe a minute or so, maybe less than that, and it's not where it doesn't get completely calm anymore. It is now just, it's blowing less than it was before. But I would say that we've definitely seen winds upwards of that 70 miles per hour. That's why we moved over, because these trees were starting to make me nervous. I didn't want to see them come down on us and our crew here, so we've moved over because they were starting to lean over a significant amount, especially the really tall, skinny ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Stay safe out there. We talked earlier today about how I would give you weather updates and let you know what's going on there. The hurricane eye is about 10, 15, maybe probably 20 miles off the coastline. You're not going to see a hurricane landfall in Indian River County, but you have this next strong band coming in that's probably a little stronger than the 70 mile an hour winds that you just experienced. So that's going to arrive in the next 10 to 20 minutes. So just be prepared for that. It'll last a little while, and then after that, just kind of a slow improvement, very, very slow improvement through the overnight hours.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Stay safe, Todd. Thank you very much. So here's a look at the radar in Indian River County with that big band set to move in. First, Hutchinson Island, and moving in across the coastline, and then eventually, so we have some pretty significant weather headed into Stewart, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, and all the way up into Vero. Let's go a little farther south, and Adam, who's down in West Palm Beach we were just out there talking, Adam. It's one wave of rain after another and some big winds. What's it like now?
It has gotten a lot worse since you went back downstairs. The wind, the rain really picking up just in the past half an hour. You can see, I don't know how well you can see it, but we are seeing waves of rain passing by us, really going sideways, I would say, headed east. The waves of rain are really headed east. Maybe that's coming off the lake in some cases. It's that strong a wind right now. Definitely the strongest wind and a lot of rain, but definitely the strongest wind that we've seen the entire night that we've been monitoring this, and we've been monitoring this for several hours now as these bands of rain came into West Palm, and this is by far the worst that we've seen so far. We've been really watching right here, these palm trees, and you can see the water really coming down off our building here even, but we've been watching the rain just really picking up and soaking us up here on the balcony for the first time all night, really hitting us sideways. If you were obviously out in any way, you really can't be out there right now, thankfully. We've got a little bit of overhang at the moment.
That is amazing, Adam. Consider we were just up there talking about how we could see everything and it was completely clear. You barely see the buildings in the background now, and it's torrential downpours. When you told me earlier you had hardly any rain at all.
That's right. We seriously went, it was drizzling at times for upwards of an hour. And now, and actually I think we just saw a couple street lights go out a moment ago, Now we are really seeing a lot of rain, and it's not like that typical Florida downpour where it's just heavy, straight down, really thick. Instead, we've got this blowing wind, this sideways rain that is really everywhere right now. And I know you guys mentioned you didn't expect a ton of rain during this storm, but we are definitely getting the most rain that we've seen through the night. Actually just saw a transformer, I think, flash in the distance for us a moment ago. And the visibility, another big change. You mentioned, again, I don't know how well it translates on camera. We had no problem seeing a lot of the hotels, even up until midnight. And just in the past few minutes, past half hour, visibility cut in half at least. And now we are getting a ton of rain coming at us here on the balcony, which really had not happened this entire evening. My photographer smiling at me as he's trying to keep this camera dry, and we're trying to stay safe here on the balcony. Back to you.
Yeah, what an amazing change. Thanks, Adam, for that report. We'll check back with you in a few minutes. We want to go back up now to Fort Pierce, where we have some live video coming in of that area and the winds and the rain coming down. Now, this is the leading edge of that next feeder band as it comes in across the Treasure Coast, first along the coastline and working its way west and south down the turnpike in 95. Some big winds here, folks, approaching hurricane force potentially. We already had a 70-mile-an-hour wind work in across Vero in the last half hour, and we have the threat of more near hurricane force winds coming in the next couple of hours with the eye just off the coastline right now. And it's not going to make a landfall, but it's going to be oh so close as it tracks parallel to the coast up toward Melbourne and then eventually up in toward Jacksonville getting into Friday morning. So some heavy rainfall there, and great shots because it shows you that not only are we dealing with the wind, but the rain in some of these feeder bands can be a quick 2, 3, maybe even 4 inches before it starts to move away. So so much rain in such a short period of time can cause some street flooding, and that's an issue too. There is very strong winds coming in, and of course more headed into the Treasure Coast in the next couple of hours before we start to see a little bit of an improvement after that. James?
61-mile-per-hour wind at Witham Field just now.
All right, Stuart, Witham Field, we have a 61-mile-an-hour wind because of not the band that's off the coastline, but the one that's working a little to the south right now from Stuart. That's the one that Adam's dealing with right now. So this is right over West Palm, all the way back into Loxahatchee, pretty much lined up with Okeechobee and Southern Boulevard and pushing south. So that's that rain. And then eventually we're looking at this rain pushing in across. So this is a little farther west, back around Breakers West in the Wellington area, and a little farther west through the Acreage, and a little farther north up around Old Marsh and Palm Beach Gardens area. All right, Ashley, I believe, has some reports of damage. Tell us about that, Ashley.
Yeah, I do, Steve. So this one here, we're getting it on Twitter from the Indian River County Sheriff. It's an oak tree almost brought down by the wind. You can see it. It's kind of slightly angled, just hanging on by a thread there. And then this one from Martin County Sheriff, down trees on Indian Street in Stewart. This deputy here just trying to clear that roadway because it is blocking it. Of course, traffic not out there right now, but it will be at some point, probably tomorrow. So they're working hard to get that tree, a pretty big tree, cleared out of the roadway. And I want to show you this picture. This was taken inside a garage. You can see this white van in the driveway. Not really sure why it wasn't taken into the garage, but maybe just not enough room there. But it looks like a tree in the front yard fell over right on top of this white van, just crashing in that window, damaging that. So a lot of people trying to pick up the pieces tomorrow, guys.
The TV.
James?
Yeah, Ashley, thanks a lot. And here we were looking at that band that's sitting right offshore. Chief Meteorologist Steve Weagle's with me. Come here in on this, Steve, and just check this out. So this right here, Doppler radar estimates, look at that, 100-mile-per-hour estimates there, 93, 92. This is the strongest part here, and this is heading towards the coastline, as we just saw from the live shots.
Important to remember that these are winds aloft. They're not at the surface, but a lot of the winds in the storm like this can reach the surface. These are some damaging winds just off the coast of the Treasure Coast. So obviously, this is a weather situation we're going to watch closely. And this is that band that is just off the coast. And this may be the new eye wall to this hurricane.
That's only 10 miles offshore right now.
Yeah, so it's working in the next half hour. And it's going to affect a large area. We have Sebastian, Vero, Fort Pierce, Winter Beach, even down around Stewart, we could see some of this line work in. There's the eye there, or what is starting to become less of an eye, and this is the new eye starting to form right here. But that's a big area, and in fact, James, I was watching on the other radar, and I want to show you what we call the latest storm track for this thing, and kind of give you an idea of some of these winds offshore. I need to zoom in here, but this will show some of the severe weather potential just off the coastline. And I'm not sure what we're going to see here, but I suspect we're going to see some pretty big winds popping up. Well, around roughly 60, 70 miles an hour. And some of that could make it to the surface and do some damage in the next hour or two.
Yeah, and look at down here, too. Like we were just reporting out in West Palm Beach. This is that same one that produced the 68, 71 mile per hour winds along Treasure Coast. It's now rotated all the way around into West Palm Beach, and that's what we were seeing just right outside here of the station. So this is probably the worst that West Palm Beach has seen all night long.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam was outside. He said that this is
by far, yeah.
And I was outside for quite a while, too, and it wasn't too bad, but it really picked up when we were interviewing just a couple of minutes ago. So we have some live video coming in. This is West Palm right now, so that feeder band is just sitting over West Palm and will likely dump several inches of rain through downtown West Palm, and it stretches back into Wellington and Loxahatchee and the Royal Palm area, so it affects a very large area, kind of between Forest Hill and up around 45th Street and Okeechobee, and obviously some strong winds there too.
Yeah, we'll zoom in and take a closer look here, and you can see it right through here. And like you said, back into Loxahatchee, Lion Country Safari, all the way through downtown West Palm Beach and then offshore. This is sinking a little bit south a little bit too, so Lantana and Lake Worth. Also seeing some very, very gusty winds. We can maybe look at Lake Worth Pier wind gusts there, and I bet they're super high at the moment. Same with the airport at PBIA. That updates every hour. We'll see that. Jupiter, actually, you're finally starting to taper off a little bit as all of this has squeezed now down to the south from, say, PGA all the way down through Okeechobee Southern Boulevard, too. South of that in the South County, it's a lot less. Not seeing quite the amount of action, but we weren't really expecting that much action from South County either. Look at that. This may race all the way down to the south, too.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, we're going to reach a point where the eye is starting to move a little far. Some big weather working through, and more on the way. And really a big concern across Vero and Fort Pierce. And let's go. There's Indian River County, I believe, right now, and some live video coming into that area. Now, that feeder band that is set to move in hasn't quite arrived yet, but it will in the next few minutes, and I suspect
it's
the winds
getting
are really
close, really close.
It is getting close, and some of the velocity values that you showed. Now, that's a loft in the atmosphere because this is a radar beam that goes up at an angle, but some pretty big numbers here, to say the least. And certainly, you
can say this is what's possible here. If it mixes down to the surface, this is the maximum that's possible to push on in.
Sure. Well, it's the Melbourne radar that's picking this up, and it's not too far away from Vero and Fort Pierce, so you're getting a pretty good idea what's fairly close to the surface.
Stewart, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, hurricane force winds pending. In what would you say offshore?
It's 10 miles offshore.
10
that's
miles
it.
offshore.
Jay was pointing out a minute ago when you guys were doing your thing in the Weather Center, the purple markers that were kind of highlighting as the radar was spinning around. What are those exactly? Did you see those popping up? Was
it on the Viper? Maybe
it was. Oh, was it back on Viper?
I think it was the band, the heavy red. I think it was just the intensity.
It was within the heavy red
that was coming in, which you all are discussing right now. The heavy band, the eye wall, that exterior eye wall there.
Oh, you probably, maybe you mean
the band right there, that heavy band, that eye wall that's coming in right there, which is exactly what you guys are talking
and
about.
And look at how it's pushing out very quickly too. So I drew this 10 miles. It's already come in a bunch, and that was only a few minutes ago. So it's probably 8 miles right now from the coastline, and this is going to slam in from Vero, Fort Pierce, Stewart, maybe right on the edge, and then we have that other enhanced area right here, straight through downtown West Palm Beach. So people, if they fell asleep, are probably being woken up right now by the wind and the rain slamming up against. I think the wind is more out of the west here in West Palm. It's more out of the northeast up here in Vero Beach and north in Fort Pierce.
Yeah, remember the hurricane, the winds are counterclockwise, so our eye is right here, what is left of the eye. So all the winds are coming in northeast and then eventually north and then back around the northwest and then west to east on the backside of the hurricane. So they're switching all over the place. And everyone's going to, a lot of people before the hurricane were asking me, where are the strongest wind, what's the strongest wind direction? And generally north and eventually west, and not a big south wind with this.
I see you say 10 miles, but what's the arrival time on that 10 miles? How fast is this thing moving?
Well, that one there should arrive in the next 20 minutes.
Okay.
It depends on the city, but it's just off the coast. So the next 10 to 20 minutes, and you know, obviously a huge area there. Sebastian, Vero, Fort Pierce, and Stewart, but possibly Stewart. I think Stewart will get some of this too as it comes in.
So Todd Walker and Vero and Megan McRoberts and Andrew Ruiz, they were all staked out there just a few moments ago. Steve, you were talking to them. They'll all be experiencing this in a short time.
Yeah, actually, if we can pop up Viper for a second, I'm using that as a second tool here, and it's got some of the arrival times. Fort Pierce 1:38, 1:39 for Jensen, Port St. Lucie 1:39, Lakewood Park, and up around Sebastian. We're looking at those times. So the next 10 to 20 minutes, we'll start to feel kind of just the leading edge of that.
And embedded in that, again, hurricane force winds.
Yeah, potentially. Since the band ahead of that had 70-mile-an-hour winds, this one could certainly have stronger winds than that. Let's go to, there's a look at Melbourne now, where the strong winds are coming through. I actually was just looking at the Melbourne observations, and they had some very strong winds come through in the last half hour too. Those, let me see if I can grab that and take a look at it. But that's again another area that's the storm is headed in that direction. So as it moves through, they are looking at some significant approaching hurricane force winds in the next few hours too. There's a look at the wind gusts. Yeah, Melbourne 59 right now, and it's kind of been back and forth through the evening. 51 earlier, 60. And you can see that 69 popping up in the last few minutes.
Let's pop up Viper right here if we can, Logan.
So some big winds in there. I'm kind of keeping an eye on the, let's see, actually Melbourne reporting 52 to 55 mile-an-hour winds. So
James was asking for Viper. If we can pop up Viper for James.
In this monitor.
And we mentioned that 61 mile-an-hour wind at Witham Field and Stewart too. So that's another, you know, when you start seeing 60 and 65 and 70 mile-an-hour winds, you're looking at some damage or at the very minimum power outages because of that.
And we want to reiterate right now, we are simulcasting on all our iHeart radio stations for many people, several 100,000 of them, in fact 140,000 across South Florida that don't have power right now. Our iHeart radio stations certainly are listening right now. And really the critical core of this, again, Stewart, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, there's a line that's probably within 10 miles of you right now with hurricane force winds that James and Steve are talking about right now. Those are the areas on the Treasure Coast that really need, if you're listening right now, in the next
20 minutes,
20 minutes,
right?
I believe the
Just off the
tracker's
coast
on
at this point.
Beware, be safe. This is where you all need perhaps safe rooms. This is a critical time right now.
Yeah, we're trying to get, you know, the winds aloft are approaching 100 miles an hour. So if some of those winds do mix down to the surface, we're looking at damaging winds. Right at this point, no reports of any kind of surface winds to kind of confirm and verify what's actually going on aloft, but definitely something that we're watching in the next 10 to 15 minutes. There's a big storm just off Vero right now, and thankfully not a storm that's making landfall. It looks like it'll stay off the coastline and continue to move north toward Melbourne. And the official forecast track does keep it offshore all the way into Brevard and Volusia County and then up through central Florida, which is nice too. So that's good news as far as the storm track.
And these bands, again, right now we're trying to work in our reporters too, because we got reporters all fanning out. I believe Alex Hagan live at Indian River, County. Is that right?
I think.
We're trying to work in our live reporters who are out in the field, who are in the Treasure Coast, sort of
from our producers here.
In the line of fire here as we're talking about this potential weather here. While we're tapped in here, Alex Hagan here, live for us in Indian River County. Alex, you know, we're talking about these feeder bands that are coming in right now, the strength of them, hurricane force winds. Talk about what you're seeing outside right now.
Well, Jay, we're actually seeing probably the strongest conditions, the worst conditions that we've seen since we've been here. We've actually been here all night. These are the strongest conditions that we've had. You can see here behind me, strong wind gusts, significant rainfall. If you take a look behind me at this bush here, the strong winds. We just got an update from the IRs, the Indian River County leaders, and they say right now these are the worst conditions expected to last until 2 a.m. So, as you said, these strong feeder bands coming through, significant rainfall, and probably the strongest.
Alex, talking about the conditions there, the deteriorating conditions that we have been talking about. I want to bring in Steve right now, Steve and James, as they're monitoring this. We want to stay with the storm team here because we have a line of weather that's coming in from Fort Pierce all the way up to Vero Beach right now, probably some of the worst weather that we've seen containing hurricane-force winds. And gentlemen, I know you guys are tracking this very closely right now.
Right. Well, winds aloft are approaching 100 miles an hour. At the surface, they may be a little bit less, likely a little bit less, but still high potential of being very, very strong tropical storm force winds, and maybe a little bit stronger than that. I'm just kind of taking a look at some of our other options as far as looking at this line, this feeder band coming in, and you can see it is. It definitely has a punch to it. There's some of the wind speeds. Vero now dropping down. It was 70 miles an hour, dropping down to 64, and we have 50 to 60 Fort Pierce. That 61 mile an hour wind at Witham Field was just in the last about 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm thinking now it's going to pick up. I mean, we have this little line coming on through that they're going to, Megan and what was it, Andrew was in Fort Pierce, right?
Right.
They're going to, watch this right here come through, right there. That's going to have some really big winds coming through, probably in the 60s.
So that's right down US 1, Vero down into Fort Pierce, and along Hutchinson Island. And then in behind that is the core of what is probably going to be the new eye wall for this hurricane eventually, if it doesn't run out of water and make a landfall to the north. It's not going to make a landfall in our area; it's too far offshore at this point. But to the north, it could eventually. And if you look at the radar, it's interesting because this what was so distinct just a few hours ago is almost not there anymore, and this is becoming our new eye for the hurricane, much larger but much weaker at the same time. This has 130 mile an hour winds. This probably, it'd be tough to find 100 mile an hour wind in this, I suspect, maybe close. Well, aloft there is because we just did the velocity returns, but much weaker than that category 4 below.
And talking about that eye wall, Steve, just talking about it breaking down for radio listeners here. We had a centralized core earlier, and it's starting to break down, but form a bigger eye wall. And part of that is what we're seeing coming closer to the coastline right now.
That's right. And Megan McRoberts, because you're talking about this specific area, Steve, and what they're about to experience, I think they're starting to experience some of it. Megan McRoberts taped this just a couple minutes ago. She happens to be in Fort Pierce. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we're really right in the heart of downtown Fort Pierce. We're just north of the Fort Pierce Police Department, right along US 1. The conditions now, of course, the worst that we have seen in the hours that we have been out here covering this storm. Go ahead and just go take a look behind me. The wind is, of course, the biggest story here. You can see the wind just pushing the rain over US 1. It seems seamless, just effortlessly blowing this water around. That's really the scene to see. You can see there's just a few lights on the street that are still lit near me. We were actually driving up US 1 not long ago, and many of the lights are out. There's some spans of US 1 that are just pitch black, no electricity. And as we were driving north on US 1 not long ago, we could see those green flashes of light to the west, which, in a storm like this, we are probably safe to assume those are some transformers blowing. We know that the power has been going out increasingly. Those numbers are growing very quickly here in St. Lucie County as these conditions are getting much worse. Obvious here. It doesn't seem like this is something you have to say, but if you don't have to be on the roads, if you don't have to be out here, don't be. We have seen the occasional car driving by. And earlier, maybe around 10 o'clock or so, there were people still walking around trying to take in the conditions. Of course, that was not nearly then what it is like now. Still a huge warning, though, to people to stay in their homes, stay put, and be safe.
What fun.
That's why we came out now, because it hasn't really got crazy yet. So.
And as you're safe inside your homes or you're listening on the radio, here is what we are seeing one last time. These are the conditions that you do not have to go into. The water already flooding on US 1 for the most part. Water that you can see the rain just drifting across the road seamlessly from these strong winds. Again, we hope you are being safe, you are staying inside and riding out this storm as county officials are advising you to in the most safe manner possible. In Fort Pierce, I'm Megan McRoberts, WPTV News Channel 5.
Taping that, just as you guys were saying, these, you know, this eye wall kind of was starting to move on shore. So that is what you're talking about. And she's going to continue to see these deteriorating conditions, according to you.
Yes, and Todd Walker's up there too, and he described that 70-mile-an-hour wind band that came through a little bit earlier as the strongest of the night. And it looks like this next one will probably beat that as it comes through too. But this is what we expected as the hurricane makes a close approach to the Treasure Coast. Those winds would continue to pick up, and now it's almost due east of Vero Beach. So
yeah,
you know, I won't say it's the worst of the weather because some of the backside of these hurricanes can have feeder bands that are as strong or stronger, but definitely starting to see it pull away rather than come at us.
I might just jump in and say it's nice to have the trifecta here. I mean, look at this lineup. You are in good hands.
Oh yeah, we're here.
Okay. Glenn Glazer joining us
Felicia's here too. She's in the back. We have Dave making graphics.
Goodness gracious, we have
There's a big team here. Glenn, you're on Facebook Live right now.
I am. I've been doing. We've been on Facebook Live all morning, and if you have questions and you want to go to the WPTV, are we on the WPTV page or your page?
PTV.
On the WPTV page, on the Facebook page, go there, and I'm answering questions as quickly as you can fire them out for you, and we'll see what we can do for you. People are asking about if they can go outside and start their generators and things like that, but we're asking everybody to stay put for a while. This is not done right now. It's not a safe time to go outside in any way.
Weather team, I think you have Alex Hagan standing by if you guys want to do a
Yeah, Indian River County. Let's see what's going on in Indian River County. Hey, Alex, what's going on up there?
Well, I just spoke with you guys just moments ago. I mentioned that this is some of the worst conditions that we've seen. Actually, since the last time I spoke with you guys, the power went out in the street here along the EOC of Indian River County. So obviously some of the worst conditions, obviously the lens still getting a lot of water on our lens, significant rainfall. Just got that update from county leaders. They say this is some of the worst conditions that we're going to see all night, should last until at least 2 a.m. Now, some key points that they mentioned in that press conference they had earlier this morning. We have more than 8,000 power outages. They also mentioned some key details. 15 people still in those mandatory evacuation zones. They are staying there through the night. They weren't able to persuade them to leave. They actually had 21 total and only persuaded 6 people, so 15 total in those mandatory evacuation zones, the barrier islands, mobile home parks. So right now they are probably seeing much worse conditions that we are seeing here at the EOC, much farther inland. So obviously some of the worst conditions we've seen here this evening, and we're going to send it back to you, the studio.
All right, yeah, obviously more wind, more rain through the evening and overnight, and some of the strongest winds so far. All of our reporters reporting some of the strongest winds that we've seen so far with this hurricane on the Treasure Coast. And Palm Beach County, we now have not a warning, but a significant weather advisory for that line of storms that is moving through West Palm and right down Southern Boulevard, in fact, all the way up into Martin County. So some gusty winds with that 45 to 55 miles an hour and heavy, heavy rains.
Even intensifying a little bit.
Absolutely.
We have a couple of reports coming in too from National Weather Service. St. Lucie Airport reporting a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust just now.
The video on the right-hand side of your screen, that's from West Palm right now.
Okay.
Looked a little bit worse just a few minutes ago with Adam out there, but it's still, we still have some really solid tropical storm force winds coming across Palm Beach County, and it's almost 2 in the morning. Pretty amazing. All right, we have Andrew in Fort Pierce. Can we go up and talk to him, or at least see what's going on as far as the winds and the rain?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, we are. Well, I'm standing right behind the car because the worst is coming from inside of the garage. We're going to walk over there so you can see the rain that is pelting us right now. This is the worst that I've seen since I've been out here. More so the rain that just continues to be forcefully thrown in this direction. More of a southerly flow, as you say. The winds come from the north and come on this way down. We're at the St. Lucie County Courthouse, and so this opening that you're seeing is looking west. Rob, be careful, don't fall back. The winds are pushing our photographer back, and again, the gusts are significant enough where we are seeing some of those power outages. At one point, the lights went off, but then it might have switched back to a backup generator or to another grid because they came on. So everything that you see out there in the distance was off at one point. I got to tell you, I do feel safe inside of the garage. There are other people who are taking shelter in here. In fact, we spoke to a taxi driver who is storing both of his cars here. Look what he said about the conditions here in the garage.
Storm was as bad as everybody's saying, and it seems to be that way, that the only place I could save my cars and me would be the parking garage. I feel worse for the people that I dropped off, and I hope that they're okay, because some of the shelters are good, but I'm not sure if they're good enough for this storm.
And again, it's because of the concrete enclosure here that we both feel that it's a safe place to be. Just look at the rain just swiftly moving through very quickly. Just probably the worst that we have seen since we've been up here. Steve, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that the winds are probably going to get stronger in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I believe you said you were at the courthouse in Fort Pierce. I'm kind of curious, have you heard any reports of storm surge? You're so close to that downtown area, and that downtown Fort Pierce area has some very low-lying areas. Any reports of any kind of the ocean waters coming up above the seawalls and getting into some of the parking lots down there?
Well, when I spoke to officials, they said to not take shelter in any areas down there because they were concerned that the flooding could come up. At about 11 o'clock when our shift started back up again, we went to go visit over there, and we had noticed that the water had risen. Was there extreme flooding? No, but again, that was also 2 hours ago, and officials haven't indicated anything either because, as you know, after winds reach over 50 miles an hour, they are taking shelter themselves.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Great report, and a great gives us a really good feeling of what's happening around that area. And with that next band, stay safe, because the next band that's coming in...
Still there? I lost you.
No, you're still there. And the next band coming in, it will be even stronger in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we're going to check back with them in just a couple.
Yeah, and they're out there to show you so you don't go out there.
Absolutely.
That's why they're there, showing you how bad it is so you don't go out there.
Well, I can tell you all morning we were on a conference call discussing where everyone was going to be so they would be in a safe area. And we talked about the downtown Fort Pierce area. And there's this, Francis and Jean, we had this flooding come up along the downtown area.
The historic downtown is down below.
We decided that that would not be a safe place, so he's back up in a higher elevation now.
All right, gentlemen, as we continue our coverage here of Hurricane Matthew, a live look right now outside at the Fort Pierce area here. Those bands making their way through that all three of you gentlemen have been talking about some of the worst weather that we could see in this storm, as those weather conditions contain hurricane force winds, as Steve, Glenn, and James have been talking about.
We also, besides sharing these images with you at home, these reporters are feeding back valuable information so our weather team can kind of piece the weather map together as well. They had mentioned earlier that not a lot was happening in the southern end of the county, but we actually, Gabrielle Saran has a bit of a story down there right now.
That's right. I believe she has a Boca car fire. Do we have that queued up? That was from a while that we did. All right, stand by here because we have this. Again, some weather reports, some damage reports coming in from South Palm Beach County. Here's Gabrielle Saran. She filed this report earlier.
I'm standing here on Southwest 18th Street where Palm Beach County Fire Rescue says a car went into a pole. Take a look. The car is burned to a crisp over there next to that power line. Firefighters say miraculously the driver walked out of the car and did not suffer any major injuries. He is expected to be okay. Right now, FPL crews are working on this down power line because this car crashed into it earlier. Firefighters say this accident happened around 11:30 tonight. They say this car was was traveling eastbound on Southwest 18th Street when it crossed the median and crashed into the pole. Palm Beach County Rescue was on scene, as well as the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Again, the driver was taken to the hospital in stable condition. That is the very latest from the scene. We're in Boca Raton. Gabrielle Saran, WPTV News Channel 5.
So as we mentioned, not a lot of action in terms of the weather down in the southern end of the county, but certainly, and they did have some earlier today, but certainly that kind of action Gabrielle just reported on. West Palm Beach, as the weather team has been telling us about, picking up, and you can see these feeder bands starting to move through.
That's right. You were mentioning earlier, as Steve and the weather team mentioning, those feeder bands making their way south. South County could see some more conditions here, and not out of the woods just yet. The severity of it not as bad as what we're seeing along the Treasure Coast here, but nonetheless, live pictures outside downtown West Palm Beach tonight. You know, we're getting those near whiteout conditions. Earlier it was clear, but now those whiteout conditions that we're all too familiar with in these hurricanes as they come through. As we pan and look at downtown West Palm Beach, this feeder band really producing a lot of rainfall, a lot of heavy gusts, not to the severity of hurricane force, definitely tropical storm force. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing all that sideward whiteout conditions as we pan across West Palm Beach here. This is our studios in downtown West Palm Beach. If you live in the area, you know Australian and Banyan right at the corner, the courthouse in the background, and we're how many miles from the coastline here? We're just about 10 miles,
maybe less,
maybe less than that. So behind the courthouse there, just to give you our viewers who are tuning in from outside the area, we're not far from the beach. We're not far from the coast.
Maybe
at all.
three miles, three and a half,
about
right?
3.5
Not
miles
even.
right now. But of course, the worst weather up to our north as the storm makes its way up to our north. Our counties up to the north on the Treasure Coast,
and
seeing the worst.
Impressive to note, as we tipped in on some of these live shots with Alex Hagan and Todd Walker, and Todd had mentioned again how the entire city of Vero was blacked out. Actually, we were being told that he filed a report, and we can go to him in just a second. But interesting to note, before we go to him, you see downtown West Palm Beach lit up. You still have power in a lot of pockets here, at least. We know we do have pockets of outages, but I believe we had Todd Walker on the line now.
Todd Walker with a look live up in Vero Beach. Let's go to this report that he filed earlier.
Hurricane Matthew now less than 50 miles away from where we're standing right now in Vero Beach, and conditions continuing to deteriorate. I want to show you the palm trees around us here, which is the best weather gauge. These short ones here are relatively sheltered, but the ones up above them, those are up above the roof that we're standing next to. You can see just how hard the wind is blowing. We're seeing gusts well over 60 miles an hour, getting close to hurricane force, which would be 75 miles per hour. We have seen the eye of the hurricane shift a little bit east, so that is good news for the folks living here along the Treasure Coast in Florida, that they may not see the huge 130 mile per hour gusts that come with a Category 4 hurricane, because it may be staying a little farther off the coast. That's the good news, but so far we are seeing significant winds here. As we mentioned, not only the trees, but we've also got this stop sign that has been waving in the wind as we go along as well. That's relatively sheltered as well. Also of note, parts of the trees are coming off out here. And worth mentioning, the power just went out in some spectacular explosions from transformers not far away from us. So most of this area now in the dark. The numbers I'm seeing, 87,000 people at least in the dark. That's surely going to continue to rise, that number there, as this storm continues to roll in. The height of this storm expected around 2 a.m. Eastern time. So we are still working our way towards that and to see what Matthew truly does bring. In Vero Beach, Florida, I'm Todd Walker. Back to you.
And Todd just filed that report moments ago, clearly indicating what you guys have been talking about, that band and that's coming through, containing that we could see the worst weather of this.
Well, we told you about it about 15, 20 minutes ago, and we just had a report at Fort Pierce of a 68 mile an hour wind. We're getting reports around the lake of 40 miles an hour in Pahokee. 68 miles an hour is very, very close to hurricane force winds, and it will do some damage. And Andrew is in Fort Pierce giving us an idea of what's going on there, but those are strong damaging winds, not catastrophic, not even close, but definitely taking down power lines and being a serious issue as far as communications. And we already have extensive power outages, and we have this band coming in that is obviously producing near hurricane force winds on the Treasure Coast. in the next half hour. So hopefully it doesn't sit over the area. In previous hurricanes, we've seen these bands just sit over one area for a long period of time and just continue to do damage and do some flooding. At least the storm center is moving away, but because of the track and the angle at the coastline, because it's paralleling, this may be around for a little while. We may be talking about this for the next hour, maybe hour and a half, hopefully not that long, but again, 60, 70 mile an hour winds, a little bit more in the last half hour around Vero Beach. I think it was 71 in Vero Beach, and nothing as far as any kind of rotation in any of these. And it's funny because this is going to be the new eye wall likely for this hurricane that is affecting the coastline of the Treasure Coast. Now, technically, it's not a landfall because you need the center of the storm, the center of the eye to make cross land before you technically get a landfall. So that's not going to happen. But we're in that what is going to eventually be the western side of the eye wall affecting the Hutchinson Island and Vero Beach. Kind of the fascinating situation, but thankfully not the strongest winds in the entire storm.
And as you were briefing that, Steve, they had just a moment ago, if you could go back to the power outages, because that tells the story. As we're starting to see these stronger winds move through, if you can pop up those power outages on Steve again so we can brief him for him.
Yeah, they're in the computer in the back. Let me just...
We had him up just a moment ago. Anyway, you see the increases going up as we see these feeder bands come through and these 68 mile per hour winds working through in Fort Pierce Vero.
And Steve and James indicating too as well, over the next several minutes that band will be working its way. So we're talking about the power outages. Those will obviously be increasing over the next hour or two as the worst of this weather seems to be approaching Vero Beach. You mentioned earlier the timetable of this, Steve. Can you give our viewers and our listeners some indication on
timetable of what?
Timetable of when they will see this
the winds?
weather here.
Well, they're arriving now. Almost 70 mile an hour wind Fort Pierce. So that band is starting to come in. There seems to be almost two bands forming along the coast. The band that we were tracking seems to be hugging close to the core of the storm, and then we have a second band that's formed right along the beach and along A1A and Hutchinson Island and US 1 on the Treasure Coast. I'll zoom in there so you can get a better look. So we're using the split screen on the radar. So there's some of the wind speeds. You can make out those two, and that big bright red area. But look at the last couple of frames. I want to point out something that we'll watch closely, and that is just north of Sebastian. It's starting to really brighten up, a bright red. So that is going to work its way south down US 1, and that more than likely will have some pretty strong winds with it too in the next hour. I also wanted to, if we can switch to Max 2, I'll show you the power outage map and what it's forecasting now as far as power outages up and down the coastline for Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County. I'm not sure where we stand at this point with power outages on the Treasure Coast, or I should say Palm Beach County. I know earlier, about an hour and a half ago, we were around 40,000. At this point, we're looking at the highest or the greatest risk of the power outages, of course, from Vero into Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, and down around Stewart, and a little bit less as you get down around Palm Beach County. You can see this area here. There's still a high chance, pretty much high to very high across the entire Treasure Coast, and a little bit better into Palm Beach County. There's another look at it there, and it's actually starting to adjust once again as we watch it online. Kind of fascinating. 7 in the morning, so Palm Beach County, little pockets around West Palm, up around Jupiter, and back around Jupiter Farms, and even back around the lake. Oh, there we go with our latest number, 71,000 in Palm Beach County without power, 26,000 Martin. We're adding up to, we're almost about 100,000 people without power in our viewing area because of this hurricane so far. Treasure Coast lined up east of 95 and the Turnpike and toward the coastline. High probability of power outages, and we're going to add to those numbers, obviously, when we're still seeing winds of 60 and 70 miles an hour coming out of the airports. Obviously, more power outages are on the way for the Treasure Coast in the next hour or two. Palm Beach County, I know a lot of people are still listening to us on radio. If I can go back maybe a frame or two, I want to show you the radar coming out of Palm Beach. And I know we have a lot of listeners that are really listening on radio instead of watching us. So I kind of want to describe what the radar is doing right now. There's a solid outer band coming in across West Palm that stretches all the way back into the eastern side of the lake. Heavy torrential downpours, 40, 50, maybe even 60 mile an hour winds with this band, this feeder band that is almost stalled over West Palm and Palm Beach, back through Wellington and cutting across the lake. And then there's a second area of very strong winds on the Treasure Coast that lined up along US 1 from Stewart into Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, and up around Hutchinson Island. But more of a concern for rainfall would be the West Palm. It's almost parallel to Okeechobee Boulevard and Southern Boulevard, and it's just sitting there dumping tremendous amounts of rain. But if you live in Palm Beach County and you're still concerned that we might see hurricane force winds, I think that's unlikely at this point. The hurricane is slowly pulling away. It's not going to make a landfall anywhere close to Palm Beach County. It's actually moving in the opposite direction. But we're going to see these heavy rains and these bands sit over central and eastern Palm Beach County for the next couple of hours. And we may actually even see more form late overnight. Glenn, you have something?
Yeah, I'm doing Facebook Live right now. I just want to let you know some people are saying in Port St. Lucie they heard some big explosions and now they're out of power. Their power is out. So we were just talking about power outages. Transformers are starting to blow there, so people out of power in Port St. Lucie now. Yeah.
It's to be expected that we're going to see more power outages as the winds are very close to hurricane force, at least the gusts close to hurricane force. The eye of the storm is off the Treasure Coast and will remain off the Treasure Coast as it moves north. And in fact, the official forecast from the Hurricane Center on the track keeps it just offshore as it moves up toward Brevard County and the Cape. But this is swirling hurricane. 2 a.m. advisory just came out from the Hurricane Center too, and it still has the winds at 130 miles an hour. And it is still moving toward the northwest in the overnight hours. I'm going to try to back up here and show you some of the other data coming in. Well, this was earlier tonight with the big winds rolling through. And there's the storm center as it moves just off of Vero and Fort Pierce. There's our, I went too far. There we go. James is trying to help me out. I think I'm pressing one button, he's pressing the opposite. We're fighting with the weather computer. So there's the 2 a.m. advisory. I'm not sure why it still says 1 a.m. because the 2 a.m. is out, but it's still a Category 4. I read the bulletin. Winds at 130, and it's still moving northwest at about 13 to 14 miles an hour up the coastline. You'll notice the official forecast track just keeps this off the coast all the way through the Carolinas and then brings it back as a tropical storm to almost the same spot 5 days from now. So we may get in an air cone again for the middle of next week, something to keep in mind. As far as our winds and our rain,
58 mile per hour wind gusts Witham Field and Stewart.
58?
Yeah.
So we had a 61 mile an hour wind gust in Stewart just a few minutes ago. We're at 58 now. Stronger winds up around Fort Pierce and Port St. Lucie picking up some strong winds, and also Jensen Beach. There is a look at our hurricane tonight.
61 in Melbourne.
Melbourne, 61. We have east wind coming in from the Cape now at 37. And that big band, which is going to become the new eye for this.
71 in Vero.
71. That's a new report from Vero, 71, or is that an old report?
156.
156, yeah. That's right now. So there we go. We had 71 mile an hour wind just about 45 minutes ago in Vero. Dropped down to the low 60s, and now we're back up to near hurricane force wind gusts again in Vero Beach. Now that's at the airport.
59 at the Juneau Pier at 126, so maybe a half an hour ago.
About a half an hour ago, Juneau Pier. 51?
59 miles per hour.
59. Strong tropical storm force winds, even northern Palm Beach County at the Juneau Pier. A very exposed area, obviously, right along the ocean. Yeah. And but the winds are north, so they're coming down the coast now. They're not coming in off the ocean. And the storm, the eye of this hurricane, is roughly 20-25 miles off the coastline, almost due east now of Vero. It's 2 a.m. Pretty good forecasting by the Hurricane Center because this is about the place they put it even a couple of days ago, just off the coast, moving northwest and paralleling the coastline up toward the Cape. And so still some pretty significant winds coming in through our area the next couple of days. Yes?
Back to the advisory just came in.
Oh, I'm pressing that button again. There we go. There's the 2 a.m. advisory. Category 3. Winds down to 120 now, moving northwest at 14, and then tracking along the coastline. The track is not going to change here. All that changes are the wind speeds, so we're down to a Category 3 and moving northwest, a little quicker in the forward speed, and then wrapping back down toward the Bahamas on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. So it is rain and it is wind for us. And here's some of the current wind gusts: 71 miles an hour in Vero, 37 in Port St. Lucie, 45 in Jupiter. We just had a 59 at the Juneau Pier, and it tapers off. Those big winds taper off west of the lake. Here's another look at it, and there's some of the wind reports coming in too. along the Treasure Coast, and just a 71-mile-an-hour wind in the last few minutes in Vero at the airport there. That's not even along the coastline, so along the coast it's likely even stronger because it's a little more exposed to the winds. The Vipercast model is keeping the eye offshore. Let's see what it does as far as our winds. There's 4:30 in the morning, starting to see a little bit of an improvement, not much though. As we get into 6:30 and 7:30, the wind's down to just above tropical storm force, and into Friday early afternoon, still very gusty. They're west winds now, coming in off the west coast and then moving across the state. And a big improvement Friday night and early Saturday. That's where we're really starting to see an improvement with our winds, and obviously the rain starting to work away at the same time. So starting to improve slowly for Palm Beach County, but let me go back a couple of frames. We still have that lingering band of very heavy rain, this band that is lined up right along Okeechobee Boulevard, lined up right along Southern Boulevard, and just sitting there, dumping tremendous amounts of rain, and has the potential for 55-mile-an-hour winds as it works across West Palm. Just a nasty weather situation back into around the lake area, and more on the way. This isn't going to end anytime soon. This is just going to continue to dump big rains up and down the coast. So yeah, you're putting some rainfall.
These are rain
amount.
rates.
So we're
Rain
looking
rates.
at, is that 0.4 or 4? It looks like 0.4.
0.4, these are rain rates per hour.
We're looking at about a half an inch of rain each hour. So, but that adds up. Yeah, if this is going to be around here in Palm Beach County for another hour or two, and there's a look at some of the rain rates across Palm Beach County again, and that band of heavy rain that is not going anywhere anytime soon, unfortunately. So watching that, and of course farther to the north, we're watching the winds, which are 60 and 70 miles an hour. Glenn?
People on Facebook asking, Boca in the clear, is Delray in the clear? I just want to add the Hurricane Center is going to continue the tropical storm warning for Broward and Miami-Dade. So if that gives you any idea, no, not in the clear yet. Stay put where you are. It's not a time to start saying, well, we're all good now. We're not going to say that at all.
Yeah, we still have, of course, the tropical storm force winds continuing overnight for Palm Beach County and Boca and Delray and Boynton Beach. The threat for hurricane force winds quickly diminishing. Some heavy rain now across West Palm and back through Wellington. And on the Treasure Coast, we have these big winds that have fired up. It's not a surprise. These were forecast of 60 and 70 and almost 75 miles an hour at all the airport readings. And I can tell you the airports are pretty sporadic. They're pretty spread out up and down the Treasure Coast. I suspect that some of the other readings coming in from weather stations in this area have even higher wind gusts, especially along Hutchinson Island, simply because we're only getting sporadic readings here, but we're getting some very impressive readings of near hurricane force wind gusts. And this is, again, it is moving slowly northwest, but at the same time sort of sitting over this area with lots of rain and some gusty winds for the overnight hours. So big rain, big wind, hurricane center just off the coastline and moving up toward the Cape in the overnight hours. So a slow improvement for us the next little while. So the hurricane is down to a Category 3, winds at 120 miles an hour, and is moving northwest at about 14 to 15 miles an hour. So it is slowly pushing up the coastline at 2 a.m. This is about what we expected for our winds and our rain, perhaps a little farther offshore, which is good news. Some of the models were bringing this in as a landfalling hurricane, but the official forecast track kept it just offshore, which is where it is right now, which is nice to see. So I'm not sure what else I can add at this point. Big winds continue across the Treasure Coast. I'm going to watching the reports come in from some of our weather sensors and some of the ham radio operators and the airport readings in the next hour. I'll toss it, I believe, over to Kelly and Michael, who are at the anchor desk.
All right. The Iron Man and the Iron Team, our weather team, continuing at this early hour or late hour, as the case may be, tracking Hurricane Matthew, a Category 3 hurricane brushing our coastline as we head into the early morning.
And we are simulcasting right now on WFLX, Fox 29, and all iHeart radio stations. If you're lucky enough to still have power and it goes out, you'll be able to find us on these stations. There's a list on your screen if you can see the TV. Otherwise, WBZT 1230, the talk station, Cool 105.5, Wild 95.5, News Radio 1290 WJNO, Wave 92.7, Oldies 103.7, and Mia 92.1. Also, uninterrupted coverage right here on News Channel 5. And at this hour, at 2:06, any of you who are listening or who are watching, you want to see exactly what Steve was just doing, which is what's happening right now and what's to come and when is it going to end. So we're going to guarantee you that we spend the bulk of this time, we'll be here for the next 2 hours at the desk, really
no,
watching, right.
Like you, essentially watching and listening to the play-by-play that is so important here for you who are still riding this out. We know it has been such a patience testing last few days for this community, but we're all going to get through it, as we've said throughout. And yes, we're getting battered about. We're going to do damage assessments, but you said it best as always. Letting the play-by-play for you up, listening or watching us see what's going on. And we're going to continue with that in a moment, but we want to get some outside reports and a flavor of what's going on.
The play-by-play combined with what's it like out there. Adam Weiner right now live outside our studios in downtown West Palm Beach, and you really experienced some rough conditions. We were talking in the newsroom within the last hour or so, Adam.
Right, we were just talking to you about how it really picked up in the past couple hours. After midnight, we had that new band come through, and if you've been awake and in West Palm Beach with us, you know the wind picked up, the rain picked up. You probably heard the rain up against the roof of the house, up against the window, and you've really started to hear the howling. In the past few seconds, it appears to have died down, but I bet it will pick right back up with us. We, of course, have been monitoring the West Palm Beach area in particular here with you. This is where the most power outages have been with FPL. Upwards of 71,000 people without electricity right now here in West Palm Beach. Nearly 100,000 people have lost electricity at some point in this county alone. And those totals, by the way, were coming into us really right when that last band was just getting here. So they are certainly likely to rise as we get an updated total from FPL. I was speaking to them earlier this evening. We were out at their command center at nearby Riviera Beach there. Talking to their team about how quickly they will try to get back out there, get that electricity restored as soon as they can, all those new smart meters where they can really monitor. And by the way, they do tell me they will be back out into the field in between these bands. So when the wind died down below 35 miles per hour, that is when they will send crews out into the field to try to restore that electricity. But they do have a lot of work in this county alone. Another note for you, we have been seeing some emergency vehicles drive by. We've seen some ambulance and fire trucks drive off in the distance, so they are out there when they can be. But I did talk to the Palm Beach mayor earlier this evening, last night I should say, and she said obviously they will do their best to be out there in the field, but they're trying not to be, and they're hoping everyone stays inside even into the morning, because they still need to do a lot of surveying, a lot of checking on the roads, making sure that things are passable, as there may be a lot of branches and trees in the roads, and with these power outages, a lot of those traffic lights that will certainly be out if you're trying to hit the road tomorrow morning. Thankfully, it appears that things have really slowed down. That weather, that wind and rain was really hitting us here on the balcony earlier this evening, but it has gotten just so much better. And thankfully, hopefully, I'm hoping that we have ridden out the worst here in West Palm Beach, but we're going to keep monitoring it for you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks very much for your report. We appreciate it. And of course, Steve and James have been talking about these bands moving through the Palm Beaches still, and the morning hour is not far away. It's why emergency crews are saying take it easy. Schools are closed across the region.
For sure.
A lot of work to be done tomorrow in terms of power restoration. And in a moment, we're going to cue back up those power numbers because I want to give you a little perspective on what they're looking at in the totality of the FPL customer base. But we have another report first.
Absolutely. We have crews up and down the Treasure Coast. Alex Hagan right now is on the phone from Vero Beach and has an update on the worsening conditions there. Alex?
Well, yeah, guys, we had to talk to you on the phone. The conditions were just getting worse and worse for us to actually be out in these conditions. We're hunkering down here at the Indian River County EOC. We're just seeing worse and worse conditions, probably wind gusts of up to 70 miles an hour. We've seen power flashes. Looks like transformers are blowing. Actually, the lights flickered at the EOC. Believe it or not, we've seen a lot of lights go out here along the street near the building that we are hunkering down at. Wind gusts coming in, rainfall coming in sideways, just to paint that picture that we haven't seen here yet so far.
Alex Hagan reporting for us, taking shelter as so many been advised to do. Our crews out trekking across the area, but wisely taking shelter. Alex, thank you for your ongoing reports, and you all, of course, be safe up there, as we know you will be. Thank you again. We're going to go back to weather in a moment, but I would like to pop up the power outage numbers just real quickly, give you a little perspective here. Palm Beach County, FPL serves 732,000 customers in Palm Beach County. Keep in mind, customers, that could be, let's say, your household, Kelly, but there's multiple people in the household, so it's a lot more people than that. But in Palm Beach County, 732,000 customers, 71,000 outages, and that's really an old number. So you're looking roughly 10% of your customer base, and that's an old number just in Palm Beach County alone. Martin County, 26,000 outages out of a customer base of 92,000. So you're looking at 25, 30+% at this early hour, racing through my math. But again, as you move on, St. Lucie actually, although these numbers again are old, nearly 20,000 outages against 124,000 customer base. So relatively speaking, not as many. But if you're the one with the power out, it doesn't matter how many others are. But just trying to give you a perspective of what FPL will be dealing with. They have said they've invested a lot of time and money over the past decade and will quickly be able to restore or get out to begin restoring power. And so we're going to match this against their customer base tomorrow, see how fast that moves. But they've got quite a challenge ahead tomorrow, and that's why they're going to need a lot of time and hopefully clear roadways to get where they need to go to do that work to get your power back on.
Without a doubt. Well, at 2:13 in the morning, as was predicted by Steve Weigel and the storm team, really getting into some of the really heavy-duty bands that have been working in along the Treasure Coast. We heard that from Alex Hagan. Steve is back with us now. Really getting into some of the, highest wind gusts so far we've seen?
On the Treasure Coast, definitely almost hurricane-force wind gusts in the last hour, 71 miles an hour at Vero Beach, and we've had reports of some big winds up through down through Stewart and Fort Pierce. And we now have a flood advisory in effect for Palm Beach County because of this feeder band that is just sitting over Palm Beach County and not moving anywhere. Well, it might have moved a little to the south, and now it's lifting to the north. You can see it here on Live Viper 5 Max. It set up along Southern Boulevard in Okeechobee, and now in the last couple of minutes has pushed a little farther north. So because it's sitting over this area and it's not going anywhere anytime soon, it's going to cause some issues with flooding. More than likely, that flood advisory in effect until 5:15 in the morning. So for several hours, about 3 hours now. And some gusty winds with this too. We could see 40, 50, maybe 55 mile an hour winds. So that's the southern end of this hurricane, and then one of the outer feeder bands that set up during the afternoon and hasn't budged much at all during the day. So the winds are not in that band. The winds are not as strong as you get closer to the hurricane. Obviously, you get some strong winds. It's 71 in Vero.
We hit our peak on tides just after midnight. Will tidal action moving on into the morning give us at least some advantage of clearing out some of that the water and the flooding issues, or not?
Yeah, well, it might, because I've already talked to some viewers about that, and they noticed that even the tide this afternoon, as you said, Michael, sometimes we had the issue of the water actually getting out to get that low tide. It doesn't look like it happened this afternoon because we had a persistent tropical storm and hurricane force wind forcing that water up against the coastline. So as it floods out of the St. Lucie and the Loxahatchee, it has a difficult time actually leaving the inlet, and so you don't get that low tide, and then you start getting the water coming back in. So that's some of the unofficial reports, if you will, that I've heard around the area that we may be in a situation where we will see very, very high tides with the high tide time and also with the storm surge. Actually, most areas have seen their high tide time. There are a few spots still. It's coming up around 3 and 4 in the morning. Right.
So kind of walk us through it. Who's in it, in the thick of it right now, and who's about to get it?
Okay, well, as far as wind, it is the Treasure Coast, and that is along Fort Pierce and Vero and even into Stewart. Stewart just had a 61-mile-an-hour wind. Now, the storm center is just off the coastline, so it's just about 15, 20 miles off the coast of Vero Beach. Actually, I'm kind of curious myself on kind of an exact distance for this. It's almost due east of Vero right now, exactly where it should have been. Well, it's more like 40 actually, which is a little farther, which is nice to see too. But it is moving northwest, so it'll parallel the coast all the way up in toward the Cape, and then eventually this may never make a landfall. Actually, the official forecast now doesn't have it making a landfall and staying
nowhere,
just staying offshore and paralleling the coastline all the way up around Charleston, and then coming back down in the Bahamas next Tuesday and early Wednesday.
Razor close in terms of that landfall, just
right.
staying off. It's
Shaving
exactly
it.
what you all have talked about for days. The possibilities, the options there.
It's interesting that social media has added such a different aspect, from all the storms that we've covered in the past. Getting these second-by-second updates from viewers in Port St. Lucie and Vero Beach and Fort Pierce and Wellington, the acreage, and watching the radar at the same time. It's like having thousands of weather spotters out there giving us instant information. And it also allows us to get some answers out to people a little quicker. We're on the air. We try to go through everything, but there are people that are very location-specific asking questions, and I'm able to do that. We've been able to do that throughout the night. We're on Facebook Live right now on the WPTV page, so somebody can say, when is it the next few minutes I'm going to see this exact, and we've been able to do that in the past, but this is even more specific for us. We can get people, and it's nice to be able to see who our viewers are, what they wish we would show again, or get a little more detail.
That instant gratification for those who are at home,
it's really
and getting
nice.
their answers, to the questions that are pressing on them right then and there.
This is not, even though it's not making direct landfall in our viewing area, this is a nighttime, powerful hurricane right off our coast. The power is out for a lot of these folks. There's a lot of loud noises going on outside, and they can hear the gusty winds and the rain. So this is important for us to know what they're feeling, for us to address their issues and let them know exactly what's going on.
Not to become too philosophical at 2:18 in the morning, but the precision in the forecasting models and the science of it is absolutely wonderful, and you all continue to do superb work. But I do wonder sometimes if it almost people inspect almost an infallibility of forecasting because the science is so good that we simply can't deliver. In this case, it stayed offshore, and we have to kind of guard against that, expecting an absolute infallibility with the science. It's improved so much because at the end of the day, nature can still throw curveballs at us. It could have thrown one here with a landfall. We didn't get it, thank goodness. But at the end of the day, it's great. It's not perfect, and it never really can be. And intensity-wise, you're still trying to get the science on that much more than the track.
Yeah, well, the track problem, we call that the error cone.
Sure.
And that gives us some leeway. And this did follow that error cone. It just ended up on the eastern side of that cone today. And actually, the forecast track at 11 a.m. was very close to what happened. It shifted more to the Bahamas pretty dramatically. So in the end, we still have some very strong winds, and we're still going to get more power outages and potentially some damage, but the real 100-mile-an-hour winds should stay offshore.
What do you imagine? In the morning we'll get assessments, so we're not trying to get ahead of ourselves. The experts are waiting to get back out on the Barrier Islands, but given the history, given your knowledge, what would you think, at least conservatively, we probably would expect to see as we get out on these barrier islands? We've talked a lot about erosion and storm surge. What's kind of your base scenario of what we might expect to see in the morning?
Well, I would go first to those areas that have been hit hard in the past, like Bathtub Beach, just south of Jensen Beach. That area is going to have a tough time, I think, because we're going to have the sand and likely that salt water coming either up over the road or very close to it, and perhaps some of those homes along there having some damage. And also Vero in Fort Pierce, where we have a lot of development that's very close to the ocean. We could see, and those are where we're seeing our strongest winds and our highest storm surge.
And actually, that's where we're going to go to Vero right now, because Todd Walker is there live, where he has been outside the Indian River Mall this evening with what it looks like right now. Todd, now we see you. How you doing?
Yeah, it's definitely been picking up here. The last time we talked to Steve Weigel, he said that we were going to see our strongest band yet. That's definitely the case. The wind, the strongest we've seen yet, as well as the rain now swirling as opposed to going one direction as we saw for most of the evening. Again, coming through in waves like we have not seen yet. It appears that we are getting the what we've been waiting for, the brunt of Matthew so far. I have not been able to check our radar lately, but I have heard that the eye of the storm not too far away from us, so it would make sense that we're going to see the wind and the rain like this. Let me show you the trees that we've been looking at all night. These palm trees starting to lean over pretty far as we do get significant gusts of wind, and we are definitely in a sheltered area. So for them to be leaning over as much as they are, we know that we're getting some strong gusts as we go through the rest of this storm, as it appears that Matthew right beside us here, guys.
Thanks for your ongoing coverage. And from Todd, we'll go to Andrew Ruiz, who is in Fort Pierce right now. Andrew?
Yeah, Michael, we can't stress the importance of how lucky we are for the selection of safe place that we have found here. We are in the garage at the St. Lucie County Courthouse. Rob, come over here and just show them that the debris that we're only getting are these palm fronds. The winds are a lot stronger to be pushing other things around. In fact, we heard a bang not too long ago, not sure exactly what it was. We also, after that bang, saw a couple of lights flickered. We do not think they're related though. Taking a look out here, this is looking out to the west. That building over there, of course, the federal courthouse here in St. Lucie County. But those bands coming through that Steve has been talking about, carrying winds up to around 60 miles per hour, I believe he was saying. And so this is the strongest that we have seen. There are moments where it dies down just a little bit more, but then other times where it picks up. And I've heard that through our coverage, it's really through those gusty winds that there will be times where those power outages occur, where you will see those transformers light up the sky, and that's clearly the case that we have been seeing here. We're just making sure that we're in a safe place. Megan McRoberts, our other photographer, Brian Van Pelt, Rob and I, we're all in this location. Again, we felt that it was best here because of the way that the winds turn. They're coming off of the east coast onto the north and then circling around. These are supposed to be the lighter ones, the ones that are not as stronger than the ones that are on the other side of the garage. Michael, Kelly?
Very glad to see that you're in a safe location. You can't take your safety for granted during something like this, even when you're trying to be out there and showing us what's happening to tell the story.
Absolutely. Just very briefly, Andrew, if you can hear me out. From our vantage point, I see some things that look lit, some not, which would be in keeping with the kind of power outages we're seeing. Just quickly, as we look at the lightscape behind you, it appears we've got some lit, some out, hard to tell, but am I correct there in what I'm seeing behind you?
Yeah, Michael, and at times the power will go out and then it comes right back on. So I'm not sure whether the grid is switching or what exactly is going on. But I mean, again, just less than 5 minutes ago, we saw all of this go black and then it came back on. So, you know, the landscape has been changing with the power. But again, can't really explain why it's happening, but the power is being restored.
Well, and it could be. Thank you so much, Andrew, and stay safe, and we'll check back with you for sure. And, you know, if you're looking at some government buildings especially, you could talk about generators that are clicking on, no doubt. So hopefully, but we'll know a lot more. We are seeing how many power outages up in St. Lucie County,
Well, St. Lucie County, 124,000 FPL customers. Again, these numbers are old. I suspect they're a good deal higher, but we were looking at roughly 20,000 out of power in St. Lucie County 20,000 customers, that is. I suspect, again, that number's higher, and so we'll have to wait till the morning for FPL to get in and really, when the winds die down, start getting that 12,000 person crew, that army they've brought into the state to work, including our 5-county area.
Hurricane Matthew, of course, is not ignoring Martin County as well. And right now we have our Stephanie Susskind, who is in Jensen Beach, to give us a view there.
We can certainly see the wind picking up out here. We are at Jensen Beach High School. We're about a mile north of the Roosevelt Bridge and not far from Federal Highway. And you can see the wind blowing through, the rain blowing through. It's been like this for a couple of hours now. We did have a brief power outage here at the high school, but you can see the lights are on in the parking lot. The power is back on here, so that's some good news. This is one of the local shelters in Martin County, and people are staying in the gymnasium as part of that Red Cross shelter. There's more than 1,000 people in Martin County shelters altogether. So certainly that is a safe place to be. There is no need for anyone to be out on the roadways right now while the storm moves through. We've been inside the media center, and I can tell you from inside one of the rooms in there, you could certainly hear when this wind picked up, when things started happening outside. So very noticeable when the storm was moving through. We can see again the wind coming through, the rain coming through right now. Everyone where we are is in place along with Stewart Police, and we'll continue to bring you updates. Reporting at Jensen Beach High School, Stephanie Susskind, WPTV News Channel 5.
Stephanie, thank you.
1,000 people in shelters up there in Martin County. A lot of people safe from the storm tonight, which is a good thing.
It is indeed, and a reminder as daylight will be, just shy of 5 hours away. Friday, and this is an understatement, will be anything but business as usual. So much advised, if you can, stay at or very, very near home. There'll be a lot of damage assessments, and Friday will lead into damage assessment and a lot easier, relatively, chance to clean things up if emergency crews don't have clogged roadways, and it's for your own safety as well.
For sure. Some newsroom just in. We want to take a look at this. Some rain and wind. Ooh, one of the big bands coming through. This is outside the Indian River County Jail. Some gusts right there. The rain sideways, as we've seen in so many of our shots. We'll bring in Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel right now. I'm not sure exactly when that was shot. I imagine relatively, a short time ago.
Yeah.
So that's what they've been dealing with.
Judging from what we've seen from Todd Walker too, which are in the last hour, we've seen the winds dramatically increase in Vero from just a little bit, but we have persistent 60 and 70 mile an hour winds in Vero. And back down, actually, there's a close-up view. I'll get into this area of the Treasure Coast because it is the closest area near the eye at this point. And so we have 60 up to 71, a little timeline, a little bit too long here. So we're high 60s and low 70s now. Vero, Fort Pierce looking at 55, and Stewart in the mid to high 50s. These are just persistent gusts that go up and down with each feeder band that works through. And my big concern earlier was one of the bands that is popping up just offshore right there. This will actually become the new eye for the hurricane, likely. The old eye, or what's left of it, it has just kind of held on all day long. There's a little bit of wind. Well, this is why this is still now a Category 3 hurricane, because of those strong winds near that eye. But there's going through an eye wall replacement. So we now have a storm that now has a second eye that's beginning to develop. And that is almost to the coastline of the Treasure Coast around Vero and Fort Pierce. What happens here is that inner eye collapses. We get this larger outer eye wall, and the winds are quite a bit less. So I think maybe even with the new advisory, we'll see the drop in winds once again. But along the Treasure Coast, along the coastline, because it's paralleling the coast, we just have these constant 50 and 60 and 70 mile an hour winds.
And that will lead us into our next question. Kelly's got some footage we're going to show out of St. Augustine, but it does lead in because of all our friends up and down the East Coast that we're going to go to St. Augustine. But before we get there, with some footage we're queuing up, lifting out of our area. I know we're going to have trailing winds and weather. Well, we're going to go to St. Augustine now. Talk a little bit about the timing again for the main brunt of it lifting out of our area, and then as it's moving up the Florida coastline, about our friends and relatives further up the Florida coastline, kind of what the timing looks like in places like St. Augustine, Jacksonville, and beyond.
This is a Friday and Saturday event for them, and with the new track, the eye just stays just offshore the entire time. It doesn't actually make a landfall even around the Cape like the forecast had the last couple of days. So tomorrow, I should say later today, on Friday, it looks like it'll be north of the Cape by the afternoon, and then we're looking at late Friday and into Saturday for the St. Augustine area, and then back up around the Carolinas, and then it does this big loop after that. I think I'm actually Glenn's actually doing a Facebook Live, so I won't bring up that, but the track gets into that area later Friday and Saturday. So they're already starting to feel some of the winds in the outer bands now. It's a huge storm. I mean, the storm, tropical storm force wind stretch out almost 200 miles. And even though the eye now is off almost Sebastian, we have this feeder band that's sitting over West Palm, which is way disconnected from the center of this hurricane. It's 65, 70 miles to the south of the hurricane. So a big difference, and now we have a flood advisory around West Palm because of that.
We got reports in just now too, coming off this Palm Beach Gardens reports of multiple trees down in Palm Beach Gardens. I don't know the exact location, but that's what we got on the chat. There's multiple trees down in Palm Beach Gardens. There you go. Yeah.
Sweep through there right now. This is the kind of thing that weather experts will be learning lessons from this for a long time to come. It was exactly the kind of scenario that's set up here to all of you listening or watching as you look at footage of St. Augustine. And want our weather team to weigh in on this. For a long time, weather experts said one of the scenarios they hated most was a storm sweeping up one of the coastlines here along a major corridor, I-95, making egress and ingress that much tougher. And it's the kind of thing they'll look at and kind of revisit, what did we do right, what did we do wrong, what must we do differently in an increasingly populated state. It's staying the main brunt of this offshore, and we don't like to do too many what ifs, but it's not hard to imagine the what if had that main core of these 130-mile-an-hour winds come in and swept up and through the coastline or on land instead of just offshore.
It would have been, it would have been a storm that would have been up there with Katrina and Andrew and some of the biggest storm names in history.
But for 40 to 60 miles, that's the conversation, sadly, we'd be having right now.
For most of the way, even less than that. It's 40 miles off the coast, so it's that razor thin line of the track. It's amazing how close it was to being one of the most memorable storms ever.
Has it slowed down, or is it?
It's picking up a little bit.
Forward speed? Forward speed,
I think we're up to 14 miles an hour, so it's going to pull away, but because it's so large, it's funny because we've done this several times before, and once we get away and the center starts to move away, we're like, okay, it's almost done, but it's never almost done. We're still dealing with this overnight and tomorrow.
And having said that, we want to be very sensitive to those of you listening and watching why we say we've been lucky that it's not widespread catastrophe, which it easily could have been. We certainly understand that a lot of people in our community are going to wake up tomorrow to damage to their homes. We've got to see what's on the barrier islands, businesses, and we're very sensitive, and we'll be out covering that in force here at News Channel 5. So we know it's going to be a big, messy, and for some perhaps very costly cleanup, and we're certainly mindful of that. If it's your place that got really banged up, it's your own personal catastrophe.
Yeah. And not only the wind now that we're getting that persistent rain right along the coast, that's starting to add up too. That's why we got a flood advisory going on. And for that, we're going to go join here. Meteorologist Felicia Combs joined us this morning for more on that.
Guys, yeah, that's right. You can see, looking at the radar, that of course, as we've been talking, but you'll also notice the reds and yellows. We're seeing this heavy rain rotating around the center of the storm, especially, as you can see right now, really affecting Vero Beach and the Indian River County area, and of course swirling down into St. Lucie County as well. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the rainfall totals, because as we mentioned, we do have that flood advisory in Palm Beach County. So you can see some of the rainfall totals getting very close to 3 inches around the Vero Beach area, and of course they're seeing even more rain right now, so that's going to continue to add up. A lot of the area seeing between 1.5 and about 2 inches of rain. You can see here near Fort Pierce about 1.5 inches, just north of West Palm about 2 1/10 inches. A lot of the heavier totals definitely a little bit closer to the coast. Let's break it down for you area by area. So you see it here, this is where we were seeing that 3-inch total. This is Indian River Shores. So Indian River Shores through Indian River County, really starting to see that add up. Right now, about 1 to 3 inches, but of course, you're getting that heavy rain as we just showed you. So those totals are going to continue going up, and we'll likely see more flood advisories issued as we head through the morning. Just on the very northern edge of St. Lucie County, nearly 2 inches there. Let's go down to Palm Beach County, though, where we do have that flood advisory in effect until 5:15 this morning. The Weather Service saying that they were seeing totals up to 3 inches. We weren't able to find that, but we are seeing very close to 2 inches. I'd say about 1.5 to 2 inches area wide where that band set up over Palm Beach County. So once again, we do have that flood advisory in effect until 5:15. So that means we're going to have the ponding of the water. We could have some temporary flooding as well. And this is what you're seeing here. We've had this band of just heavy to moderate rain kind of set up right over the West Palm Beach area, right over Palm Beach County, and it's been hanging out there. We're going to continue to see these bands feeding around Matthew, and as I said, we're probably going to see more flood advisories, or at least more flooding talked about just from the rain as we head through the rest of the morning and continue to see that rain falling.
Alicia, thank you for the update. Much appreciated. As I tell you, we work here, and I'm impressed with the manpower and brain power of our weather team. Who've been consistently bringing you spot-on information, and we thank them, and we know you do as well.
All right, we want to get back to some power outages, and for those of you listening to radio, you're already living it. You are one of these numbers, just like I know my home is as well up in Martin County. But here are the current numbers right now, according to Florida Power and Light. 130,000 customers without power in Palm Beach County. 30,000 up to 30,950 in Martin County.
Fully a third of the customers.
A third, that's right. Yeah, you're right, because we should compare these. Once you realize how many customers there are in total, then you can see how much of an impact it's having in the county.
And again, customers are not, that's not people. Customers, your household, because I know your family well, if they were all at home, it'd be 4 people. One customer, but 4 people. So we're talking more people than that. That's just each household or business.
You know how many are inconvenienced when you start adding.
And we know many of you are listening to us with flashlights on right now.
And
so look at the rest of these numbers.
Exactly, and we'll read them for those who can't see them. St. Lucie County, 23,710. Indian River, 20,420, and Okeechobee County, 740 customers without power. So they've steadily been going up.
Well, in Indian River County is roughly 45% of their total customer base, if these numbers are accurate right now, out of power. In Palm Beach County, not to bore you with the math, but better than 10% of all the customers in Palm Beach County at the moment without power. Again, FPL, as the winds die down below 35 miles an hour, we'll start sending in crews, but it gives you some sense of the job. And of course, if you're one of the ones listening to us with power out, we certainly feel for you and understand that you want FPL to be able to get in there with alacrity, but they've got to wait for this storm to really clear out before they can really get in. Although, the producer told us, working through the night, in fact, you see one of the power trucks, they said, listen, when winds are below 35, when it's safe for us, we are going to be out there. And that picture's one illustration of FPL's commitment with some 12,000 people. That's supplemented by out-of-state crews they're bringing in to get the job done. And we'll be talking to them throughout the day.
And asking for patience, which it's easy to pledge your patience right now. Tomorrow when it's 90 degrees and your house is really hot and all of that, it definitely gets frustrating. It's always one of the worst things about hurricanes.
But these crews, when you talk to them, they're like, listen, we're out there in very tough weather, tough conditions after, working hard, fast, and you're talking electrical systems, so safe as well. Their safety is also paramount. So there's a lot of things to juggle there. It does require some patience, but we'll be looking at the numbers and see how quickly. And they hope and say they've got a strengthened infrastructure and can move more quickly.
All right, we just had Glenn Glazer in the shot there, and we're not ignoring you.
Hello, no.
Bring you back in.
You guys
You're
are
checking
fine.
a million different things there.
We've got data. I have so many computers. I'm like on a spaceship over here. I've got so much data coming in.
You have to reset.
Yeah, that's good for a Star Trek guy like you.
There we go.
Look,
been
very gusty winds right now. This is a very strong rain band. I'm going to actually call an audible for the director real quick and have him put Viper up in the screen behind me here. I just want to show you this very heavy rain band right here. If we can take, can we take me over here?
We're talking here.
I'm going to show it to you right now. It's just offshore. I would say probably about a little over 10 miles offshore now. Vero Beach, Sebastian, pushing over toward the northern Treasure Coast at a pretty fast clip, and even some lightning data coming in here. And as Steve and I and James and Felicia have been mentioning, and Steve Villanueva as well, you don't see a lot of lightning with these storms typically, but we've seen quite a few lightning strikes out there. Very, very unusual, to see that going on. But that is a sign of some strengthening too going on here and there in different parts of the storm as these bands move in. So we're watching this one particular rain band very close to Vero Beach and Sebastian now. Should be arriving within the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. And it looks like it's packing quite a punch here. Already we are looking at winds that are about wind gusts 69 to 71 miles per hour in Vero and Sebastian, and heading down toward Fort Pierce and Port St. Lucie. Stuart, right now we have a wind gust of 61 miles per hour. And I've been on Facebook Live throughout the morning and people talking about, most recently, over the past half hour, hearing explosions, power going out, and things of that nature. So this is some of the worst weather we're going to see right now from this storm as it moves, as the eye continues to move just offshore of the northern Treasure Coast. Yes.
Can you speak again to this band, at least to this
Sure.
layman's eye, moving west to east, west between West Palm Beach and Jupiter as well?
Oh, yeah, this down here. So what we're talking about is a long rain band that has extended all the way out to the west of Lake Okeechobee and swings all the way down through central Palm Beach County. It's not really impacting Boynton Beach or Delray or Boca as much, but really the heaviest rainfall is from Jupiter to West Palm, and it's swinging through from west to east. But what's happening is, as the eye moves up the coast, these rain bands are expanding outward. So you would think, well, the storm's going to move north, and this rain band will lift north and no big deal. But even though the eye is lifting north, the rain band is kind of in the same place because the storm has expanded while it's moving to the north. So that's why there's a flood advisory for Palm Beach County, for this part of Palm Beach County, until 5:15. I mean, we're talking a couple hours, a few hours from now, at least 2.5 hours from now, where we could still see this rain band hanging out. I remember Michael and I covered I want to say it became a hurricane after it moved to the south of us, but we remember we had that rain band that moved up from Cuba through our area for hours and hours and hours. You and I covered that for hours. And this is a similar circumstance where the eye continued to move a little bit, but the rain band just expanded all the way across the area, and it just sat there for a long, long time. So this could be a real issue for folks everywhere from Royal Palm to the Acreage, Wellington, all the way into West Palm, Palm Beach Gardens, Jupiter, seeing this kind of rainfall for the next couple of hours or so. Probably the most rainfall we've seen so far overnight tonight and into the morning hours.
And Glenn, a vivid illustration, or for those of you listening, it's still a vivid illustration of why today is not business as usual, and we'd all be better served by staying close to or at home
Exactly.
today.
Well, and as we've been watching and Glenn has been describing, Vero Beach getting a big band right now. And we want to go back to Todd Walker. He's live now outside the Indian River Mall in the parking lot there in Vero Beach. Todd.
Yeah, guys, as your meteorologist was talking, I was noticing how it seemed to have been letting up just a little bit, and now that other band that he was talking about definitely moving in because the wind is picking up once again. I don't know how well we'll be able to see, but again, the palm trees that I've been referencing starting to lean over again, the rain coming down just as much as it has before as well. So we're seeing another band, but hopefully this is we've either seen the worst of it or this is the worst of it, which has not been as bad as everyone has been anticipating that it could have been. So that's the good news there, but this is definitely not over yet. We're seeing more wind gusts pick up, more rain coming down, but again, so far we do have power outages here, but I got a report from South Vero that the power is still on there. So definitely some places not in the dark yet, still able to keep the lights on, to keep the TV on and continue to watch the coverage. So far most of Vero handling this pretty well, whether they're in the dark or lights still on. Not as bad as they were anticipating or it could have been.
Todd, we might leave your We might leave your shot up here for a few minutes if we could. Let me measure this. I'm going to show you Viper here, and for those of you listening, I'll just talk you through it. But this rain band that we're talking about, this very powerful rain band, is less than 8 miles offshore right now. And because the bands are moving in at about 50 miles per hour, we're just minutes away from seeing this band move on shore. And that's for Vero Beach, Winter Beach, Sebastian too, about to get this very heavy band of rainfall. And I'll measure it from Sebastian too. It's just a few miles offshore from Sebastian, about 8 miles offshore from Sebastian. So we're looking at gusty winds, heavy rain, and there's even some lightning in here as well mixed in.
Todd, you're seeing that from your perspective, these bands, the banding as it's coming in. Yeah. If you've still got us out there, Todd.
I think we've gone away from it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Go ahead,
Still
Todd.
have his audio, yeah.
Hey, guys.
You're feeling what Glenn's talking about as these bands come through and the tough stuff keeps kind of coming and cycling through, Todd.
So maybe we can go back to this image from time to time. If the photographer there can leave this shot up, I mean, this will be impressive in the next few minutes or so. They have good lighting there, so you can see exactly what's going on.
We want to stay in Vero too and show you some damage video that's been coming in from parts of Indian River County, of course, under that mandatory evacuation. And by the look of some things that we're seeing, at least one structure, this one, the one you just saw, was heavily damaged. I didn't get a good enough look to describe it for you at home, but as Glenn has been mentioning, those just very strong feeder bands with the rain and the wind moving across the county, just literally sideways.
Ocean Drive and Live Oak was the intersection I saw there. And again, Juno Beach, the high winds, the kind of mess, the tattered billboards and signs, and messy night. You're going to see so much of this, downed trees, which are knocking down power lines, and slick to impassable roads and spots. And again, we're going to have to get a better assessment in the morning. And other pictures here in Juno Beach, Kelly.
Oh, wow. I mean, almost looks staged to have those lights flickering like that. Hotel in Juneau just flickering on and off, just ongoing power outages in the area. I heard from a lot of people in Martin County tonight earlier this evening who were like, oh, power keeps flickering. And then eventually it was just out for them. But almost looks like something out of a movie.
It really is surreal. And then in Fort Pierce, lightning strikes transformers on Hutchinson Island.
Whoa.
There they go. Sparks and flame here. People living in the area losing power, obviously. As a result, this is the kind of mess we had anticipated. It's why FPL said across its entire 35-county area, including our 5 counties, they could see more than 1 million customers lose power. We don't know what the statewide number is, but we certainly know that the number in our area is substantial at this hour. But FPL crews, as they said, are trying to get out where they can to begin working.
And those transformers, for those of you on radio, I mean, the whole night sky is lit up, and it's almost kind of a green blue light when those transformers blow, and there have been a number of them reported.
Most people, though, with their shutters up, are just hearing the explosions and not seeing the light. But we have had some people, I don't know why they're looking out, why they don't have their shutters up.
Or maybe they have impact windows.
Maybe they have impact. All right.
Could be.
Yes, optimistically speaking, maybe they have impact glass.
Where are some areas, too? FPL has said when the winds get below 35. So broadly speaking, can you talk about some of the areas that are sub 35-mile-an-hour winds where we might expect that their crews are out working?
Southern Palm Beach County, for sure, is starting to clear out quite a bit. It's interesting, you see the night anchors. You know we're doing continuous coverage when the nighttime anchors are mixing with the morning meteorology team. Felicia Combs joining me now, and we have a new, flood warning, you said?
Yeah, we want to get straight to it.
Okay.
Aerial flood warning for St. Lucie and Indian River counties. So, we saw those bands setting up. I was talking about a little bit earlier. The one place near Indian River shores already 3 inches of rain, and we were seeing that rain steadily fall. If we could just come back out to me, because that's actually not what we're talking about here.
We're not doing that graphic.
Yeah, if we could just, there we go. So I just want to give you the information. So Indian River and St. Lucie County, you've seen 2 to 3 inches falling already from the National Weather Service, and they're saying an additional 2 to 3 inches, and that's why we have this warning. Of course, when you start to see the warning, that means we're expecting those conditions. It's more intense than the watch, so we want you to know that this rain is starting to add up. And once again, that's for St. Lucie and Indian River County, the flood warning. And then, of course, we have that flood advisory for Palm Beach County until 5:15, 5:45 on the flood warning.
That's
for Indian River.
That's
and
3 hours
County.
from now, so that's a pretty significant warning there. And this is it's far from over for us. I know it seems like as the eye moves to the north, a lot of people are asking on social media, so that's pretty much it. It's not it. It's not it. We have a ways to go. Even as this eye moves to the north, the storm itself is expanding, and these rain bands continue to expand. So we're going to be stuck with this heavy rain and wind for a while, and this very strong band of rain is just offshore now of Winter Beach and Sebastian and Vero Beach. Let me zoom in a little bit here for you and show you. It's very, very close now. So that's going to be moving in the next few minutes or so, and that could easily take out more power for people that still have power. And there are some people up in this area who still have power, but this could be an issue here. It's about 5 to 6 miles offshore now and heading quickly from east to west. And as it moves on shore, and you can see a couple little lightning strikes in there, this is a strong one. This is going to lay down some heavy wind and some heavy rainfall as well.
We're continually entranced by the power of wind, but continually reminded that it's often the water, the storm surge or the rain bands that can create the lasting problems in the aftermath, Glenn.
Yeah, if I can show, if I can have the director take the other radar computer here, I want to show you this real quick because I don't know that we've shown this for a while. Over here, actually the fast track radar, if we could take that real quick, that has the wave heights. Look at these wave heights coming in. 22 feet, 19 feet, just offshore, 27-foot seas from this storm rolling in. And Steve was talking earlier about the beach erosion from areas that were already damaged. I mean, you can say to yourself, well, we haven't had a strong hurricane in this area since Wilma, but if you remember when Sandy passed offshore, there was tremendous beach erosion from Sandy because of the angle that the waves were propagating down the coast. So some of those areas haven't even recovered from that. They've been adding sand over the past few years, but now this is very fast too. This is very fast. The storm surge is going to be high. We talked earlier about 7 to 11 feet of storm surge up along the northern Treasure Coast, and it's hard to evaluate what's going on because it's nighttime. But when the sun comes up, we're going to get a much better idea of what's happening.
And because the normal tidal flow, as you and Steve illustrated, can't really happen because the water that would, after the peak of high tide, want to go out, but you've got wind and wave action that's basically bottling it up, creating the kind of flood conditions and worries that you all are describing right now.
You've got the tide being held in, you've got more waves coming in. I mean, this is classic storm surge, though, the classic,
So it's
very difficult.
We've got a lot to look at and evaluate in the next few hours.
I did want to mention we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center. They send out the updates, periodically, and they're saying hurricane force winds just offshore. Of course, we've said that we're thankful for that, but sustained winds at almost 50 miles per hour have been recorded at Vero Beach, and gusts around 70 miles per hour are continuously being recorded in Vero Beach. So we are seeing those gusty winds. Not only are we seeing that heavy rain with that flood warning, but also seeing those gusty winds as well.
And this big rain band just now about 3 to 4 miles offshore and heading for Sebastian and Winter Beach and Lakewood Park, and it may make it as far inland as Fellsmere, and certainly Grant up to the north of our viewing area has been reporting some extremely strong winds now and power outages there too. So we're watching this closely. This is just minutes away from moving in. If we want to take the Max 2 computer quickly, I can show you on Max 2, I know we want to go back to that. Max 2, the likelihood of power outages is high to very high from Stewart all the way up to Sebastian. And I think these rain bands are certainly going to prove that point. Yes.
On the PTV app, I just got an update, FPL, saying that in all, South Florida, 155,000 outages reported so far.
And the bulk of that, although certainly don't discount that Broward in some small extent, but really Broward and really our 5-county area when they're talking South Florida, the bulk of that is in our 5-county region.
Real quickly that we continue to receive updates from airports in South Florida and their plans to resume normal operations. So here's what we know right now. Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International officials say the airport will be reopening to passengers starting at 11 o'clock in the morning. However, some airlines have canceled flights for Friday. So, as always, you certainly want to call ahead, given what has happened or is happening now. Those airlines that have canceled flights are Southwest, Air Canada, Allegiant, and Caribbean Air. Those airlines will resume flight schedules on Saturday. If you are flying out of Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, you should certainly check with your airline before you head down to the airport.
Palm Beach International Airport will resume normal operations Friday at noon. Public transit in Palm Beach County will also resume, and this is the key, as soon as the roads are deemed safe enough to travel. But no time has been set, and that should be a good cue for all of us that we've got to really look for a while about roads and when is the right time to get out. And still, I think there's going to be a big argument that we will all be better served if most of us can stay off the roadways on into Friday and through most of it to allow emergency crews to do what they need to do.
Yep. Down to Miami, an update for flights in and out of Miami International. Airport officials there say they're expecting airlines to gradually resume operations sometime today. They're asking travelers to follow up with their airline for their individual flight status. And we also want to mention this, and this is on WPTV.com. If you do need to get back to the grocery store, Publix grocery stores around the area will reopen sometime later today, some as early as 11 o'clock in the morning, but those on the Treasure Coast are planning, at least at this point, of reopening at 4 in the afternoon. If you'd like to see the time that the store closest to you will be opening, just go to our Facebook page and you can click on the link.
Our weather team is queuing up some information they want to show us. Then we're going to. Are you ready with that now, Glenn?
We're going to go to Andrew. We're going to go to Andrew first.
Okay.
Glenn will get right back to you.
Okay.
Andrew's up on the Treasure Coast and up there right now, downtown Fort Pierce. How you doing, Andrew?
Hey, Kelly. Just a reminder for our radio viewers, we are at the garage at the St. Lucie County Courthouse. We are looking south now at the Citrus Avenue Bridge, and we constantly see those green flashes of the transformers going out in the area. The rain has subsided somewhat, but we are seeing stronger winds than we have seen in the last half hour or so. In fact, we were sitting in the truck in between live shots, and the truck was shaking a little bit. Nothing too severe, but it definitely was feeling the impact of the strong winds. Just take a look at that palm tree. It's also feeling the strength of the wind that is going there. Over there is another green flash of light. There it goes, just real quick. But again, you can feel these strong winds in this area. This is again in downtown Fort Pierce. But one of the concerns that we were looking into was about the storm surge. We haven't gotten a physical or visible view of it, but I know that it was one of the concerns that officials were going to be looking at and were very concerned about. I don't know if maybe back in the studio you guys have more information about that.
As we're looking on and bringing Glenn back in, talking about the conditions that Andrew has seen, and again, seeking enough shelter where he can report, but also be safe. And we certainly value the fact that all our crews are out there in a tough environment, and we so appreciate the work they're doing trying to bring you that story.
Ferocious winds right there.
Really.
And I noticed something as I was looking over.
And for our radio listeners, I'll describe to you what's going on. This heavy rain band now moving into Sebastian, Winter Beach, Vero Beach, and just offshore. We haven't seen too many of these so far, but just offshore on live Viper 5 Max, we're seeing a shear marker that's popping up, which could be an indication of a little rotation in this rain band. It's something we talk about in these rain bands all the time.
In plain English, the kind of thing you say is, could it be a tornado?
Is the risk for tornadic activity as these bands come in. We haven't really seen any in these rain bands so far. We haven't had any tornado warnings so far, but the fact that there's a shear marker popping up out here as this very strong rain band moves on shore is something we're going to watch very carefully. It's moving, it looks like from the angle it's coming in, it may move down toward, and it just disappeared for a moment, but I still want to watch that part of that rain band as it comes on in, moving down toward Winter Beach and Vero Beach, and Sebastian also about to get it. But Vero Beach right now should be getting some very gusty winds. We're seeing, we just got a report of a wind of about 65 to 69 miles per hour. There you see the sensor picking up a 69 mile per hour wind gust right there. south of Winter Beach and right around Vero Beach there. So we're watching that. There's Moorings Country Club down here, and Oslo also getting in to some of those very gusty winds. Fort Pierce right now with a wind gust of 62 miles per hour, 61 mile per hour wind gust in Stewart right now. And a lot of our sensors have gone down in Palm Beach County and southern Palm Beach County, which happens a lot in these storms where we start to lose some of our sensors, unfortunately, because they get clogged or they get blown out or the electricity gets cut to them somehow. But we have had reports of very gusty winds there as well.
Glenn, stay with us because we know you're keeping an eye on that marker, and we want to go back out in the field for just a moment to Alex Hagan.
That's right, live in Indian River County this morning. Alex?
Yeah, guys, you're talking about those wind gusts here in Vero Beach. We are feeling that full force right now. I want to get my photographer to pan up. You can see at these lights here behind me, we're at the EOC in Indian River County. This just shows you the kind of winds, the kind of significant rainfall that we are experiencing from those bands that is coming through here in Vero Beach, Indian River County. You know, the county leaders, they warned us that starting at midnight tonight that we would feel the full effect of Hurricane Matthew here, and that is exactly what we are experiencing. Significant winds, significant rainfall, been going on for several hours now. We've seen numerous transformers blow. We've seen the lights flicker on and off, even here at the building that we are hunkering down right now, as it was not very safe just moments ago. I did a phone interview with you guys. Now we're out here just showing you guys I'm feeling the wind right now, the significant winds that I keep talking about. So obviously feeling the full effects of this storm right now here at the EOC.
All right, be safe, Alex. Thank you very much. We understand some damage reported in western Palm Beach County and Royal Palm Beach. Our Gabrielle Saran is in Royal Palm, where a tree, we understand, fell on a house.
I'm standing here on Chorus Way, and I want to give you an idea of what one family is dealing with tonight. The woman who lives in this home was in her living room when she heard a loud boom, the winds howling, and this tree fall down and almost, I stress the word almost, pummel into her home. Take a listen to what her son told us.
We heard this huge boom, and basically we came and ran out and we saw the tree just like resting on our house, and it's like against our van as well.
And when you saw that?
Oh, we were shocked. We didn't know what the damages were.
And as you heard, they're scary moments for this family tonight who was just watching TV inside their home when this happened. Now, I want to point out, take a look at the size of the tree. It is about half the length of this family's home, so the damage tonight could have been much, much worse. But the one thing it did take out is this rear view mirror. That's the latest from Royal Palm Beach. We'll continue to keep you updated out here with the very latest. Gabrielle Saran, WPTV News Channel 5.
Damage small and perhaps large. We're going to be looking and assessing that throughout the morning in the next few days. This tree, or a big chunk of it, down in the courtyard, Jensen Beach High School. And sometimes it's little things, but it can take just one good-sized branch to, say, take down a power line or shut down a roadway. So all of this, again, large and small, is going to be part of the big region-wide assessment we'll see in the morning.
And Jensen Beach High, a shelter up in Martin County. So people may have heard that happen, actually. All right, bring back in now meteorologist Glenn Glazer. Looking at the latest data coming in.
Yeah, this rain band is producing some really gusty winds. In fact, we just got a, I'm sorry if I lean out of the shot, but I have like 4 computers here that I want to take a look at. 74 mile per hour wind gust just north of Sebastian. So a hurricane force wind gust just north of Sebastian just a few moments ago. And that's from this rain band that we've been talking about that is moving in along the coast from Sebastian to up to Mitco, down to Winter Beach, Vero Beach, Lakewood Park. Fort Pierce next in line to get these heavy winds here. So no doubt that are already around. Stewart also, by the way, 61 mile per hour wind gust just a few moments ago. And down through Palm Beach Gardens and West Palm Beach and Jupiter, the rain continues with this huge rain band. When you look at, if I take the measuring tape here, I'll measure it out for you, and take a look at the rain that's swirling in. We're talking about you know, 175 miles of rain from north to south that's coming in, swirling around the center of this storm.
Daytona, Gainesville, all of that, is that all another big part of it up
Yeah,
there?
well, the circulation around Matthew is helping to draw in all that moisture. But yeah, I mean, it's really sucking in all that moisture with showers and thunderstorms and bringing it right in. Yeah, it's all part of Matthew's giant circulation there.
Glenn, I can imagine people stuck in the middle of this, whether it's West Palm Beach or more concentrated at Treasure Coast, are asking a very simple question right now and break it down area by area. And the question simply is, Glenn, when's this going to end and pull out from here? Give us at least some sense.
It's a good question. I think we've got at least another 4 or 5 hours for Palm Beach County, Martin County, and then slowly through the morning hours all the way up from St. Lucie County through Vero Beach. And I can take a look at. We've got model data coming in constantly that gives us updated information on this. So we've been kind of focused on the radar right now, but I can look at that in a minute. By the way, James Whelan passing this note, 63 mile per hour wind gusts now in Fort Pierce. And you can see that on Viper right there. That just coming in the last few minutes here. So we're hoping most of this will have been cleared out by the time we get to noon today, 1 o'clock today, and the plan is that we may be able to get back into some regular programming at that point for the station if everything is clear. And but as we take a quick look at, I want to show you this real quick on Max 2, if we could pull that up here. We're looking at the Viper estimated rainfall totals here, and we're looking at about 3 inches possible there. These are estimates that have come down here in the past few minutes. Around Indian River Shores, about 2 inches in Vero Beach, almost 2 inches up in northern parts of St. Lucie County, about 1.5 inches near Nettles Island, a lot less obviously around Lake Okeechobee there. Rainfall totals of about 1 inch or more around Jonathan Dickinson State Park. Look at some of these totals from Palm Beach County, just from this giant rain band that moved through. Almost 3 inches of rain right around Bear Lakes Country Club all the way through West Palm Beach, Ballin Isles. About 1.5 inches, and the same up in the Jupiter area. So this has been a bit of a rain event, more of a wind event, but a bit of a rain event for us. And I just saw that shear marker pop up again near the coast, near Sebastian and Vero Beach, from this other part of this band that's about to swing in along the northern Treasure Coast here. So I want to keep an eye on this band as it swings in here, and I'm hoping there's no rotation in it, because that. If there is, that would be a very fast, brief possible tornado there. But we see the shear marker disappear there. So we're watching that really carefully. We just got another wind gust of about 55 miles per hour in Fort Pierce coming in on the computer.
We've been searching for, and anytime we get some viewer questions and that sort of thing on Facebook. So I have this one for you, Glenn, from Kay Rosier. And lived down here, but they decided, they closed up their house down here. They're now in St. Augustine. She said, I'm very worried because it's a new home, I guess, that they're in St. Augustine, I'm assuming she means, but they don't put shutters on them. We got here too late to buy plywood and board up. We have nothing on the windows. It's a 2-story house. We're 7 miles from the coast. This is in St. Augustine. She goes, I've never been through a hurricane without shutters. She's just wondering how safe she is.
You know, the track for this is still a little bit offshore of Florida, but you know, St. Augustine is up in a part of Florida where the eye of the storm is going to come very close. I would say, I don't know what the structure of her house is, so I can't know what the integrity is of her house.
If it's a new house,
hopefully it's good construction if it's a new house, but without shutters on, I mean, there are hurricane warnings all the way up the coast there, which means shutters on. For everyone, hurricane watch means shutters on. Right. So I hate to put this on anyone, but I would recommend going to a safer structure if possible if you don't have your shutters on.
Or find the safest interior room of the house.
Safer interior room of your house.
I want to show you also, Glenn, as we're talking, and as you're giving us weather data and the science of this, the Jupiter Lighthouse photo here as well. We have, and we know, 3 in the morning, we're taking cameras from across the community, but it gives you that kind of grainy look. But suffice it to say, whether you're listening to us or watching, getting battered throughout the community with rain and wind that's, as you said, Glenn, it's not going to really lift out fully for another 7-8 hours.
No, we have a ways to go. I can pull up some of those
And
graphics
I'm talking
right now.
totally lift out.
Yeah, totally lift out of our viewing area, which is Indian River County, north of Indian River County. I can pull up some data here if you're going to go to somebody else.
Yeah, we're going to go to Andrew Ruiz.
Let me pull up some more data here, and I'll be right back with you.
Okay. We want to go back to Andrew Ruiz. He's been live for us in downtown Fort Pierce. Understand some reports of damage, Andrew?
Yeah, we just spotted some damage, of course, trying to do it from a safe distance up here on the garage. Take a look over there. You can see right behind the courthouse, they have a white fence that has come down. There's a boat there, which we didn't even know they had boats back there. And then, Rob, let's come over here. We're not quite sure exactly why there's apparently a warehouse or a garage back there. We didn't see that open, and now it's open again. You can see that there's a trailer stuck inside. Not sure if that is actual damage or maybe there was a malfunction with the garage that it came up. But as you can see, there is the fence down there. That's blocking the back of the courthouse here in St. Lucie County in Fort Pierce. And at points with those gusty winds, we saw pieces of that just go ahead and start flying. So that's just stressing the importance that you can't be, even though you don't see anything, you never know when debris might come flying towards you. Even palm fronds that are coming at us. Yes, they're not anything huge or significant, but you have to be constantly vigilant of the things that are out there, and that's why officials constantly stress that you should be inside when there are winds like this. I heard Glenn saying that there was about 60-mile-per-hour winds here in Fort Pierce, so definitely not the appropriate conditions to be outside. Michael Kelly.
Plenty of time to check it all out when daylight arrives,
Yes,
and
indeed.
later in the day, because it's going to take a while for it all to move out. Andrew, thank you. We'll check back. Some video coming in from Brevard County.
Moving up the Florida coastline.
That's right. Matthew is
Palm
just
Bay?
going to.
Palm Bay?
Yep, Palm Bay, we understand. So some strong wind and rain there, some street signs rattling as well. This South Atlantic Avenue, again, Palm Bay, which is right in the Melbourne area, right around Melbourne in Brevard County, right on the East Coast. Beautiful little town. I had an aunt who used to live there. And Dunlawton Boulevard, there's one of those in South Daytona. May run all the way, I'm not even sure. But exactly, Matthew's going to spare no one as it moves up the coast.
Taking a good swipe with its wind and rains, the most catastrophic winds, 130 miles an hour plus, staying offshore, our weather experts say, but still a mess all the way around.
I was right. That was Daytona Beach. I knew I recognized Dunlawton Boulevard. I grew up there.
You're an Ormond girl.
Yes, exactly. So I know Daytona quite well. So Palm Bay, just about at the most an hour and 15 minutes from the Daytona Beach area. So Central Florida already, this is a huge storm. I think when you showed the state of Florida, the wider view, and it's unbelievable, and to describe it to the radio listeners, but
well, if we measure, why don't we go ahead and we'll measure from the rain that's being drawn in around the northern quadrant of northeast and northwestern quadrants of this storm, all the way down to the rainfall that's moving through Palm Beach County, which is basically the southern end. If we measure that and that rainfall across, we're talking about over 300 miles, really, it stretches with the rainfall amounts.
An
that are
arrow
being
for our
pulled in.
listeners above Jacksonville, all the way down to through West Palm Beach, essentially. Really to the Georgia line. and
all the way up.
Yeah.
I want to add
And beyond.
winds now coming in at 70 miles per hour in Vero Beach with a little higher gusts. We have seen hurricane force gusts there, 63 miles per hour in Fort Pierce and 58 in Stewart. Let's take the Max 2 computer quickly if we could. I want to show you a couple of things here. First, you can see the winds. There's the eye that swirled just offshore there moving up to the north, and you can see winds much lower in Boca. So to Michael's question earlier, when might FPL crews be able to get out southern Palm Beach County? Much less wind now as the Eye of Matthew moves to the north. But I think this is going to be one of the most interesting graphics that I'm able to show you here, and this will be the latest high resolution model, which is very good at forecasting rainfall. Sometimes it slips up here and there, but I think it has a pretty good grip on this now. So here's 4:30 this morning, and you still see those rain bands even stretch farther south down to Boca down to Fort Lauderdale. There's still plenty of rain in Okeechobee and Stewart and Fort Pierce here, 7:30 this morning, and still a lot of rainfall coming in around northern Treasure Coast, Fort Pierce, all the way up to Vero Beach. Stewart with some heavy rain. Okeechobee starts to lift a little farther to the north at 10:30, but there's still rain bands stretching from Vero Beach to Okeechobee down through Stewart. And watch what happens down in Boca. As we get to 1:30 this afternoon, the circulation of Matthew continues to draw rainfall up. Now, the winds will certainly diminish as the storm moves to the north, but the rain from this storm could linger through a good part of the day. There's 3:30 this afternoon with some rain still coming through southern Palm Beach County as the flow around Matthew draws that moisture up and keeps it raining for us. So we're not going to see like a sudden clearing of the skies and sunshine and everything else, but we will. And there is some light at the end of this tunnel in that as Matthew moves to the north and east of us, some drier air will be drawn down into Florida. So for those folks that don't have power, the humidity looks like it will be a bit lower for as we get into the weekend. So if we're still waiting to have power restored, it might be a little more, it's still going to be very warm, but it might be a little more comfortable for those people who still don't have their air conditionings back. But hopefully power will get up and running pretty quickly.
And right before you started all that, you were talking about Vero. We want to get our Todd Walker back in front of the camera. He's been up there live, and you were talking about some real strong stuff right there.
This is a very strong winds at 70. We just saw a gust of 70 miles per hour now in Vero Beach, and just north of Sebastian, Weather Service reporting hurricane force wind gusts 74 miles per hour there.
All right. And there we go. I think there's Todd coming into frame. Todd, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. And you were talking about how those strong gusts would be moving into our area right about now, and they definitely have. We have seen the rain, instead of swirling like it was before, now just going straight sideways, and you can just hear the roar of the wind from where we're standing. The camera is under an overhang, and so it gets blocked a little bit from the rain, so you can just take in. Do have a real roar when you get the rain taken out of the picture. You can just appreciate how much wind we are getting in this area, and it has picked up again within the last 15 or so minutes since the kind of anticipated that we were. I'm looking around trying to see. Yeah, we've got the palm trees starting to lean over again, but most of the signs and everything.
All right, we're going to come back a minute. As you can well imagine, the weather playing some havoc with our satellite feed. We'll get back to Todd, and we want to update you on something out of the St. Lucie Fire District. Their Facebook page, they've stopped all emergency responses due to wind. Will resume when conditions are safe to do so.
Shows you just how severe it is right now up in St. Lucie County. That's for sure, when they have to stop the first responders and make sure that no one is allowed out onto the streets. Shows you just how strong it is right now.
Yeah, we can go, we're going to go county by county with meteorologist Felicia Combs here and show you what you can expect in your area and at what time you can expect that. Felicia?
That's right. I know everyone very curious right now as to what to expect. If we could go ahead and get the Max 2 computer so we can go county by county, I can show you that there. There we go. Let's start out with Palm Beach County. We're going to start to see things getting better from the south to the north as Matthew pushes farther away. So things are going to start to improve in Palm Beach County first out of all of the other counties. Overnight tonight, so through the rest of the nighttime hours, gusts up to 75 miles per hour. We're seeing that really calm down though, so that is going to be a stretch. By tomorrow morning, so by, well, I guess not tomorrow anymore, by a little later this morning, wind gusts around 40 miles per hour possible, but by the afternoon we're really going to see things starting to die down, especially in the wind department and certainly in the rain department as Matthew pushes farther away. So we're talking about 20 to 25 mile per hour winds as we head into the afternoon. Let's move a little bit farther north now. Martin and St. Lucie counties, things are still, as we just saw, pretty rough in St. Lucie County. Gusts still possible up to about 80 miles per hour. As we head into the later morning hours, we're looking at winds at 30 to 35 miles per hour. and gusts upwards of 45 miles per hour. And then heading into the afternoon, the same thing. We start to see those winds diminish. Of course, it's going to be a little later this afternoon for Martin and certainly St. Lucie County because you're going to be closer to Matthew longer, but winds at 20 to 25 miles per hour eventually later this afternoon. Indian River County, you're still dealing with really the brunt of it. So overnight tonight, still wind gusts at 80 miles per hour possible. Heading into the later morning hours, this is going to linger around for you a little bit longer. You're going to have gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So tropical storm conditions hanging around a little bit longer into the morning for you. And then by the afternoon, still you are going to be closer to Matthew. So you're going to have wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. So it's still going to be a very windy, gusty day in Indian River County. Lake Okeechobee, overnight, you can see here wind gusts around 70 miles per hour. You're a little farther inland, so you're seeing those gusts slightly on the lower side, even though you are one of our northern areas. Friday morning, a little bit later this morning, wind gusts up to 45, and then by the afternoon, same thing. You'll start to see those winds calming down. We're talking 20 to 25 miles per hour. So the moral of the story here, things improve from the south to the north, and by this afternoon, especially for Palm Beach and Martin counties, we're going to start to see things improving, but overall, as a whole, it's still going to be a pretty windy, gusty day as Matthew continues to move north farther away from our area.
We know it's straining patience, but we just have to ride it out the next many hours. And,
Absolutely.
We've all been there, and we know how tough it is. So we don't say that lightly, but it's just part of the reality right now.
Absolutely, and we've known, I mean, we've heard all day that these were going to be the crucial hours.
Yeah.
The midnight to 4 was really going to be crunch time and the time when there was really going to be some of the strongest wind approaching hurricane strength or, you know, right in that mix.
And in that sense, I mean, you know, it's what you said so apt, Kelly. The forecast for days, the timing at least has been pretty much spot on. That doesn't make it any easier for those of you dealing with power outages right now or the like, but we'll certainly be on top of that and talking to FPL and everybody about restoring your power and everything else. I think we've got some Vero Beach damage video coming in right now. Let's take a look at that.
We saw this just a short time ago. We brought it to you the first time. So looks like some fencing that was definitely taking a beating, and I couldn't really tell. It might have been a manufactured home or a mobile home at that point. This is Live Oak and Ocean, and this is in Vero Beach in Indian River County. Of course, this area was a mandatory evacuation area, so we hope that no one was hurt and everybody was safe, even though it looks like some of the structures are taking a beating. Glenn's back now to tell us what else he's been.
So something that happens whenever these storms get to such a high populated area is the Hurricane Center does updates more hourly as compared to, they don't necessarily adjust the track so much, but they're very good about talking about the intensity and the position of the storm. So we have a 3 a.m. update, and if you take a look at the track, we can take it full screen. I'll walk over in front of the weather wall here so I can point at a few things for you. But still a Category 3 storm with winds at 120 miles per hour. It is moving northwest at 14 miles per hour, and the position, and I know I've noticed a lot of folks on Facebook actually printed out our hurricane tracking map from WPTV.com, and they are tracking along with it. So the center of the storm at 27.8 north, 79.8 west right now, and the track continues to take it up to the northwest here. As we take a quick look, I'll have Felicia. Felicia, can you click on that for me so it does advance a little bit for the track up to the north? There we go. Here is tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., so we're less than 5 hours away from that now, and getting very close to the Cape here, and eventually working up to Daytona Beach probably around 2 o'clock this afternoon. Jacksonville, the official track is just offshore by 8 o'clock tonight from Jacksonville, and this is when we'll really start to see things clearing out in our viewing area as we get to the late afternoon and evening hours. And Matthew keeps lifting to the north, up off the coast of Georgia overnight tonight, and right on the Georgia-South Carolina line by Saturday morning at 8 a.m. as a Category 2 storm. A Category 1 storm heading out to the west off the coast of South Carolina, maybe making it as far north as North Carolina before starting this curve. And this curve is being caused because the storm gets caught beneath some high pressure that builds into the north here and redirected back down south. And we've had a lot of questions about this track. Is this a real track? Is this possible? It is extremely unusual. but it is certainly a possibility. But a couple things I'll point out to you about this track. One, it's huge. The end of the cone, the margin of error is just tremendous here. It extends all the way out here and all the way back across Florida here. So the storm could end up anywhere in this giant area here, or even all the way up here. And some models do have it just continuing out into the Atlantic. And the other thing I want you to notice is that as it comes back down, it is much weaker as a tropical storm. And some of the computer models have it getting closer to Florida as a tropical depression and not returning as a powerful hurricane. So we still could see some wind and rain from this if it makes it all the way across the Bahamas and back into Florida. But there are some positive things about this really bizarre track for Matthew with this giant turn down to the south. And it's still, you know, we're talking about Tuesday, so we have a ways to go here, and we'll see how things unfold over the next few days. But currently, Matthew continuing to head to the north at a pretty fast clip at 14 miles per hour. Faster it goes, the sooner it will be out of here, and the sooner we can try to assess what's been going on overnight tonight and sort of try to get back to some kind of normal routine for us, I know. But if we can take a quick look at Viper, I do want to show you that those big rain bands moving in and continuing to move in very close to the coast. Sebastian, Vero Beach, Fort Pierce getting some heavy rainfall all the way up to Melbourne now, and heavy rainfall moving as far northwest as Yeehaw Junction and then all the way down through Stewart. That is a long rain band, and there's another long band that continues to move through Jupiter and all the way down to West Palm Beach with some heavy rainfall there as well, and a flood advisory in effect for that area as well. Guys?
Glenn, thanks. So we're going to move up the coast now. Pictures coming in from St. Augustine via satellite.
That's right, bridge there in St. Augustine, and you can see faintly in the distance the waves, the white caps lapping up against the seawall apparently. So certainly as we were describing and some of you were seeing, I mean, the enormity of this thing is unbelievable, basically from Jacksonville to West Palm Beach.
It really is right up the eastern coast of Florida, but right offshore, the main brunt of the most punishing 130 mile per hour winds, although certainly getting socked with what it is giving us, and we're going to have a lot of cleanup here and damage to assess and the like into Friday and really for many days to come. And of course, power restoration. Live pictures from Cocoa Beach as we go a little further south from St. Augustine. And again, the scene you're seeing played again and again, they're just going to be dealing with it later hours. But you, for those of you listening, the enormity, Kelly, you first noticed it, you and I as lay people, but you don't have to be a weather expert to see the enormity of this thing with really rain bands that are really on into Georgia all the way through our area. It's that much. It's pretty compelling about the power and breadth of a storm.
It really is incredible, and in the lead up to today and every track update that seemed to bump it, nudge it just a little bit to the west, it was a real relief to see a little bit to the east today. And to keep it offshore, and you can't stress it enough. I mean, the different story that we'd be talking about right now, had it come and the eye wall had ridden up the coast of Florida.
Had 130 mile an hour plus winds. You and I have covered and been in Category 4 storms where you got the full brunt of it, and the conversation sadly would have been a lot different. And again, not to discount how tough it's going to be for some people waking up, but much different conversome had the full force of this come ashore. And we're going to go back to our weather team now.
Felicia joining us now.
Thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, I was just coming to examining some of the winds that we still have within this storm. So you see, we were talking about the eye wall replacement a little bit earlier, and you can see that happening really clearly here. You see that smaller eye becoming the bigger eye. This is kind of a wide view, but you can see this is starting to pull out of southern Palm Beach County, but of course we still have the rest of our area really getting swamped by Matthew, some heavy rain bands. Now, the heaviest, of course, still offshore, and we are thankful for that, but I did just see something come out from the Melbourne National Weather Service, and they're saying if it does look like some of these extreme winds are going to push onshore, mainly north of our area, they will be issuing advisories or warnings about that, extreme wind warnings. But right now, that is just something they were giving us a heads up on. But once again, that is moving north out of our area. So what you're seeing here is a representation of the current surface winds. You see the spin around the center of circulation. What this is also also representing is winds above 30 miles per hour. So all winds below 30 miles per hour I turned off. So you can see here 30-mile-per-hour winds are still stretching around this storm. We're getting higher gusts than that, still getting some reports of gusts, especially just north of our area, of wind gusts in the 70-mile-per-hour range. Some hurricane force wind gusts reported onshore. So you can see it here, still a very, very windy storm, even though the brunt of it is offshore. Let's take a little bit of a closer look. You can see a very strong band just off the coast of Indian River County. You'll also notice that the eye itself really not that far offshore. The strong, still Category 3 hurricane. James Wheeland actually just sent me a picture from just behind the station. I'm getting ready to tweet that. It's of a tree, a large tree that's down across the road. So I know some people out there are thinking, oh, it hasn't been all that bad, but there's damage. And I think as the sun comes up, we're really going to start to see where the damage is and just how powerful this storm was. I want to take you on a tour down to Palm Beach County. Now you can see that one rain band starting to lift away from West Palm Beach, but of course we're going to continue to see these circling around. But right now, Boynton Beach down into Boca Raton, it is dry for now. Now, of course, moisture going to continue to spin around Matthews, so that is something that we're going to be dealing with on and off throughout the day. I want to talk to you a little bit about the flooding concerns. We do have, of course, as I said, that aerial flood warning in Indian River and St. Lucie counties until 5:45 this morning, but area-wide, we also have a flood watch. We've seen quite a bit of rain. Of course, we're going to be keeping an eye on what that storm surge ended up doing as well. So we are still dealing with flooding conditions, and that is something we're going to continue to watch as we head through the morning and Matthew pushes farther away from our area.
All right.
Felicia, thanks for breaking it all down for us. Very, very helpful, I think, to just help you just kind of settle in with what's happening, what's still to come, and where it's going from there.
Be safe, be near home. And again, we can't emphasize enough, a lot of down power lines who don't want to see anybody hurt getting out into a situation where you might run into a downed energized power line or to down trees or to water that's obscuring a hazard. It's best to stay at home, very close to home throughout this day, and let emergency crews do their thing.
Absolutely. You mentioned water, and they were talking about, you know, canals that you can't tell are canals because the water is kind of disguising them. So be very careful tomorrow when you do venture out, when it is safe enough. Our crews right now on the Treasure Coast. So let's go back to Alex Hagan in Vero Beach with an update on the conditions there. Alex?
Well, guys, as you just tossed to me right now, I hope you can hear these ominous, scary winds that are coming through here. We're at the Indian River County EOC. Now, I want to pan up here to show you these palm trees. I don't know if you can see it, but they are actually swaying here. That just kind of shows you how strong these wind gusts are. We're actually feeling, it feels like, the brunt of this storm here in Vero Beach. We're told that these wind gusts, they were going to prolong for a long time, starting from midnight. We're already after 3 o'clock in the morning, expecting to last a little bit longer, obviously. Now, you talk about power outages. Just before I came on the air, you obviously could see it's darker here behind me. That's because the power just went out here. The lights flickered here on the building, just obviously showcasing how powerful this storm is right now in terms of wind gusts and rainfall. You talk about power outages, and we got that update. Thousands of people without power just alone here in Indian River County as they wait out this storm. Also, I want to remind you that during this update, during the county leaders earlier this morning, they don't want people to venture out until they know, until they do their damage assessments, until they go out and they survey what has happened here. Do not leave your homes. A big warning there for everybody at home. Now, again, slowing down just a little bit right now, but we're expecting to pick it up just a little bit. But strong wind gusts, heavy rainfall, really feeling the brunt of this storm here in Indian River County.
Move a little bit down the Treasure Coast into downtown Fort Pierce now.
That's right, Andrew Ruiz. We're going to check in with him again, see what things are looking like now in Fort Pierce. Andrew?
Yeah, guys, take a look behind me. You can see just how powerful the wind is. Just going ahead and blowing we actually have to have garbage bags over our cameras, not only to protect our cameras, because then we'll be without bringing the wonderful coverage to you guys. Take a look over there. You can see the strong winds. Rob, be careful, please. strong winds coming this way towards the garage. This again is looking westbound to the federal courthouse here in downtown Fort Pierce. The palm fronds moving, swaying side to side. You can see that the wind gusts are significant here. As Felicia was mentioning, there is a flood warning in St. Lucie County. We've also got gusts of winds that are about 60 miles an hour at any point in time, and so we are having to hold each other. And again, we were just sitting in the truck moments ago, and you could feel the car moving along because our car is right next to this railing. It is a safer place inside of the garage, but still, you can't be completely shielded from the wind right here in Fort Pierce. So again, we also want to pass along the information that if you are trying to get 911 help from fire officials, they have alerted the public that they are not doing so because of the high winds. It is not safe to drive out on the roadways. So if you have to call 911, do so, and they will respond as soon as they can after the winds die down. Michael, Kelly.
All right, Andrew, thank you. And as you mentioned, indeed, the wind causing a big problem with some first responders on the phone right now. Catherine Cheney with St. Lucie County Fire District. Yep. And as Andrew mentioned, Ms. Cheney, operations suspended for safety concerns. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, we stopped operations at about 12:44. Because of the high winds. Our vehicles, of course, are high, sit high, and it is not safe to operate after about 50 miles per hour. As I think Andrew said, there were gusts of 60 miles per hour. So we did stop responding. We are still taking calls and monitoring them, and we will get to them as soon as the winds die down.
Do you have any update? We had heard from FPL, and perhaps you've heard from them, a more updated numbers, some 20,000 customers without power there. Give us an assessment on that if you know, and then sort of an overall assessment of what you're hearing about damage, roads, anything like that that sort of paints a picture for residents in St. Lucie County and beyond.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, we're just relying on what FP&L is saying about, over 20,000 homes without power. As far as the road conditions, we haven't heard anything about roads. You can see from your video that, there's, obvious the wind is a big problem, and there is the rain, but we haven't even, we aren't showing any flooding or anything like that, or we haven't had any reports of any flooding or anything like that. So I think we dodged a bullet, and we hope we hope that continues through the morning.
So we hope so, and hope for the best for you as well. What are the types of calls that you all have been getting that you're unable to respond to now since you had to pull your trucks off the roads?
The calls are the regular calls of medical calls. They do not seem to be, like the heart attacks, but there are some, people with just medical problems, just the normal medical problems, the falls, the strokes, the things like that. So we are getting just our regular calls.
Catherine, if you can give us one piece of information we've been talking about, but would like your professional perspective. Everybody's going to be a bit stir crazy once this thing moves through, but we've been emphasizing that you all really need room to do your jobs in the morning. What's your advice to St. Lucie County residents who may have the desire, understandably, to get out and start moving about? What do you say to residents there about what Friday needs to be in terms of safety and getting out or not getting out on the roads?
Okay, we are telling people to stay in, even after the storm, to stay at home, to not go on the roads and interfere with our response, interfere with our emergency response, because there is going to be a backlog of emergency calls that we need to get to. So we want them off the road for our emergency responses, for Public Works to start cleaning up and dealing with all the debris, for FP&L to get their trucks out and get everything up and running again. It's just totally not safe for the people to be out on the road after this storm.
Catherine Cheney, St. Lucie County Fire District, thank you very much for joining us and updating us on the phone of the situation there. Again, at 12:44 this morning, they had to pull their fire trucks and rescue trucks off the roads. Winds just too high, too strong at that point.
We want to go back to our weather team right now. Glenn is standing by with the latest. Glenn.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on Live Viper 5 Max this morning with the storm now moving up to the north here. And I just want to measure for you the eye from Vero Beach, about 35 miles to the northeast there, and continuing to move north at a pretty fast clip. New lightning strikes coming in here around the eye. So that's very interesting. That shows a very strong eye wall there. And look at this rain band. I wanted to measure this for you. This rain band from all the way to the northwest of Stuart, all the way down through Stuart, is about 71 miles long. It's a long rain band, heavy rain, stretching all the way from northwest of Stuart, and it's headed for Stuart. So there's a long period of rainfall that's going to move into Stuart here, along with these gusty winds. Let's take a different perspective here and check out the clouds around the eye wall here, well over 60,000 feet high. And as we mentioned, a lot of lightning strikes coming in just in the past few minutes. So a lot of thunderstorm activity really growing around the eye here, and so it's still an extremely powerful storm as it moves up to the north. Look how big it is. It's just been, ever since it got itself together and developed, it's just been such a tremendous storm. It looks like that eye wall replacement is almost complete now. There was a little eye, the original eye in here, and a bigger eye forming around the outside, but it looks like finally, after hours and hours, that little eye has disappeared. And during eye wall replacement, typically there is a little bit of weakening that occurs with the storm before it starts to re-strengthen again, which may account for the going from a Category 4 to a Category 3 storm over the last couple of updates. But don't get me wrong, a powerful 3 hurricane is still an extremely powerful storm. And as we take a look at the potential for hurricane and tropical storm force winds, in yellow and orange, tropical storm force winds, in red, hurricane force winds. And as this lifts up to the north throughout the day today, and there's 4:30, 5 a.m., 5:30, there's 6 a.m. this morning, you'll still see tropical storm force winds possible through Okeechobee County, down through Stuart, up into St. Lucie and Indian River counties, and hurricane force winds just to the north of Indian River County, even around 6 a.m. this morning. As we get to the 9, 10, 11 o'clock hours, even noontime, still hurricane force winds possible from north of Jupiter all the way up through Indian River County and over into Okeechobee County. Just possible at this point, but still very gusty winds through a good chunk of the day. Power outage probabilities here continue as Matthew moves to the north. About a medium to high chance for power outages, very high as you get just to the north of our viewing area. But this is where we are getting reports from our viewers and from authorities about different power outages, really north of Jupiter, all the way up through Stuart, Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, Sebastian. This is where we have had the most reports of power outages so far, although Palm Beach County has also had quite a few power outages. I'm going to turn things over to Felicia here because we've had a lot of questions on Facebook and Twitter about storm surge, which is difficult to talk about right now because it's still dark outside, Felicia, but we're going to get an idea soon.
That's right. That's one of the most important points that we want to make. It's still dark outside. Obviously, most of the people that would have been really in risk for the storm surge, we hope they did evacuate. But let's talk a little bit about what exactly that is. So, of course, we've got this powerful hurricane just off the coast. And in terms of storm surge, it does make a difference. But when it is still just off the coast and it's a powerful Category 3 hurricane, you're still getting winds strong enough to pile up that water and move it on shore. So, of course, as the sun comes up and we start to see where we're seeing flooding or where we could have seen some of that storm surge, this is really what we're talking about here, that wall of water that kind of builds up and causes that sea level rise and begins to move inland. Now, of course, we're starting to see the worst of it pull away from our area as Matthew moves away, but still storm surge is a real concern, and we'll have to wait until the sun sun comes up to see what areas experienced that. I was just taking a look at the National Weather Service chat, and they did report a tropical storm force wind gust at the Vero Beach Airport, so still very gusty out there. Let's take it through time. This is our most accurate, most fast updating model that you see here. So let's see what it's predicting as we head through the rest of the morning. You can see taking the eye farther north, even farther north of Melbourne, but we're still getting that wrap around, quite a bit of rain in Indian River and St. Lucie counties, back into Okeechobee County as well, and even stretching down into Martin County with that particular area of rain. Going to continue to move north. The heaviest stuff starting to move north of our area as we head into the later morning hours. This is Friday at 9:45 a.m. So this is when Orlando, Daytona Beach really getting swamped here. But of course, still with the strong hurricane in this vicinity, we're still getting the gusty winds, as Glenn talked about, and of course tropical storm force winds possible. Taking a little bit of a closer look to just our area as Matthew pulls away. This is Friday at 2:45, so as we're heading into the afternoon today, you can see here this model still wanting to pick up on the possibility of some wraparound bands bringing some rain through our area, and of course with that we could see some gusty winds. And really the threat for isolated tornadoes will start to move away, but even as some of those bands swing around for portions of our northern area, that is still a risk that we'll have to keep an eye on. So we will start to see things improving, but today by no means will mean that it's all over, even as Matthew moves far away from our area.
All right, Felicia, thank you very much. Like many big events, Facebook is offering a way for you to let your family and friends know that you are safe during Hurricane Matthew. You can just go to Facebook and you can search Safety Check and then follow the prompts there.
And I think we're going to also try and update some power outage numbers as well. And if we can have, all right, the power outage numbers, we're trying to get Todd Walker back on the phone in Vero Beach. And obviously weather's playing a bit of havoc with signals in and out for us, and we know you understand that, and we know many of you, of course, are living right through the middle of this right now. The latest power outage numbers that we had, by the way, Indian River County, some 55,000 customers overall, and they were saying that some 16,000, and I'm sure these numbers are higher now, some 16,000 were out of power. As we look at the numbers, Palm Beach County, and these numbers are at least an hour old, Palm Beach County, nearly 80,000 customers out of power. That's about 10% of the total customer base in Palm Beach County. Martin County, about a third of the total customer base out of power. St. Lucie County, 23,000 out of 124,000 customers. On it goes. So FPL has its work cut out, but we have been told that they are out where they can be now, beginning that work. But it's going to be a patient process, and you heard Catherine Cheney with St. Lucie Fire say it's part of the reason they need us all to stay home and stay off the road so that emergency crews can do what you want them to do most, and that is to get your power restored.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a sobering reality when you have to pull all of the emergency vehicles off at that point, and then you just cannot get out to the calls no matter how routine or serious they are. You just physically can't get out there. Well, you've got to wait till it calms down a bit.
Everybody looks for the forecast up to through the storm, and then the forecast they're most interested in afterward is that power restoration forecast.
Without a doubt.
So make no mistake, we will be talking closely to FPL throughout the day to try and get you some of those answers.
The U.S. Air Force moved some of its fighter jets out of the way of Hurricane Matthew, actually moving those jets from Georgia to Florida, from Moody Air Force Base to Tyndall Air Force Base, which is near Panama City. Tyndall was deemed safe because certainly the Panhandle, not in the storm's path, part of Florida, besides, you know, the Keys and maybe the most southern parts of Miami are really the only parts unaffected. But right now, more than 1 million people from Florida all the way up to South Carolina have been under evacuation orders for several days. And this storm has kind of slowed down a little bit, so it'll be probably a while longer before people start returning to the Carolinas, to Georgia, that sort of thing.
And flowing south on 95 to come back home. So think about that this weekend you had an outflow. Now you're going to have an inflow of people trying to get back home over the next several days. So all of that you have to take into account. about the anxiety of people out on roadways, and really to be careful over the next many days. There'll be lights out, roadways. All of us have to take extra care so we don't pile problems onto the end of a storm. You don't want to come through the storm okay and then have problems afterwards because of lack of patience on any of our parts. There's going to be a lot of traffic out there, but we're hoping, the experts say, that that traffic waits and lets emergency crews do what they need to do.
We've got Todd Walker on the phone right now, Todd, so I guess it's tough to see you in front of the camera, I'm imagining, but give us the scenario there in Indian River County.
Yeah, we're getting to the point of the storm where it's hard for our signal to get all the way through without breaking up. We're joining you on the phone here. We are getting to seeing the strong gusts that your meteorologists were talking about that we were going to see with this band coming through, but we're also starting to see more breaks in between them. For the last few hours, it was just constant, the wind, the rain. Now we are definitely getting those strong gusts, but we start getting lulls in between them now. So that may be a sign of what's to come. We may start getting some breaks here soon. Certainly folks up here hoping that, but then, as soon as I say that, we get another strong gust. But like I said before, we were just getting constant wind and rain, now getting slight breaks in between them. We are seeing some debris being blown around, coming off of the palm trees and other debris in the area blowing around. But as I was saying before, in our last shot before we lost the signal, I've noticed that most of the things, whether they're signs or whatever, in this parking lot around here are still here and still in pretty good shape. I've also been watching an American flag in this parking lot of Indian River Mall that was not taken down before the storm started. It's still there. It's been blown around. It's pretty tattered, but it's still hanging on. And I was earlier in the night guessing that it would have been gone by now. So things are hanging on pretty well here. But we are still seeing those intensely strong gusts coming through, but we are starting to get some breaks in between them.
And Todd, at the top of your shot, it's 3:50 in the morning, so my eyes may be playing tricks, but I saw the sky lit up. Was that lightning, or are we still seeing arcing with some transformers that are going out in the distance?
We are seeing the same thing you are, and it's my best guess is it's lightning because the power is out all over here. But it is light. Whenever we do get that lightning, the sky lights up almost green. At first, earlier in the night, we could definitely tell that they were transformers, but now it's flashing so much and so quickly. I have to think that that's more lightning than anything. I was listening to your meteorologist talk as the eye wall is close by to us, talking about the lightning kicking up, and we were seeing that at about the same time. So that's my best guess, is that is lightning, but it is making the sky just a spectacular green whenever it does light up.
Todd, thank you very much for explaining and describing what's going on up in Vero Beach right now. We'll bring back in meteorologist Glenn Glazer. So is that a good chance it is lightning? Yeah.
A very good chance it's lightning. We've seen quite a few lightning strikes actually around the eye wall here. Which we've been saying throughout the morning is a little unusual, but not unheard of course, to see lightning in here. And remember that light has to filter through all of that cloud cover, so that can change the color of the lightning to the eye. So you may see things look bluish green. We've heard all kinds of different colors from people saying, well, what is that? What are those weird colors I'm seeing? And some of them are transformers, obviously, if they're a little farther inland here, because most of the lightning data is out here, still over the ocean. I want to answer a couple of questions from viewers. People who have family up in Cape Canaveral area are asking when things are going to really be picking up there. And already, we just saw a wind gust a few moments ago in the Cape of 74 miles per hour. So a hurricane force wind gust in Cape Canaveral. And people want to know, I'm going to put this to the side real quick. People want to know what direction the winds are coming from in their areas all along our viewing area. And I know we have radio listeners too. So I will tell you that in the Sebastian area, because the eye is moving up to the northeast now, winds are starting to come in from a more northerly direction. You may notice that wind change or hear that wind change seeming a little bit different to you as the eye moves up a little farther to the north. From Vero Beach all the way down to Fort Pierce and even into Port St. Lucie, it's more of a northwesterly direction. And I can tell you just in the past few minutes, we had a wind gust out of the northwest in Vero Beach of 70 miles per hour and a wind gust in Fort Pierce a few moments ago of 62 miles per hour. From Port St. Lucie south into Jupiter, winds are becoming a little more westerly now. Stewart just saw a wind gust of about 53 miles per hour and really westerly winds all the way through Palm Beach County with some very high gusts from West Palm Beach up to the Jupiter area, but slightly calmer winds down through Boynton and Boca. That's not to say that winds aren't gusty there, but a little calmer than maybe the rest of the area here. Let's take a quick look at what's going on a Max 2 computer, if I could call that up real quick here, and show you the satellite image. This is over the last 12 hours or so as the storm moved up to the north here. Look at that very impressive satellite picture here with just a tremendous storm. And we'll go to the latest track from the Hurricane Center. A lot of folks on Facebook Live asking me, can we see the track again? And of course, I'll show it to you and I'll explain it to our radio listeners as well. So the current center of the storm is to the northeast of Vero Beach and Sebastian right now and offshore. As a Category 3 storm, 120 mile per hour sustained winds, but higher gusts and moving northwest at 14 miles per hour. It is expected to continue to move northwest and north-northwest at a pretty fast clip. In fact, by 8 o'clock this morning, already heading up toward the Cape. And then by the time we get to about 8 o'clock tonight, just off of Jacksonville coast here, although some of the cones still in around the Jacksonville area and in along the Georgia coast as well, overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. By tomorrow morning, the track has it up by Savannah or just off the Savannah coast of Savannah there, off of the coast of Georgia, and heading up toward Charleston as a Category 2 hurricane, and then a Category 1 storm as it gets close to North Carolina, but immediately moving off to the east. And then this very strange curve all the way around, which has been running in most of the very reliable computer models now for the past couple of days, turned down to the south, but also a loss of strength as it turns down to the south back into a tropical storm and possibly even a tropical depression as it moves through the Bahamas and possibly back over toward Florida. There's some computer models that have it going pretty far south. There's some computer models that have it way out to the east here without any kind of impact on the Bahamas or Florida. So we're going to have to see. This should get a little more accurate as we move through the next couple of days and it starts that turn up by North Carolina out back into the Atlantic. Vipercast winds, and this is, I believe we're using the American model for this here, but these are wind estimates through the day today. And you'll see from this morning, right now, all the way through about 10 o'clock this morning, we still have tropical storm force winds possible, at least from the Jupiter area all the way up through Vero Beach and up into Sebastian as well. But out around Lake Okeechobee, winds below tropical storm strength, and that also goes for down from Boynton Beach to Delray and to Boca, but still very gusty winds. So here's 1:30 this afternoon, and winds below tropical storm, below 39 miles per hour from Stewart south. But from Stewart north, still tropical storm force winds early this afternoon, straight up through Vero Beach and Sebastian, with around Lake Okeechobee, winds a little less. And now we're getting into 4:30 in the afternoon in the graphic that I'm showing. For radio listeners, I'm just showing the winds as we continue to move through the afternoon. 38 mile per hour winds in Vero Beach and Sebastian by about 4:30 this afternoon. So it will be mid to late afternoon before we start to see tropical storm force winds finally move north of our viewing area. Now, mind you, this is just one model. This is an estimate of winds, but even as we head through the day today, we're still looking at the potential for tropical storm force winds through a good chunk of the day. Yes?
All right.
We just got our first hurricane force wind gusts, Vero Beach, 74 miles an hour.
All right.
Wow. All right.
74 mile per hour wind gust, Vero Beach.
Yeah. Matthew hanging on there. Glenn and Steve, thank you both very much.
Battering Martin County as well this evening, and News Channel 5's Stephanie Susskind has an update for us right now from Jensen Beach.
Actually fell down right in the middle of the courtyard here from where they've got quite a few trees up, and this is really the only sign of anything down, any damage that we've seen out here. We've been here at Jensen Beach High School all night long. This is one of the Martin County shelter locations, more than 1,000 people in shelters overall in Martin County. Now the wind is still howling pretty good out here. Not quite as much rain, just a little bit of rain compared to what we saw earlier. We are here with the Stuart Police Department. They are actually out on the roads right now, checking things out, looking at conditions, seeing if there's any power lines down or any hazardous conditions out there. So we'll be getting an update from them soon. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the conditions out here in Stuart. Reporting at Jensen Beach High School, Stephanie Suskind, WPTV News Channel 5.
Updated that.
All right. Well, that's a good cue, I would say. In 4:30 in the morning, here we are with our hurricane, and let's go to Viper and show you what's going on with the storm with the latest radar. There it is, right there. And we have some very strong winds. We just got a 74-mile-an-hour wind gust in Vero Beach, so that is hurricane force wind gust. I'm going to put the loop into motion here, and you can see that we still have very strong winds along the northern Treasure Coast. Even Stuart now picking up and switching toward the west. 53-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Stuart. We've had several hours of very heavy rainfall and gusty winds along the Treasure Coast. So those winds fluctuating in the Stuart area and Martin County between 50 and 60, and very strong feeder band that's working all the way back through Okeechobee. In Fort Pierce, there we go with a 60-mile-an-hour west wind now. So as the storm pulls away and up to the north, pretty much paralleling the coastline up toward Melbourne, and then eventually up toward Jacksonville and Amelia Island and St. Augustine. We probably won't get a landfall in Florida, but we will be so very close. 60 right now for our wind gust in Fort Pierce, and not on the chart yet, but we just picked up a 74-mile-an-hour wind, a hurricane force wind gust at Vero Beach at the airport. Trying to double check that, but it certainly appears to be reliable since we've had 3 or 4 hours of 60 to 70 and above 70-mile-an-hour winds. And now it's still northwest in Vero. We have a west wind in Fort Pierce, a west wind at 50 to 60 in Stuart, getting a little farther down the coast. I don't know what happened to the radar and not the radar, but the anemometer in West Palm, but we lost that a few hours ago. But some strong gusty winds there too, and we're getting reports all pretty much across the Treasure Coast of strong tropical storm force winds, some heavy rainfall still. Thankfully, the big band that was lingering over West Palm is now starting to move up over Jupiter. Palm Beach County almost at this point out of the rainfall. The Treasure Coast, heavy rain working across Stuart and Port St. Lucie. I know we have a lot of people listening and not watching. They're on radio because of the power outages. So the rain is almost done in Palm Beach County as the storm pulls north. It is now almost east of Melbourne. It will be in the next hour and pulling north. So this storm will drag all the rain and the gusty winds away in the next few hours, or at least most of them. So strong and still very gusty tropical storm force winds across Palm Beach County taper off through the next, I would say, 3 to 5 hours. On the Treasure Coast, we're going to have lingering, very strong winds into the mid and late morning, especially Vero and Fort Pierce, which are closest to the eye now, which, as I said, is about 20 to 40 miles east of Melbourne and moving up toward the Cape. It doesn't look like we're going to get a landfall as we get into the mid-morning hours. We'll see this storm continue to move up toward Jacksonville. Alex Hagan, out there in the storm tonight, give us the latest on what's going on.
Well, things are starting to die down, maybe just a little bit. Before the last time I spoke with you, we were getting constant wind gusts, strong wind gusts, heavy rainfall. It's actually, we're getting a lot more breaks in between those gusts. Right now, though, you can probably hear it. Strong wind gusts right now, but as I said, a little bit more breaks in between those strong wind gusts. You can see here, though, on the ground in front of me, you can see some debris coming from some palm trees nearby. I showed you in my last hit that the trees up here to my left, over my left shoulder, they continue to sway from these strong wind gusts. Now we've seen some stop signs in the distance here behind me. Actually, there was a stop sign still there. I thought that the way that is moving back and forth that it would be gone by now. However, it is still standing, considering it's surprising considering the strong winds that we've had. Again, though, a little bit more breaks in between these strong wind gusts and significant rainfalls. Now, as for Indian River County, we're expecting to get an update around 5:30 on what's going on in the county in terms of first responders, injuries. Last time we heard from them, they reported no injuries at this time. Again, an update coming up at 5:30. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Alex. As we take over for Michael and Kelly, I'm Mike Trim here with Ashley Walters, and let's get started. Let's get everybody up to date on what's going on with Hurricane Matthew.
And of course, we have our teams stationed everywhere, but right now we're out looking for damage in Palm Beach County, specifically right now in Lantana. That's where we find WPTV News Channel 5's Gabrielle Saran, live right now in the Royal Palm Beach area, actually, where a tree had fallen on a house.
I'm standing here on Chorus Way, and I want to give you an idea of what one family is dealing with tonight. The woman who lives in this home was in her living room when she heard a loud boom, the winds howling, and this tree fall down and almost, I stress the word almost, pummel into her home. Take a listen to what her son told us.
We heard this huge boom, and basically we came and ran out, and we saw the tree just like resting on our house, and it's like against our van as well.
And when you saw that?
Oh, we were shocked. We didn't know what the damages were.
And as you heard, they're scary moments for this family tonight who was just watching TV inside their home when this happened. Now, I want to point out, take a look at the size of the tree. It is about half the length of this family's home, so the damage tonight could have been much, much worse. But the one thing it did take out is this rear view mirror. That's the latest from Royal Palm Beach. We'll continue to keep you updated out here with the very latest. Gabrielle Saran, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, so she's in Palm Beach County, and at last check with FPL, and we'll get to all the outages in a second, but as of 3 a.m., Palm Beach County has a little under 84,000 people without power.
Wondering, how are my friends doing in this section of town? You can kind of zero in and see, or, see what your neighborhood's looking like. So, of course, we continue to receive those updates from the airports in South Florida, we should say.
Yeah, 5 minutes after 4. PBIA says they plan to resume normal operations at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. Officials say it's going to reopen to passengers starting at 11. The Southwest, Air Canada, Allegiant, and Caribbean have canceled flights for today, though, as you can see those on the screens. They're going to resume their flight Saturday, really just to play it on the safe side. If you are flying out of Fort Lauderdale, by the way, you should probably check your airline, as you should do any normal day when it's nice weather. Check with your flight, your airline, before heading to the airport as a whole. We will get to now Palm Beach International Airport resuming normal operations.
Right. What we're hearing right now is that those normal operations will resume today at noon, and then public transit in Palm Beach County will also be going more normally as the roads are safe to travel. But of course, no time has been set on that, so you're really being asked to just stay in place as long as possible until we can give you a really good picture, which of course will be coming better when the sun rises and it splashes across the area.
In just a few hours. And then let's talk about Miami International Airport. Flights in and out of there resuming normal operations today. Travelers, hey, you're asked to, again, follow up with your airline. There might be some debris in the roadways today. There might be a little extra traffic, people getting back to normal, so just play it safe. Hey, if you need to get some supplies, public stores, they're going to open around our area a little later today.
As early as 11 a.m., but those on the Treasure Coast, we're told, will not be reopening until 4 p.m. You can see exactly what time your store will be opening. You just head to our Facebook page and click on the link right there. Really, important to remember that all these employees trying to get everything back, they have families too they're dealing with. Yeah.
Now, as you could see through that radar, some of the parts of Palm Beach County, including Jupiter.
Right. So we know that these hourly updates, they're now hourly coming in. Storm Team 5 Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel, what are you seeing right now?
I'm seeing hurricane-force wind gusts on Vero Beach, a pretty serious situation at this point with very strong winds still continuing across that area. And we've had several hours, 3 to 4 hours of 60 to 75 mile-an-hour winds across Indian River County, a little bit less down around St. Lucie and Martin County. These are damaging winds, and we obviously extensive power outages when you start getting winds this strong in a hurricane. Let's go full screen and show you the latest radar, live Viper 5 Max. The eye of the storm now starting to just move just east of Melbourne, and it will continue northwest and parallel the coastline. If we can show that wide view of the radar so everyone can see it at home. Thank you. And this storm will continue to move up across Jacksonville on later Friday and early Saturday. But very, very strong winds. Some of the strongest winds are still off the coastline. We have a hurricane at this point that's still a Category 3. Glenn's going to show you the latest category and where it's headed in just a second. But I just want to show you a quick look at the radar. From Sebastian to Vero, 60 to 75 mile an hour winds still possible through the next few hours, tapering off slowly as we get into the mid-afternoon hours on Friday. A little farther south into Port St. Lucie and Stuart, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Pretty much continuous for the last few hours. Stronger gusts on the way as the storm center is just off the coast, about 40 miles off Sebastian, just a little north of east of Sebastian. So not a landfall here, and probably not a landfall in East Coast Florida as it tracks up toward the Carolinas on the weekend. And the rain is beginning to taper off from Jupiter and West Palm. Finally, after we had flood warnings and flood advisories in the last few hours, beginning to improve, but heavy rainfall, torrential downpours. One of the outer feeder bands working through Stuart, through Palm City, through the Rio area, Rocky Point, off the St. Lucie Inlet, and more rain on the way. We're looking at several inches per hour possible in a few spots just south of Jensen Beach, pretty much right over the inlet, and working through in the next couple. So this is kind of the same setup that we saw around West Palm earlier, and we had the flood warning and flood advisories issued at that time. We're watching. I don't see anything issued as far as heavy rainfall, but obviously it's coming down, torrential downpours in the next hour. And Glenn, I know you want to break down the latest track. We're going to get a new track at 5 o'clock.
And we do still have the flood warning for Indian River County and St. Lucie County until 5:45 this morning. That was issued shortly after the flood advisory for Palm Beach County. But that flood advisory for Palm Beach County may be lifted as the rain tapers off a little bit there, but there's still some rain coming in from the west, so we got to watch that. So here's the latest track from the Hurricane Center. Winds at 120 miles per hour, and we are moving to the northwest at 14 miles per hour, and we're looking at still a Category 3 storm as it moves up to the northwest. Let's put it into motion for you, and we'll get it going here in just a moment, as long as the computer reacts. There we go. 8 a.m., moving up toward Melbourne. Still some of the cone inland here, but the track is a little bit offshore, just like it was for our area, moving up toward Daytona Beach, Jacksonville by about 8 o'clock tonight as a Category 3 storm, heading up toward Georgia as a Category 3 storm, just offshore here, but some of the cones still a little bit inland, and then up toward Charleston, South Carolina as a Category 2 hurricane, eventually weakening to a Cat 1 as it moves off the coast of South Carolina and North Carolina. And then this very strange curve back down to the south and back to the southwest toward the Bahamas, because it gets trapped underneath some high pressure to the north and forced back down to the south, but weakening into a tropical storm and possibly even a tropical depression if it even makes it this far down towards South Florida. And there's a lot of things that can happen in there before that big curve all the way down south. So we're going to watch that after we get past today, and we're still going to see tropical storm force winds in our area for a good part of today until Matthew moves far enough north that we stop seeing some of the major impacts from the storm. So Palm Beach County, as we continue through the morning hours here, there's some very gusty winds and heavy rainfall, gusting up to 40 miles per hour possibly at times, but those winds will slowly diminish from south to north, and winds down to about 20 to 25 miles per hour by this afternoon for Palm Beach County. For Martin County this morning, winds 30 to 35, but right now we're still seeing some tropical storm force winds in Martin County and St. Lucie County as well, with gusts higher than that, and then slowly diminishing by this evening, again from south to north. Now, this morning in Indian River County, hurricane-force wind gusts already reported over the past hour or so, and we're going to continue to see very gusty winds, strong tropical storm force winds, but gusts may be close to hurricane strength at least for a little while longer, but then starting to settle down a bit. But even through a good part of the afternoon, till about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, we could still be seeing tropical storm force winds in Indian River County until Matthew finally lifts to the north, Okeechobee County, and down around Belle Glade, Pahokee. Winds starting to die down a little bit, but still the potential for some very gusty winds as those rain bands swing in across the lake and move over toward the east. I want to show you this just estimated a few moments ago. Viper estimated rainfall totals, and as we zoom into the Treasure Coast first and Indian River County first, you can see totals inland a little bit around Fellsmere, about an inch or so, inch and a half just west of Sebastian. But as you get down along the coast near Indian River Shores and Vero Beach, you're talking about rainfall totals of over 2 inches, close to 3 inches. At least this is an estimate by Viper, near Indian River Shores. St. Lucie Village, Lakewood Park, all the way down to Indian River Estates here, and down toward Nettles Island, about 1.5 inches or more of rainfall so far. At Heritage Ridge, Jonathan Dixon State Park, over 1 inch of rain. Some very heavy rainfall in Palm Beach County with that one rain band that sat there for an extended period of time. Almost 3 inches of rain around the West Palm Beach area, a little less up by Jupiter, 1.5 inches or so. Ballin Isles, about 1.5 inches as well. And down toward the Boynton and Boca area, about 1 inch or so as well. So that's what we were looking at with rainfall totals across the area. We're going to go back to Steve Weigel now with a look at the Viper. And Steve, we're still checking out those gusty winds up in Vero. Hurricane force wind gusts, and that could last for a while.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be around through at least the mid-morning hours, and we've had several hours of 70 to 70, almost 75 mile-an-hour winds. Vero and even Fort Pierce, not much lower than that, around 60 to 65. Those are damaging winds. And you mentioned the 3 inches of rainfall that popped up across West Palm because of that feeder band on the southern edge of this. We have this similar situation now developing in Stuart. So several inches of rain in a short period of time as we get into 4 and 5 o'clock this morning. Let me just zoom into that to show you. And I know a lot of our viewers are now listeners because you're on radio, because your power is out. We have a very strong feeder band working across Martin County, Stuart, Palm City, Jensen Beach, Hobe Sound, all the way across the turnpike to 95, and it trails back to the west into Okeechobee. These are strong winds to 50 and 60 miles an hour, heavy downpours, cutting across 95 in the turnpike, working from west to east, and it is not going to let up anytime soon. So this is the southern edge of the hurricane with this just torrential rainfall band across Martin County, even into Port St. Lucie, actually, some very heavy rainfall there, and gusty winds to 50, and we've seen gusts to 60 miles an hour with Witham Field and Stuart. We have now 61 at Fort Pierce, 74 miles an hour. Hurricane force wind gusts in Vero Beach, one of the strongest winds we've seen so far. And just a little farther to the north in Cape Canaveral, we have a 79 mile an hour wind firing up just ahead of this storm. So just to the north of our viewing area, as a large area, the kind of the inner core of the hurricane works in along the coastline. Don't think we'll see a landfall in this area of Florida, but it'll be very, very close. And the strong hurricane force winds just hugging the coastline through the mid and late morning hours around Melbourne, and then eventually up later in the day around Jacksonville and St. Augustine. So the rain is almost done for Palm Beach County and across the lake. Okeechobee is seeing the rain taper off very shortly. But for Martin County, from about Stuart and Hobe Sound north into Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, Winter Beach, Sebastian, we still have heavy downpours and still a threat of some flooding in roadways, and of course wind damage from these winds that in some spots are either approaching or breaking hurricane force winds. Right now, 74 in Vero. We've been between, as I said, 70 and 75 miles an hour for the last few hours since just after midnight. And it's now switching west. So our winds for the first part of the hurricane were north, very strong. Now they're west and northwest winds coming in just off the lake and then off the coastline after that. So we're kind of diminishing any kind of storm surge threat because we now have an offshore wind on the Treasure Coast. And that really isn't a setup for any kind of strong storm surge in this area. And our high tide times are now behind us because we're now we've all hit the high tide times across South Florida, and the storm surge threat, thankfully, is starting to diminish because the winds are now offshore rather than onshore. So some big winds, some heavy rainfall, and still some strong winds from Vero, Sebastian, Fort Pierce, and Port St. Lucie. We don't want to forget our viewers on the Treasure Coast or Stuart with a 51 mile an hour wind at Stuart, and even through Hobe Sound. Jensen Beach earlier, about 2 to 3 hours ago, had a 71 mile an hour wind as the storm center moved just off the coastline. So big winds, Ashley and Mike, and more coast. We're going to be dealing with this right through at least the mid-morning. So, you know, even though the storm is Now moving north, it's a large storm. The tropical storm force winds are out almost 200 miles, so it's going to take a little while before this actually starts to clear out and starts to improve. I know we're seeing a little bit of an improvement in Palm Beach County, but on the Treasure Coast, this is not done yet, not by a long stretch. When we're still seeing hurricane force winds around. There's a big wind, the strongest winds we've seen so far anywhere in our viewing area. They're happening right now in Vero Beach.
Vero Beach, okay.
Wow.
And, you know, we can kind of see a pattern, Steve and Ashley, as well with the FPL outages right now, going from Palm Beach County north to Indian River County. Now, these figures were at 3 a.m., and I just want to tell you that the 4 a.m. numbers just came in, and I wrote those down. So, and producers, we have that information here at the desk. I'll relay it here. Palm Beach County has actually lowered considerably to 67,900, but then what you see is a trend of power outages in Martin County, 39,600 now without power. St. Lucie County has risen by almost about 5,000 to 36,680, and Indian River County now at a little more than 26,000 people without power. Okeechobee County also a little bit more, just under 1,000. But again, you know, as the storm progresses north, you're seeing those power outages increase north, and Palm Beach County kind of getting their power restored, because remember yesterday we heard FPL, once the winds die down to 35 miles per hour and below, that's when those crews can get back out and restore that power.
And they have been working for a considerable amount of time leading up to this to try to put everything in place so that that could happen in a rapid fashion.
Correct.
Now, News Channel 5's Andrew Ruiz right now is on the Treasure Coast this early morning in downtown Fort Pierce, right there near the courthouse. What are you seeing in that area?
Ashley and Mike, good morning to you. We're in the garage of the courthouse. Many people actually parked here. Some of them left their cars here, and even spoke to a taxi cab driver who thought that this was probably a better place for him to house his car. He had transported some people not only to the Orlando area, but also to West Palm Beach and to other locations. He decided to come back here. Let's take you over to the balcony where you can see the current conditions outside. Wind gusts, again, 60 miles an hour. Steve was just talking about it momentarily ago, and you can see those things just coming through here. The wind is felt very strongly. In hours past, we could feel our car moving a little bit, but I will tell you that we are in a safe place. We did see some power outages in this area. Apparently there are some generators that have gotten the power back up. That building that you're looking at over there is the federal courthouse in downtown Fort Pierce, just to give you somewhat of guidance. Now, we picked this spot strategically because of the wind gusts and the way that they usually come in. So they come in off of the coast, are usually striking from the east side and then also the north side. Well, we're actually facing the west side and the south side, so the winds are not as strong as the other sides. In a little bit, we'll take you to the other side of the garage and show you some damage that we observed. There's a fence that was that fell down behind the courthouse. Again, when we can get back to you live, we'll go ahead and bring you those pictures. But for now, live in Fort Pierce, Andrew Ruiz, WPTV News Channel 5.
So from Fort Pierce, we're going to go just a little south now to the Jupiter area that's still getting some significant rain as well.
That's right. Tanya Rogers has a look at the conditions in Harborside Place.
We are at Harborside in Jupiter. Matthew, the roadway when you drive in, but it is blocking the sidewalk area. Also, we found that as you drive around Harborside, you will find quite a few palm fronds that are down, a few trees that are leaning. We assume that probably the cleanup process will begin sometime later on today into the weekend. Reporting in Jupiter, Tanya Rogers, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, so you're seeing kind of, those conditions again.
Yeah, we're going to have some audio problems here and there. Obviously, they're out in the rain, out in the elements, but
an enormous technical challenge.
Sure.
But we're dealing with it. We're bringing you everything we can.
Yep, and let's go a little bit north again now, right? With Todd Walker. Where is he, Ashley?
Okay, so he's at the Indian River Mall. That's in Vero Beach with the conditions there. Todd.
Yeah, we are still seeing very strong gusts up here, and apparently there is some power to the Indian River Mall, whether that's a backup generator or not. I'm sure you can hear the alarm system going off there, and that's not going to get shut off until someone cuts the power. which no one's around to do that. So bear with me as that alarm goes off in the background right now. But we are seeing some of the strongest gusts that we have seen all night long. As your meteorologist was talking about, they're still coming through, even though the rain has definitely let up significantly. The wind still coming through quite a bit. In fact, I'm seeing my first palm fronds flying around here. We haven't seen really many throughout the night, even though the wind has been blowing. So the first of those are starting to blow around. We've seen a little bit of debris from the trees coming around, but most of the signs in this area, everything else has hung on pretty well. But again, we seeing some strong gusts, but then also some lulls in between. So we do get some breaks in between these, which we were not seeing earlier this evening. It was just constant wind. Now we'll get strong gusts and then breaks in between them. So we are seeing things slowly start to change out here, but still some very serious conditions as these wind gusts are incredibly strong when they do pick up.
Todd, Mike Trim here. We can see the gusts happen on the palm trees in that shot in Vero Beach. Again, this is Todd Walker speaking from the Indian River Mall. How much of a difference is it when you don't have those gusts going that now are up to about 74 miles per hour from when the winds died down? It is just a huge difference.
Yeah, so basically when they do die down, it's more of just a breeze, just like a normal breezy day. When they kick up, obviously you get those tropical storm force type gusts. So it is definitely a difference that we're seeing now, whereas earlier, a couple of hours ago, it was just constant wind. It may not have been as strong of the gusts as we're seeing now when they do kick up, but now we do get some breaks in between. When you're working out in this stuff, the breaks are definitely appreciated.
Of course. Are you seeing a lot of debris in that area? Are you seeing a lot on the roadways or on the sidewalks, things that are blowing around, or is it relatively clear?
I'm really impressed that I haven't seen a whole lot blowing around. The wind kicking up here again, like I said, I just saw within the last half hour my first pieces of palm trees flying around. We hadn't seen any the rest of the night, so it's actually been pretty impressive that we have not seen a lot of debris going around, except for, within the last half hour or so.
And again, that's Todd Walker. He is with us from the Indian River Mall. Todd, if you could just kind of give us a location, kind of where you are, maybe what stores you're around. A lot of people familiar with that area right now.
Sure. So basically where we've been set up all night is in between the JCPenney and the Sears, and our satellite truck is nooks back in the loading dock area. So it's been basically free of wind most of the night. So that's where we've been hanging out. We've been fairly sheltered there. So between the Sears and the JCPenney here at the Indian River Mall.
All right, again, that's Todd Walker reporting for us from the Indian River Mall in Vero Beach. 74 mile per hour wind gusts is what our Storm Team 5 meteorologists have been telling us. So
strength, yeah.
really getting a lot of severe weather right there.
That's right. Now, of course, those heavy winds and rains have been blowing into Palm Bay as Matthew has moved through that area. I'm going to try to describe for you what I'm seeing here for those of you following along on the radio. It's like a sheet of water dancing along the street top at just an incredibly high rate. You see street signs blowing in the breeze, swaying back and forth. Our cameras even had a difficult time staying still in that place. We are even seeing some street signs dangling here, and I know many of those signs, we efforted, our groups out there had tried to take some of those things down. We're seeing Daytona Beach police in that particular location. Patrolling and in the area with that high wind. Right now we're looking at a CVS pharmacy, but again, I think what's most impressive here is just right along the street top, this incredible force of water. And we spoke to Florida Highway Patrol yesterday. I know that it's tempting as the sun will rise to get out onto the roads to see what's happening, but we've been hearing about these floodwaters, the canals, the streets, the intersections, they blend together, and the power lines could be down. We don't know exactly what you're going to be dealing with. It's better to wait until we can give you the go-ahead. Now,
obviously, we are placing emphasis on the Treasure Coast this morning. That's because that's where Hurricane Matthew is really making its impact known right now, and you can see this is from our photographer, Con Paula. He is shooting right outside of the St. and really just seeing the winds right there and just the force of that. Of course, we heard from Todd Walker. He's in Vero Beach. We heard about a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust. And just throwing, we don't have to bring Steve up on air, but just throwing a question at Steve Weigel. What kind of wind speeds are we looking at right here in Fort Pierce area, Steve?
Fort Pierce, 60 to 65 miles an hour. Right now it's 61 in Fort Pierce. That's a wind gust. That's what does the damage. That's what brings out the power outages, unfortunately, and it's been ranging for several hours. This is the weird thing. For about the last 4 to 5 hours, we've been between 50 and 65 miles an hour. So those are big winds over a long period of time. Those are sustained tropical storm force winds for, well, since midnight in a lot of spots on the Treasure Coast. So this is a big, big wind event for them.
We saw, that was video from our photojournalist, WPTV photojournalist Con Paula, who had told us a little bit ago that when he was shooting some of this video, he actually had to hold on around a corner behind a wall in order to get any kind of video. And of course, our crews are out there, so we are the eyes and ears. You don't need to be, but it just illustrates the tremendous force.
There's going to be, when the sun rises, we will have Chopper 5 in the area. We were just talking to Johan Hoffen. He's going to meet up with our pilot, and hopefully, you know, weather permitting, we will be able to show you a lot of the damage. But we are getting some pictures in from overnight. I mean, take a look at this. This is basically a tree branch going down in a courtyard right in Jensen Beach High School. We're also hearing that Jensen Beach High School is the site of a shelter, and there is going to be a reporter there for us this morning, our Stephanie Susskind. But there's a real concern that this hurricane could produce those storm surges that we were talking about, even up to 11 feet.
Just incredible. And NBC's Jay Gray right now is right along Daytona Beach.
Moving along the Florida coast, Matthew is in many areas overwhelming.
We're already starting to see the impacts, and it's a monster.
Violent winds, sheets of rain, and a growing surf with the potential in some areas of a storm surge up to 11 feet.
I am begging you at this point to understand the seriousness of the startup and
Electricity has become a luxury for many in the strike zone. Tens of thousands have lost power, and that number is expected to grow. More than 11 million along the East Coast are currently under a hurricane warning. Airports across the region closed, businesses boarded up, and shelters filling up.
Like, I've been in Florida all my life, so I know how bad it can get.
It's bad now and likely will get even worse. Emergency officials say the storm is an extreme threat to life and property and warn its impact will be devastating to catastrophic in some areas, with as many as 10 million possibly losing power for weeks. The extreme conditions in Florida, a warning now for those in Georgia, North and South Carolina Beach.
One, as you're starting with us on a Friday, maybe you're just waking up and getting the latest on Hurricane Matthew. You did want to say that when we were talking about Jay Gray there, he's in Daytona Beach where those storm surge levels could get up to 11 feet. We didn't see that overnight. Steve Weigel, we were projecting they could have been that high, but what did they actually reach as far as you saw?
Well, we're not sure yet.
Okay.
I think we'll get a better idea as the sun rises. And in a lot of cases, it's hard to define exactly how high the storm surge was. We do know that it was probably significant around Vero and Indian River County. And as we get into the early morning hours, I think with the beach erosion and where we see the storm surge actually making it up to the dunes and maybe over roadways along the Treasure Coast, we'll have a better idea of exactly what we ended up with. In Palm Beach County, I think considerably less, even in the Loxahatchee River. Haven't seen any reports on social media of any extensive flooding. Had some reports of extra high water levels, but nothing damaging at this point. Oh, that may change. You know, we're still 4:30 in the morning, so that could change in a big, big way. At this point, our big weather story would be the strong winds. In fact, in the last half hour, hurricane force wind in Vero Beach, 74 miles an hour, 61 in Fort Pierce, and we have some big winds and some heavy rainfall working all the way down. Now, this is the southern edge of this hurricane. Is now right over Martin County. We had a strong cell that's just coming off the coast now, so it's over Sewell's Point, Rocky Point, the inlet, and it's moving very quickly from west to east off the coast. All of these storm cells are moving about 40 to 50 miles an hour, so they move very quickly. And in the last 6 to 8 hours, we've also noticed that some start to get a rotation. There's a threat of funnel clouds and maybe a quick tornado. Haven't had any reports of tornado touchdowns or anything like that, but there's certainly at least a weak threat of that overnight. All the winds now are beginning to shift from the west toward the east. All night and all last night and all through the evening, they were pretty much north to south. But we have this storm now to the north, so as it spins counterclockwise, we're getting some heavy rains. We're going to have this feeder band across Martin County that's going to sit over this area for probably another couple of hours. And we had a similar situation around West Palm and Wellington earlier. They dumped 3 inches of rain in an hour or two. I don't see any as far as flood advisories, but we're going to keep an eye on that because the rainfall is coming up in about an inch an hour around Stewart and Palm City. But the winds and the heavy rainfall across the Treasure Coast through the next few hours too. I want to just kind of advance the graphics a little bit. I have a couple other frames that I wanted to show you here. As we get into the early morning hours, we're looking at the winds tapering off slowly, but on the northern Treasure Coast, we're still dealing with some pretty strong winds, even into 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning before it starts to improve after that. So it's a pretty big wind event through at least the mid and late morning for the Treasure Coast, and eventually late in the day, I think around Vera, we're finally starting to see some of those winds. I guess the computer doesn't want to work this morning, so we'll just stick to the radar, and it's given up. So I'm going to toss it over to Felicia, and she wants to break down, I believe, kind of what we're expecting across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast for the next, I would say, about 12 hours, right, Felicia?
Yeah, that's right, Steve. We're going to break it down for the rest of Friday, county by county for you, because, of course, the conditions are going to clear up quickly or more quickly from the south to the north. So we're going to start to see improvement in Palm Beach County first, of course, before we see improvement in Indian River County. So let's time it out for you county by county for the next few hours. So from now until about 6 a.m., we're going to have passing rain bands and gusty winds gusting upwards about 40 miles per hour possible. That is through the very early morning hours in Palm Beach County. Of course, southern Palm Beach County, you're seeing much better conditions, and we are seeing a lot of that rain starting to move out. Through 6 a.m. through about noon, we're going to have still some scattered rain and showers as some of those bands will still move through, and very breezy winds, wind gusts upwards of about 30 miles per hour. As we start to head into noon and the nighttime hours, you're going to notice less rain, but it will still be mostly cloudy and breezy conditions. Still a couple wind gusts are possible even as we head into the later part of the day. Let's see if I can get my computer to work now. There we go. So let's go to Martin and St. Lucie County. So we're going from the south to the north. Now through about noon, winds at 40 to 60 miles per hour are possible, especially for Martin County. Gusts at about 70 miles per hour. So really, tropical storm conditions are still possible through Martin and St. Lucie County. Through about noon to about 6 p.m., we're looking at winds beginning to die down slowly, 20 to 35 miles per hour wind gusts at about 45 miles per hour. So, of course, those gusts would still bring it into tropical storm conditions. By the later part of the day, certainly later into the afternoon and evening and overnight, we're going to start to see those winds around 20 to 25 miles per hour. So that is still very breezy, but certainly not the tropical storm conditions. Indian River County and Okeechobee County, you're going to be the last to see things clearing up. So let's talk about Indian River County right now. Now through about noon, tropical storm conditions still possible. Of course, that's those winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. As Steve was just saying, we did have that hurricane force wind gust in Indian River County, Vero Beach, not very long ago. So we're still seeing a lot of very strong winds there. Now through the early afternoon, wind gusts 60 plus are still possible, although we're going to start to see that dying down as we head into the later part of the day. 3 through about 9 p.m. still very gusty and passing showers as Matthew pushes farther north. Let's talk about Lake Okeechobee now. Now through about noon, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Gusts at 70 are still possible, although we're not seeing a lot of those as far inland right now. Now through, or excuse me, noon through 3 p.m. winds at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Gusts around 40 are possible. Still some rain moving through because you will, of course, still be very close to Matthew. Heading into the afternoon and early nighttime hours, winds at about 15 to 25 miles per hour, gusting around 30. So it's going to continue to be a very windy day and into the night, especially for Okeechobee and Indian River counties. Now, I know a lot of you have questions. Meteorologist Glenn Glazer is going to be going live on his Facebook page in just a couple minutes, so you can find it there and you can go there and ask him questions live in case you're still wondering about some things. And of course, we'll be keeping an eye on any of the latest updates that we see.
Okay, Felicia, thank you so much. We do want to get back out into the field as we are. We have our eyes all across the area. We have Chris Stewart right now on the phone with us.
Yeah, he's in Vero Beach. Again, one of the spots that's really getting hammered by winds and rainfall right now. Chris, you're also in that area of the Indian River Mall that Todd Walker was at earlier. What are you seeing and hearing?
Yeah, well, the wind through the night has been pretty consistent. We've been hunkered down in our SUV, kind of in a little enclave near a Sears and a restaurant here at the Indian River Mall. You might hear off in the background, there's a little bit of an alarm going off, but the wind here has been pretty strong and pretty consistent through the night. The rain as well. A lot of palm trees moving. With that wind, as you can imagine, stop signs swaying back and forth. And you can just see the rain coming down on the road and in the parking lot that we're staring at right here. Power just completely off to the mall. It's pitch black. The only lights that we have right now are just from the camera crews from our group with Scripps, as well as our sister station in Tampa, who's here at the location that we're at right now. But again, the conditions at this point, still a pretty good amount of wind, as I know Storm Team 5 has been talking about, as well as the rain that continues to come down at a pretty good clip.
And in terms of what you're seeing from your vantage point, we hear that alarm going on behind you. I know that the noise continues for you all out in those particular areas. Can you see any people, any debris? What are you seeing in terms of movement?
Well, definitely, I'd say at the height, still pretty consistent wind gusts right here, guys. But I would say over the past couple of hours when the winds were really at their height in this area, you saw a lot of parts of palm trees being ripped off. Another thing that we've seen, and I know it's been reported across the area, are transformers. I mean, there would just be moments through the night that you would just see flashes of light off in the distance from transformers just going off. So that's definitely, I'd probably say, the two main things that we've seen at this point in terms of anything from our vantage point. We do have, important to note that we do have our SUV is equipped with a dash cam video, and we're going to hopefully in the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to start hopefully getting some movement and be able to get in that and then get out on the streets. I don't know at this point how far we're going to be able to get, but get out in the streets and hopefully start to be able to show you a good vantage point, some good pictures here of exactly what we're seeing as we continue to kind of assess exactly what damage has been done from this storm as the morning will continue on.
That's Chris Stewart for us on the phone live in Vero Beach at the Indian River Mall. Thank you, Chris. And of course, stay safe. We hope to get a much clearer picture of what's happening when the sun rises this morning. Not only will we have all our reporters in the field, but Chopper 5 will hopefully be in the air as well to show us any potential damage.
And for days, Hurricane Matthew has left footprints across other parts of the world on its way marching toward Florida. We want to take a look now at some new video out of the Bahamas. A driver on New Providence Island there, where Nassau is located, shot this video after the storm. And what we're seeing, for those of you following along on the radio, this is a road just strewn with debris. Almost does not even look like a road, looks more like a dirt path. Yeah. There's so many tree branches down. Then the Bahamas National Emergency Management Agency says it had rescued at least 30 people who had been trapped in their homes by those floodwaters from the storm. Certainly devastating situation.
And of course, we are learning much more about Haiti, and unfortunately that death toll is growing, 283. It is expected to increase, and boy, you can just take a look at the pictures if you do have power. If you're listening in, I can tell you we're taking a look at just swollen rivers, people trying to wade through water. They're just waiting for that floodwater. Yeah, carrying children, just waiting for that floodwaters to recede so that country can really get a look at much more of the damage and perhaps some rescue efforts. This is just 2 days after Matthew smashed into that country, and you can just really see the devastation there. Hopefully people can recovering.
Yeah, and Haiti, as you know, we'd shown you, if you can picture in your mind, we'd shown you video and images of Haiti before this had ever come through. This is a country that has just had such severe poverty and destruction, trying to recover. So these are homes, ramshackle homes made of slices of metal and concrete blocks stacked up, people trying to survive in those conditions.
Yep, you know, and our thoughts and prayers go out to them. Right now, here in our part of South Florida, just in the 5-county viewing area we cater to, there are more than 200,000 people without power, according to FPL. WPTV News Channel 5, of course, is your source of information. And we mentioned earlier that Stephanie Susskind is at one of the shelters, Jensen Beach High School, right now. Let's go to her with the very latest from that area.
We're in the courtyard at Jensen Beach High School, and you can see over here a tree branch actually fell down right in the middle of the courtyard here from where they've got quite a few trees up. And this is really the only sign of anything down, any damage that we've seen out here. We've been here at Jensen Beach High School all night long. This is one of the Martin County shelter locations. More than 1,000 people in shelters overall in Martin County. Now, the wind is still howling pretty good out here. Not quite as much rain, just a little bit of rain compared to what we saw earlier. We are here with the Stuart Police Department. They are actually out on the roads right now, checking things out, looking at conditions, seeing if there's any power lines down or any hazardous conditions out there. So we'll be getting an update from them soon. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the conditions out here in Stuart. Reporting at Jensen Beach High School, Stephanie Susskind, WPTV News Channel 5.
We want to get back to the Treasure Coast again with Alex Hagan. That's an area that is still receiving a big brunt of this storm. Joining us now from Vero Beach with those updates.
Yeah, less than an hour away from that update from the Indian River EOC. Alex, the conditions, they look rainy and windy behind you.
Well, Mike and Ashley, we've been hunkered down here at the EOC for a long time, and we've been experiencing consistent, strong winds for a long time, heavy rainfall. Actually, right now, that rainfall has kind of slowed down just a little bit. As for the winds, that too, we're still getting longer breaks in between those strong gusts. Now, I want to mention just before this live shot, the power again for, I believe, the 5th time since we've been here, flickered off and then kicked back on by a generator. But as you can see, though, it is rather dark on the street here behind me. A lot of street lights have gone out. Now, the lights here in this parking lot, they went off and then they came back on, obviously kicked back on from a generator. A lot of debris you can see here at my feet has come up here to the EOC building. So that's from the strong winds, obviously. Now, again, strong gusts still going on here outside the EOC. We're not far from Chris and Todd at the Indian River Mall. Strong gusts, but a lot longer breaks. It seems to be slowing down, but we are still getting those very strong gusts of wind. And as you mentioned, the EOC is going to update us at 5:30 to get more updates and see how their night has progressed. Hopefully get some updates on how things are going outside of this building, out on the streets, and we hope to get out there to see what's going out there as well. We're going to send it back to you in the studio now.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. You know, this early in the morning, we're thankful for any public official for joining us live on the phone. It's 4:46, and we have Ed Cunningham. He's the Public Information Officer for the Fort Pierce Police Department. First of all, Mr. Cunningham, how are your officers doing out in these elements right now, and what are they doing out there?
Well, we pulled our officers off the street. Well, good morning, and thank you. We pulled our officers off the street at about 10 p.m. last night when the winds reached 45 miles an hour. It's no longer safe for them to be out there. They can't respond safely to help anybody. So we pulled them back in. They're in the station right now, taking a break, resting, but eager to get back out there as soon as the winds get down below 45 miles an hour again, so they can go out and see what the damage is and go offer whatever kind of assistance that they can.
I'm glad you said that. It really does paint the picture of how serious it is when you're talking about police officers, you know, because of the high winds, can't get into the streets. And we're seeing right now the live Viper Max radar of Fort Pierce right in the thick of it, maybe some 61 mile per hour wind gusts happening right now. So you said the threshold point of the wind speeds to get back out there. What will be the first order of business when they get back on the streets, Ed?
Well, they'll be in to fan out across the city and just look for any immediate hazards, report any obstructions in the major roadways that would need to get cleared. They'll radio that information back. It gets to the EOC, and then that information would then get sent to the Public Works people to get out there. If there's a tree or a power line or a telephone pole across the road, that'll get cleared out so that people can get moving quickly. So that's what they'll be doing.
Okay, I think there is going to be the the anticipation as the sun comes up for people to want to go outside and see what's happened. But your first responders are already putting themselves in danger. What would you like people to know as people, think about the day or days ahead in terms of keeping ourselves safe, but also not having to draw in more first responders than necessary?
Well, the first big one would be the power lines. That is a terribly risky thing. If a power line is down, you don't know if there's power or not. Stay away from it, and then to start calling in if you see that. Go ahead and call 911. Let us know about it, and we'll begin doing something to get somebody out there and make it safe as soon as possible. But there's going to be a lot happening everywhere, so it may take some time.
And again, we're joined because they had to leave those barrier island communities or their mobile home communities. What can you say to the folks that left their home that their belongings, their communities are going to be safe from a police department perspective when they get back, maybe days or weeks from now?
Well, it's hard to say what their individual damage and problem may be. They may have water pouring in somewhere. But in terms of the police getting out there, we'll be out there patrolling as usual as much as possible, and keeping an eye on everything wherever we can. We're fully staffed. We've got all the officers brought in and on call. We've got detectives assigned to patrol, and other people who might have been support staff are all available to go out and participate in the cleanup operation afterward.
What kinds of calls have you been receiving since pulling the officers off the streets last night at 10 p.m.?
Couldn't tell you that right now. I'm not at the EOC. I'm not at the communications center, so I can't really tell you, but that's one of the things I'll be checking out very shortly.
Of course, and we'll be in touch with you. Ed Cunningham, Fort Pierce Police Department, we do appreciate your time and good luck today.
Thank you very much. And speaking of safety, public safety, Facebook offering a way that you can let your family and friends know that you are safe during Hurricane Matthew. I know many of you probably woke up to text from maybe family and friends from out of town saying, hey, what's going on, guys? We're not in the clear just yet in many parts of the Treasure Coast. But hey, you can go to Facebook, just search Safety Check, and that's how you can check in, let everybody know you're safe, and then go from there.
Okay, so the St. Lucie Fire District has stopped all emergency responses due to the high wind, and so that is a concern for the emergency workers right now across the Treasure Coast. Those operations will be resuming when the conditions are safe again for workers. We don't know exactly what time that will be. So again, St. Lucie County Fire District stopping those emergency responses. That was posted about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, when it gets to a certain wind speed, they can't drive the ambulances. They can't drive the pumper tankers. But okay, it's 4:51 right now. Perhaps you're just waking up with us. We do want to get the look at the current conditions. We know we've talked about Vero Beach, Fort Pierce area really getting the brunt of it, if you will, right now. Maybe Palm Beach County, not so much, especially the southern part of Palm Beach County, but there will be an aftermath. We want to bring in our meteorologist right now to talk about the current conditions, and it is a fluid show. They're still getting ready.
And we should mention...
we'll talk about it.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it right now.
We should mention those power outages. As we've seen the storm move up, the power outages have increased up into the Treasure Coast. A lot of people without power right now. We are broadcasting on the radio.
And those winds, those big winds are going to continue for the next couple of hours, too. We have strong winds anywhere from 60 to 70 to almost, not 80 miles an hour. We also have a new track coming out from the Hurricane Center right now, so we're scrambling to get that on air. We also have a big change in our watches and warnings. We now have the hurricane warning, which has been in place for Palm Beach County for the last couple of days, is now a tropical storm warning, so it has been downgraded. So we're not expecting hurricane conditions across South Florida into the next 24 hours. So that warning, that hurricane warning for Palm Beach County from Jupiter Inlet down into Boca is now a tropical storm warning, so downgraded a little. And here's a look at our hurricane. This is the 5 a.m. advisory, winds at 120 miles an hour, so as a Category 3, moving north-northwest at 13. Big winds around the Cape. Just had a wind report of 88 miles an hour popping up at Patrick Air Force Base. That is an incredible wind. That's the outer bands of this storm working in along the coastline of the Space Coast now, and it'll parallel the coastline through Friday and into Saturday. So big winds there. I'll show you the track as we get into later Friday. There's Friday afternoon, 115-mile-an-hour winds, takes it up the coast. What a bizarre track. Just absolutely parallels the coast, but never makes a landfall up into the Carolinas, and then wraps around back in toward the Bahamas on Tuesday and Wednesday. There's Tuesday 2 a.m. and a little farther. We're almost into Abaco on Wednesday morning. Unbelievable. A tropical storm at this point. We talked to the Hurricane Center earlier about the potential of dealing with a hurricane not once but twice as it makes this big loop. And with the official forecast being a tropical storm and the Hurricane Center, and historically it's very, very unlikely to have a hurricane move south. They do, but as they do, they typically weaken to tropical storms, and that's why the official forecast is like this, as a tropical storm. So we may be dealing with Matthew twice, but the second time will be likely as a very, very weak storm compared to a Category 3 or 4 hurricane, which we've been watching for the last few days. So we are looking at some strong winds and gusty rainfall across the Treasure Coast, but Palm Beach County is starting to improve. We now have just passing showers. The last of the rain starting to work around Jupiter and into the Cuesta. Most of the heavier rainfall is down Martin County and Stewart and all the way up through the rest of the Treasure Coast. But breezy. We still have a big west wind around for the next few hours too. That is going to stick around and just slowly kind of taper off through the afternoon. If we can go to Live Viper 5 Max, I want to show you this storm. It's about 40 miles off the coastline. There's a look at it right there. So the eye is right there from Vero Beach, almost 40 miles an hour, and all these bands are just wrapping around that. And you can see in Palm Beach County, the rain is just about done, just moving off the coastline, but heavy, heavy rainfall across Stewart and Port St. Lucie. That band, that's now the southern band. This is what West Palm was dealing with earlier, and we picked up almost 4 inches of rain because of that last southern band that worked through the area. And we also have some pretty strong winds still, I would say substantial, on the Treasure Coast around Vero Beach 74. So that's a hurricane force wind gust, a little bit less, but not much. Fort Pierce at 55 now. It's dropped a little bit. And Stewart looking at between about 45 and 55 miles an hour. Everything moving from the west toward the east very quickly, about 40 to 50 miles an hour right now. And heavy, heavy rainfall from Vero and Sebastian all the way down into Stewart, slowly tapering off through the morning and early afternoon. Glenn.
Just another report out of Port Canaveral, 84-mile-per-hour wind gust there.
Okay, so still just to our north, very strong winds, well above hurricane force winds popping up, and more on the way through the morning. But that's the storm getting closer to that area, moving away from our area, South Florida. So Martin County,